Chapter 19. When near the village, the Loda men slackened their speed, and saw a broad street so lighted by flames that pins might be picked from the ground. For on both sides a number of cottages were burning, and others were catching fire from these gradually, for the wind was strong and carried sparks, nay, whole clusters of them, like fiery birds, to the adjoining roofs. On the street the flames illuminated greater and smaller crowds of people moving quickly in various directions. The cries of men were mingled with the sounds of the church bells hidden among trees, with the bellowing of cattle, the barking of dogs, and with infrequent discharges of firearms. After they had ridden nearer, Volodyovski's soldiers saw troopers wearing round hats, not many men. Some were skirmishing with groups of peasants, armed with scythes and forks. Firing at them from pistols, and pushing them beyond the cottages, into the gardens, others were driving oxen, cows, and sheep to the road with rapiers. Others, whom it was barely possible to distinguish among whole clouds of feathers, had covered themselves with poultry, with wings fluttering in the agonies of death. Some were holding horses, each man having 2 or 3 belonging to officers who were occupied evidently in plundering the cottages. The road to the village descended somewhat from a hill in the midst of a birch grove. So that the Loda men, without being seen themselves, saw, as it were, a picture representing the enemy's attack on the village, lighted up by flames, in the glare of which could be clearly distinguished foreign soldiers, villagers, women dragged by troopers, and men defending themselves in disordered groups. All were moving violently, like puppets on springs, shouting, cursing, lamenting. The conflagration shook a full mane of flame over the village, and roared each moment more terribly. Volodyovski led his men to the open gate, and ordered them to slacken their pace. He might strike, and with one blow wipe out the invaders, who were expecting nothing. But the little knight had determined to taste the Swedes, in open battle. He had so arranged that they might see him coming. Some horsemen, standing near the gate, saw the approaching squadron first. One of them sprang to an officer, who stood with drawn rapier in the midst of a considerable group of horsemen, in the middle of the road, and began to speak to him, pointing to where Volodyovski was descending with his men. The officer shaded his eyes with his hand and gazed for a time, then he gave a sign, and at once the sharp sound of a trumpet was heard, mingled with various cries of men and beasts. And here our knight could admire the regularity of the Swedish soldiers. For barely were the first tones of the trumpet heard, when some of the horsemen rushed out in hot haste from the cottages, others left the plundered articles, the oxen and sheep, and ran to their horses. In the twinkle of an eye they stood in regular line, at sight of which the little knight's heart rose with wonder, so select were the men. All were large, sturdy fellows, dressed in coats, with leather straps over the shoulders, and black hats with rim raised on the left side. All had matched bay horses, and stood in line with rapiers at their shoulders, looking sharply, but calmly, at the road. An officer stepped forth from the line with a trumpeter, wishing apparently to inquire what sort of men were approaching so slowly. Evidently they were thought to be one of Radzivill's squadrons, from which no encounter was expected. The officer began to wave his rapier in his hat, the trumpeter sounded continually, as a sign that they wished to parley. "Let someone fire at him," said the little knight, "so that he may know what to expect from us." The report sounded. But the shot did not reach, for the distance was too great. Evidently the officer thought that there was some misunderstanding, for he began to shout and to wave his hat. "Let him have it a second time," cried Volodyovski. After the second discharge the officer turned and moved, though not too hurriedly, toward his own, who also approached him on a trot. The first rank of Loda men were now entering the gate. The Swedish officer, riding up, shouted to his men. The rapiers, hitherto standing upright by the shoulders of the horsemen, dropped and hung at their belts, but all at the same instant drew pistols from the holsters, and rested them on the pommels of their saddles, holding the muzzle upward. "Finished soldiers," muttered Volodyovski, seeing the rapidity of their movements, which were simultaneous and almost mechanical. Then he looked at his own men to see if the ranks were in order, straightened himself in the saddle, and cried, "Forward!" The Lauda men bent down to the necks of their horses, and rushed on like a whirlwind. The Swedes let them come near, and then gave a simultaneous discharge from their pistols, but this did little harm to the Lauda men hidden behind the heads of their horses. Only a few dropped the reins and fell backward, the rest rushed on and struck the horsemen, breast to breast. The Lithuanian light squadrons used lances yet, which in the army of the kingdom the hussars alone used. But Volodyovski, expecting a battle at close quarters, had ordered his men to plant their lances at the roadside, therefore it came to sabres at once. The first impetus was not sufficient to break the Swedes, but it pushed them back, so that they began to retreat, cutting and thrusting with their rapiers, but the Lauda men pushed them furiously along the road. Bodies began to fall thickly. The throng grew denser each moment, the clatter of sabres frightened the peasants out of the broad road, in which the heat from the burning houses was unendurable, though the houses were separated from the road and the fences by gardens. The Swedes, pressed with increasing vigor, retreated gradually, but still in good order. It was difficult moreover to scatter them, since strong fences closed the road on both sides. At times they tried to stop, but were unable to do so. It was a wonderful battle, in which, by reason of the relatively narrow place of meeting, only the first ranks fought, those next in order could only push forward those standing in front of them. But just for this reason the struggle was turned into a furious encounter. Volodyovski, having previously requested the old colonels and Pan Yen to look after the men during the attack, enjoyed himself to the full in the first rank. And every moment some Swedish hat fell before him in the throng, as if it had dived into the ground. Sometimes a rapier, torn from the hand of a horseman, flew whistling above the rank, and at the same instant was heard the piercing cry of a man, and again a hat fell, a second took its place, then a third the place of the second. But Volodyovski pushed ever forward. His eyes glittered like two ill-omened sparks, but he was not carried away and did not forget himself. At moments, when he had no one at sword's length in front of him, he turned his face and blade somewhat to the right or left, and destroyed in the twinkle of an eye a horseman, with a movement apparently trifling. And he was terrible through these slight and lightning movements which were almost not human. As a woman pulling hemp disappears in it and is hidden completely, but by the falling stalks her road is known easily, so he vanished from the eye for a time in the throng of large men. But where soldiers were falling like stalks under the sickle of the harvester who cuts near the ground, there was Pan Michael. Pan Stanislav and the gloomy Yuzva Butrim, called Footless, followed hard in his track. At length the Swedish rear ranks began to push out from between the fences to the broad grass plot before the church and the bell tower, and after them came the front ranks. Now was heard the command of the officer, who wished evidently to bring all his men into action at once, and the oblong rectangular body of horsemen stretched out, deployed in the twinkle of an eye, into a long line to present its whole front. But Pan Yen, who directed the battle and led the squadron, did not imitate the Swede. He rushed forward with a dense column which, striking the now weaker line, broke it, as if with a wedge, and turned swiftly to the right toward the church, taking with this movement the rear of one half of the Swedes. While on the other half Mirski and Sienkiewicz sprang with the reserve in which were a part of the Lauda men and all of Kowalski's dragoons. Two battles now began, but they did not last long. The left wing, on which Pan Yen had struck, was unable to form, and scattered first. The right, in which was the commanding officer, resisted longer, but being too much extended, it began to break, to fall into disorder, and at last followed the example of the left wing. The grass plot was broad, but unfortunately was enclosed on all sides by a lofty fence, and the church servants closed and propped the opposite gate when they saw what was taking place. The scattered Swedes then ran around, but the Lauda men rushed after them. In some places larger groups fought, a number at a time, with sabres and rapiers. In other places the conflict was turned into a series of duels, and man met man, the rapier crossed the sabre, and at times the report of a pistol burst forth. Here and there a Swedish horseman, escaping from one sabre, ran, as if to a trap, under another. Here and there a Swede or a Lithuanian rose from under a fallen horse and fell that moment under the blow of a weapon awaiting him. Through the grassplot terrified horses rushed about riderless, with waving mane and nostrils distended from fear. Some bit one another, others, blinded from fright, turned their tails to the groups of fighting men and kicked them. Pan Volodyovski, hurling down Swedes as he went, searched the whole place with his eyes for the officer in command. At last he saw him defending himself against 2 Butryms, and he sprang toward him. "Aside," cried he to the Butryms, "aside." The obedient soldiers sprang aside, the little knight rushed on and closed with the Swede, the horses of the 2 stood on their haunches. The officer wished evidently to unhorse his opponent with a thrust. But Volodyovski, interposing the hilt of his saber, described a half-circle like lightning, and the rapier flew away. The officer bent to his holsters, but, cut through the cheek at that moment, he dropped the reins from his left hand. "Take him alive," shouted Volodyovski to the Butryms. The Luda men seized the wounded officer and held him tottering in the saddle. The little knight pushed on and rode farther against the Swedes, quenching them before him like candles. But the Swedes began to yield everywhere before the nobles, who were more adroit in fencing and single combat. Some of the Swedes, seizing their rapier blades, extended the hilts to their opponents, others threw their weapons at their feet. The word "pardon" was heard more and more frequently on the field. But no attention was paid to the word, for Pan Michael had commanded to spare but few. The Swedes, seeing this, rushed anew to the struggle, and died as became soldiers after a desperate defense, redeeming richly with blood their own death. An hour later the last of them were cut down. The peasants ran in crowds from the village to the grassplot to catch the horses, kill the wounded, and plunder the dead. Such was the end of the first encounter of Lithuanians with Swedes. Meanwhile Zagloba, stationed at a distance in the birch grove with the wagon in which lay Pan Ro, was forced to hear the bitter reproach that, though a relative, he had treated that young man shamefully. "Uncle, you have ruined me utterly, for not only is a bullet in the head waiting for me at Kyedani, but eternal infamy will fall on my name. Henceforth whoso wants to say, 'Fool,' may say, 'Ro Kowalski.'" "The truth is that not many will be found to contradict him," answered Zagloba, "and the best proof of your folly is that you wonder at being hung on a hook by me who moved the Khan of the Crimea as a puppet. Well, did you think to yourself, worthless fellow, that I would let you take me and other men of importance to Burgi, and throw us, the ornaments of the Commonwealth, into the jaws of the Swedes? I was not taking you of my own will. But you were the servant of an executioner, and that for a noble is infamy from which you must purify yourself, or I will renounce you and all the Kowalskis. To be a traitor is worse than to be a crabmonger, but to be the servant of someone worse than a crabmonger is the lowest thing. I was serving the hetman. And the hetman the devil. There you have it. You are a fool, Ro, get that into your head once and forever, dispute not, but hold to my skirts, and a man will come of you yet, for know this, that advancement has met more than one personage through me." The rattle of shots interrupted further conversation, for the battle was just beginning in the village. Then the discharges stopped, but the noise continued, and shouts reached that retreat in the birch grove. "Ah, Pan Michael is working," said Zagloba. "He is not big, but he bites like a viper. They are shelling out those devils from over the sea like peas. I would rather be there than here, and through you I must listen here. Is this your gratitude? Is this the act of a respectable relative? What have I to be grateful for?" asked Ro. "For this, that a traitor is not ploughing with you, as with an ox, though you are grandly fitted for ploughing, since you are stupid and strong. Understand me? Ai. It is getting hotter and hotter there. Do you hear? That must be the Swedes who are bawling like calves in a pasture." Here Zagloba became serious, for he was a little disturbed. On a sudden he asked, looking quickly into Pan Ro's eyes. "To whom do you wish victory?" "To ours, of course." "See that. And why not to the Swedes?" "I would rather pound them." "Who are ours, are ours. Conscience is waking up in you. But how could you take your own blood to the Swedes? For I had an order. But now you have no order. True. Your superior is now Pan Volodiyovsky, no one else. Well, that seems to be true. You must do what Pan Volodiyovsky commands. I must. He commands you now to renounce Radziwill for the future, and not to serve him, but the country. How is that? Asked Pan Ro, scratching his head. A command, cried Zagloba. I obey, said Kowalski. That is right. At the first chance you will thrash the Swedes. If it is the order, it is the order, answered Kowalski, and breathed deeply, as if a great burden had fallen from his breast. Zagloba was equally well satisfied, for he had his own views concerning Kowalski. They began then to listen in harmony to the sounds of the battle which came to them, and listened about an hour longer, until all was silent. Zagloba was more and more alarmed. If they have not succeeded, asked he. Uncle, you an old warrior and can say such things. If they were beaten they would come back to us in small groups. True. I see thy wit will be of service. Do you hear the tramp, uncle? They are riding slowly. They must have cut the Swedes to pieces. Oi, if they are only ours. Shall I go forward, or not? Saying this, Zagloba dropped his saber at his side, took his pistol in his hand, and moved forward. Soon he saw before him a dark mass moving slowly along the road, at the same time noise of conversation reached him. In front rode a number of men talking with one another loudly. Soon the well-known voice of Pan Michael struck the ear of Zagloba. They are good men. I don't know what kind of infantry they have, but the cavalry is perfect. Zagloba touched his horse with the spurs. Ah! How is it, how is it? Oh, impatience was tearing me, I wanted to fly into the fire. But is no one wounded? All are sound, praise to God, but we have lost more than 20 good soldiers. And the Swedes? We laid them down like a pavement. Pan Michael, you must have enjoyed yourself as a dog in a spring. But was it a decent thing to leave me, an old man, on guard? The soul came near going out of me, so much did I want Swedish meat. Oh, I should have gnawed them. You may have a roast now if you like, for a number of them are in the fire. Let the dogs eat them. And were prisoners taken? A captain, and 7 soldiers. What do you think to do with them? I would have them hanged, for like robbers they fell on an innocent village and were killing the people. Yen says, however, that will not do. Listen to me, gentlemen, hear what has come to my head just now. There is no good in hanging them, on the contrary, let them go to Burgi as soon as possible. What for? You know me as a soldier, know me now as a statesman. We will let the Swedes go, but we will not tell them who we are. We will say that we are Radzivill's men, that we have cut off this detachment at command of the hetman, and in future will cut off whom we meet, for the hetman only pretended, through strategy, to join the Swedes. They will break their heads over this, and thus we will undermine the hetman's credit terribly. Just think, this hits the Swedes and hits Radziwill too. Kyedani is far from Burgi, and Radziwill is still farther from Pontus de Lagardi. Before they explain to each other what has happened and how, they will be ready to fight. We will set the traitor against the invaders, and who will gain by this, if not the Commonwealth? This is excellent counsel, and quite worth the victory. May the bullet strike him, said Sienkiewicz. You have the mind of a chancellor, added Mirski, for this will disturb their plans. Surely we should act thus, said Pan Michael. I will set them free tomorrow. But today I do not wish to know of anything, for I am dreadfully wearied. It was as hot in the village as in an oven. Uf. My arms are paralyzed completely. The officer could not go today in any case, for his face is cut. But in what language shall we tell them all this? What is your counsel, father? Asked Pan Yen. I have been thinking of that too, answered Zagloba. Kowalski told me that there are 2 Prussians among his dragoons who know how to jabber German, and are sharp fellows. Let them tell in German, which the Swedes know of course, after fighting so many years in Germany. Kowalski is ours, soul and body. He is a man in 100, and we will have no small profit from him. Well done, said Volodyovski. Will some of you, gentlemen, be so kind as to see to this, for I have no voice in my throat from weariness? I have told the men that we shall stay in this grove till morning. The villagers will bring us food, and now to sleep. My lieutenant will see to the watch. 'Pon my word, I cannot see you, for my eyes are closing. Gentlemen, said Zagloba, there is a stack of hay just outside the birches, let us go to the stack, we shall sleep like Sussex, and to the road on the morrow. We shall not come back to this country, unless with Pan Sapieha against Radziwill. Chapter 20. In Lithuania a civil war had begun, which, with 2 invasions of the Commonwealth and the ever more stubborn war of the Ukraine, filled the measure of misfortune. The army of the Lithuanian quota, though so small in number that alone it could not offer effectual resistance to any of the enemies, was divided into 2 camps. Some regiments, and specially the foreign ones, remained with Radziwill. Others, forming the majority, proclaimed the hetman a traitor, protested in arms against joining Sweden, but without unity, without a leader, without a plan. Sapieha might be its leader, but he was too much occupied at that time with the defense of Byhovo and with the desperate struggle in the interior of the country, to be able to take his place immediately at the head of the movement against Radziwill. Meanwhile the invaders, each considering a whole region as his own, began to send threatening messages to the other. From their misunderstandings might rise in time the salvation of the Commonwealth. But before it came to hostile steps between them there reigned the most terrible chaos in all Lithuania. Radziwill, deceived in the army, determined to bring it to obedience through force. Volodyovski had barely reached Poniewicz with his squadron, after the Battle of Klavany, when news came to him of the destruction, by Radziwill, of Mirski's squadron, and that of Sienkiewicz. Some of the men were placed by force among Radzivill's troops, others were cut down or scattered to the 4 winds. The remainder were wandering singly or in small groups through villages and forests, seeking a place to hide their heads from vengeance and pursuit. Fugitives came daily to Pan Michael's detachment, increasing his force and bringing news the most varied. The most important item was news of the mutiny of Lithuanian troops stationed in Podliasy, near Bialystok and Tykotsin. After the armies of Moscow had occupied Vilno, the squadrons from that place had to cover the approach to the territories of the kingdom. But hearing of the hetman's treason, they formed a confederation, at the head of which were 2 colonels, Henryk and Jakub Kmita, a cousin of Andrei, the most trusty assistant of Radziwill. The name of the latter was repeated with horror by the soldiers. He mainly had caused the dispersion of Stankiewicz's squadron and that of Mirski. He shot without mercy the captured officers. The hetman trusted him blindly, and just recently had sent him against Niewiarovski's squadron, which, disregarding the example of its colonel, refused obedience. Volodyovski heard the last account with great attention. Then he turned to the officers summoned in council, and asked, "What would you say to this, that we, instead of hurrying to the voevoda of Vitebsk, go to those squadrons which have formed a confederacy in Podliasy?" "You have taken that out of my mouth," said Zagloba. "It is nearer home there, and it is always pleasanter among one's own people." Fugitives mentioned to a report, added Pan Yen, that the king has ordered some squadrons to return from the Ukraine, to oppose the Swedes on the Vistula. If this should prove true, we might be among old comrades instead of pounding from corner to corner. But who is going to command those squadrons? Does anyone know? "They say that Charniecki will," answered Volodyovski. "But people say this rather than know it, for positive intelligence could not come yet." "However it may be," said Zagloba, "my advice is to hurry to Podliasy. We can bring to our side those squadrons that have risen against Radziwill, and take them to the king, and that certainly will not be without a reward." "Let it be so," said Oskierko and Stankiewicz. "It is not easy," said the little knight, "to get to Podliasy, for we shall have to slip through the fingers of the hetman. If fortune meanwhile should grant us to snap up Kmita somewhere on the road, I would speak a couple of words in his ear, from which his skin would grow green. He deserves it, said Mirski. That some old soldiers who have served their whole lives under the Radzivills hold to the hetman, is less to be wondered at, but that swaggerer serves only for his own profit, and the pleasure which he finds in betrayal. So then to Podliacy? Asked Oskyerko. To Podliacy. To Podliacy, cried all in one voice. But still the affair was difficult, as Volodyovski had said, for to go to Podliacy it was necessary to pass near Kyedani, as near a den in which a lion was lurking. The roads and lines of forest, the towns and villages were in the hands of Radzivill. Somewhat beyond Kyedani was Kmita, with cavalry, infantry, and cannon. The hetman had heard already of the escape of the colonels, the mutiny of Volodyovski's squadron, and the battle of Klavany. The last brought him to such rage that there was fear for his life, since a terrible attack of asthma had for a time almost stopped his breathing. In truth he had cause enough for anger, and even for despair, since that battle brought on his head a whole Swedish tempest. People began at once after this battle to cut up here and there small Swedish detachments. Peasants did this, and individual nobles independently. But the Swedes laid it to the account of Radzivill, especially as the officers and men sent by Volodyovski to Burgi declared before the commandant that one of Radzivill's squadrons had fallen upon them at his command. In a week a letter came to the prince from the commandant at Burgi, and 10 days later from Pontus de la Gardie himself, the commander-in-chief of the Swedish forces. Either your highness has no power and significance, wrote the latter, and in such case how could you conclude a treaty in the name of the whole country? Or it is your wish to bring about through artifice the ruin of the king's army. If that is the case, the favor of my master will turn from your highness, and punishment will come quickly, unless you show obedience and efface your faults by faithful service. Radzivill sent couriers at once with an explanation of what had happened and how, but the dart had fastened in his haughty soul, and the burning wound began to rankle more and more. He whose word not long before terrified the country more than all Sweden, he for the half of whose property all the Swedish lords might have been bought, he who stood against his own king, thinking himself the equal of monarchs. He who had acquired fame in the whole world by his victories, and who walked in his own pride as in sunshine, must now listen to the threats of one Swedish general, must hear lectures on obedience and faithfulness. It is true that that general was brother-in-law to the king, but the king himself, who was he? A usurper of the throne belonging by right and inheritance to Yen Casimir. Above all, the rage of the hetman was turned against those who were the cause of that humiliation, and he swore to himself to trample Volodyovski and those colonels who were with him and the whole squadron of Lauda. With this object he marched against them, and as hunters to clear out the wolf's nest surround a forest with shares, he surrounded them and began to pursue without rest. Meanwhile tidings came that Kmita had crushed Niewiarovski's squadron, cut down or scattered the officers, and joined the men to his own. Radzivill, to strike the more surely, commanded Pan Andrei to send him some of these troops. Those men, wrote the hetman, for whose lives you interceded with us so persistently, and mainly Volodyovski with that other straggler, escaped on the road to Burgi. We sent the stupidest officer with them on purpose, so that they might not win him over, but even he either became a traitor, or they fooled him. Now Volodyovski has the whole Lauda squadron, and fugitives are reinforcing him. They cut to pieces 120 Swedes at Klavany, saying that they did it at our command, from which great distrust has arisen between us and Pontus. The whole cause may be ruined by those traitors, whose heads, had it not been for your interference, would have been cut off at our command, as God is in heaven. So we have to repent of our mildness, though we hope in God that vengeance will soon overtake them. Tidings have come to us, too, that in Billeviche nobles assemble at the house of the sword-bearer and conspire against us. This must be stopped. You will send all the cavalry to us, and the infantry to Kyedani to guard the castle and the town, for from those traitors anything may be expected. You will go yourself with some tens of horsemen to Billeviche, and bring the sword-bearer and his niece to Kyedani. At present it is important, not only for you, but for us. For whoso has them in hand has the whole Lauda region, in which the nobles, following the example of Volodyovski, are beginning to rise against us. We have sent Heraclius to Zabludovo with instructions how to begin with those confederates. Of great importance among them is Yakub, your cousin, to whom you will write, if you think you can act on him through a letter. Signifying to you our continual favor, we commit you to the care of God. When Kmita had read this letter, he was content at heart that the colonels had succeeded in escaping the Swedes, and in secret he wished them to escape Radziwill. Still he carried out all commands of the prince, sent him the cavalry, garrisoned Kyedani with infantry, and began to make trenches along the castle and the town. Promising himself to go immediately after this work was done to Billeviche for the sword-bearer and the young woman. I will use no force, unless in the last resort, thought he, and in no case will I urge Olenka. Finally, it is not my will, 'tis the command of the prince. She will not receive me pleasantly, I know. But God grant that in time she will know my intentions, and that I serve Radziwill not against the country, but for its salvation. Thinking thus, he labored zealously at fortifying Kyedani, which was to be the residence of his Olenka in the future. Meanwhile Volodyovski was slipping away before the hetman, but the hetman pursued him furiously. It was, however, too narrow for Pan Michael, for from Burgi considerable detachments of Swedish troops pushed toward the south. The east of the country was occupied by the legions of the Tsar, and on the road to Kyedani the hetman was lying in wait. Zagloba was greatly depressed by such a condition of affairs, and he turned with increasing frequency to Pan Michael with questions. Pan Michael, by the love of God, shall we break through or shall we not break through? There is not even talk of breaking through here, answered the little knight. You know that I am not lined with cowardice, and that I attack whom I will, even the devil himself. But I cannot meet the hetman, for I am not equal to him. You have said yourself that he is a pike and we perches. I shall do what is in my power to slip out, but if it comes to a battle, I tell you plainly that he will defeat us. Then he will command to chop us up and throw us to the dogs. As God lives. Into any man's hands save Radzivill's. But in this case why not turn to Pan Sapieha? It is too late now, for the hetman's troops and the Swedes have closed the roads. The devil tempted me when I persuaded Pan Yen and his cousin to go to Radziwill, said Zagloba, in despair. But Pan Michael did not lose hope yet, especially since the nobles, and even the peasants, brought him warning of the hetman's movements. For all hearts were turning from Radziwill. Pan Michael twisted out therefore as he knew how, and he knew how famously, for almost from childhood he had inured himself to war with Tartars and Cossacks. He had been made renowned in the army of Yeremy by descents on Tartar chambuls, by scouting expeditions, unexpected attacks, lightning escapes, in which he surpassed other officers. At present hemmed in between Upita and Rogova on one side and Nieviaja on the other, he doubled around on the space of a few miles, avoiding battle continually, worrying the Radziwill squadrons. And even plucking them a little as a wolf hunted by dogs slips by often near the hunters, and when the dogs press him too closely, turns and shows his white gleaming teeth. But when Kmita's cavalry came up, the hetman closed the narrowest gaps with them, and went himself to see that the two ends of the snare came together. That was at Nieviaja. The regiments of Myeleshko and Gonhoff with 2 squadrons of cavalry, under the lead of the prince himself, formed as it were a bow, the string of which was the river. Volodyovski with his squadron was in the center of the bow. He had in front of him, it is true, one ford which led through a swampy stream, but just on the other side of the ford were 2 Scottish regiments and 200 of Radzivill's Cossacks, with 6 field pieces. Turned in such manner that even one man could not have reached the other side under the fire of them. Now the bow began to contract. The middle of it was led by the hetman himself. Happily for Volodyovski, night and a storm with pouring rain stopped the advance. But for the enclosed men there remained not more than a square half-mile of meadow, grown over with willows, in the middle of the half-ring of Radzivill's army, and the river guarded on the other side by the Scots. Next morning when the early dawn was just whitening the tops of the willows, the regiments moved forward to the river and were struck dumb with amazement. Volodyovski had gone through the earth, there was not a living soul in the willows. The hetman himself was astounded, and then real thunders fell on the heads of the officers commanding at the ford. And again an attack of asthma seized the prince with such force that those present trembled for his life. But rage overcame even the asthma. 2 officers, entrusted with guarding the bank, were to be shot, but Ganhoff prevailed on the prince to have inquiries made first as to how the beast had escaped from the toils. It appeared in fact that Volodyovski, taking advantage of the darkness and rain, had led his whole squadron out of the willows into the river, and swimming or wading with the current had slipped along Radzivill's right wing, which touched the bank at that point. Some horses, sunk to their bellies in the mud, indicated the place where he had come out on the right bank. From farther tracks it was easy to see that he had moved with all horsebreath in the direction of Kyedani. The hetman guessed at once from this that he wished to make his way to Henryk and Jakub Kmita in Podliasy. But in passing near Kyedani would he not burn the town or try to plunder the castle? A terrible fear straitened the heart of the prince. The greater part of his ready money and treasures were in Kyedani. Kmita, it is true, was bound to supply it with infantry. But if he had not done so, the undefended castle would easily become plunder for the insolent colonel. Radzivill felt sure that courage would not be wanting Volodyovski to attack the residence of Kyedani itself. It might be that time would not be wanting, for escaping in the beginning of the night he had left pursuit at least 6 hours behind. In every case it was imperative to hasten with all breath to the rescue. The prince left the infantry, and pushed on with the cavalry. When he arrived at Kyedani he did not find Kmita, but he found everything quiet. And the opinion which he had of the young colonel's ability increased doubly at sight of the finished trenches and field cannon standing on them. That same day he reviewed them in company with Ganhoff, to whom he remarked in the evening. He acted thus of his own mind, without my order, and finished those trenches so well that a protracted defense might be made here, even against artillery. If that man does not break his neck too early, he may rise high. There was another man, at thought of whom the hetman could not restrain a certain kind of admiration, but mingled with rage, for the man was Pan Michael. I could finish the mutiny soon, said he to Ganhoff, if I had 2 such servants. Kmita may be still more alert, but he has not the experience, and the other was brought up in the school of Yeremy, beyond the Dnieper. Does your highness give command to pursue him? Asked Ganhoff. The prince looked at Ganhoff, and said with emphasis, he would beat you and escape from me. But after a while he frowned, and added, everything is quiet here now. But we must move to Podliasy at once, and finish those there. Your highness, said Ganhoff, as soon as we move a foot out of this place, all will seize arms against the Swedes. Which all? The nobles and peasants. And not stopping with the Swedes, they will turn against the dissidents, for they put all the blame of this war on our co-religionists, saying that we sent to the enemy, and in fact brought the enemy in. It is a question with me of my cousin Boguslav. I know not whether he is able to hold out against the Confederates in Podliasy. It is a question of Lithuania to keep it in obedience to us and the King of Sweden. The prince began to walk through the room, saying, if I could in any way get Henryk and Jakub Kmita into my hands. They will devour my property, destroy, plunder it, they will not leave a stone upon a stone. Unless we stipulate with General de la Gardie to send hither as many troops as possible, while we are in Podliasy. With Pontus, never, answered Radzivill, to whose head a wave of blood rushed. If with anyone, with the king himself. I do not need to treat with servants when I can treat with their master. If the king were to command Pontus to place 2,000 cavalry at my disposal, that would be another thing. But I will not ask Pontus for them. It is needful to send someone to the king, it is time to negotiate with him directly. The lean face of Ganhoff flushed slightly, and his eyes were lighted with desire. If your highness commanded, you would go. But for you to arrive there is another thing. You are a German, and it is dangerous for a foreigner to enter an uprisen country. Who knows where the king is at this moment, and where he will be in half a month or a month? It is necessary to ride through the whole country. Besides, it cannot be. You will not go, for it is necessary to send one of my own people, a man of high family, so as to convince the king that not all the nobles have left me. An inexperienced man might do much harm, said Ganhoff, timidly. An envoy will have no work there except to deliver my letter, and bring back an answer, and any man can explain that it was not I who gave orders to beat the Swedes at Klavany. Ganhoff was silent. The prince began again to walk with unquiet steps through the room. On his forehead was manifest a continual struggle of thought. In truth, he had not known a moment of peace from the time of his treaty with the Swedes. Pride devoured him, his conscience gnawed him, the unexpected resistance of the country and the army gnawed him, the uncertainty of the future, and the threat of ruin terrified him. He struggled, he fought, he passed sleepless nights, he was failing in health. His eyes were sinking, he was growing thin, his face, formerly red, became blue, and almost with every hour silver threads increased in his mustaches and his forelock. In a word, he lived in torment, and bent under the burden. Ganhoff followed him with his eyes as he walked through the room. He had still a little hope that the prince would bethink himself, and send him. But the prince halted suddenly, and struck his forehead with his palm. 2 squadrons of cavalry, to horse at once. I will lead them myself. Ganhoff looked on him with wonderment. An expedition? Inquired he, involuntarily. Move on, said the prince. God grant that it be not too late. Chapter 21. When Kmita had finished the trenches and secured Kyedani from sudden attack, he was unable to delay further his expedition for the sword-bearer and Olenka. Especially since the command of the prince to bring them to Kyedani was imperative. But still Pan Andrei loitered, and when at last he did move at the head of 50 dragoons, he was as unquiet as if going on a forlorn hope. He felt that he would not be thankfully received, and he trembled at the thought that the old man might try to resist, even with armed hand, and in such an event it would be necessary to use force. But he determined first to persuade and entreat. With the intent of stripping his visit of all semblance of armed attack, he left the dragoons at an inn a quarter of a mile from the village, and 2 from the house, and ordering the carriage to follow a little later, rode ahead himself. With only the sergeant and 1 attendant. It was in the afternoon, and the sun was already well inclined toward the west, but after a rainy and stormy night the day was beautiful and the sky pure. Only here and there was it variegated on the western side by small rosy clouds which pushed slowly beyond the horizon, like a flock of sheep leaving a field. Kmita rode through the village with throbbing heart and as uneasy as the Tartar who entering a village first, in advance of a shambul, looks around on every side to see if he can discover armed men in ambush. But the 3 horsemen attracted no attention. Barefooted little peasant boys merely jumped out of the road before the horses. Peasants seeing the handsome officer, bowed to him, sweeping the ground with their caps. He rode on, and passing the village saw ahead a large dwelling, the old Billevich nest, behind it broad gardens ending far beyond in the flat fields. Kmita slackened his pace still more, and began to talk with himself, evidently framing answers to questions, and meanwhile he gazed with anxious eye on the buildings rising before him. It was not at all a lordly mansion, but at the first glance it would have been guessed that a noble lived there of more than medium fortune. The house itself, with its back to the gardens and front to the highway, was enormous, but of wood. The pine of the walls had grown so dark with age that the panes in the windows seemed white in contrast. Above the walls rose a gigantic roof with 4 chimneys in the middle, and 2 dovecots at the gables. A whole cloud of white doves were collected on the roof, now flying away with clapping of wings, now dropping, like snowy kerchiefs, on the black ridges, now flapping around the pillars supporting the entrance. That entrance, adorned with a shield on which the Billevich arms were painted, disturbed the proportions of the house, for it was not in the middle, but toward one side of it. Evidently the house had once been smaller, but new parts were added subsequently from one side, though the added parts had grown so black with the passage of years as not to differ in anything from the old. 2 wings, of enormous length, rose on both sides of the house proper, and formed as it were 2 arms of a horseshoe. In these wings were guest chambers used in time of great gatherings, kitchens, storehouses, carriage houses, stables for carriage horses which the masters wished to keep near at hand, rooms for officials, servants, and house Cossacks. In the middle of the broad yard grew old linden trees, on them were storks' nests. Among the trees was a bear chained to a pillar. 2 well sweeps at the sides of the yard, a cross with the Passion of the Lord between 2 spears at the entrance, completed this picture of the residence of a powerful, noble family. At the right of the house, in the middle of frequent linden trees, rose the straw roofs of stables, cowhouses, sheep-houses, and granaries. Kmita entered the gate, which was open on both sides. Like the arms of a noble awaiting the arrival of a guest. Then 2 dogs loitering through the yard announced the stranger, and from a wing 2 boys ran to take the horses. At the same moment in the door of the main building stood a female figure, in which Kmita recognized Olenka at once. His heart beat more quickly, and throwing the reins to the servant, he went toward the porch with uncovered head, holding in one hand his saber, and in the other his cap. She stood before him like a charming vision, shading her eyes with her hand against the setting sun, and then vanished on a sudden, as if frightened by the sight of the approaching guest. Bad, thought Pan Andrei, she hides from me. He was pained, and his pain was all the greater since just before the mild sunset, the view of that house, and the calm so spread around it filled his heart with hope, though perhaps Pan Andrei did not note that. He cherished as it were an illusion that he was going to his betrothed, who would receive him with eyes gleaming from joy and a blush on her cheeks. And the illusion was broken. Scarcely had she seen him when she rushed away, as if from an evil spirit, and straightway Pan Tomasz came out to meet him with a face at once unquiet and cloudy. Kmita bowed and said, I have long wished to express duly my devotion to you, my benefactor, but I was unable to do so sooner in these times of disturbance, though surely there was no lack in me of desire. I am very grateful, and I beg you to enter, answered the sword-bearer, smoothing the forelock on his head, an act usual with him when confused or uncertain of himself. And he stepped aside from the door to let the guest pass. Kmita for a while did not wish to enter first, and they bowed to each other on the threshold. At last Pan Andrei took the step before the sword-bearer, and in a moment they were in the room. They found their 2 nobles, one, a man in the bloom of life, Pan Dovgard of Plemborg, a near neighbor of the Billeviches, the other, Pan Hudzinski, a tenant in Iragali. Kmita noticed that they had barely heard his name when their faces changed and they seemed to act like dogs at sight of a wolf. He looked at them first defiantly, and then feigned not to see them. A disagreeable silence succeeded. Pan Andrei grew impatient and gnawed his mustaches, the guests looked at him with a fixed frown, and the sword-bearer stroked his forelock. Will you drink a glass of poor noble's mead with us? Asked he at last, pointing to a decanter and a glass. I request you. I will drink with a gentleman, said Kmita, rather abruptly. Dovgard and Hudzinski began to puff, taking the answer as an expression of contempt for them. But they would not begin a quarrel at once in a friendly house, and that with a roisterer who had a terrible reputation throughout all Jmud. Still the insult nettled them. Meanwhile the sword-bearer clapped his hands for a servant, and ordered him to bring a 4th glass, then he filled it, raised his own to his lips, and said, Into your hands, I am glad to see you in my house. I should be sincerely glad were that true. A guest is a guest, said the sword-bearer, sententiously. After a while, conscious evidently of his duty as a host to keep up the conversation, he asked, What do you hear at Kyedani? How is the health of the hetman? Not strong, answered Kmita, and in these unquiet times it cannot be otherwise. The prince has a world of troubles and annoyances. I believe that, said Pan Hudzinski. Kmita looked at him for a while, then turned to the host and continued. The prince, being promised assistance by the Swedish king, expected to move against the enemy at Vilna without delay, and take vengeance for the ashes of that place, which have not yet grown cold. And it must be known also to you that now it is necessary to search for Vilna in Vilna, for it was burning 17 days. They say that nothing is visible among the ruins but the black holes of cellars from which smoke is still rising continually. Misfortune, said the sword-bearer. Of course a misfortune, which if it could not have been prevented should be avenged in similar ruins made of the enemy's capital. In fact, it was coming to this when disturbers, suspecting the best intentions of an honorable man, proclaimed him a traitor, and resisted him in arms instead of aiding him against the enemy. It is not to be wondered, therefore, that the health of the prince totters, since he, whom God predestined to great things, sees that the malice of man is ever preparing new obstacles through which the entire undertaking may come to naught. The best friends of the prince have deceived him, those on whom he counted most have left him, or gone to the enemy. So it is, said the sword-bearer, seriously. That is very painful, continued Kmita, and I myself have heard the prince say, I know that honorable men pass evil judgments on me. But why do they not come to Kyedani, why do they not tell me to my face what they have against me, and listen to my reasons? Whom has the prince in mind? Asked the sword-bearer. In the first rank you, my benefactor, for whom he has a genuine regard, and he suspects that you belong to the enemy. The sword-bearer began to smooth his forelock quickly. At last, seeing that the conversation was taking an undesirable turn, he clapped his hands. A servant appeared in the doorway. Sayest not that it is growing dark? Bring lights, cried Pan Tomasz. God sees, continued Kmita, that I had intended to lay before you proper assurances of my own devotion separately, but I have come here also at the order of the prince, who would have come in person to Billeviches if the time were more favoring. Our thresholds are too lowly, said the sword-bearer. Do not say that, since it is customary for neighbors to visit one another. But the prince has no time unoccupied, therefore he said to me, explain in my name to Pan Billevich that I am not able to visit him, but let him come to me with his niece, and that of course without delay. For tomorrow or the day following I know not where I shall be. So I have come with a request, and I trust that both of you are in good health, for when I drove in here I saw Panna Aleksandra in the door, but she vanished at once, like mist from the field. That is true, said the sword-bearer. I sent her myself to see who had come. I am waiting for your reply, my benefactor, said Kmita. At that moment the attendant brought in a light and placed it on the table. By the shining of the light it was seen that Billevich was greatly confused. This is no small honor for me, said he, but, I cannot go at once. Be pleased to excuse me to the hetman, you see that I have guests. Oh, surely that will not hinder, for these gentlemen will yield to the prince. We have our own tongues in our mouths, and can answer for ourselves, said Pan Hudzinski. Without waiting for others to make decisions concerning us, added Dovgard. You see, continued Kmita, pretending to take in good part the churlish words of the nobles, I knew that these were polite cavaliers. But to avoid slighting anyone, I invite them also in the name of the prince to come to Kyedani. Too much favor, said both, we have something else to do. Kmita looked on them with a peculiar expression, and then said coldly, as if speaking to some fourth person, when the prince invites, it is not permitted to refuse. At that they rose from their chairs. But is that constraint? Asked the sword-bearer. Pan Billevich, my benefactor, answered Kmita, quickly, those gentlemen will go whether they wish or not, for thus it has pleased me. But I desire not to use force with you, and I beg most sincerely that you will deign to gratify the prince. I am on service, and have an order to bring you. But as long as I do not lose hope of effecting something with entreaty, I shall not cease to entreat, and I swear to you that not a hair will fall from your head while there. The prince wishes to talk with you, and wishes you to live in Kyedani during these troubled times, when even peasants collect in crowds and plunder. This is the whole affair. You will be treated with fitting respect in Kyedani, as a guest and a friend, I give my word of honor for that. As a noble, I protest, said the sword-bearer, and the law protects me. And sabers, cried Hudzinski and Dovgard. Kmita laughed, frowned, and said, put away your sabers, gentlemen, or I shall give the order to place you both against the barn and put a bullet into the head of each one of you. At this they grew timid, and began to look at each other and at Kmita, but the sword-bearer cried. The most outrageous violence against the freedom of nobles, against privileges. There will be no violence if you comply of your own will, said Kmita, and the proof is in this that I left dragoons in the village, and came here alone to invite you as one neighbor another. Do not refuse, for the times are such that it is difficult to pay attention to refusals. The prince himself will excuse you therefore, and know that you will be received as a neighbor and a friend. Understand, too, that could you be received otherwise, would 100 times rather have a bullet in my head than come here for you. Not a hair will fall from any Billevich head while I am alive. Call to mind who I am, remember Heraclius Billevich, remember his will, and consider whether the prince would have selected me did he not intend to deal with you in sincerity. Why then does he use force, why have I to go under constraint? How am I to trust him, when all Lithuania talks of the oppression under which honorable citizens are groaning in Kyedani? Kmita drew breath, for, from his words and voice he knew that Billevich was beginning to weaken in his resistance. Worthy benefactor, said he, almost joyously, constraint among neighbors often rises from affection. And when you order servants to put the carriage wheel of a welcome guest in the storehouse, or his provision chest in the larder, is not that constraint? And when you force him to drink, even when wine is flowing out through his nostrils, is not that constraint? And be assured that even had I to bind you and take you bound to Kyedani among dragoons, that would be for your good. Just think, insurgent soldiers are wandering about and committing lawless deeds, peasants are mustering, Swedish troops are approaching, and do you think to save yourself from accident in the uproar? Or that some of these will not come today or tomorrow, plunder and burn your property, and attack your person? Is Billevich a fortress? Can you defend yourself here? What does the prince wish for you? Safety, for Kyedani is the only place where you are not in danger. A detachment of the prince's troops will guard your property here, as the eyes in their heads, from all disorder of soldiers, and if one fork is lost, then take my whole fortune. Billevich began to walk through the room. Can I trust your word? At that moment Panna Aleksandra entered the room. Kmita approached her quickly, but suddenly remembered the events of Kyedani, and her cold face fixed him to the floor. He bowed therefore from a distance, in silence. Pan Billevich stood before her. We have to go to Kyedani, said he. And for what reason, asked she. For the hetman invites. Very kindly, as a neighbor, added Kmita. Yes, very kindly, said Billevich, with a certain bitterness. But if we do not go of our own will, this cavalier has the order to surround us with dragoons and take us by force. God preserve us from that, said Kmita. Have not I told you, uncle, asked Panna Aleksandra, that we ought to flee as far as possible, for they would not leave us here undisturbed? Now my words have come true. What's to be done, what's to be done? There is no remedy against force, cried Billevich. True, answered the lady, but we ought not to go to that infamous house of our own will. Let murderers take us, bind us, and bear us. Not we alone shall suffer persecution, not us alone will the vengeance of traitors reach, but let them know that we prefer death to infamy. Here she turned with an expression of supreme contempt to Kmita, bind us, sir officer, or sir executioner, and take us with horses, for in another way we will not go. The blood rushed to Kmita's face. It seemed for a time that he would burst forth in terrible anger, but he restrained himself. Ah, gracious lady, said he, with a voice stifled from excitement, I have not favor in your eyes, since you wish to make me a murderer, a traitor, and a man of violence. May God judge who is right, whether I serving the hetman, or you insulting me as a dog. God gave you beauty, but a heart venomous and implacable. You are glad to suffer yourself, that you may inflict still greater pain on another. You exceed the measure, as I live, you exceed it, and nothing will come of that. The maiden speaks well, cried Billevich, to whom daring came suddenly, we will not go of our own will. Take us with dragoons. But Kmita paid no attention whatever to him, so much was he excited, and so deeply touched. You are in love with the sufferings of people, continued he to Olenka, and you proclaim me a traitor without judgment, without considering a reason, without permitting me to say a word in my own defense. Let it be so. But you will go to Kyedani, of your own will or against your will, it is all one. There my intentions will become evident. There you will know whether you have justly accused me of wrong, their conscience will tell you who of us was whose executioner. I want no other vengeance. God be with you, but I want that vengeance. And I want nothing more of you, for you have bent the bow to the breaking. There is a serpent under your beauty as under a flower. We will not go, repeated Billevich, still more resolutely. As true as life we will not. Shouted Hudzinski and Dovgard. Kmita turned to them, but he was very pale now, for rage was throttling him, and his teeth chattered as in a fever. Ei! Try now to resist. My horses are to be heard, my dragoons are coming. Will someone say again that he will not go? In fact the tramp of numerous horses was heard. All saw that there was no help, and Kmita said. Young lady, within the time that a man could repeat the Lord's Prayer twice you must be in the carriage, or your uncle will have a bullet in his head. And it was evident that the wild frenzy of anger was taking possession more and more of Pan Andrei, for suddenly he shouted till the panes rattled in the windows, to the road. That same instant the door of the front chamber opened quietly, and some strange voice inquired. To what place, cavalier? All became as stone from amazement, and every eye was turned to the door, in which stood some small man in armor, and with a naked saber in his hand. Kmita retreated a step, as if he had seen an apparition. Pan Volodyovski, cried he. At your service, answered the little man. And he advanced into the middle of the chamber, after him entered in a crowd Mirski, Zagloba, Pan Yen, Pan Stanislav, Stankiewicz, Oskierko and Ro Kowalski. Ha! Cried Zagloba. The Cossack caught a Tartar, and the Tartar holds him by the head. Billevich began to speak, whoever you are, gentlemen, save a citizen whom in spite of law, birth, and office they wish to arrest and confine. Save, brothers, the freedom of a noble, whoever you may be. Fear not, answered Volodyovski, the dragoons of this cavalier are already in fetters, and now he needs rescue himself more than you do. But a priest most of all, added Zagloba. Sir Knight, said Volodyovski, turning to Kmita, you have no luck with me, a second time I stand in your way. You did not expect me. I did not. I thought you were in the hands of the prince. I have just slipped out of those hands, this is the road to Podlyasy. But enough. The first time that you bore away this lady I challenged you to sabres, is it not true? True, answered Kmita, reaching involuntarily to his head. Now it is another affair. Then you were given to fighting, a thing usual with nobles, and not bringing the last infamy. Today you do not deserve that an honest man should challenge you. Why is that? Asked Kmita. And raising his proud head, he looked Volodyovski straight in the eyes. You are a traitor and a renegade, answered Volodyovski, for you have cut down, like an executioner, honest soldiers who stood by their country, for it is through your work that this unhappy land is groaning under a new yoke. Speaking briefly, prepare for death, for as God is in heaven your last hour has come. By what right do you judge and execute me? Inquired Kmita. Gracious sir, answered Zagloba, seriously, say your prayers instead of asking us about a right. But if you have anything to say in your defense, say it quickly, for you will not find a living soul to take your part. Once, as I have heard, this lady here present begged you from the hands of Pan Volodyovski. But after what you have done now, she will surely not take your part. Here the eyes of all turned involuntarily to Panna Aleksandra, whose face at that moment was as if cut from stone. And she stood motionless, with downcast lids, icy cold, but she did not advance a step or speak a word. The voice of Kmita broke the silence, I do not ask that lady for intercession. Panna Aleksandra was silent. This way, called Volodyovski, turning toward the door. Heavy steps were heard, followed by the gloomy rattle of spurs, and 6 soldiers, with Yuzva Butrym in front, entered the room. "Take him," commanded Volodyovski, "lead him outside the village and put a bullet in his head." The heavy hand of Butrym rested on the collar of Kmita, after that 2 other hands. "Do not let them drag me like a dog," said Kmita to Volodyovski. "I will go myself." Volodyovski nodded to the soldiers, who released him at once, but surrounded him, and he walked out calmly, not speaking to any man, only whispering his prayers. Panna Aleksandra went out also, through the opposite door, to the adjoining rooms. She passed the first and the second, stretching out her hand in the darkness before her. Suddenly her head whirled, the breath failed in her bosom, and she fell, as if dead, on the floor. Among those who were assembled in the first room a dull silence reigned for some time. At last Billevich broke it. "Is there no mercy for him?" asked he. "I am sorry for him," answered Zagloba, "for he went manfully to death." To which Mirski said, "He shot a number of officers out of my squadron, besides those whom he slew in attack." "And from mine too," added Stankiewicz. "And he cut up almost all of Nevierovsky's men." "He must have had orders from Radziwill," said Zagloba. "Gentlemen," said Billevich, "you bring the vengeance of Radziwill on my head. You must flee. We are going to Podlyasy, for there the squadrons have risen against traitors. Go with us. There is no other help. You can take refuge in Billeviches, where a relative of Pan Skshetuski is the king's hunter. There no one will find you. But my property will be lost. The Commonwealth will restore it to you." "Pan Michael," said Zagloba, suddenly, "I will gallop off and see if there are not some orders of the hetman on that unfortunate man. You remember what I found on Roh Kowalski. Mount a horse. There is time yet, later the papers will be bloody." I ordered them to take him beyond the village, so that the lady might not be alarmed at the rattle of muskets, for women are sensitive and given to fright. Zagloba went out, and after a while the tramp of the horse on which he rode away was heard. Volodyovski turned to the host. "What is the lady doing?" "Beyond doubt she is praying for that soul which must go before God." "May the Lord give him eternal rest," said Pan Yen. "Were it not for his willing service with Radziwill, I should be the first to speak in his favor, but if he did not wish to stand by his country, he might at least not have sold his soul to Radziwill." "That is true," added Volodyovski. "He is guilty and deserves what has come upon him," said Pan Stanislav, "but I would that Radziwill were in his place, or Opolinski, Opolinski." "Of how far he is guilty, you have best proof here," put in Oskierko. "This lady, who was his betrothed, did not find a word in his favor. I saw clearly that she was in torment, but she was silent, for how could she take the part of a traitor? She loved him once sincerely, I know that," said Billevich. "Permit me, gentlemen, to go and see what has befallen her, as this is a grievous trial for a woman." "Make ready for the road," cried the little knight, "for we shall merely give rest to the horses. We move farther. Kyedani is too near this place, and Radziwill must have returned already." "Very well," said the noble, and he left the room. After a while his piercing cry was heard. The knight sprang toward the sound, not knowing what had happened. The servants also ran in with the lights, and they saw Billevich raising Olenka, whom he had found lying senseless on the floor. Volodyovski sprang to help him, and together they placed her on the sofa. She gave no sign of life. They began to rub her. The old housekeeper ran in with cordials, and at last the young lady opened her eyes. "Nothing is the matter," said the old housekeeper, "go ye to that room, we will take care of her." Billevich conducted his guests. "Would that this had not happened," said the anxious host. "Could you not take that unfortunate with you, and put him out of the way somewhere on the road, and not on my place? How can I travel now, how flee, when the young woman is barely alive, on the brink of serious illness?" "The illness is all over now," answered Volodyovski. "We will put the lady in a carriage. You must both flee, for the vengeance of Radziwill spares no man." The lady may recover quickly, said Pan Yen. A comfortable carriage is ready, with horses attached, for Kmita brought it with him, said Volodyovski. Go and tell the lady how things are, and that it is impossible to delay flight. Let her collect her strength. We must go, for before tomorrow morning Radzivill's troops may be here. True, answered Billevich, I go. He went, and after a while returned with his niece, who had not only collected her strength, but was already dressed for the road. She had a high color on her face, and her eyes were gleaming feverishly. Let us go, repeated she, entering the room. Volodyovski went out on the porch for a moment to send men for the carriage, then he returned, and all began to make ready for the road. Before a quarter of an hour had passed, the roll of wheels was heard outside the windows, and the stamping of horses' hoofs on the pavement with which the space before the entrance was covered. Let us go, said Olenka. To the road, cried the officers. That moment the door was thrown open, and Zagloba burst into the room like a bomb. I have stopped the execution, cried he. Olenka from being ruddy became in one moment as white as chalk, she seemed ready to faint again. But no one paid attention to her, for all eyes were turned on Zagloba, who was panting like a whale, trying to catch breath. Have you stopped the execution? Inquired Volodyovski. Why was that? Why? Let me catch breath. This is why, without Kmita, without that honorable cavalier, we should all of us be hanging on trees at Kyedani. Uf. We wanted to kill our benefactor, gentlemen. Uf. How can that be? Cried all, at once. How can it be? Read this letter. In it is the answer. Here Zagloba gave a letter to Volodyovski. He began to read, stopping every moment and looking at his comrades. For it was in fact the letter in which Radzivill reproached Kmita bitterly because by his stubborn persistence he had freed the colonels and Zagloba from death at Kyedani. Well, what do you think? Repeated Zagloba, at each interval. The letter ended, as we know, with the commission for Kmita to bring Billevich and his niece to Kyedani. Pan Andrei had the letter with him, apparently to show it to the sword-bearer in case of necessity, and it had not come to that. Above all there remained no shadow of doubt that but for Kmita the two Skshetuskis, Volodyovski, and Zagloba would have been killed without mercy in Kyedani, immediately after the famous treaty with Pontus de Lagardy. Worthy gentlemen, said Zagloba, if you wish now to shoot him, as God is dear to me, I will leave your company and know you no longer. There is nothing more to be said here, replied Volodyovski. Ah! Said Skshetuski, seizing his head with both hands, what a happiness that father read that letter at once, instead of bringing it to us. They must have fed you with starlings from childhood, cried Mirski. Ha! What do you say to that? Asked Zagloba. Everyone else would have put a bullet in his head. But the moment they brought me the paper which they found on him, something touched me, because I have by nature a universal curiosity. 2 men were going ahead of me with lanterns, and they were already in the field. Said I to them, give me light here, let me know what is in this. I began to read. I tell you, gentlemen, there was darkness before me as if some man had thumped my bald head with his fist. In God's name, said I, why did you not show this letter? And he answered, because it did not suit me. Such a haughty fellow, even at the point of death. But didn't I seize him, embrace him? Benefactor, cried I, without you the crows would have eaten us already. I gave orders to bring him back and lead him here. And I almost drove the breath out of the horse to tell you what had happened as quickly as possible. Uf. That is a wonderful man, in whom it is clear as much good as evil resides, said Pan Stanislav. If such would not. But before he had finished, the door opened and the soldiers came in with Kmita. You are free, said Volodyovski, at once, and while we are alive none of us will attack you. What a desperate man you are, not to show us that letter immediately. We would not have disturbed you. Here he turned to the soldiers, withdraw, and every man to horse. The soldiers withdrew, and Pan Andrei remained alone in the middle of the room. He had a calm face, but it was gloomy, and he looked at the officers standing before him, not without pride. "You are free," repeated Volodyovski. "Go whithersoever you please, even to Radziwill, though it is painful to see a man of honorable blood aiding a traitor to his country." "Reflect well," answered Kmita, "for I say beforehand that I shall go nowhere else but to Radziwill." "Join us. Let the thunderbolt crush that tyrant of Kyedani," cried Zagloba. "You will be to us a friend and dear comrade, the country, your mother, will forgive your offenses against her." "It is no use," said Kmita, with energy. "God will decide who serves the country better, you who begin civil war on your own responsibility, or I, serving a lord who alone can save this ill-fated commonwealth. Go your own way, I will go mine. It is not time to convert you, and the attempt is vain, but I tell you from the depth of my soul that you are ruining the country, you who stand in the way of its salvation. I do not call you traitors, for I know that your intentions are honorable. But this is the position, the country is perishing, Radziwill stretches a hand to it, and you thrust swords into that hand, and in blindness make traitors of him and all those who stand by him. As God is true," said Zagloba, "if I had not seen how manfully you went to meet death, I should think that terror had disturbed your mind. To whom have you given oath, to Radziwill or Yen Casimir, to Sweden or the Commonwealth? You have lost your wits. I knew that it would be vain to attempt to convert you. Farewell." "But wait," said Zagloba, "for here is a question of importance. Tell me, did Radziwill promise that he would spare us when you interceded for us in Kyedani?" "He did," said Kmita. "You were to remain during the war in Burgi. Know now your Radziwill, who betrays not only the country, not only the king, but his own servants." When he had said this, Zagloba gave the hetman's letter to Kmita. He took it, and began to run over it with his eyes, and as he read, the blood came to his face, and a blush of shame for his own leader covered his forehead more and more. All at once he crushed the letter in his hand, and threw it on the floor. "Farewell," said he. "Better I had perished at your hands," and he went out of the room. "Gentlemen," said Pan Yen, after a moment's silence, "an affair with that man is difficult, for he believes in his Radziwill as a Turk in Mahomet. I thought myself, as you do, that he was serving him for profit or ambition, but that is not the case. He is not a bad man, only an erring one. If he has had faith in his Mahomet hitherto, I have undermined that faith infernally," said Zagloba. "Did you see how he threw down the letter as soon as he had read it? There will be no small work between them, for that cavalier is ready to spring at the eyes, not only of Radziwill, but the devil. As God is dear to me, if a man had given me a herd of Turkish horses I should not be so well pleased as I am at having saved him from death." "It is true he owes his life to you," said Billevich, "no one will deny that." "God be with him," said Volodyovski, "let us take counsel what to do." "But what?" "Mount and take the road, the horses have rested a little," answered Zagloba. "True, we should go as quickly as possible." "Are you going with us?" asked Mirski of the sword-bearer. "I cannot remain here in peace, I must go. But if you wish to take the road at once, gentlemen, I say sincerely that it is not convenient to tear away now with you. Since that man has left here alive, they will not burn me up immediately, neither will they kill anyone, and before such a journey it is necessary to provide one's self with this thing and that. God knows when I shall return. It is necessary to make one arrangement and another, to secrete the most valuable articles, send my cattle to the neighbors, pack trunks. I have also a little ready money which I would take with me. I shall be ready tomorrow at daybreak. But to go now, in seize-grab fashion, I cannot. On our part we cannot wait, for the sword is hanging over our heads," said Volodyovski. "And where do you wish to take refuge?" "In the wilderness, as you advised. At least, I shall leave the maiden there, for I am not yet old, and my poor saber may be of use to the country and the king. Farewell." God grant us to meet in better times. God reward you, gentlemen, for coming to rescue me. Doubtless we shall see one another in the field. Good health. Happy journey. They began to take farewell of one another, and then each came to bow down before Panna Billevich. You will see my wife and little boys in the wilderness, embrace them for me, and bloom in good health, said Pan Yen. Remember at times the soldier, who, though he had no success in your eyes, is always glad to bend the skies for you. After them others approached, and last Zagloba. Receive, charming flower, farewell from an old man too. Embrace Pani Skshetuski and my little stumps. They are boys in 100. Instead of an answer, Olenka seized his hand, and pressed it in silence to her lips. Chapter 22. That night, at the latest 2 hours after the departure of Volodyovski's detachment, Radziwill himself came to Billeviche at the head of his cavalry. He came to the assistance of Kmita, fearing lest he might fall into the hands of Volodyovski. When he learned what had happened he took the sword-bearer Nolenka and returned to Kyedani, without even giving rest to the horses. The hetman was enraged beyond measure when he heard the story from the mouth of the sword-bearer, who told everything in detail, wishing to turn from himself the attention of the terrible magnate. He dared not protest, for the same reason, against the journey to Kyedani, and was glad in his soul that the storm ended thus. Radziwill, on his part, though suspecting Billevich of practices, conspiracy, had in fact too many cares to remember the matter at that moment. The escape of Volodyovski might change affairs in Podlyasye. Henryk and Jakub Kmita, who were there at the head of squadrons confederated against the hetman, were good soldiers, but not important, hence the whole confederacy had no weight. But now with Volodyovski had fled such men as Mirski, Sienkiewicz, and Oskierko, without counting the little knight himself, all excellent officers, enjoying universal respect. But in Podlyasye was Prince Boguslav also, who with the castle squadrons was opposing the Confederates, waiting meanwhile for aid from his uncle the Elector, but the Elector delayed, evidently waiting for events. And the confederated forces were gaining strength, and adherents came to them every day. For some time the hetman had been wishing to march to Podlyasye himself, and crush the insurgents with one blow, but he was restrained by the thought that let him set foot over the boundary of Jmud the whole country would rise. And the importance of the Radzivills be reduced in the eyes of the Swedes to zero. The prince was meditating whether it were not better to abandon Podlyasye altogether for the time, and bring Prince Boguslav to Jmud. That was necessary and urgent. On the other hand threatening news came touching the deeds of the voevoda of Vitebsk. The hetman had tried to negotiate and bring him over to his plans, but Sapieha sent back the letters unanswered. And besides, as report said, the voevoda was selling his effects at auction, disposing of what he could, melting silver into coin, selling his cattle for ready money, pawning tapestry and valuables to the Jews, renting his lands and collecting troops. The hetman, greedy by nature and incapable of making sacrifices of money, refused to believe, at first, that any man would cast his whole fortune without hesitation on the altar of the country. But time convinced him that this was really the case, for Sapieha's military power increased daily. Fugitives, settled nobles, patriots gathered around him, enemies of the hetman, and still worse, his blood relatives, such as Prince Michael Radziwill, of whom news came that he had ordered all the income of his estate still unoccupied by the enemy to be given to the voevoda of Vitebsk. In this way then did the edifice, built by the pride of Janusz Radziwill, crack from its foundations and totter. The whole Commonwealth was to find a place in that edifice, but now it appeared in advance that it could not contain even Jmud. The condition was becoming more and more like a vicious circle, for Radziwill might summon against the voevoda of Vitebsk Swedish forces which were occupying the country by degrees, but that would be to acknowledge his own weakness. Besides, the relations of the hetman with the generalissimo of the Swedes were strained since the affair at Klavany, thanks to the plan of Zagloba, and in spite of all explanations, irritation and distrust reigned between them. The hetman, when setting out to aid Kmita, had hoped that perhaps he might yet seize Volodyovski and destroy him. Therefore, when his reckoning was at fault, he returned to Kyedani angry and frowning. It astonished him too that he did not meet Kmita on the road to Billevich. This happened because Pan Andrei, whose dragoons Volodyovski did not fail to take with him, returned alone, and therefore chose the shortest road through the forest, avoiding Plemborg and Iragali. After a night spent entirely on horseback, the hetman came back to Kyedani on the following day at noon with his troops, and his first question was about Kmita. He was informed that Pan Andrei had returned, but without soldiers. Of that last circumstance the prince knew already, but he was curious to hear from the lips of Kmita himself the story, therefore he gave command to call him at once. "There was no success for you, as there was none for me," said he, when Kmita stood before him. "The sword-bearer told me that you fell into the hands of that little devil." "That is true," answered Kmita. "And my letter saved you." "Of what letter are you speaking, your highness?" For when they had read themselves the one found on me, they read to me in return another letter, written to the commandant of Burgi. The gloomy face of Radziwill was covered as it were with a bloody skin. "Then do you know?" "I know," answered Kmita, emphatically. "Your highness, how could you act so with me? For a common noble it is a shame to break his word, but what is it for a prince and a leader?" "Silence," cried Radziwill. "I will not be silent, for before the eyes of those men I had to take your place. They were urging me to join them. But I would not, and said, I serve Radziwill, for with him is justice, with him virtue. Then they showed me that letter, see what a man your Radziwill is. I had to shut my mouth and gulp shame." The hetman's lips began to quiver from fury. A wild desire seized him to wring that insolent head from its shoulders, and he was already raising his hands to clap for the servants. Rage closed his eyes, stopped the breath in his breast. And surely Kmita would have paid dearly for his outburst were it not for the sudden attack of asthma which at that moment seized the prince. His face grew black, he sprang up from the chair and began to beat the air with his hands, his eyes were coming out of his head, and from his throat rose a hoarse bellow, in which Kmita barely heard the word, choking. At the alarm the servants and the castle physicians ran in. They tried to restore the prince, who had lost consciousness. They roused him in about an hour, and when he showed signs of life Kmita left the room. In the corridor he met Kharlamp, who had recovered from the wounds and bruises received in the battle with Oskierko's insurgent Hungarians. "What news?" asked Great Mustache. "He has come to himself," answered Kmita. "Hum. But any day he may not come. Bad for us, Colonel, for when the prince dies they will grind out his deeds on us. My whole hope is in Volodyovski. I trust that he will shield his old comrades. Therefore I tell you," here Kharlamp lowered his voice, "that I am glad he escaped." "Was he cornered so closely, then?" "What, cornered? From that willow grove in which we surrounded him wolves could not have sprung out, and he sprang out. May the bullet strike him. Who knows that we shall not have to grasp hold of his skirts, for there is something bad about us here. The nobles are turning away terribly from our prince, and all say that they would rather have a real enemy, a Swede, even a Tartar, than a renegade. That is the position. And, besides, the prince gives more and more orders to seize and imprison citizens, which, speaking between us, is against law and liberty. Today they brought in the sword-bearer of Rossyeni. Have they indeed? Yes, with his niece. The lady is a beauty. You are to be congratulated. Where are they lodged? In the right wing. 5 rooms are assigned them, they cannot complain, unless of this, that a guard walks before their doors. And when will the wedding be, Colonel? The music is not yet engaged for it. Farewell, added Kmita. Pan Andrei went from Kharlamp to his own room. A sleepless night with its stormy events, and his last meeting with the prince had wearied him to such a degree that he was barely able to stand. And as every touch causes pain to a wearied, bruised body, so had he a soul full of anguish. Kharlamp's simple question, when will the wedding be, pierced him sorely, for before his eyes at once appeared, as if alive, the icy face of Olenka, and her fixed lips when their silence confirmed the death sentence against him. Even a word from her would have saved him. Volodyovsky would have respected it. All the sorrow and pain which Kmita felt at that moment consisted in this, that she did not say that word. Still she had not hesitated to save him twice before. Such now was the precipice between them, so utterly quenched in her heart was not merely love, but simple kind feeling, which it was possible to have even for a stranger, simple pity, which it is incumbent to have for everyone. The more Kmita thought over this, the more cruel did Olenka seem to him, the greater his complaint against her, and the deeper his wrong. "What have I done of such character," asked he of himself, "that I am scorned, like one cursed by the church? Even if it were evil to serve Radziwill, still I feel innocent, since I can answer on my conscience, that not for promotion, not for gain, nor for bread do I serve him, but because I see profit to the country from my service. Why am I condemned without trial? Well, well. Let it be so. I will not go to clear myself of uncommitted offences, nor to beg love," repeated he for the 1000th time. Still the pain did not cease, it increased. On returning to his quarters Pan Andrei cast himself on the bed and tried to sleep, but he could not, despite all his weariness. After a while he rose and began to walk through the room. From time to time he raised his hands to his forehead and said aloud to himself, "Oh, the heart of that woman is hard." And again, "I did not expect that of you, young lady, may God reward you." In these meditations an hour passed, and a second. At last he tired himself out and began to doze, sitting on the bed, but before he fell asleep an attendant of Radziwill, Pan Skillens, roused him and summoned him to the prince. Radziwill felt better already, and breathed more freely, but on his leaden face could be seen a great weakening. He sat in a deep armchair, covered with leather, having before him a physician whom he sent out immediately after Kmita entered. "I had one foot in the other world and through you," said he to Pan Andrei. "Your Highness, it was not my fault, I said what I thought. Let no further mention be made of this. But do not add to the weight of the burden which I bear. And know this, that what I have forgiven you I would not forgive another." Kmita was silent. "If I gave order," added the prince, after a while, "to execute in Burgi these men whom at your request I pardoned in Kyedani, it was not because I wanted to deceive you, but to spare you pain. I yielded apparently, because I have a weakness for you. But their death was imperative. Am I an executioner, or do you think that I spill blood merely to feast my eyes on red? But when older you will know that if a man would achieve anything in this world, he is not free to sacrifice great causes to smaller. It was imperative that these men should die here in Kyedani, for see what has happened through your prayers. Resistance is increased in the country, civil war begun, friendship with the Swedes is strained, an evil example given to others. From which mutiny is spreading like a plague. More than this, I had to go on a later expedition in my own person, and be filled with confusion in the presence of the whole army. You came near death at their hands, and now they will go to Podlyasy and become chiefs of an uprising. Behold and learn. If they had perished in Kyedani, nothing of all this would have happened, but when imploring for them you were thinking only of your own feelings. I sent them to die at Burgi, for I am experienced, I see farther. For I know from practice that whoso in running stumbles, even against a small stone, will easily fall, and whoso falls may not rise again, and the faster he was running the less likely is he to rise. God save us, what harm these people have done. They are not so important as to undo the whole work of your Highness. Had they done no more than rouse distrust between me and Pontus, the harm would be incalculable. It has been explained that they, not my men, attacked the Swedes. But the letter with threats which Pontus wrote to me remains, and I do not forgive him that letter. Pontus is brother-in-law of the king, but it is doubtful whether he could become mine, and whether the Radziwill thresholds are not too high for him. Let your Highness treat with the king himself, and not with his servant. So I intend to do. And if vexation does not kill me I will teach that little Swede modesty, if troubles do not kill me, and would that that were all, for no one here spares me thorns or pain. It is grievous to me, grievous. Who would believe that I am the man who was at Loyovo, Jakitsa, Moser, Turov, Kiev, Beresteko? The whole Commonwealth gazed at me in Vishnevetsky, as at two sons. Everything trembled before Melnitsky, but he trembled before me. And the very men whom in time of universal disaster I led from victory to victory, forsake me today and raise their hands against me as against a parricide. But all are not thus, for there are some who believe in your highness yet, said Kmita, abruptly. They believe till they stop, added Radziwill, with bitterness. Great is the love of the nobles. God grant that I be not poisoned by it. Stab after stab does each one of you give me, though it occurs not to any that. Consider intentions, not words, your highness. I give thanks for the counsel. Henceforth I will consider carefully what face each common man shows me, and endeavor with care to please all. Those are bitter words, your highness. But is life sweet? God created me for great things, and look at me. I must wear out my powers in district struggles, which village might wage against village. I wanted to measure myself with mighty monarchs, and I have fallen so low that I must hunt some Volodyovsky through my own estates. Instead of astonishing the world with my power, I astonish it with my weakness. Instead of paying for the ashes of Vilna with the ashes of Moscow, I have to thank you for digging trenches around Kyedani. Oh, it is narrow for me, and I am choking, not alone because the asthma is throttling me, helplessness is killing me, inactivity is killing me. It is narrow for me and heavy for me. Do you understand? I thought myself that affairs would go differently, answered Kmita, gloomily. Radziwill began to breathe with effort. Before another crown can come to me they have crowned me with thorns. I commanded the minister, Utters, to look at the stars. He made a figure and said that the conjunctions were evil, but that they would pass. Meanwhile I am suffering torments. In the night there is something which will not let me sleep. Something walks in the room, faces of some kind stare at me in the bed, and at times a sudden cold comes. This means that death is walking around me. I am suffering. I must be prepared for more treason and apostasy, for I know that there are men still who waver. There are no longer such, answered Kmita, for whoso was to go has gone. Do not deceive yourself. You see that the remnant of the Polish people are beginning to take thought. Kmita remembered what he had heard from Kharlamp and was silent. Never mind, continued Radziwill, it is oppressive and terrible, but it is necessary to endure. Tell no one of what you have heard from me. It is well that this attack came today, for it will not be repeated, and especially today I need strength, for I wish to have a feast, and show a glad face to strengthen the courage of people. And do you brighten your face and tell nothing to any man, for what I say to you is for this purpose only, that you at least refrain from tormenting me. Anger carried me away today. Be careful that this happen not again, for it is a question of your head. But I have forgiven you. Of those trenches with which you surrounded Kyedani, Peterson himself would not be ashamed. Go now and send me Myeleshko. They have brought in deserters from his squadron, common soldiers. I shall order them hanged to a man. We need to give an example. Farewell. It must be joyful today in Kyedani. Chapter 23. The sword-bearer of Rossyeni had a difficult struggle with Panna Aleksandra before she consented to go to that feast which the hetman had prepared for his people. He had to implore almost with tears the stubborn, bold girl, and swear that it was a question of his head. That all, not only the military, but citizens dwelling in the region of Kyedani, as far as Radzivill's hand reached, were obliged to appear under terror of the prince's wrath. How then could they oppose who were subject to the favor and disfavor of the terrible man? Olenka, not to endanger her uncle, gave way. The company was really not small, for he had forced many of the surrounding nobles to come with their wives and daughters. But the military were in the majority, and especially officers of the foreign regiments, who remained nearly all with the prince. Before he showed himself to the guests he prepared an affable countenance, as if no care had weighed on him previously. He wished with that banquet to rouse courage, not only in his adherents and the military, but to show that most of the citizens were on his side, and only turbulent people opposed the union with Sweden. He did not spare therefore trouble or outlay to make the banquet lordly, that the echo of it might spread as widely as possible through the land. Barely had darkness covered the country when hundreds of barrels were set on fire along the road leading to the castle and in the courtyard. From time to time cannons were thundering, and soldiers were ordered to give forth joyous shouts. Carriages and covered wagons followed one another on the road, bringing personages of the neighborhood and the cheaper, smaller, nobility. The courtyard was filled with equipages, horses, and servants, who had either come with guests or belonged to the town. Crowds dressed in velvet, brocade, and costly furs filled the so-called Golden Hall. And when the prince appeared at last, all glittering from precious stones, and with a welcoming smile on his face, usually gloomy, and besides wrinkled at that time by sickness, the first officers shouted in one voice, "Long live the Prince Hetman! Long live the Voivoda of Vilna!" Radziwill cast his eyes suddenly on the assembled citizens, wishing to convince himself whether they repeated the cries of the soldiers. In fact, a few tens of voices from the most timid breasts repeated the cry. The prince on his part began at once to bow, and to thank them for the sincere and unanimous love. "With you, gracious gentlemen," said he, "we will manage those who would destroy the country. God reward you! God reward you!" And he went around through the hall, stopped before acquaintances, not sparing titles in his speech, "Lord brother," "dear neighbor," and more than one gloomy face grew bright under the warm rays of the magnate's favor. "But it is not possible," said those who till recently looked on his deeds with dislike, "that such a lord, such a lofty senator should wish ill to his country. Either he could not act differently from what he has acted, or there is some secret in this, which will come out for the good of the Commonwealth. In fact, we have more rest already from one enemy who does not wish to light about us with the Swedes. God grant that all turn out for the best." Some, however, shook their heads, or said with a look to one another, "We are here because they put the knife to our throats." But these were silent. Meanwhile others, more easily brought over, said in loud voices, to be heard by the prince, "It is better to change the king than ruin the Commonwealth. Let the kingdom think of itself, but we will think of ourselves. Besides, who has given us an example, if not Great Poland? Extrema necessitas, extremis niditer rationibus. Tentanda omnia. Let us put all confidence in our prince, and trust him in everything. Let him have Lithuania and the government in his hands. He deserves both. If he will not save us, we perish, in him is salvation. He is nearer to us than Yen Casimir, for he is our blood." Radziwill caught with an eager ear those voices, dictated by fear or flattery, and did not consider that they came from the mouths of weak persons. Who in danger would be the first to desert him? From the mouths of persons whom every breath of wind might bend as a wave. And he was charmed with those expressions, and tempted himself, or his own conscience, repeating from the maxims he had heard that which seemed to excuse him the most, extrema necessitas, extremis niditer rationibus. But when passing a large group of nobles he heard from the lips of Pan Yujits, "He is nearer to us than Yen Casimir," his face grew bright altogether. To compare him with the king, and then to prefer him, flattered his pride. He approached Pan Yujits at once and said, "You are right, brothers, for in Yen Casimir, in one pot of blood there is a quart of Lithuanian, but in me there is nothing but Lithuanian. If hitherto the quart has commanded the potful, it depends on you, brothers, to change that condition." "We are ready to drink a potful to your health," answered Pan Yujits. "You have struck my mind. Rejoice, brothers. I would gladly invite hither all Lithuania." "It would have to be trimmed still better," said Pan Shaniecki of Dalnovo, a bold man, and cutting with the tongue as with the sword. "What do you mean by that?" asked the prince, fixing his eyes on him. "That the heart of your highness is wider than Kyedani. Radziwill gave a forced laugh and went farther. At this moment the marshal of the castle approached him with the announcement that the banquet was ready. Crowds began to flow, like a river, after the prince to the same hall in which not long before the union with Sweden was declared. The marshal seated the guests according to dignity, calling each one by name and rank. But it was evident that the orders of the prince had been issued in advance on this point, for Kmita's place was between Billevich and Panna Aleksandra. The hearts jumped in both when they heard their names called in succession, and both hesitated at the first moment, but it occurred to them that to refuse would be to draw on themselves the eyes of all present, therefore they sat side by side. They were angry and ill at ease. Pan Andrei determined to be as indifferent as if a stranger were sitting next him. But soon he understood that he could not be so indifferent, and that his neighbor was not such a stranger that they could begin an ordinary conversation. But both saw that in that throng of persons of the most varied feelings, interests, and passions, he thinks only of her and she of him. For this very reason it was awkward for them. They would not and could not tell sincerely, clearly, and openly, what lay on their hearts. They had the past, but no future. Recent feelings, confidence, even acquaintance, were all broken. There was nothing between them save the feeling of disappointment and offense. If this link should burst, they would be freer, but time only could bring forgetfulness, it was too soon for that. For Kmita it was so disagreeable that he almost suffered torments, still he would not have yielded, for anything in the world, the place which the marshal had given him. He caught with his ear the rustle of her dress. He watched every movement of hers, he watched while feigning not to watch, he felt the warmth beating from her, and all this caused him a certain painful delight. At the same moment he discovered that she too was equally on the alert, though she was as if not paying attention. An unconquerable desire of looking at her drew him on. Therefore he glanced sidewise, until he saw her clear forehead, her eyes covered with dark lashes, and her fair face, not touched by paint, as were those of other ladies. For him there had always been something attractive in that face, so that the heart in the poor knight was shivering from sorrow and pain. To think that such animosity could find a place with such beauty, thought he. But the offense was too deep. Hence he added soon in his soul, I have nothing to do with you, let some other man take you. And he felt suddenly that if that other were merely to try to make use of the permission, he would cut him into pieces as small as chopped straw. At the very thought terrible anger seized him, but he calmed himself when he remembered that he was still alone, that no other was sitting near her, and that no one, at least at that moment, was trying to win her. I will look at her once more and turn to the other side, thought he. And again he cast a sidelong glance. But just at that moment she did the same, and both dropped their eyes with all quickness, terribly confused, as if they had been caught in a crime. Panna Aleksandra too was struggling with herself. From all that had happened, from the action of Kmita at Billeviches, from the words of Zagloba and Pan Yen, she learned that Kmita erred, but that he was not so guilty and did not deserve such contempt, such unreserved condemnation, as she had thought previously. Besides, he had saved those worthy men from death, and there was so much in him of a certain grand pride that when he had fallen into their hands, having a letter on his person sufficient to vindicate him, or at least to save him from execution. He did not show that letter, he said not a word, but went to death with head erect. Olenka, reared by an old soldier who placed contempt for death above all virtues, worshipped courage with her whole heart. Therefore she could not resist an involuntary admiration for that stern knightly daring which could be driven from the body only with the soul. She understood also that if Kmita served Radziwill he did so in perfect good faith. What a wrong therefore to condemn him for intentional treason. And still she had put that wrong on him, she had spared him neither injustice nor contempt, she would not forgive him even in the face of death. Right the wrong, said her heart. All is finished between you, but it is thy duty to confess that thou hast judged him unjustly. In this is thy duty to thyself also. But there was in this lady no little pride, and perhaps something of stubbornness. Therefore it came at once to her mind that that cavalier was not worth such satisfaction, and a flush came to her face. If he is not worth it, let him go without it, said her mind. But conscience said further that whether the injured one is worth satisfaction or not, it is needful to give it. But on the other side her pride brought forth continually new arguments. If, which might be, he was unwilling to listen, she would have to swallow her shame for nothing. And secondly, guilty or not guilty, whether he acts purposely or through blindness, it is enough that he holds with traitors and enemies of the country, and helps them to ruin it. It is the same to the country whether he lacks reason or honesty. God may forgive him, men must and ought to condemn, and the name of traitor will remain with him. That is true. If he is not guilty, is she not right in despising a man who has not the wit to distinguish wrong from right, crime from virtue? Here anger began to carry the lady away, and her cheeks flushed. I will be silent, said she to herself. Let him suffer what he has deserved. Until I see penitence I have the right to condemn him. Then she turned her glance to Kmita, as if wishing to be convinced whether penitence was yet to be seen in his face. Just then it was that the meeting of their eyes took place, at which both were so shame-stricken. Olenka, it may be, did not see penitence in the face of the cavalier, but she saw pain and suffering, she saw that face pale as after sickness. Therefore deep pity seized her, tears came perforce to her eyes, and she bent still more over the table to avoid betraying emotion. Meanwhile the banquet was becoming animated. At first all were evidently under a disagreeable impression, but with the cups came fancy. The bustle increased. At last the prince rose. Gracious gentlemen, I ask leave to speak. The prince wishes to speak. The prince wishes to speak. Was called from every side. I raise the first toast to the most serene King of Sweden, who gives us aid against our enemies, and ruling meanwhile this country, will not leave it till he brings peace. Arise, gentlemen, for that health is drunk standing. The guests rose, except ladies, and filled their glasses, but without shouts, without enthusiasm. Pan Shaniecki of Dalnovo muttered something to his neighbors, and they bit their mustaches to avoid laughter. It was evident that he was jeering at the King of Sweden. It was only when the prince raised the other toast to his beloved guests, kind to Kyedani, who had come even from distant places to testify their confidence in the intentions of the host, that they answered him with a loud shout. We thank you from our hearts. The health of the prince. Our Hector of Lithuania. May he live. Long life to the Prince Hetman, our voevoda. Now Pan Yujits, a little drunk already, cried with all the strength of his lungs, long life to Yanushai, Grand Prince of Lithuania. Radziwill blushed like a young lady at her betrothal, but remarking that those assembled were stubbornly silent and looking at him with astonishment, he said. That is in your power, but your wishes are premature, Pan Yujits, premature. Long live Yanushai, Grand Prince of Lithuania, repeated Pan Yujits, with the stubbornness of a drunken man. Pan Shaniecki rose in his turn and raised his glass. True, said he, coolly, Grand Prince of Lithuania, King of Poland, and Emperor of Germany. Again an interval of silence. Suddenly the company burst out into laughter. All were staring, their mustaches were dancing on their reddened faces, and laughter shook their bodies, echoed from the arches of the hall, and lasted long. And as suddenly as it rose so suddenly did it die on the lips of all at sight of the hetman's face, which was changing like a rainbow. Radziwill restrained the terrible anger which had seized his breast and said, Low jests, Pan Shaniecki. The noble pouted, and not at all disconcerted answered, that also is an elective throne, and we cannot wish your highness too much. If as a noble your highness may become king of Poland, as a prince of the Gorman Empire you might be raised to the dignity of emperor. It is as far or near for you to the one as to the other, and who does not wish this to you, let him rise. I will meet him with the saber. Here he turned to the company, rise, whoso does not wish the crown of the German Empire to the voevoda of Vilna. Of course no one rose. They did not laugh either, for in the voice of Pan Shaniecki there was so much insolent malice that an involuntary disquiet came upon all as to what would happen. Nothing happened, save that relish for the banquet was spoiled. In vain did the servants of the castle fill the glasses every moment. Wine could not scatter gloomy thoughts in the minds of the banqueteers, nor the disquiet increasing every moment. Radziwill concealed his anger with difficulty, for he felt that, thanks to the toasts of Pan Szaniecki, he was belittled in the eyes of the assembled nobles, and that, intentionally or not, that man had forced the conviction on those present that the voevoda of Vilna was no nearer the throne of Grand Prince than the crown of Germany. Everything was turned into jests, into ridicule, while the banquet was given mainly to accustom men's minds to the coming rule of the Radzivills. What is more, Radziwill was concerned lest this ridicule of his hopes should make a bad impression on the officers, admitted to the secret of his plans. In fact, deep dissatisfaction was depicted on their faces. Gonhoff filled glass after glass, and avoided the glance of the prince. Kmita, however, did not drink, but looked at the table before him with frowning brow, as if he were thinking of something, or lighting an internal battle. Radziwill trembled at the thought that a light might flash into that mind any moment, and bring forth truth from the shadows, and then that officer, who furnished the single link binding the remnants of the Polish squadrons with the cause of Radziwill, would break the link, even if he had at the same time to drag the heart out of his own breast. Kmita had annoyed Radziwill already overmuch, and without the marvelous significance given him by events, he would long since have fallen a victim to his own impetuosity and the wrath of the hetman. But the prince was mistaken in suspecting him of a hostile turn of thought, for Pan Andrei was occupied wholly with Olenka and that deep dissension which separated them. At times it seemed to him that he loved that woman sitting at his side beyond the whole world, then again he felt such hatred that he would give death to her if he could but give it to himself as well. Life had become so involved that for his simple nature it was too difficult, and he felt what a wild beast feels when entangled in a net from which it cannot escape. The unquiet and gloomy humor of the whole banquet irritated him in the highest degree. It was simply unendurable. The banquet became more gloomy every moment. It seemed to those present that they were feasting under a leaden roof resting on their heads. At that time a new guest entered the hall. The prince, seeing him, exclaimed, "That is Pan Szaniecki from cousin Boguslav. Surely with letters." The newly arrived bowed profoundly. "True, most serene prince, I come straight from Podlyasye. But give me the letters, and sit at the table yourself. The worthy guests will pardon me if I do not defer the reading, though we are sitting at a banquet, for there may be news which I shall need to impart to you. Sir Marshal, pray think of the welcome envoy there." Speaking thus, he took from the hands of Pan Szaniecki a package of letters, and broke the seal of the first in haste. All present fixed curious eyes on his face, and tried to divine the substance of the letter. The first letter did not seem to announce anything favorable, for the face of the prince was filled with blood, and his eyes gleamed with wild anger. "Brothers," said the hetman, "Prince Boguslav reports to me that those men who have chosen to form a confederation rather than march against the enemy at Vilna, are ravaging at this moment my villages in Podlyasye. It is easier of course to wage war with peasant women in villages. Worthy knights, there is no denying that. Never mind. Their reward will not miss them." Then he took the second letter, but had barely cast his eyes on it when his face brightened with a smile of triumph and delight. "The province of Sieradz has yielded to the Swedes," cried he, "and following Great Poland, has accepted the protection of Karl Gustav." And after a while another. "This is the latest dispatch. Good for us, worthy gentlemen, Yen Casimir is beaten at Vidava and Jarnov. The army is leaving him. He is retreating on Krakow, the Swedes are pursuing. My cousin writes that Krakow too must fall. Let us rejoice, gracious gentlemen," said Szaniecki, with a strange voice. "Yes, let us rejoice," repeated the hetman, without noticing the tone in which Szaniecki had spoken. And delight issued from the whole person of the prince, his face became in one moment as it were younger, his eyes gained luster. With hands trembling from happiness, he broke the seal of the last letter, looked, became all radiant as the sun, and cried. Warsaw is taken. Long life to Karl Gustav. Here he first noticed that the impression which these tidings produced on those present was entirely different from that which he felt himself. For all sat in silence, looking forward with uncertain glance. Some frowned. Others covered their faces with their hands. Even courtiers of the hetman, even men of weak spirit, did not dare to imitate the joy of the prince at the tidings that Warsaw was taken, that Krakow must fall, and that the provinces, one after the other, would leave their legal king and yield to the enemy. Besides, there was something monstrous in the satisfaction with which the supreme leader of half the armies of the Commonwealth, and one of its most exalted senators, announced its defeats. The prince saw that it was necessary to soften the impression. Gentlemen, said he, I should be the first to weep with you, if harm were coming to the Commonwealth, but here the Commonwealth suffers no harm, it merely changes kings. Instead of the ill-fated Jan Casimir we shall have a great and fortunate warrior. I see all wars now finished, and enemies vanquished. Your Highness is right, answered Shaniecki. Cup for cup, the same thing that Radzievsky and Opolinski held forth at Yussi. Let us rejoice, gracious gentlemen. Death to Jan Casimir. When he had said this, Shaniecki pushed back his chair with a rattle, and walked out of the hall. The best of wines that are in the cellar, cried the prince. The marshal hastened to carry out the order. In the hall it was as noisy as in a hive. When the first impression had passed, the nobles began to talk of the news and discuss. They asked Pan Suhaniec for details from Podliasy, and adjoining Mazovia, which the Swedes had already occupied. After a while pitchy kegs were rolled into the hall and opened. Spirits began to grow brighter and improve by degrees. More and more frequently voices were heard to repeat, all is over. Perhaps it is for the best. We must bend to fortune. The prince will not let us be wronged. It is better for us than for others. Long life to Janusz Radziwill, our voevoda, hetman, and prince. Grand Prince of Lithuania, cried again Pan Yujits. But at this time neither silence nor laughter answered him. But a number of tens of hoarse throats roared at once. That is our wish, from heart and soul our wish. Long life to him. May he rule. The magnate rose with a face as red as purple. I thank you, brothers, said he, seriously. In the hall it had become as suffocating and hot, from lights and the breath of people, as in a bath. Panna Aleksandra bent past Kmita to her uncle. I am weak, said she, let us leave here. In truth her face was pale, and on her forehead glittered drops of perspiration, but the sword-bearer of Rossyeni cast an unquiet glance at the hetman, fearing lest it be taken ill of him to leave the table. In the field he was a gallant soldier, but he feared Radziwill with his whole soul. At that moment, to complete the evil, the hetman said. He is my enemy who will not drink all my toasts to the bottom, for I am joyful today. You have heard? Asked Billevich. Uncle, I cannot stay longer, I am faint, said Olenka, with a beseeching voice. Then go alone, answered Pan Tomasz. The lady rose, wishing to slip away unobserved. But her strength failed, and she caught the side of the chair in her weakness. Suddenly a strong knightly arm embraced her, and supported the almost fainting maiden. I will conduct you, said Pan Andrei. And without asking for permission he caught her form as if with an iron hoop. She leaned on him more and more, before they reached the door, she was hanging powerless on his arm. Then he raised her as lightly as he would a child, and bore her out of the hall. Chapter 24. That evening after the banquet, Pan Andrei wished absolutely to see the prince, but he was told that the prince was occupied in a secret interview with Pan Suhaniec. He went therefore early next morning, and was admitted at once. Your Highness, said he, I have come with a prayer. What do you wish me to do for you? I am not able to live here longer. Each day increases my torment. There is nothing for me here in Kyedani. Let your Highness find some office for me, send me whithersoever it please you. I have heard that regiments are to move against Zolotarenko, I will go with them. Zolotarenko would be glad to have an uproar with us, but he cannot get at us in any way, for Swedish protection is here already, and we cannot go against him without the Swedes. Count Magnus advances with terrible dilatoriness because he does not trust me. But is it so ill for you here in Kyedani at our side? Your Highness is gracious to me, and still my suffering is so keen that I cannot describe it. To tell the truth, I thought everything would take another course. I thought that we should fight, that we should live in fire and smoke, day and night in the saddle. God created me for that. But to sit here, listen to quarrels and disputes, rot in inactivity, or hunt down my own people instead of the enemy, I cannot endure it, simply I am unable. I prefer death 100 times. As God is dear to me, this is pure torture. I know whence that despair comes. From love, nothing more. When older, you will learn to laugh at these torments. I saw yesterday that you and that maiden were more and more angry with each other. I am nothing to her, nor she to me. What has been is ended. But what, did she fall ill yesterday? She did. The prince was silent for a while, then said, I have advised you already, and I advise once more, if you care for her take her. I will give command to have the marriage performed. There will be a little screaming and crying, that's nothing. After the marriage take her to your quarters, and if next day she still cries, that will be the most. I beg, your Highness, for some office in the army, not for marriage, said Kmita, roughly. Then you do not want her? I do not. Neither I her, nor she me. Though it were to tear the soul within me, I will not ask her for anything. I only wish to be as far away as possible, to forget everything before my mind is lost. Here there is nothing to do, and inactivity is the worst of all, for trouble gnaws a man like sickness. Remember, your Highness, how grievous it was for you yesterday till good news came. So it is with me today, and so it will be. What have I to do? Seize my head, lest bitter thoughts split it, and sit down. What can I wait for? God knows what kind of times these are, God knows what kind of war this is, which I cannot understand nor grasp with my mind, which causes me still more grief. Now, as God is dear to me, if your Highness will not use me in some way, I will flee, collect a party, and fight. Whom? Asked the prince. Whom? I will go to Vilna, and attack as I did Hovansky. Let your Highness permit my squadron to go with me, and war will begin. I need your squadron here against internal enemies. That is the pain, that is the torment, to watch in Kyedani with folded arms, or chase after some Volodyovsky whom I would rather have as a comrade by my side. I have an office for you, said the prince. I will not let you go to Vilna, nor will I give you a squadron, and if you go against my will, collect a squadron and fight, know that by this you cease to serve me. But I shall serve the country. He serves the country who serves me, I have convinced you of that already. Remember also that you have taken an oath to me. Finally, if you go as a volunteer you will go also from under my jurisdiction, and the courts are waiting for you with sentences. In your own interest you should not do this. What power have courts now? Beyond Kovna none. But here, where the country is still quiet, they have not ceased to act. It is true you may not appear, but decisions will be given and will weigh upon you until times of peace. Whom they have once declared they will remember even in 10 years, and the nobles of Lauda will see that you are not forgotten. To tell the truth to your Highness, when it comes to atonement I will yield. Formerly I was ready to war with the whole Commonwealth, and to win for myself as many sentences as the late Pan Lash, who had a cloak lined with them. But now a kind of galled spot has come out on my conscience. A man fears to wade farther than he wished, and mental disquiet touching everything gnaws him. Are you so squeamish? But a truce to this. I will tell you, if 'tis your wish to go hence, I have an office for you and a very honorable one. Gonhoff is creeping into my eyes for this office, and talks of it every day. I have been thinking to give it to him. Still, 'tis impossible to do so, for I must have a man of note, not with a trifling name, not a foreigner, but a Pole, who by his very person will bear witness that not all men have left me, that there are still weighty citizens on my side. You are just the man, you have so much good daring, are more willing to make others bend than to bow down yourself. What is the task? To go on a long journey. I am ready today. And at your own cost, since I am straitened for money. Some of my revenues the enemy have taken, others, our own people are ravaging, and no part comes in season. Besides, all the army which I have here, has fallen to my expense. Of a certainty the treasurer, whom I have now behind a locked door, does not give me a copper, first, because he has not the wish to do so, second, because he has not the coin. Whatever public money there is, I take without asking. But is there much? From the Swedes you will get anything sooner than money, for their hands tremble at sight of a farthing. Your Highness need not explain. If I go, it will be at my own expense. But it will be necessary to appear with distinction, without sparing. I will spare nothing. The hetman's face brightened. For in truth he had no ready money, though he had plundered Vilna not long before, and, besides, he was greedy by nature. It was also true that the revenues from his immense estates, extending from Livonia to Kiev and from Smolensk to Mazovia, had really ceased to flow in, and the cost of the army increased every day. That suits me, said he. Gonhoff would begin at once to knock on my coffers, but you are another kind of man. Here, then, your instructions. I am listening with care. First, you will go to Podlyasye. The road is perilous. For the Confederates, who left the camp, are there and acting against me. How you will escape them is your own affair. Jakub Kmita might spare you, but beware of Henryk Sienkiewicz, and especially of Volodiyovsky with his Lauda men. I have been in their hands already, and no evil has happened to me. That is well. You will go to Zabludovo, where Pan Harasimovich lives. You will order him to collect what money he can from my revenues, the public taxes and whensoever it is possible, and send it to me, not to this place, however, but to Tiltsa, where there are effects of mine already. What goods or property he can pawn, let him pawn, what he can get from the Jews, let him take. Secondly, let him think how to ruin the Confederates. But that is not your mission, I will send him instructions under my own hand. You will give him the letter and move straight to Tykotsin, to Prince Boguslav. Here the hetman stopped and began to breathe heavily, for continuous speaking tortured him greatly. Kmita looked eagerly at Radziwill, for his own soul was chafing to go, and he felt that the journey, full of expected adventures, would be balsam to his grief. After a while the hetman continued, I am astonished that Boguslav is loitering still in Podlyasye. As God is true, he may ruin both me and himself. Pay diligent attention to what he says. For though you will give him my letters, you should supplement them with living speech, and explain that which may not be written. Now understand that yesterday's intelligence was good, but not so good as I told the nobles, not so good, in fact, as I myself thought at first. The Swedes have the upper hand, it is true, they have occupied Great Poland, Mazovia, Warsaw. The province of Sieradz has yielded to them, they are pursuing Yen Casimir to Krakow, and as God is in heaven, they will besiege the place. Charniecki is to defend it. He is a newly baked senator, but, I must confess, a good soldier. Who can foresee what will happen? The Swedes, of course, know how to take fortresses, and there was no time to fortify Krakow. Still, that spotted little Castellan 22, Charniecki, may hold out there a month, 2, 3. Such wonders take place at times, as we all remember in the case of Zbaraj. If he will stand obstinately, the devil may turn everything around. Learn now political secrets. Know first that in Vienna they will not look with willing eye on the growing power of Sweden, and may give aid. The Tartars, too, I know this well, are inclined to assist Yen Casimir, and to move against the Cossacks and Moscow with all force. And then the armies in the Crimea under Potocki would assist. Yen Casimir is in despair, but tomorrow his fortune may be preponderant. Here the prince was forced to give rest again to his wearied breast, and Pan Andrei experienced a wonderful feeling which he could not himself account for at once. Behold, he, an adherent of Radziwill and Sweden, felt as it were a great joy at the thought that fortune might turn from the Swedes. Suhaniec told me, said the prince, how it was at Vidava and Jarnov. There in the first onset our advance guard, I mean the Polish, ground the Swedes into the dust. They were not general militia, and the Swedes lost courage greatly. Still victory was with the Swedes, was it not? It was, for the squadrons mutinied against Yen Casimir, and the nobles declared that they would stand in line, but would not fight. Still it was shown that the Swedes are no better in the field than the quarter soldiers. Only let there be 1 or 2 victories and their courage may change. Let money come to Yen Casimir to pay wages, and the troops will not mutiny. Potocki has not many men, but they are sternly disciplined and as resolute as hornets. The Tartars will come with Potocki, but the elector will not move with his reinforcement. How is that? Boguslav and I concluded that he would enter at once into a league with the Swedes and with us, for we know how to measure his love for the Commonwealth. He is too cautious, however, and thinks only of his own interest. He is waiting to see what will happen, meanwhile he is entering into a league, but with the Prussian towns, which remain faithful to Yen Casimir. I think that in this there will be treason of some kind, unless the elector is not himself, or doubts Swedish success altogether. But until all this is explained, the league stands against Sweden. And let the Swedes stumble in Little Poland, Great Poland and Mazovia will rise, the Prussians will go with them, and it may come to pass. Here the prince shuddered as if terrified at his supposition. What may come to pass? Asked Kmita. That not a Swedish foot will go out of the Commonwealth, answered the prince, gloomily. Kmita frowned and was silent. Then, continued the hetman, in a low voice, our fortune will have fallen as low as before it was high. Pan Andrei, springing from his seat, cried with sparkling eyes and flushed face, what is this? Why did your highness say not long ago that the Commonwealth was lost, that only in league with the Swedes, through the person and future reign of your highness, could it possibly be saved? What have I to believe, what I heard then, or what I hear now? If what your highness says today is true, why do we hold with the Swedes, instead of beating them? And the soul laughs at the thought of this. Radziwill looked sternly at Kmita. You are overbold, said he. But Kmita was careering on his own enthusiasm as on a horse. Speak later of what kind of man I am, but now answer my question, your highness. I will give this answer, said Radziwill, with emphasis, if things take the turn that I mention, we will fall to beating the Swedes. Pan Andrei ceased distending his nostrils, slapped his forehead with his palm, and cried, I am a fool. I am a fool. I do not deny that, answered the prince. I will say more, you exceed the measure of insolence. Know then that I send you to note the turns of fortune. I desire the good of the country, nothing else. I have mentioned to you suppositions which may not, which certainly will not, come true. But there is need to be cautious. Whoso wishes that water should not bear him away must know how to swim, and whoso goes through a pathless forest must stop often to note the direction in which he should travel. Do you understand? As clearly as sunshine. We are free to draw back, and we are bound to do so if it will be better for the country, but we shall not be able if Prince Boguslav stays longer in Podliasy. Has he lost his head, or what? If he stays there, he must declare for one side or the other, either for the Swedes or Yen Casimir, and that is just what would be worst of all. I am dull, your highness, for again I do not understand. Podliasy is near Mazovia. And either the Swedes will occupy it or reinforcements will come from the Prussian towns against the Swedes. Then it will be necessary to choose. But why does not Prince Boguslav choose? Until he chooses, the Swedes will seek us greatly and must win our favor, the same is true of the elector. If it comes to retreating and turning against the Swedes, he is to be the link between me and Yen Casimir. He is to ease my return, which he could not do if previously he had taken the side of the Swedes. But since he will be forced to make a final choice if he remains in Podliacy, let him go to Prussia, to Tilza, and wait there for events. The elector stays in Brandenburg. Boguslav will be of greater importance in Prussia. He may take the Prussians in hand altogether, increase his army, and stand at the head of a considerable force. And then both the Swedes and Yen Casimir will give what we ask in order to win us both, and our house will not only not fall, but will rise higher, and that is the main thing. Your Highness said that the good of the country was the main thing. But do not break in at every word, since I told you at first that the two are one, and listen farther. I know well that Prince Boguslav, though he signed the Act of Union with Sweden here in Kyedani, does not pass as an adherent of theirs. Though the report will be baseless, do you declare along the road that I forced him to sign it against his heart? People will believe this readily, for it happens frequently that even full brothers belong to different parties. In this way he will be able to gain the confidence of the Confederates, invite the leaders to his camp as if for negotiations, and then seize and take them to Prussia. That will be a good method, and salutary for the country, which those men will ruin completely unless they are stopped. Is this all that I have to do? Asked Kmita, with a certain disillusion. This is merely a part, and not the most important. From Prince Boguslav you will go with my letters to Karl Gustav himself. I cannot come to harmony with Count Magnus from the time of that battle at Klavany. He looks at me askance, and does not cease from supposing that if the Swedes were to stumble, if the Tartars were to rush at the other enemy, I would turn against the Swedes. By what your Highness has said just now, his supposition is correct. Correct or not, I do not wish it held, or wish him to see what trumps I have in my hand. Besides, he is ill-disposed toward me personally. Surely he has written more than once against me to the king, and beyond a doubt one of two things, either that I am weak, or that I am not reliable. This must be remedied. You will give my letter to the king. If he asks about the Klavany affair, tell the truth, neither adding nor taking away. You may confess that I condemned those officers to death, and you obtained their pardon. That will cost you nothing, but the sincerity may please him. You will not complain against Count Magnus directly in presence of the king, for he is his brother-in-law. But if the king should ask, so, in passing, what people here think, say that they are sorry because Count Magnus does not repay the hetman sufficiently, in view of his sincere friendship for the Swedes. That the prince himself, that is I, grieves greatly over this. If he asks if it is true that all the quota troops have left me, say that 'tis not true, and as proof offer yourself. Tell him that you are colonel, for you are. Say that the partisans of Pan Gosiewski brought the troops to mutiny, but add that there is a mortal enmity between us. Say that if Count Magnus had sent me cannon and cavalry I should have crushed the Confederates long ago, that this is the general opinion. Finally, take note of everything, give ear to what they are saying near the person of the king, and report, not to me, but, if occasion offers, to Prince Boguslav in Prussia. You may do so even through the elector's men, should you meet them. Perhaps you know German. I had an officer, a noble of Courland, a certain Zend, whom the Lauda men slew, from him I learned German not badly. I have also been often in Livonia. That is well. But, your Highness, where shall I find the King of Sweden? You will find him where he will be. In time of war he may be here today and there tomorrow. Should you find him at Krakow, it would be better, for you will take letters to other persons who live in those parts. Then I am to go to others? Yes. You must make your way to the Marshal of the Kingdom, Pan Lubomirski. It is of great moment to me that he come to our views. He is a powerful man, and in Little Poland much depends on him. Should he declare sincerely for the Swedes, Yen Casimir would have no place in the Commonwealth. Conceal not from the King of Sweden that you are going from me to Lubomirski to win him for the Swedes. Do not boast of this directly, but speak as it were inadvertently. That will influence him greatly in my favor. God grant that Lubomirski declare for us. He will hesitate, that I know, still I hope that my letters will turn the scale, for there is a reason why he must care greatly for my good will. I will tell you the whole affair, that you may know how to act. You see, Pan Lubomirski has been coming around me for a long time, as men go around a bear in a thicket, and trying from afar to see if I would give my only daughter to his son Heraclius. They are children yet, but the contract might be made, which is very important for the marshal, more than for me, since there is not another such heiress in the Commonwealth, and if the two fortunes were united, there would not be another such in the world. That is a well-buttered toast. But if the marshal were to conceive the hope that his son might receive the crown of the Grand Principality as the dower of my daughter, rouse that hope in him and he will be tempted, as God is in heaven, for he thinks more of his house than he does of the Commonwealth. What have I to tell him? That which I cannot write. But it must be placed before him with skill. God preserve you from disclosing that you have heard from me how I desire the crown. It is too early for that yet, but say, all the nobles in Lauda and Lithuania talk of crowning Radziwill, and rejoice over it. The Swedes themselves mention it, I have heard it near the person of the king. You will observe who of his courtiers is the marshal's confidant, and suggest to that courtier the following thought: let Lubomirski join the Swedes and ask in return the marriage of Heraclius and Radzivill's daughter. Then let him support Radziwill as Grand Prince. Heraclius will be Radzivill's heir. That is not enough, suggest also that once Heraclius has the Lithuanian crown he will be elected in time to the throne of Poland, and so the two crowns may be united again in these two families. If they do not grasp at this idea with both hands, they will show themselves petty people. Whoso does not aim high and fears great plans, should be content with a little baton, with a small castellanship. Let him serve, bend his neck, gain favor through chamber attendance, for he deserves nothing better. God has created me for something else, and therefore I dare to stretch my hands to everything which it is in the power of man to reach, and to go to those limits which God alone has placed to human effort. Here the prince stretched his hands, as if wishing to seize some unseen crown, and gleamed up altogether, like a torch. From emotion the breath failed in his throat again. After a while he calmed himself and said with a broken voice: Behold, where my soul flies, as if to the sun, disease utters its warning, let it work its will, I would rather death found me on the throne, than in the antechamber of a king. Shall the physician be called? Asked Kmita. Radziwill waved his hand. No need of him, I feel better now, that is all I had to say. In addition, keep your eyes open, your ears open, see also what the Pototskis will do. They hold together, are true to the Vazas, that is, to Yen Casimir, and they are powerful. It is not known either how the Koniecpolskis and Sobieskis will turn. Observe and learn, now the suffocation is gone. Have you understood everything clearly? Yes. If I err, it will be my own fault. I have letters written already, only a few remain. When do you wish to start? Today. As soon as possible. Have you no request to make? Your Highness, began Kmita, and stopped suddenly. The words came from his mouth with difficulty, and on his face constraint and confusion were depicted. Speak boldly, said the hetman. I pray, said Kmita, that Billevich and she suffer no harm while here. Be certain of that. But I see that you love the girl yet. Impossible, answered Kmita. Do I know? An hour I love her, an hour I hate her. The devil alone knows. All is over, as I have said, suffering only is left. I do not want her, but I do not want another to take her. Your Highness, pardon me, I know not myself what I say. I must go with all haste. Pay no heed to my words, God will give back my mind the moment I have gone through the gate. I understand that, because till love has grown cold with time, though not wanting her yourself, the thought that another might take her burns you. But be at rest on that point, for I will let no man come here, and as to going away they will not go. Soon it will be full of foreign soldiers all around, and unsafe. Better, I will send her to Tanrogi, near Tilza, where my daughter is. Be at rest, Jędrek. Go, prepare for the road, and come to me to dine." Kmita bowed and withdrew, and Radziwill began to draw deep breaths. He was glad of the departure of Kmita. He left him his squadron and his name as an adherent. For his person the prince cared less. But Kmita in going might render him notable services. In Kyedani he had long since grown irksome to the hetman, who was surer of him at a distance than near at hand. The wild courage and temper of Kmita might at any instant bring an outburst in Kyedani and a rupture very dangerous for both. The departure put danger aside. "Go, incarnate devil, and serve," muttered the prince, looking at the door through which the banneret of Orsha had passed. Then he called a page and summoned Ganhoff. "You will take Kmita's squadron," said the prince to him, "and command over all the cavalry. Kmita is going on a journey." Over the cold face of Ganhoff there passed as it were a ray of joy. The mission had missed him, but a higher military office had come. He bowed in silence, and said, "I will pay for the favor of your highness with faithful service." Then he stood erect and waited. "And what will you say further?" asked the prince. "Your highness, a noble from Vilkamir came this morning with news that Pan Sapieha is marching with troops against your highness." Radziwill quivered, but in the twinkle of an eye he mastered his expression. "You may go," said he to Ganhoff. Then he fell into deep thought. Chapter 25. Kmita was very busily occupied in preparations for the road, and in choosing the men of his escort. For he determined not to go without a certain sized party, first for his own safety, and second for the dignity of his person as an envoy. He was in a hurry, since he wished to start during the evening of that day, or if the rain did not cease, early next morning. He found men at last, 6 trusty fellows who had long served under him in those better days when before his journey to Lubick he had stormed around Hovanski, old fighters of Orsha, ready to follow him even to the end of the earth. They were themselves nobles and attendant boyars, the last remnant of that once powerful band cut down by the Butryms. At the head of them was the Sergeant Soroka, a trusty servant of the Kmitas, an old soldier and very reliable, though numerous sentences were hanging over him for still more numerous deeds of violence. After dinner the prince gave Pan Andrei the letters and a pass to the Swedish commanders whom the young envoy might meet in the more considerable places. He took farewell of him and sent him away with much feeling, really like a father, recommending wariness and deliberation. Meanwhile the sky began to grow clear. Toward evening the weak sun of autumn shone over Kyedani and went down behind red clouds, stretched out in long lines on the west. There was nothing to hinder the journey. Kmita was just drinking a stirrup cup with Ganhoff, Kharlamp, and some other officers when about dusk Soroka came in and asked, "Are you going, commander?" "In an hour," answered Kmita. "The horses and men are ready now in the yard." The sergeant went out, and the officers began to strike glasses still more, but Kmita rather pretended to drink than to drink in reality. The wine had no taste for him, did not go to his head, did not cheer his spirit, while the others were already merry. "Worthy colonel," said Ganhoff, "commend me to the favor of Prince Boguslav. That is a great cavalier. Such another there is not in the Commonwealth. With him you will be as in France. A different speech, other customs, every politeness may be learned there more easily than even in the palace of the king." "I remember Prince Boguslav at Berestechko," said Kharlamp. "He had 1 regiment of dragoons drilled in French fashion completely, they rendered both infantry and cavalry service. The officers were French, except a few Hollanders. Of the soldiers the greater part were French, all dandies. There was an odor of various perfumes from them as from a drug shop. In battle they thrust fiercely with rapiers, and it was said that when one of them thrust a man through he said, 'Pardonnez-moi.' Pardon me," so they mingled politeness with uproarious life. But Prince Boguslav rode among them with a handkerchief on his sword, always smiling, even in the greatest din of battle, for it is the French fashion to smile amid bloodshed. He had his face touched with paint, and his eyebrows blackened with coal, at which the old soldiers were angry and called him a bawd. Immediately after battle he had new ruffs brought him, so as to be always dressed as if for a banquet, and they curled his hair with irons, making marvelous ringlets out of it. But he is a manful fellow, and goes first into the thickest fire. He challenged Pan Kalinowski because he said something to him, and the king had to make peace. "There is no use in denying," said Gonhoff. "You will see curious things, and you will see the King of Sweden himself, who next to our prince is the best warrior in the world." "And Pan Charniecki," said Kharlamp, "they are speaking more and more of him." "Pan Charniecki is on the side of Yen Casimir, and therefore is our enemy," remarked Gonhoff, severely. "Wonderful things are passing in this world," said Kharlamp, musingly. "If any man had said a year or two ago that the Swedes would come hither, we should all have thought, we shall be fighting with the Swedes, but see now. We are not alone, the whole Commonwealth has received them with open arms," said Gonhoff. "True as life," put in Kmita, also musingly. "Except Sapieha, Gosiewski, Charniecki, and the hetmans of the crown," answered Kharlamp. "Better not speak of that," said Gonhoff. "But, worthy colonel, come back to us in good health. Promotion awaits you." "And Panna Billevich," added Kharlamp. "Panna Billevich is nothing to you," answered Kmita, brusquely. "Of course nothing, I am too old. The last time, wait, gentlemen, when was that?" "Ah, the last time during the election of the present mercifully reigning Yen Casimir." "Cease the use of that name from your tongue," interrupted Gonhoff. "Today rules over us graciously Karl Gustav." "True. Consuetudo altera natura, custom is a second nature." "Well, the last time, during the election of Yen Casimir, our ex-king and Grand Duke of Lithuania, I fell terribly in love with one lady, an attendant of the Princess Vishniovetzky. Oh, she was an attractive little beast. But when I wanted to look more nearly into her eyes, Pan Volodyovsky thrust up his saber. I was to fight with him, then Bogan came between us, Bogan, whom Volodyovsky cut up like a hare. If it had not been for that, you would not see me alive. But at that time I was ready to fight, even with the devil. Volodyovsky stood up for her only through friendship, for she was betrothed to another, a still greater swordsman. Oh, I tell you, gentlemen, that I thought I should wither away, I could not think of eating or drinking. When our prince sent me from Warsaw to Smolensk, only then did I shake off my love on the road. There is nothing like a journey for such griefs. At the first mile I was easier, before I had reached Vilna my head was clear, and to this day I remain single. That is the whole story. There is nothing for unhappy love like a journey." "Is that your opinion?" asked Kmita. "As I live, it is. Let the black ones take all the pretty girls in Lithuania and the kingdom, I do not need them." "But did you go away without farewell?" "Without farewell. But I threw a red ribbon behind me, which one old woman, very deeply versed in love matters, advised me to do." "Good health," interrupted Gonhoff, turning again to Pan Andrei. "Good health," answered Kmita, "I give thanks from my heart. To the bottom, to the bottom. It is time for you to mount, and service calls us. May God lead you forth and bring you home. Farewell." "Throw the red ribbon behind," said Kharlamp, "or at the first resting place put out the fire yourself with a bucket of water, that is, if you wish to forget. Be with God. We shall not soon see one another. Perhaps somewhere on the battlefield," added Gonhoff. "God grant side by side, not opposed." "Of course not opposed," said Kmita. And the officers went out. The clock on the tower struck 7. In the yard the horses were pawing the stone pavement with their hoofs, and through the window were to be seen the men waiting. A wonderful disquiet seized Pan Andrei. He was repeating to himself, "I go, I go." Imagination placed before his eyes unknown regions, and a throng of strange faces which he was to see, and at the same time wonder seized him at the thought of the journey, as if hitherto it had never been in his mind. He must mount and move on. What happens, will happen. What will be, thought he to himself. When, however, the horses were snorting right there at the window, and the hour of starting had struck, he felt that the new life would be strange, and all with which he had lived, to which he had grown accustomed, to which he had become attached heart and soul, would stay in that region, in that neighborhood, in that place. The former Kmita would stay there as well. Another man as it were would go hence, a stranger to all outside, as all outside were strangers to him. He would have to begin there an entirely new life. God alone knew whether there would be a desire for it. Pan Andrei was mortally wearied in soul, and therefore at that moment he felt powerless in view of those new scenes and new people. He thought that it was bad for him here, that it would be bad for him there, at least it would be burdensome. But it is time. He must put his cap on his head and ride off. But will he go without a last word? Is it possible to be so near and later to be so far, to say not one word and go forth? See to what it has come. But what can he say to her? Shall he go and say, everything is ruined, my lady, go thy way, I will go mine? Why say even that, when without saying it is so? He is not her betrothed, as she is not and will not be his wife. What has been is lost, is rent, and will not return, will not be bound up afresh. Loss of time, loss of words, and new torture. I will not go, thought Pan Kmita. But, on the other hand, the will of a dead man binds them yet. It is needful to speak clearly and without anger of final separation, and to say to her, my lady, you wish me not, I return you your word. Therefore we shall both act as though there had been no will, and let each seek happiness where each can find it. But she may answer, I have said that long since, why tell it to me now? I will not go, happen what may. Repeated Kmita to himself. And pressing the cap on his head, he went out of the room into the corridor. He wished to mount straightway and be outside the gate quickly. All at once, in the corridor, something caught him as it were by the hair. Such a desire to see her, to speak to her, possessed him, that he ceased to think whether to go or not to go, he ceased to reason, and rather pushed on with closed eyes, as if wishing to spring into water. Before the very door whence the guard had just been removed, he came upon a youth, a servant of the sword-bearer. Is Pan Billevich in the room? Asked he. The sword-bearer is among the officers in the barracks. And the lady? The lady is at home. Tell her that Pan Kmita is going on a long journey and wishes to see the lady. The youth obeyed the command, but before he returned with an answer Kmita raised the latch and went in without question. I have come to take farewell, said he, for I do not know whether we shall meet again in life. Suddenly he turned to the youth, why stand here yet? My gracious lady, continued Kmita, when the door had closed after the servant, I intended to go without parting, but had not the power. God knows when I shall return, or whether I shall return, for misfortunes come lightly. Better that we part without anger and offense in our hearts, so that the punishment of God fall not on either of us. There is much to say, and now the tongue cannot say it all. Well, there was no happiness, clearly by the will of God there was not, and now, O man, even if thou batter thy head against the wall, there is no cure. Blame me not, and I will not blame you. We need not regard that testament now, for as I have said, the will of man is nothing against the will of God. God grant you happiness and peace. The main thing is that we forgive each other. I know not what will meet me outside, whither I am going. But I cannot sit longer in torture, in trouble, in sorrow. A man breaks himself on the four walls of a room without result, gracious lady, without result. One has no labor here, only to take grief on the shoulders, only think for whole days of unhappy events till the head aches, and in the end think out nothing. This journey is as needful to me, as water to a fish, as air to a bird, for without it I should go wild. God grant you happiness, said Panna Aleksandra. She stood before him as if stunned by the departure, the appearance, and the words of Pan Kmita. On her face were confusion and astonishment, and it was clear that she was struggling to recover herself. Meanwhile she gazed on the young man with eyes widely open. "I do not cherish ill will against you," said she after a time. "Would that all this had not been," said Kmita. "Some evil spirit came between us and separated us as if with a sea, and that water is neither to be swum across nor waded through. The man did not do what he wanted, he went not where he wished, but something as it were pushed him till we both entered pathless regions. But since we are to vanish the one from the eyes of the other, it is better to cry out even from remoteness, 'God guide.' It is needful also for you to know that offense and anger are one thing, and sorrow another. From anger I have freed myself, but sorrow sits in me, maybe not for you. Do I know myself for whom and for what? Thinking, I have thought out nothing, but still it seems to me that it will be easier both to you and to me if we talk. You hold me a traitor, and that pricks me most bitterly of all, for as I wish my soul's salvation, I have not been and shall not be a traitor. I hold you that no longer," said Olenka. "Oi, how could you have held me that even 1 hour? You know of me, that once I was ready for violence, ready to slay, burn, shoot, that is one thing, but to betray for gain, for advancement, never. God guard me, God judge me. You are a woman, and cannot see in what lies the country's salvation. Hence it beseems you not to condemn, to give sentence. And why did you utter the sentence? God be with you. Know this, that salvation is in Prince Radziwill and the Swedes, and who thinks otherwise, and especially acts, is just ruining the country. But it is no time to discuss, it is time to go. Know that I am not a traitor, not one who sells. May I perish if I ever be that. Know that unjustly you scorned me, unjustly consigned me to death. I tell you this under oath and at parting, and I say it that I may say with it, I forgive you from my heart, but do you forgive me as well?" Panna Aleksandra had recovered completely. "You say that I have judged you unjustly, that is true. It is my fault, I confess it and beg your forgiveness." Here her voice trembled, her blue eyes filled with tears, and he cried with transport. "I forgive. I forgive. I would forgive you even my death. May God guide you and bring you to the right road. May you leave that on which you are erring. But give peace, cried Kmita, excitedly, let no misunderstanding rise between us again. Whether I err or err not, be silent on that point. Let each man follow the way of his conscience, God will judge every intention. Better that I have come hither, than to go without farewell. Give me your hand for the road. Only that much is mine, for tomorrow I shall not see you, nor after tomorrow, nor in a month, perhaps never, oi, Olenka. And in my head it is dim, Olenka. And shall we never meet again?" Abundant tears like pearls were falling from Panna Aleksandra's lashes to her cheeks. "Pan Andrei, leave traitors, and all may be." "Quiet, oh, quiet," said Kmita, with a broken voice. "It may not be, I cannot, better say nothing, would I were slain. Less should I suffer, for God's sake, why does this meet us? Farewell for the last time. And then let death close my eyes somewhere outside, why are you weeping? Weep not, or I shall go wild." And in supreme excitement he seized her half by constraint, and though she resisted, he kissed her eyes and her mouth, then fell at her feet. At last he sprang up, and grasping his hair like a madman, rushed forth from the chamber. The devil could do nothing here, much less a red ribbon. Olenka saw him through the window as he was mounting in haste. The 7 horsemen then moved forward. The Scots on guard at the gate made a clatter with their weapons, presenting arms, then the gate closed after the horsemen, and they were not to be seen on the dark road among the trees. Night too had fallen completely. Chapter 26. Kovna, and the whole region on the left bank of the Vilia, with all the roads, were occupied by the enemy, the Russians. Therefore Kmita, not being able to go to Podlyasy by the highroad leading from Kovna to Grodno and thence to Bialystok, went by side roads from Kyedani straight down the course of the Nyeviaja to the Nymen, which he crossed near Vilkovo, and found himself in the province of Trotsk. All that part of the road, which was not over great, he passed in quiet, for that region lay as it were under the hand of Radziwill. Towns, and here and there even villages, were occupied by castle squadrons of the hetman, or by small detachments of Swedish cavalry which the hetman pushed forward thus far of purpose against the legions of Zolotarenko, which stood there beyond the Vilia, so that occasions for collisions and war might be more easily found. Zolotarenko would have been glad too to have an uproar with the Swedes, according to the words of the hetman, but those whose ally he was did not wish war with them, or in every case wished to put it off as long as possible. Zolotarenko therefore received the strictest orders not to cross the river, and in case that Radziwill himself, together with the Swedes, moved on him, to retreat with all haste. For these reasons the country on the right side of the Vilia was quiet. But since from one side Cossack pickets, from the other those of the Swedes and Radziwill were looking at one another, one musket shot might at any moment let loose a terrible war. In prevision of this, people took timely refuge in safe places. Therefore the whole country was quiet, but empty. Pan Andrei saw deserted towns, everywhere the windows of houses held up by sticks, and whole villages depopulated. The fields were also empty, for there was no crop that year. Common people secreted themselves in fathomless forests, to which they drove all their cattle, but the nobles fled to neighboring Electoral Prussia, at that time altogether safe from war. For this reason there was an uncommon movement over the roads and trails of the wilderness, and the number of fugitives was still more increased by those who from the left bank of the Vilia were able to escape the oppression of Zolotarenko. The number of these was enormous, and especially of peasants, for the nobles who had not been able hitherto to flee from the left bank went into captivity or yielded their lives on their thresholds. Pan Andrei, therefore, met every moment whole crowds of peasants with their wives and children, and driving before them flocks of sheep with horses and cattle. That part of the province of Trotsk touching upon Electoral Prussia was wealthy and productive, therefore the well-to-do people had something to save and guard. The approaching winter did not alarm fugitives, who preferred to await better days amid mosses of the forest, in snow-covered huts, than to await death in their native villages at the hands of the enemy. Kmita often approached the fleeing crowds, or fires gleaming at night in dense forest places. Wherever he met people from the left bank of the Vilia, from near Kovna, or from still remoter neighborhoods, he heard terrible tales of the cruelties of Zolotarenko and his allies, who exterminated people without regard to age or sex. They burned villages, cut down even trees in the gardens, leaving only land and water. Never had Tartar raids left such desolation behind. Not death alone was inflicted on the inhabitants, but before death they were put to the most ingenious tortures. Many of those people fled with bewildered minds. These filled the forest depths at night with awful shrieks. Others were ever in a species of continual fear and expectation of attack, though they had crossed the Nymen and Vilia, though forests and morasses separated them from Zolotarenko's bands. Many of these stretched their hands to Kmita and his horsemen of Orsha, imploring rescue and pity, as if the enemy were standing there over them. Carriages belonging to nobles were moving toward Prussia, in them old men, women, and children. Behind them, dragged on wagons with servants, effects, supplies of provisions, and other things. All these fleeing people were panic-stricken, terrified and grieved because they were going into exile. Pan Andrei comforted these unfortunates at times by telling them that the Swedes would soon pass over and drive that enemy far away. Then the fugitives stretched their hands to heaven and said, "God give health, God give fortune to the Prince Voivoda. When the Swedes come we will return to our homes, to our burned dwellings." And they blessed the prince everywhere. From mouth to mouth news was given that at any moment he might cross the Vilia at the head of his own and Swedish troops. Besides, they praised the modesty of the Swedes, their discipline, and good treatment of the inhabitants. Radziwill was called the Gideon of Lithuania, a Samson, a savior. These people from districts steaming with fresh blood and fire were looking for him as for deliverance. And Kmita, hearing those blessings, those wishes, those almost prayers, was strengthened in his faith concerning Radziwill, and repeated in his soul. I serve such a Lord. I will shut my eyes and follow blindly his fortune. At times he is terrible and beyond knowing, but he has a greater mind than others, he knows better what is needed, and in him alone is salvation. It became lighter and calmer in his breast at this thought. He advanced therefore with greater solace in his heart, dividing his soul between sorrow for Kyedani and thoughts on the unhappy condition of the country. His sorrow increased continually. He did not throw the red ribbon behind him, he did not put out the fire with water, for he felt, first, that it was useless, and then he did not wish to do so. Oh, that she were present, that she could hear the wailing and groans of people, she would not beg God to turn me away, she would not tell me that I err, like those heretics who have left the true faith. But never mind. Earlier or later she will be convinced, she will see that her own judgment was at fault. And then what God will give will be. Maybe we shall meet again in life. And yearning increased in the young cavalier. But the conviction that he was marching by the right, not by the wrong road, gave him a peace long since unknown. The conflict of thought, the gnawing, the doubts left him by degrees, and he rode forward. He sank in the shoreless forest almost with gladness. From the time that he had come to Lubick, after his famous raids on Hovanski, he had not felt so vivacious. Kharlamp was right in this, that there is no cure like the road for cares and troubles. Pan Andrei had iron health, his daring and love of adventures were coming back every hour. He saw these adventures before him, smiled at them, and urged on his convoy unceasingly, barely stopping for short night rests. Olenka stood ever before the eyes of his spirit, tearful, trembling in his arms like a bird, and he said to himself, I shall return. At times the form of the hetman passed before him, gloomy, immense, terrible. But it may be just because he was moving away more and more, that that form became almost dear to him. Hitherto he had bent before Radziwill, now he began to love him. Hitherto Radziwill had borne him along as a mighty whirlpool of water seizes and attracts everything that comes within its circle, now Kmita felt that he wished with his whole soul to go with him. And in the distance that gigantic voevoda increased continually in the eyes of the young knight, and assumed almost superhuman proportions. More than once, at his night halt, when Pan Andrei had closed his eyes in sleep, he saw the hetman sitting on a throne loftier than the tops of the pine trees. There was a crown on his head, his face was the same, gloomy, enormous. In his hand a sword and a scepter, at his feet the whole Commonwealth. And in his soul Kmita did homage to greatness. On the third day of the journey they left the Nymen far behind, and entered a country of still greater forests. They met whole crowds of fugitives on the roads. But nobles unable to bear arms were going almost without exception to Prussia before the bands of the enemy, who, not held in curb there, as on the banks of the Vilia, by the regiments of Sweden and Radziwill, pushed at times far into the heart of the country, even to the boundary of electoral Prussia. Their main object was plunder. Frequently these were detachments as if from the army of Zolotarenko, but really recognizing no authority, simply robber companies, so-called parties, commanded at times even by local bandits. Avoiding engagements in the field with troops and even with townspeople, they attacked small villages, single houses, and travelers. The nobles on their own account attacked these parties with their household servants, and ornamented with them the pine trees along the roads. Still it was easy in the forest to stumble upon their frequent bands, and therefore Pan Andrei was forced to exercise uncommon care. But somewhat beyond Pilvishki on the Shushupa, Kmita found the population living quietly in their homes. The townspeople told him, however, that not longer than a couple of days before, a strong band of Zolotarenko's men, numbering as many as 500, had made an attack and would, according to their custom, have cut down all the people, and let the place rise in smoke, were it not for unexpected aid which fell as it were from heaven. We had already committed ourselves to God, said the master of the inn in which Pan Andrei had taken lodgings, when the saints of the Lord sent some squadrons. We thought at first that a new enemy had come, but they were ours. They sprang at once on Zolotarenko's ruffians, and in an hour they laid them out like a pavement, all the more easily as we helped them. What kind of a squadron was it? Asked Kmita. God give them health. They did not say who they were, and we did not dare to ask. They fed their horses, took what hay and bread there was, and rode away. But whence did they come, and whither did they go? They came from Kozlova Ruda, and they went to the south. We, who before that wished to flee to the woods, thought the matter over and stayed here, for the understarosta said that after such a lesson the enemy would not look in on us again soon. The news of the battle interested Kmita greatly, therefore he asked further, and do you not know who commanded that squadron? We do not know, but we saw the colonel, for he talked with us on the square. He is young, and sharp as a needle. He does not look like the warrior that he is. Volodyovsky, cried Kmita. Whether he is Volodyovsky, or not, may his hands be holy, may God make him hetman. Pan Andrei fell into deep thought. Evidently he was going by the same road over which a few days before Volodyovsky had marched with the Lauda men. In fact, that was natural, for both were going to Podlyasy. But it occurred to Pan Andrei that if he hastened he might easily meet the little knight and be captured. In that case, all the letters of Radziwill would fall with him into possession of the Confederates. Such an event might destroy his mission, and bring God knows what harm to the cause of Radziwill. For this reason Pan Andrei determined to stay a couple of days in Pilvishki, so that the squadron of Lauda might have time to advance as far as possible. The men, as well as the horses, traveling almost with one sweep from Kyedani, for only short halts had been given on the road hitherto, needed rest. Therefore Kmita ordered the soldiers to remove the packs from the horses and settle themselves comfortably in the inn. Next day he was convinced that he had acted not only cleverly but wisely, for scarcely had he dressed in the morning, when his host stood before him. "I bring news to your grace," said he. "It is good. Neither good nor bad, but that we have guests. An enormous court arrived here today, and stopped at the starosta's house. There is a regiment of infantry, and what crowds of cavalry and carriages with servants. The people thought that the king himself had come." "What king?" The innkeeper began to turn his cap in his hand. "It is true that we have two kings now, but neither one came, only the Prince Marshal." Kmita sprang to his feet. "What Prince Marshal?" "Prince Boguslav." "Yes, your grace, the cousin of the Prince Voivoda of Vilna." Pan Andrei clapped his hands from astonishment. "And so we have met." The innkeeper, understanding that his guest was an acquaintance of Prince Boguslav, made a lower bow than the day before, and went out of the room, but Kmita began to dress in haste, and an hour later was before the house of the starosta. The whole place was swarming with soldiers. The infantry were stacking their muskets on the square, the cavalry had dismounted and occupied the houses at the side. The soldiers and attendants in the most varied costumes had halted before the houses, or were walking along the streets. From the mouths of the officers were to be heard French and German. Nowhere a Polish soldier, nowhere a Polish uniform. The musketeers and dragoons were dressed in strange fashion, different, indeed, from the foreign squadrons which Pan Andrei had seen in Kyedani, for they were not in German but in French style. The soldiers, handsome men and so showy that each one in the ranks might be taken for an officer, delighted the eyes of Pan Andrei. The officers looked on him also with curiosity, for he had arrayed himself richly in velvet and brocade, and 6 men, dressed in new uniforms, followed him as a suite. Attendants, all dressed in French fashion, were hurrying about in front of the starosta's house. There were pages in caps and feathers, armor-bearers in velvet kaftans, and equerries in Swedish, high, wide-legged boots. Evidently the prince did not intend to tarry long in Pilvishki, and had stopped only for refreshment, for the carriages were not taken to the shed, and the equerries, in waiting, were feeding horses out of tin sieves which they held in their hands. Kmita announced to an officer on guard before the house who he was and what was his mission. The officer went to inform the prince. After a while he returned hastily, to say that the prince was anxious to see a man sent from the hetman. And showing Kmita the way, he entered the house with him. After they had passed the antechamber, they found in the dining hall a number of attendants, with legs stretched out, slumbering sweetly in armchairs. It was evident that they must have started early in the morning from the last halting place. The officer stopped before the door of the next room, and bowing to Pan Andrei, said, "The prince is there." Pan Andrei entered and stopped at the threshold. The prince was sitting before a mirror fixed in the corner of the room, and was looking so intently at his own face, apparently just touched with rouge and white, that he did not turn attention to the incomer. Two chamber servants, kneeling before him, were fastening buckles at the ankles on his high traveling boots, while he was arranging slowly with his fingers the luxuriant, evenly cut forelock of his bright gold-colored wig. Or it might be of his own abundant hair. He was still a young man, of 35 years, but seemed not more than 25. Kmita knew the prince, but looked on him always with curiosity, first, because of the great knightly fame which surrounded him, and which was won mainly through duels fought with various foreign magnates. Second, by reason of his peculiar figure, whoso saw his form once was forced to remember it ever after. The prince was tall and powerfully built, but on his broad shoulders stood a head as diminutive as if taken from another body. His face, also, was uncommonly small, almost childlike, but in it, too, there was no proportion, for he had a great Roman nose and enormous eyes of unspeakable beauty and brightness, with a real eagle boldness of glance. In presence of those eyes and the nose, the rest of his face, surrounded, moreover, with plentiful tresses of hair, disappeared almost completely. His mouth was almost that of a child, above it was a slight mustache barely covering his upper lip. The delicacy of his complexion, heightened by rouge and white paint, made him almost like a young lady. And at the same time the insolence, pride, and self-confidence depicted in that face permitted no one to forget that he was that chercheur de noises, seeker of quarrels. As he was nicknamed at the French court, a man out of whose mouth a sharp word came with ease, but whose sword came from its scabbard with still greater ease. In Germany, in Holland, in France, they related marvels of his military deeds, of his disputes, quarrels, adventures, and duels. He was the man who in Holland rushed into the thickest whirl of battle, among the incomparable regiments of Spanish infantry, and with his own princely hand captured a flag and a cannon. He, at the head of the regiments of the Prince of Orange, captured batteries declared by old leaders to be beyond capture. He, on the Rhine, at the head of French musketeers, shattered the heavy squadrons of Germany, trained in the 30 Years' War. He wounded, in a duel in France, the most celebrated fencer among French knights, Prince de Fremouille. Another famous fighter, Baron von Goetz, begged of him life, on his knees. He wounded Baron Grot, for which he had to hear bitter reproaches from his cousin Janusz, because he was lowering his dignity as prince by fighting with men beneath him in rank. Finally, in presence of the whole French court, at a ball in the Louvre, he slapped Marquis de Roze on the face, because he had spoken to him unbecomingly. The duels that he had fought incognito in smaller towns, in taverns and inns, did not enter into reckoning. He was a mixture of effeminacy and unbounded daring. During rare and short visits to his native land he amused himself by quarrels with the Sapihas, and with hunting, but on those occasions the hunters had to find for him she-bears with their young, as being dangerous and enraged. Against these he went armed only with a spear. But it was tedious for him in his own country, to which he came, as was said, unwillingly, most frequently in time of war. He distinguished himself by great victories at Berestechko, Mogilev, and Smolensk. War was his element, though he had a mind quick and subtle, equally fitted for intrigues and diplomatic exploits. In these he knew how to be patient and enduring, far more enduring than in the loves, of which a whole series completed the history of his life. The prince, at the courts where he had resided, was the terror of husbands who had beautiful wives. For that reason, doubtless, he was not yet married, though his high birth and almost inexhaustible fortune made him one of the most desirable matches in Europe. The King and Queen of France, Maria Ludwika of Poland, the Prince of Orange, and his uncle, the Elector of Brandenburg, tried to make matches for him, but so far he preferred his freedom. "I do not want a dower," said he, cynically. And of the other pleasures I have no lack as I am. In this fashion he reached the 35th year of his age. Kmita, standing on the threshold, examined with curiosity Boguslav's face, which the mirror reflected, while he was arranging with seriousness the hair of his forelock. At last, when Pan Andrei coughed once and a second time, he said, without turning his head. But who is present? Is it a messenger from the Prince Voevoda? Not a messenger, but from the Prince Voevoda, replied Pan Andrei. Then the prince turned his head, and seeing a brilliant young man, recognized that he had not to do with an ordinary servant. Pardon, cavalier, said he, affably, for I see that I was mistaken in the office of the person. But your face is known to me, though I am not able to recall your name. You are an attendant of the Prince Hetman. My name is Kmita, answered Pan Andrei, and I am not an attendant. I am a colonel from the time that I brought my own squadron to the Prince Hetman. Kmita, cried the prince, that same Kmita, famous in the last war, who harried Hovansky, and later on managed not worse on his own account. I have heard much about you. Having said this, the prince began to look more carefully and with a certain pleasure at Pan Andrei, for from what he had heard he thought him a man of his own cut. Sit down, said he, I am glad to know you more intimately. And what is to be heard in Kyedani? Here is a letter from the Prince Hetman, answered Kmita. The servants, having finished buckling the prince's boots, went out. The prince broke the seal and began to read. After a while there was an expression of weariness and dissatisfaction on his face. He threw the letter under the mirror and said, Nothing new. The Prince Voevoda advises me to go to Prussia, to Tiltsa or to Torogi, which, as you see, I am just doing. I do not understand my cousin. He reports to me that the elector is in Brandenburg, and that he cannot make his way to Prussia through the Swedes, and he writes at the same time that the hairs are standing on his head because I do not communicate with him. Either for health or prescription. And how can I? If the elector cannot make his way through the Swedes, how can my messenger do so? I am in Podliasy, for I have nothing else to do. I tell you, my cavalier, that I am as much bored as the devil doing penance. I have speared all the bears near Tykotsin, the fair heads of that region have the odor of sheepskin, which my nostrils cannot endure. But, do you understand French or German? I understand German, answered Kmita. Praise be to God for that. I will speak German, for my lips fly off from your language. When he had said this the prince put out his lower lip and touched it with his fingers. As if wishing to be sure that it had not gone off, then he looked at the mirror and continued. Report has come to me that in the neighborhood of Lukovo one Skshetuski, a noble, has a wife of wonderful beauty. It is far from here, but I sent men to carry her off and bring her. Now, if you will believe it, Pan Kmita, they did not find her at home. That was good luck, said Pan Andrei, for she is the wife of an honorable cavalier, a celebrated man, who made his way out of Zbaraj through the whole power of Melnitsky. The husband was besieged in Zbaraj, and I would have besieged the wife in Tykotsin. Do you think she would have held out as stubbornly as her husband? Your Highness, for such a siege a council of war is not needed, let it pass without my opinion, answered Pan Andrei, brusquely. True, loss of time, said the prince. Let us return to business. Have you any letters yet? What I had to your Highness I have delivered, besides those I have won to the King of Sweden. Is it known to your Highness where I must seek him? I know nothing. What can I know? He is not in Tykotsin. I can assure you of that, for if he had once seen that place he would have resigned his dominion over the whole Commonwealth. Warsaw is now in Swedish hands, but you will not find the king there. He must be before Krakow, or in Krakow itself, if he has not gone to Royal Prussia by this time. To my thinking Karl Gustav must keep the Prussian towns in mind, for he cannot leave them in his rear. Who would have expected, when the whole Commonwealth abandons its king, when all the nobles join the Swedes, when the provinces yield one after the other, that just then towns, German and Protestant, would not hear of the Swedes but prepare for resistance. They wish to save the Commonwealth and adhere to Jan Casimir. In beginning our work we thought that it would be otherwise, that before all they would help us and the Swedes to cut that loaf which you call your Commonwealth, but now they won't move. The luck is that the Elector has his eye on them. He has offered them forces already against the Swedes, but the Danzig people do not trust him, and say that they have forces enough of their own. We knew that already in Kyedani, said Kmita. If they have not forces enough, in every case they have a good sniff, continued the prince, laughing, for the Elector cares as much, I think, about the Commonwealth as I do, or as the Prince Voivoda of Vilna does. Your Highness, permit me to deny that, said Kmita, abruptly. The prince cares that much about the Commonwealth that he is ready at every moment to give his last breath and spill his last blood for it. Prince Boguslav began to laugh. You are young, cavalier, young. But enough. My uncle the Elector wants to grab Royal Prussia, and for that reason only, he offers his aid. If he has the towns once in hand, if he has his garrisons in them, he will be ready to agree with the Swedes next day, nay, even with the Turks or with devils. Let the Swedes add a bit of Great Poland, he will be ready to help them with all his power to take the rest. The only trouble is in this, that the Swedes are sharpening their teeth against Prussia, and hence the distrust between them and the Elector. I hear with astonishment the words of your Highness, said Kmita. The devils were taking me in Podliasy, answered the prince, I had to stay there so long in idleness. But what was I to do? An agreement was made between me and the Prince Voivoda, that until affairs were cleared up in Prussia, I was not to take the Swedish side publicly. And that was right, for thus a gate remains open. I sent even secret couriers to Jan Casimir, announcing that I was ready to summon the general militia in Podliasy if a manifesto were sent me. The king, as king, might have let himself be tricked. But the queen it is clear does not trust me, and must have advised against it. If it were not for that woman, I should be today at the head of all the nobles of Podliasy. And what is more, those confederates who are now ravaging the property of Prince Yanush would have no choice but to come under my orders. I should have declared myself a partisan of Jan Casimir, but, in fact, having power in my hand, would treat with the Swedes. But that woman knows how grass grows, and guesses the most secret thought. She is the real king, not queen. She has more wit in one finger than Jan Casimir in his whole body. The Prince Voivoda, began Kmita. The Prince Voivoda, interrupted Boguslav, with impatience, is eternally late with his counsel. He writes to me in every letter, do this and do that, while I have in fact done it long before. Besides, the Prince Voivoda loses his head. For listen what he asks of me. Here the prince took up the letter and began to read aloud. Be cautious yourself on the road. And those rascals, the confederates, who have mutinied against me and are ravaging Podliasy, for God's sake think how to disperse them, lest they go to the king. They are preparing to visit Zabludovo, and beer in that place is strong. When they get drunk, let them be cut off, each host may finish his guest. Nothing better is needed, for when the heads are removed, the rest will scatter. Boguslav threw the letter with vexation on the table. Listen, Pan Kmita, said he, you see I have to go to Prussia and at the same time arrange a slaughter in Zabludovo. I must feign myself a partisan of Jan Casimir and a patriot, and at the same time cut off those people who are unwilling to betray the king and the country. Is that sense? Does one hang to the other? Ma-foi, the prince is losing his head. I have met now, while coming to Pilvishki, a whole insurgent squadron traveling along through Podliasy. I should have galloped over their stomachs with gladness, even to gain some amusement. But before I am an open partisan of the Swedes, while my uncle the Elector holds formally with the Prussian towns, and with Jan Casimir too, I cannot permit myself such pleasure, God knows I cannot. What could I do more than to be polite to those insurgents, as they are polite to me, suspecting me of an understanding with the hetman, but not having black on white? Here the prince lay back comfortably in the armchair, stretched out his legs, and putting his hands behind his head carelessly, began to repeat. "Ah, there is nonsense in this commonwealth, nonsense. In the world there is nothing like it." Then he was silent for a moment, evidently some idea came to his head, for he struck his wig and inquired. "But will you not be in Podlyasye?" "Yes," said Kmita, "I must be there, for I have a letter with instructions to Heraclius, the understarosta in Zablodovo." "In God's name," exclaimed the prince, "Heraclius is here with me. He is going with the hetman's effects to Prussia, for we were afraid that they might fall into the hands of the Confederates. Wait, I will have him summoned." Here the prince summoned a servant and ordered him to call the understarosta. "This has happened well," said the prince, "you will save yourself a journey, though it may be too bad that you will not visit Podlyasye, for among the heads of the Confederacy there is a namesake of yours whom you might secure." "I have no time for that," said Kmita, "since I am in a hurry to go to the king in Pan Lubomirsky." "Ah, you have a letter to the marshal of the kingdom? Well, I can divine the reason of it. Once the marshal thought of marrying his son to Yanish's daughter. Did not the hetman wish this time to renew negotiations delicately? That is just the mission. Both are quite children. That's a delicate mission, for it does not become the hetman to speak first. Besides." Here the prince frowned. "Nothing will come of it. The daughter of the hetman is not for Heraclius, I tell you that. The prince hetman must understand that his fortune is to remain in possession of the Radzivills." Kmita looked with astonishment on the prince, who was walking with quicker and quicker pace through the room. All at once he stopped before Pan Andrei, and said, "Give me the word of a cavalier that you will answer truly my question." "Gracious prince," said Kmita, "only those lie who are afraid, and I fear no man. Did the prince voevoda give orders to keep secret from me the negotiations with Lubomirsky? Had I such a command, I should not have mentioned Lubomirsky. It might have slipped you. Give me your word." "I give it," said Kmita, frowning. "You have taken a weight from my heart, for I thought that the voevoda was playing a double game with me. I do not understand, your highness. I would not marry, in France, Rohan, not counting half 60 other princesses whom they were giving me. Do you know why? I do not. There is an agreement between me and the prince voevoda that his daughter and his fortune are growing up for me. As a faithful servant of the Radzivills, you may know everything. Thank you for the confidence. But your highness is mistaken. I am not a servant of the Radzivills." Boguslav opened his eyes widely. "What are you?" "I am a colonel of the hetman, not of the castle, and besides I am the hetman's relative." "A relative?" "I am related to the Kishkis, and the hetman is born of a Kishki." Prince Boguslav looked for a while at Kmita, on whose face a light flush appeared. All at once he stretched forth his hands and said, "I beg your pardon, cousin, and I am glad of the relationship." The last words were uttered with a certain inattentive though showy politeness, in which there was something directly painful to Pan Andrei. His face flushed still more, and he was opening his mouth to say something hasty, when the door opened and Heraclius appeared on the threshold. "There is a letter for you," said Boguslav. Heraclius bowed to the prince, and then to Pan Andrei, who gave him the letter. "Read it," said Prince Boguslav. Heraclius began to read. Pan Heraclius. Now is the time to show the goodwill of a faithful servant to his lord. As whatever money you are able to collect, you in Zablodovo and Pampchinsky in Orel. The Confederates have slain Pampchinsky in Orel, for which reason Pan Heraclius has taken to his heels, interrupted the prince. The understarosta bowed and read further. And Pampchinsky in Orel, even the public revenue, even the excise, rent. The Confederates have already taken them, interrupted Boguslav again. Send me at once, continued Heraclius. If you can mortgage some villages to neighbors or townspeople, obtaining as much money on them as possible, do so, and whatever means there may be of obtaining money, do your best in the matter, and send the money to me. Send horses and whatever effects there are in Orel. There is a great candlestick too, and other things, pictures, ornaments, and especially the cannons on the porch at my cousin's. For robbers may be feared. Again counsel too late, for these cannons are going with me, said the prince. If they are heavy with the stocks, then take them without the stocks and cover them, so it may not be known that you are bringing them. And take these things to Prussia with all speed, avoiding with utmost care those traitors who have caused mutiny in my army and are ravaging my estates. As to ravaging, they are ravaging. They are pounding them into dough, interrupted the prince anew. Ravaging my estates, and are preparing to move against Zabludovo on their way perhaps to the king. With them it is difficult to fight, for they are many. But if they are admitted, and given plenty to drink, and killed in the night while asleep, every host can do that, or poisoned in strong beer, or, which is not difficult in that place, a wild crowd let in to plunder them. Well, that is nothing new, said Prince Boguslav. You may journey with me, Pan Herasimovich. There is still a supplement, said the understarosta. And he read on. The wines, if you cannot bring them away, for with us such can be had nowhere, sell them quickly. Here Herasimovich stopped and seized himself by the head. For God's sake! Those wines are coming half a day's road behind us, and surely have fallen into the hands of that insurgent squadron which was hovering around us. There will be a loss of some thousands of gold pieces. Let your highness give witness with me that you commanded me to wait till the barrels were packed in the wagons. Harasimovich's terror would have been still greater had he known Pan Zagloba, and had he known that he was in that very squadron. Meanwhile Prince Boguslav smiled and said, Oh, let the wines be to their health. Read on. If a merchant cannot be found. Prince Boguslav now held his sides from laughter. He has been found, said he, but you must sell to him on credit. But if a merchant cannot be found, read Harasimovich, in a complaining voice, bury it in the ground secretly, so that more than two should not know where it is. But leave a keg in Orel and one in Zabludovo, and those of the best and sweetest, so that the officers may take a liking to it, and put in plenty of poison, so that the officers at least may be killed, then the squadron will break up. For God's sake, serve me faithfully in this, and secretly, for the mercy of God. Burn what I write, and whoso finds out anything send him to me. Either the Confederates will find and drink the wine, or it may be given as a present to make them friendly. The understarosta finished reading, and looked at Prince Boguslav, as if waiting for instructions. And the prince said, I see that my cousin pays much attention to the Confederates, it is only a pity that, as usual, he is too late. If he had come upon this plan 2 weeks ago, or even 1 week, it might have been tried. But now go with God, Pan Harasimovich, I do not need you. Harasimovich bowed and went out. Prince Boguslav stood before the mirror, and began to examine his own figure carefully. He moved his head slightly from right to left, then stepped back from the mirror, then approached it, then shook his curls, then looked askance, not paying any attention to Kmita, who sat in the shade with his back turned to the window. But if he had cast even one look at Pan Andrei's face he would have seen that in the young envoy something wonderful was taking place, for Kmita's face was pale, on his forehead stood thick drops of sweat, and his hands shook convulsively. After a while he rose from the chair, but sat down again immediately, like a man struggling with himself and suppressing an outburst of anger or despair. Finally his features settled and became fixed. Evidently he had with his whole strong force of will and energy enjoined calm on himself and gained complete self-control. Your Highness, said he, from the confidence which the Prince Hetman bestows on me you see that he does not wish to make a secret of anything. I belong soul and substance to his work, with him and your Highness my fortune may increase. Therefore, whither you both go, thither go I also. I am ready for everything. But though I serve in those affairs and am occupied in them, still I do not of course understand everything perfectly, nor can I penetrate all the secrets of them with my weak wit. What do you wish then, Sir Cavalier, or rather, fair cousin? I ask instruction, your Highness, it would be a shame indeed were I unable to learn at the side of such statesmen. I know not whether your highness will be pleased to answer me without reserve. That will depend on your question and on my humor, answered Boguslav, not ceasing to look at the mirror. Kmita's eyes glittered for a moment, but he continued calmly. This is my question. The Prince Voivoda of Vilna shields all his acts with the good and salvation of the Commonwealth, so that in fact the Commonwealth is never absent from his lips. Be pleased to tell me sincerely, are these mere pretexts, or has the hetman in truth nothing but the good of the Commonwealth in view? Boguslav cast a quick glance on Pan Andrei. If I should say that they are pretexts, would you give further service? Kmita shrugged his shoulders carelessly. Of course. As I have said, my fortune will increase with the fortune of your highness and that of the hetman. If that increase comes, the rest is all one to me. You will be a man. Remember that I foretell this. But why has my cousin not spoken openly with you? Maybe because he is squeamish, or just because it did not happen to be the topic. You have quick wit, cousin Cavalier, for it is the real truth that he is squeamish and shows his true skin unwillingly. As God is dear to me, true. Such is his nature. So, even in talking with me, the moment he forgets himself he begins to adorn his speech with love for the country. When I laugh at him to his eyes, he comes to his senses. True. True. Then it is merely a pretext, asked Kmita. The prince turned the chair around and sat astride of it, as on a horse, and resting his arms on the back of it was silent a while, as if in thought, then he said. Hear me, Pan Kmita. If we Radzivills lived in Spain, France, or Sweden, where the son inherits after the father, and where the right of the king comes from God himself, then, leaving aside civil war, extinction of the royal stock, or some uncommon event, we should serve the king and the country firmly, being content with the highest offices which belong to us by family and fortune. But here, in the land where the king has not divine right at his back, but the nobles create him, where everything is in free suffrage, we ask ourselves with reason, why should a Vaza rule, and not a Radzivill? There is no objection so far as the Vazas are concerned, for they take their origin from hereditary kings. But who will assure us, who will guarantee that after the Vazas the nobles will not have the whim of seating on the throne of the kingdom and on the throne of the Grand Principality even Pan Heraclius or some Pan Myeleshko? Or some Pan Pyaglasievich from Suwalki? Tfu! Can I guess whom they may fancy? And must we, Radzivills, and princes of the German Empire, come to kiss the hand of King Pyaglasievich? Tfu! To all the horned devils, Cavalier, it is time to finish with this. Look meanwhile at Germany, how many provincial princes there, who in importance and fortune are fitted to be under starostas for us. Still they have their principalities, they rule, wear crowns on their heads, and take precedence of us, though it would be fitter for them to bear the trains of our mantles. It is time to put an end to this, and accomplish that which was already planned by my father. Here the prince grew vivacious, rose from the chair, and began to walk through the room. This will not take place without difficulty and obstacles, continued he, for the Radzivills of Alita and Nizhevich are not willing to aid us. I know that Prince Michael wrote to my cousin that he would better think of a hair shirt than of a royal mantle. Let him think of a hair shirt himself, let him do penance, let him sit on ashes, let the Jesuits lash his skin with disciplines. If he is content with being a royal carver, let him carve capons virtuously all his virtuous life, till his virtuous death. We shall get on without him and not drop our hands, for just now is the time. The devils are taking the Commonwealth. For now it is so weak, has gone to such dogs, that it cannot drive them away. Everyone is crawling in over its boundaries, as into an unfenced garden. What has happened here with the Swedes has happened nowhere on earth to this day. We, Sir Cavalier, may sing in truth, Te Deum Laudamus. In its way the event is unheard of, unparalleled. Just think, an invader attacks a country, an invader famous for rapacity. And not only does he not find resistance, but every living man deserts his old king and hurries to a new one, magnates, nobles, the army, castles, towns, all, without honor, without fame, without feeling, without shame. History gives not another such example. Tfu! Tfu! Trash inhabit this country, men without conscience or ambition. And is such a country not to perish? They are looking for our favor. Ye will have favor. In Great Poland already the Swedes are thumb-screwing nobles, and so will it be everywhere, it cannot be otherwise. Kmita grew paler and paler, but with the remnant of his strength he held in curb an outburst of fury. The prince, absorbed in his own speech, delighted with his own words, with his own wisdom, paid no attention to his listener. And continued. There is a custom in this land that when a man is dying his relatives at the last moment pull the pillow from under his head, so that he may not suffer longer. I and the Prince Voivoda of Vilna have determined to render this special service to the Commonwealth. But because many plunderers are watching for the inheritance and we cannot get it all, we wish that a part, and that no small one, should come to us. As relatives, we have that right. If with this comparison I have not spoken on a level with your understanding, and have not been able to hit the point, I will tell you in other words. Suppose the Commonwealth a red cloth at which are pulling the Swedes, Melnitsky, the Hyperboreans, 23 the Tartars, the Elector, and whosoever lives around. But I and the Prince Voivoda of Vilna have agreed that enough of that cloth must remain in our hands to make a robe for us, therefore we do not prevent the dragging, but we drag ourselves. Let Melnitsky stay in the Ukraine. Let the Swedes and the Elector settle about Prussia and Great Poland, let Rakoczy, or whoever is nearer, take Little Poland. Lithuania must be for Prince Yanush, and, together with his daughter, for me. Kmita rose quickly. I give thanks, your highness, that is all I wanted to know. You are going out, Sir Cavalier? I am. The prince looked carefully at Kmita, and at that moment first noted his pallor and excitement. What is the matter, Pan Kmita? Asked he. You look like a ghost. Weariness has knocked me off my feet, and my head is dizzy. Farewell, your highness, I will come before starting, to bow to you again. Make haste, then, for I start after midday myself. I shall return in an hour at furthest. When he had said this, Kmita bent his head and went out. In the other room the servants rose at sight of him, but he passed like a drunken man, seeing no one. At the threshold of the room he caught his head with both hands, and began to repeat, almost with a groan. Jesus of Nazareth, King of the Jews. Jesus, Mary, Joseph. With tottering steps he passed through the guard, composed of 6 men with halberds. Outside the gate were his own men, the sergeant Soroka at the head of them. After me, called Kmita. And he moved through the town toward the inn. Soroka, an old soldier of Kmita's, knowing him perfectly, noticed at once that something uncommon had happened to the colonel. Let your soul be on guard, said he quietly to the men, woe to him on whom his anger falls now. The soldiers hastened their steps in silence, but Kmita did not go at a walk, he almost ran, waving his hand and repeating words well nigh incoherent. To the ears of Soroka came only broken phrases. Poisoners, faith-breakers, traitors. Crime and treason, the two are the same. Then he began to mention his old comrades. The names Kokosinski, Kulvyets, Ranitsky, Rikuts, and others fell from his lips one after another. A number of times he mentioned Volodyovsky. Soroka heard this with wonder, and grew more and more alarmed, but in his mind he thought. Someone's blood will flow, it cannot be otherwise. Meanwhile they had come to the inn. Kmita shut himself in his room at once, and for about an hour he gave no sign of life. The soldiers meanwhile had tied on the packs and saddled the horses without order. That is no harm, said Soroka, it is necessary to be ready for everything. We too are ready, answered the old fighters, moving their mustaches. In fact, it came out soon that Soroka knew his colonel well, for Kmita appeared suddenly in the front room, without a cap, in his trousers and shirt only. Saddle the horses! Cried he. They are saddled. Fasten on the packs. They are fastened. A ducat a man, cried the young colonel, who in spite of all his fever and excitement saw that those soldiers had guessed his thought quickly. "We give thanks, commander," cried all in chorus. "2 men will take the pack-horses and go out of the place immediately toward Dembova. Go slowly through the town. Outside the town put the horses on a gallop, and stop not till the forest is reached. According to command. For others load their pistols. For me saddle 2 horses, and let another be ready." "I knew there would be something," muttered Soroka. "Now, sergeant, after me," cried Kmita. And undressed as he was, in trousers only, and open shirt, he went out of the front room. Soroka followed him, opening his eyes widely with wonder. They went in this fashion to the well in the yard of the inn. Here Kmita stopped, and pointing to the bucket hanging from the sweep, said, "Pour water on my head." Soroka knew from experience how dangerous it was to ask twice about an order. He seized the rope, let the bucket down into the water, drew up quickly, and taking the bucket in his hands, threw the water on Pan Andrei, who, puffing and blowing like a whale, rubbed his wet hair with his hands, and cried, "More!" Soroka repeated the act, and threw water with all his force, just as if he were putting out a fire. "Enough," said Kmita, at length. "Follow me, help me to dress." Both went to the inn. At the gate they met the 2 men going out with 2 pack-horses. "Slowly through the town, outside the town on a gallop," commanded Kmita, and he went in. Half an hour later he appeared dressed completely, as if for the road, with high boots and an elkskin coat, girded with a leather belt into which was thrust a pistol. The soldiers noticed, too, that from under his caftan gleamed the edge of chain mail, as if he were going to battle. He had his saber also girt high, so as to seize the hilt more easily. His face was calm enough, but stern and threatening. Casting a glance at the soldiers to see if they were ready and armed properly, he mounted his horse, and throwing a ducat at the innkeeper, rode out of the place. Soroka rode at his side, 3 others behind, leading a horse. Soon they found themselves on the square filled by Boguslav's troops. There was movement among them already, evidently the command had come to prepare for the road. The horsemen were tightening the girths of the saddle and bridling the horses. The infantry were taking their muskets, stacked before the houses, others were attaching horses to wagons. Kmita started as it were from meditation. "Hear me, old man," said he to Soroka. "From the starosta's house does the road go on, it will not be necessary to come back through the square." "But where are we going, Colonel?" "To Dembova." "Then we must go from the square past the house. The square will be behind us." "It is well," said Kmita. "Oh, if only those men were alive now. Few are fitted for work like this, few." Meanwhile they passed the square, and began to turn toward the starosta's house, which lay about 1 furlong and a half farther on, near the roadside. "Stop," cried Kmita, suddenly. The soldiers halted, and he turned to them. "Are you ready for death?" asked he, abruptly. "Ready," answered in chorus these daredevils of Orsha. "We crawled up to Hovanski's throat, and he did not devour us, do you remember?" "We remember. There is need to dare great things today. If success comes, our gracious king will make lords of you, I guarantee that. If failure, you will go to the stake." "Why not success?" asked Soroka, whose eyes began to gleam like those of an old wolf. "There will be success," said 3 others, Belaus, Zavratinsky, and Lubianiets. "We must carry off the prince-marshal," said Kmita. Then he was silent, wishing to see the impression which the mad thought would make on the soldiers. But they were silent too, and looked on him as on a rainbow, only, their mustaches quivered, and their faces became terrible and murderous. "The stake is near, the reward far away," added Kmita. "There are few of us," muttered Zavratinsky. "It is worse than against Hovansky," said Lubianiets. "The troops are all in the market square, and at the house are only the sentries and about 20 attendants," said Kmita, "who are off their guard, and have not even swords at their sides." You risk your head, why should we not risk ours, said Soroka. Hear me, continued Kmita. If we do not take him by cunning, we shall not take him at all. Listen. I will go into the room, and after a time come out with the prince. If the prince will sit on my horse, I will sit on the other, and we will ride on. When we have ridden about 100 or 150 yards, then seize him from both sides by the shoulders, and gallop the horses with all breath. According to order, answered Soroka. If I do not come out, continued Kmita, and you hear a shot in the room, then open on the guards with pistols, and give me the horse as I rush from the door. That will be done, answered Soroka. Forward, commanded Kmita. They moved on, and a quarter of an hour later halted at the gate of the starosta's house. At the gate were 6 guards with halberds, at the door of the anteroom 4 men were standing. Around a carriage in the front yard were occupied equerries and outriders, whom an attendant of consequence was overseeing, a foreigner, as might be known from his dress and wig. Farther on, near the carriage house, horses were being attached to 2 other carriages, to which gigantic Turkish grooms were carrying packs. Over these watched a man dressed in black, with a face like that of a doctor or an astrologer. Kmita announced himself as he had previously, through the officer of the day, who returned soon and asked him to the prince. How are you, cavalier? Asked the prince, joyfully. You left me so suddenly that I thought scruples had risen in you from my words, and I did not expect to see you again. Of course I could not go without making my obeisance. Well, I thought, the Prince Voevoda has known whom to send on a confidential mission. I make use of you also, for I give you letters to a number of important persons, and to the King of Sweden himself. But why armed as if for battle? I am going among confederates, I have heard right here in this place, and your highness has confirmed the report, that a confederate squadron passed. Even here in Pilvishki they brought a terrible panic on Zolotarenko's men, for a famed soldier is leading that squadron. Who is he? Pan Volodiyovsky. And with him are Mirsky, Oskierko, and the 2 Skshetuskis, one that man of Zbaraj, whose wife your highness wanted to besiege in Tykotsin. All rebelled against the Prince Voevoda, and it is a pity, for they were good soldiers. What is to be done? There are still fools in the Commonwealth who are unwilling to pull the red cloth with Cossacks and Swedes. There is never a lack of fools in the world, and especially in this country, said the prince. Here are the letters. And besides, when you see his Swedish grace, say as if in confidence that in heart I am as much his adherent as my cousin, but for the time I must dissemble. Who is not forced to that, answered Kmita. Every man dissembles, especially if he thinks to do something great. That is surely the case. Acquit yourself well, Sir Cavalier, I will be thankful to you, and will not let the hetman surpass me in rewarding. If the favor of your highness is such, I ask reward in advance. You have it. Surely my cousin has not furnished you over abundantly for the road. There is a serpent in his money box. May God guard me from asking money. I did not ask it of the hetman, and I will not take it from your highness. I am at my own expense, and I will remain so. Prince Boguslav looked at the young knight with wonder. I see that in truth the Kmitas are not of those who look at men's hands. What is your wish then, Sir Cavalier? The matter is as follows. Without thinking carefully in Kyedani, I took a horse of high blood, so as to show myself before the Swedes. I do not exaggerate when I say there is not a better in the stables of Kyedani. Now I am sorry for him, and I am afraid to injure him on the road, in the stables of inns, or for want of rest. And as accidents are not hard to meet, he may fall into enemies' hands, even those of that Volodiyovsky, who personally is terribly hostile to me. I have thought, therefore, to beg your highness to take him to keep and use until I ask for him at a more convenient time. Better sell him to me. Impossible, it would be like selling a friend. At a small estimate that horse has taken me 100 times out of the greatest danger, for he has this virtue too, that in battle he bites the enemy savagely. Is he such a good horse? Asked Prince Boguslav, with lively interest. Is he good? If I were sure your highness would not be offended, I would bet 100 gold florins without looking, that your highness has not such a one in your stables. Maybe I would bet, if it were not that today is not the time for a trial. I will keep him willingly, though, if possible, I would buy. But where is this wonder kept? My men are holding him just here in front of the gate. As to his being a wonder, he is a wonder. For it is no exaggeration to say that the Sultan might covet such a horse. He is not of this country, but from Anatolia, and in Anatolia, as I think, only one such was found. Then let us look at him. I serve your highness. Before the gate Kmita's men were holding 2 horses completely equipped. One was indeed of high breed, black as a raven, with a star on his forehead, and a white fetlock to a leg like a lance. He neighed slightly at sight of his master. I guess that to be the one, said Boguslav. I do not know whether he is such a wonder as you say, but in truth he is a fine horse. Try him, cried Kmita, or no, I will mount him myself. The soldiers gave Kmita the horse. He mounted, and began to ride around near the gate. Under the skilled rider the horse seemed doubly beautiful. His prominent eyes gained brightness as he moved at a trot. He seemed to blow forth inner fire through his nostrils, while the wind unfolded his mane. Pan Kmita described a circle, changed his gait. At last he rode straight on the prince, so that the nostrils of the horse were not a yard from his face, and cried, "Halt!" The horse stopped with his 4 feet resisting, and stood as if fixed to the ground. "What do you say?" asked Kmita. "The eyes and legs of a deer, the gait of a wolf, the nostrils of an elk, and the breast of a woman," said Boguslav. "Here is all that is needed. Does he understand German command?" "Yes. For my horse-trainer Zend, who was a Kurlander, taught him." "And the beast is swift?" "The wind cannot come up with him, a Tartar cannot escape him." "Your trainer must have been a good one, for I see that the horse is highly taught." "Is he taught?" "Your highness will not believe. He goes so in the rank that when the line is moving at a trot, you may let the reins drop and he will not push 1/2 of his nose beyond the line. If your highness will be pleased to try, and if in 2 furlongs he will push beyond the others half a head, then I will give him as a gift. That would be the greatest wonder, not to advance with dropped reins. It is wonderful and convenient, for both hands of the rider are free. More than once have I had a saber in one hand and a pistol in the other, and the horse went alone. But if the rank turns, then he will turn too without breaking the line." "Impossible," exclaimed the prince, "no horse will do that. I have seen in France horses of the king's musketeers, greatly trained, of purpose not to spoil the court ceremonies, but still it was necessary to guide them with reins. The wit of man is in this horse. Let your highness try him yourself." "Give him here," said the prince, after a moment's thought. Kmita held the horse till Boguslav mounted. He sprang lightly into the saddle, and began to pat the steed on his shining neck. "A wonderful thing," said he, "the best horses shed their hair in the autumn, but this one is as if he had come out of water. In what direction shall we go?" "Let us move in a line, and if your highness permits, toward the forest. The road is even and broad, but in the direction of the town some wagon might come in the way. Let us ride toward the forest. Just 2 furlongs. Let your highness drop the reins and start on a gallop. 2 men on each side, and I will ride a little behind." "Take your places," said the prince. The line was formed, they turned the horses' heads from the town. The prince was in the middle. "Forward," said he. "On a gallop from the start, march." The line shot on, and after a certain time was moving like a whirlwind. A cloud of dust hid them from the eyes of the attendants and equerries, who, collecting in a crowd at the gate, looked with curiosity at the racing. The trained horses going at the highest speed, snorting from effort, had run already a furlong or more, and the prince's steed, though not held by the reins, did not push forward an inch. They ran another furlong. Kmita turned, and seeing behind only a cloud of dust, through which the starosta's house could barely be seen, and the people standing before it not at all, cried with a terrible voice. "Take him!" At this moment Billeviches and the gigantic Zavrotinsky seized both arms of the prince, and squeezed them till the bones cracked in their joints, and holding him in their iron fists, put spurs to their own horses. The prince's horse in the middle held the line, neither pushing ahead nor holding back an inch. Astonishment, fright, the whirlwind beating in his face, deprived Prince Boguslav of speech for the first moment. He struggled once and a second time, without result, however, for pain from his twisted arms pierced him through. "What is this, ruffians? Know ye not who I am?" cried he at last. Thereupon Kmita pushed him with the barrel of the pistol between the shoulders. "Resistance is useless, it will only bring a bullet in your body," cried he. "Traitor," said the prince. "But who are you?" asked Kmita. And they galloped on farther. Chapter 27. They ran long through the pine forest with such speed that the trees by the roadside seemed to flee backward in panic. Inns, huts of forest guards, pitch clearings, flashed by, and at times wagons singly or a few together, going to Pilvishki. From time to time Boguslav bent forward in the saddle as if to struggle. But his arms were only wrenched the more painfully in the iron hands of the soldiers, while Pan Andrei held the pistol barrel between the princess' shoulders again, and they rushed on till the white foam was falling in flakes from the horses. At last they were forced to slacken the speed, for breath failed both men and beasts, and Pilvishki was so far behind that all possibility of pursuit had ceased. They rode on then a certain time at a walk and in silence, surrounded by a cloud of steam, which was issuing from the horses. For a long time the prince said nothing, he was evidently trying to calm himself and cool his blood. When he had done this he asked, "Whither are you taking me?" "Your Highness will know that at the end of the road," answered Kmita. Boguslav was silent, but after a while said, "Cavalier, command these trash to let me go, for they are pulling out my arms. If you command them to do so, they will only hang, if not, they will go to the stake." "They are nobles, not trash," answered Kmita, "and as to the punishment which your Highness threatens, it is not known whom death will strike first." "Know ye on whom ye have raised hands?" asked the prince, turning to the soldiers. "We know," answered they. "By a million horned devils," cried Boguslav, with an outburst. "Will you command these people to let me go, or not?" "Your Highness, I will order them to bind your arms behind your back, then you will be quieter." "Impossible. You will put my arms quite out of joint." "I would give orders to let another off on his word that he would not try to escape, but you know how to break your word," said Kmita. "I will give another word," answered the prince, "that not only will I escape at the first opportunity, but I will have you torn apart with horses, when you fall into my hands." "What God wants to give, he gives," said Kmita. "But I prefer a sincere threat to a lying promise. Let go his hands, only hold his horse by the bridle, but, your Highness, look here. I have but to touch the trigger to put a bullet into your body, and I shall not miss, for I never miss. Sit quietly, do not try to escape. I do not care, cavalier, for you or your pistol." When he had said this, the prince stretched his aching arms, to straighten them and shake off the numbness. The soldiers caught the horse's bridle on both sides, and led him on. After a while Boguslav said, "You dare not look me in the eyes, Pan Kmita, you hide in the rear." "Indeed," answered Kmita. And urging forward his horse, he pushed Zavrotinsky away, and seizing the reins of the prince's horse, he looked Boguslav straight in the face. "And how is my horse? Have I added even one virtue?" "A good horse," answered the prince. "If you wish, I will buy him. This horse deserves a better fate than to carry a traitor till his death." "You are a fool, Pan Kmita." "Yes, for I believe the Radzivills." Again came a moment of silence, which was broken by the prince. "Tell me, Pan Kmita, are you sure that you are in your right mind, that your reason has not left you? Have you asked yourself what you have done, madman?" Has it not come to your head that as things are now it would have been better for you if your mother had not given you birth, and that no one, not only in Poland, but in all Europe, would have ventured on such a daredevil deed? Then it is clear that there is no great courage in that Europe, for I have carried off your highness, hold you, and will not let you go. It can only be an affair with a madman, said the prince, as if to himself. My gracious prince, answered Pan Andrei, you are in my hands, be reconciled to that, and waste not words in vain. Pursuit will not come up, for your men think to this moment that you have come off with me voluntarily. When my men took you by the arms no one saw it, for the dust covered us, and even if there were no dust, neither the equerries nor the guards could have seen, it was so far. They will wait for you 2 hours. The 3rd hour they will be impatient, the 4th and 5th uneasy, and the 6th will send out men in search, but we meanwhile shall be beyond Mariupol. What of that? This, that they will not pursue. And even if they should start immediately in pursuit, your horses are just from the road, while ours are fresh. Even if by some miracle they should come up, that would not save you, for, as truly as you see me here, I should open your head, which I shall do if nothing else is possible. This is the position. Radziwill has a court, an army, cannon, dragoons. Kmita has 6 men, and Kmita holds Radziwill by the neck. What further? Asked the prince. Nothing further. We will go where it pleases me. Thank God, your highness, that you are alive. For were it not that I gave orders to throw many gallons of water on my head today, you would be in the other world already, that is, in hell, for 2 reasons, as a traitor and as a Calvinist. And would you have dared to do that? Without praising myself I say that your highness would not easily find an undertaking on which I would not venture, you have the best proof of that in yourself. The prince looked carefully at the young man and said, Cavalier, the devil has written on your face that you are ready for anything, and that is the reason why I have a proof in myself. I tell you, indeed, that you have been able to astonish me with your boldness, and that is no easy thing. That's all one to me. Give thanks to God, your highness, that you are alive yet, and quits. No, Cavalier. First of all, do you thank God? For if one hair had fallen from my head, then know that the Radzivills would find you even under the earth. If you think that because there is disunion between us and those of Nizhevich and Alita, and that they will not pursue you, you are mistaken. Radziwill blood must be avenged, an awful example must be given, otherwise there would be no life for us in this commonwealth. You cannot hide abroad either, the Emperor of Germany will give you up, for I am a prince of the German Empire. The Elector of Brandenburg is my uncle, the Prince of Orange is his brother-in-law, the King and Queen of France and their ministers are my friends. Where will you hide? The Turks and Tartars will sell you, though we had to give them half our fortune. You will not find on earth a corner, nor such deserts, nor such people. It is a wonder to me, replied Kmita, that your highness takes such thought in advance for my safety. A great person a Radziwill. Still I have only to touch a trigger. I do not deny that. More than once it has happened in the world that a great man died at the hands of a common one. A camp follower killed Pompey, French kings perished at the hands of low people. Without going farther, the same thing happened to my great father. But I ask you what will come next. What is that to me? I have never taken much thought of what will be tomorrow. If it comes to close quarters with all the Radzivills, God knows who will be warmed up best. The sword has been long hanging over my head, but the moment I close my eyes I sleep as sweetly as a suslik. And if one Radziwill is not enough for me, I will carry off a second and a third. As God is dear to me, Cavalier, you please me much, for I repeat that you alone in Europe could dare a deed like this. The beast does not care, nor mind what will come tomorrow. I love daring people, and there are fewer and fewer of them in the world. Just think. He has carried off a Radziwill and holds him as his own. Where were you reared in this fashion, Cavalier? Whence do you come? I am Banneret of Orsha. Pan Banneret of Orsha, I grieve that the Radzivills are losing a man like you, for with such men much might be done. If it were not a question of myself, I would spare nothing to win you. Too late, said Kmita. That is to be understood, answered the prince. Much too late. But I tell you beforehand that I will order you only to be shot, for you are worthy to die a soldier's death. What an incarnate devil to carry me off from the midst of my men! Kmita made no answer. The prince meditated a while, then cried. If you free me at once, I will not take vengeance. Only give me your word that you will tell no one of this, and command your men to be silent. Impossible, replied Kmita. Do you want a ransom? I do not. What the devil, then, did you carry me off for? I cannot understand it. It would take a long time to tell. I will tell your highness later. But what have we to do on the road unless to talk? Acknowledge, cavalier, one thing, you carried me off in a moment of anger and desperation, and now you don't know well what to do with me. That is my affair, answered Kmita, and if I do not know what to do, it will soon be seen. Impatience was depicted on Prince Boguslav's face. You are not over-communicative, Pan Banneret of Orsha. But answer me one question at least sincerely, did you come to me, to Podlyasy, with a plan already formed of attacking my person, or did it enter your head in the last moment? To that I can answer your highness sincerely, for my lips are burning to tell you why I left your cause, and while I am alive, while there is breath in my body, I shall not return to it. The Prince Voevoda of Vilna deceived me, and in advance brought me to swear on the crucifix that I would not leave him till death. And you are keeping the oath well. There is nothing to be said on that point. True, cried Kmita, violently. If I have lost my soul, if I must be damned, it is through the Radzivills. But I give myself to the mercy of God, and I would rather lose my soul, I would rather burn eternally, than to sin longer with knowledge and willingly, than to serve longer, knowing that I serve sin and treason. May God have mercy on me. I prefer to burn, I prefer 100 times to burn, I should burn surely, if I remained with you. I have nothing to lose. But at least I shall say at the judgment of God, I knew not what I was swearing, and had I discovered that I had sworn treason to the country, destruction to the Polish name, I should have broken the oath right there. Now let the Lord God be my judge. To the question, said Boguslav, calmly. But Pan Andrei breathed heavily, and rode on some time in silence, with frowning brow and eyes fixed on the earth, like a man bowed down by misfortune. To the question, repeated the prince. Kmita roused himself as if from a dream, shook his head, and said. I believed the Prince Hetman as I would not have believed my own father. I remember that banquet at which he announced his union with the Swedes. What I suffered then, what I passed through, God will account to me. Others, honorable men, threw their batons at his feet and remained with their country. But I stood like a stump with the baton, with shame, with submission, with infamy, in torture, for I was called traitor to my eyes. And who called me traitor? Oi, better not say, lest I forget myself, go mad, and put a bullet right here in the head of your highness. You are the men, you the traitors, the Judases, who brought me to that. Here Kmita gazed with a terrible expression on the prince, and hatred came out on his face from the bottom of his soul, like a dragon which had crawled out of a cave to the light of day. But Boguslav looked at the young man with a calm, fearless eye. At last he said. But that interests me, Pan Kmita, speak on. Kmita dropped the bridle of the prince's horse, and removed his cap as if wishing to cool his burning head. That same night, continued he, I went to the hetman, for he gave command to call me. I thought to myself, I will renounce his service, break my oath, suffocate him, choke him with these hands, blow up Kyedani with powder, and then let happen what may. He knew too that was ready for anything, knew what I was. I saw well that he was fingering a box in which there were pistols. That is nothing, thought I to myself, either he will miss me or he will kill me. But he began to reason, to speak, to show such a prospect to me, simpleton, and put himself forward as such a savior, that your highness knows what happened." "He convinced the young man," said Boguslav. "So that I fell at his feet," cried Kmita, "and saw in him the father, the one savior, of the country, so that I gave myself to him soul and body as to a devil. For him, for his honesty I was ready to hurl myself headlong from the tower of Kyedani." "I thought such would be the end," said Boguslav. "What I lost in his cause I will not say, but I rendered him important services. I held in obedience my squadron, which is in Kyedani now, God grant to his ruin. Others, who mutinied, I cut up badly. I stained my hands in brother's blood, believing that a stern necessity for the country. Often my soul was pained at giving command to shoot honest soldiers, often the nature of a noble rebelled against him, when one time and another he promised something and did not keep his word. But I thought, I am simple, he is wise. It must be done so. But today, when I learned for the first time from those letters of the poisons, the marrow stiffened in my bones. How? Is this the kind of war? You wish to poison soldiers? And that is to be in hetman fashion? That is to be the Radziwill method, and am I to carry such letters? You know nothing of politics, cavalier, interrupted Boguslav. May the thunders crush it. Let the criminal Italians practice it, not a noble whom God has adorned with more honorable blood than others, but at the same time obliged him to war with a saber and not with a drug shop. These letters, then, so astonished you that you determined to leave the Radziwills? It was not the letters, I might have thrown them to the hangman, or tossed them into the fire, for they refer not to my duties. It was not the letters. I might have refused the mission without leaving the cause. Do I know what I might have done? I might have joined the dragoons, or collected a party again, and harried Hovanski as before. But straightway a suspicion came to me, but do they not wish to poison the country as well as those soldiers? God granted me not to break out, though my head was burning like a grenade, to remember myself, to have the power to think, draw him by the tongue, and discover the whole truth. Betray not what you have at heart, give yourself out as worse than the Radziwills themselves, and draw him by the tongue. Whom, me? Yes. God aided me, so that I, simple man, deceived a politician, so that your highness, holding me the last of ruffians, hid nothing of your own ruffianism, confessed everything, told everything, as if it had been written on the hand. The hair stood on my head, but I listened and listened to the end. O traitors! Arch hell-dwellers! O parricides! How is it, that a thunderbolt has not stricken you down before now? How is it that the earth has not swallowed you? So you are treating with Melnitsky, with the Swedes, with the Elector, with Rakoczy, and with the devil himself to the destruction of this commonwealth? Now you want to cut a mantle out of it for yourself, to sell it to divide it, to tear your own mother like wolves. Such is your gratitude for all the benefits heaped on you, for the offices, the honors, the dignities, the wealth, the authority, the estates which foreign kings envy you? And you were ready without regard to those tears, torments, oppression. Where is your conscience, where your faith, where your honesty? What monster brought you into the world? Cavalier, interrupted Boguslav, coldly, you have me in your hand, you can kill me, but I beg one thing, do not bore me. Both were silent. However, it appeared plainly, from the words of Kmita, that the soldier had been able to draw out the naked truth from the diplomat, and that the prince was guilty of great incautiousness. Of a great error in betraying his most secret plans and those of the hetman. This pricked his vanity, therefore, not caring to hide his ill humor, he said. Do not ascribe it to your own wit merely, Pan Kmita, that you got the truth from me. I spoke openly, for I thought the Prince Voevoda knew people better, and had sent a man worthy of confidence. The Prince Voevoda sent a man worthy of confidence, answered Kmita, but you have lost him. Henceforth only scoundrels will serve you. If the way in which you seized me was not scoundrelly, then may the sword grow to my hand in the first battle. It was a stratagem. I learned it in a hard school. You wish, your highness, to know Kmita. Here he is. I shall not go with empty hands to our gracious lord. And you think that a hair of my head will fall from the hand of Yen Casimir? That is a question for the judges, not for me. Suddenly Kmita reined in his horse, but the letter of the Prince Voevoda, have you that letter on your person? If I had, I would not give it. The letter remained in Pilvishki. Search him, cried Kmita. The soldiers seized the prince again by the arms. Soroka began to search his pockets. After a while he found the letter. Here is one document against you and your works, said Pan Andrei, taking the letter. The King of Poland will know from it what you have in view, the Swedish king will know too, that although now you are serving him, the Prince Voevoda reserves to himself freedom to withdraw if the Swedish foot stumbles. All your treasons will come out, all your machinations. But I have, besides, other letters, to the King of Sweden, to Wittenberg, to Radzievsky. You are great and powerful. Still I am not sure that it will not be too narrow for you in this commonwealth, when both kings will prepare a recompense worthy of your treasons. Prince Boguslav's eyes gleamed with ill-omened light, but after a while he mastered his anger and said, Well, cavalier. For life or death between us. We have met. You may cause us trouble and much evil, but I say this, no man has dared hitherto to do in this country what you have done. Woe be to you and to yours. I have a saber to defend myself, and I have something to redeem my own with, answered Kmita. You have me as a hostage, said the prince. And in spite of all his anger he breathed calmly, he understood one thing at this moment, that in no case was his life threatened, that his person was too much needed by Kmita. Then they went again at a trot, and after an hour's ride they saw two horsemen, each of whom led a pair of packhorses. They were Kmita's men sent in advance from Pilvishki. What is the matter? Asked Kmita. The horses are terribly tired, for we have not rested yet. We shall rest right away. There is a cabin at the turn, maybe 'tis a public house. Let the sergeant push on to prepare oats. Public house or not, we must halt. According to order, commander. Soroka gave reins to the horses, and they followed him slowly. Kmita rode at one side of the prince, Lubieniec at the other. Boguslav had become completely calm and quiet. He did not draw Pan Andrei into further conversation. He seemed to be exhausted by the journey, or by the position in which he found himself, and dropping his head somewhat on his breast, closed his eyes. Still from time to time he cast a side look now at Kmita, now at Lubieniec, who held the reins of the horse, as if studying to discover who would be the easier to overturn so as to wrest himself free. They approached the building situated on the roadside at a bulge of the forest. It was not a public house, but a forge and a wheelwright shop, in which those going by the road stopped to shoe their horses and mend their wagons. Between the forge and the road there was a small open area, sparsely covered with trampled grass. Fragments of wagons and broken wheels lay thrown here and there on that place, but there were no travelers. Soroka's horses stood tied to a post. Soroka himself was talking before the forge to the blacksmith, a Tartar, and two of his assistants. We shall not have an overabundant repast, said the prince, there is nothing to be had here. We have food and spirits with us, answered Kmita. That is well. We shall need strength. They halted. Kmita thrust his pistol behind his belt, sprang from the saddle, and giving his horse to Soroka, seized again the reins of the prince's horse, which however Lubieniec had not let go from his hand on the other side. Your Highness will dismount, said Kmita. Why is that? I will eat and drink in the saddle, said the prince, bending down. I beg you to come to the ground, said Kmita, threateningly. But into the ground with you, cried the prince, with a terrible voice. And drawing with the quickness of lightning the pistol from Kmita's belt, he thundered into his very face. Jesus, Mary, cried Kmita. At this moment the horse under the prince struck with spurs reared so that he stood almost erect. The prince turned like a snake in the saddle toward Lubieniec, and with all the strength of his powerful arm struck him with the pistol between the eyes. Lubieniec roared terribly and fell from the horse. Before the others could understand what had happened, before they had drawn breath, before the cry of fright had died on their lips, Boguslav scattered them as a storm would have done, rushed from the square to the road. And shot on like a whirlwind toward Billeviches. "Seize him! Hold him! Kill him!" cried wild voices. 3 soldiers who were sitting yet on the horses rushed after him, but Soroka seized a musket standing at the wall, and aimed at the fleeing man, or rather at his horse. The horse stretched out like a deer, and moved forward like an arrow urged from the string. The shot thundered. Soroka rushed through the smoke for a better view of what he had done. He shaded his eyes with his hand, gazed a while, and cried at last. "Missed!" At this moment Boguslav disappeared beyond the bend, and after him vanished the pursuers. Then Soroka turned to the blacksmith and his assistants, who were looking up to that moment with dumb astonishment at what had happened, and cried, "Water!" The blacksmith ran to draw water, and Soroka knelt near Pan Andrei, who was lying motionless. Kmita's face was covered with powder from the discharge, and with drops of blood, his eyes were closed, his left brow and left temple were blackened. The sergeant began first to feel lightly with his fingers the head of his colonel. "His head is sound." But Kmita gave no signs of life, and blood came abundantly from his face. The blacksmith's assistants brought a bucket of water and a cloth. Soroka, with equal deliberation and care, began to wipe Kmita's face. Finally the wound appeared from under the blood and blackness. The ball had opened Kmita's left cheek deeply, and had carried away the end of his ear. Soroka examined to see if his cheekbone were broken. After a while he convinced himself that it was not, and drew a long breath. Kmita, under the influence of cold water and pain, began to give signs of life. His face quivered, his breast heaved with breath. "He is alive. Nothing. He will be unharmed," cried Soroka, joyfully, and a tear rolled down the murderous face of the sergeant. Meanwhile at the turn of the road appeared Billeviches, one of the 3 soldiers who had followed the prince. "Well, what?" called Soroka. The soldier shook his head. "Nothing. Will the others return soon?" "The others will not return." With trembling hands the sergeant laid Kmita's head on the threshold of the forge, and sprang to his feet. "How is that?" "Sergeant, that prince is a wizard." Zavrotinsky caught up first, for he had the best horse, and because the prince let him catch up. Before our eyes Boguslav snatched the saber from his hand and thrust him through. We had barely to cry out. Vitkovsky was next, and sprang to help. And him this Radziwill cut down before my eyes, as if a thunderbolt had struck him. He did not give a sound. I did not wait my turn. "Sergeant, the prince is ready to come back here." "There is nothing in this place for us," said Soroka. "To horse." That moment they began to make a stretcher between the horses for Kmita. 2 of the soldiers, at the command of Soroka, stood with muskets on the road, fearing the return of the terrible man. But Prince Boguslav, convinced that Kmita was not alive, rode quietly to Billeviches. About dark he was met by a whole detachment of horsemen sent out by Patterson, whom the absence of the prince had disturbed for some time. The officer, on seeing the prince, galloped to him. "Your Highness, we did not know." "That is nothing," interrupted Prince Boguslav. "I was riding this horse in the company of that cavalier, of whom I bought him." And after a while he added, "I paid him well." Chapter 28. The trusty Soroka carried his colonel through the deep forest, not knowing himself what to begin, whither to go or to turn. Kmita was not only wounded, but stunned by the shot. Soroka from time to time moistened the piece of cloth in a bucket hanging by the horse, and washed his face. At times he halted to take fresh water from the streams and forest ponds. But neither halts nor the movement of the horse could restore at once consciousness to Pan Andrei, and he lay as if dead, till the soldiers going with him, and less experienced in the matter of wounds than Soroka, began to be alarmed for the life of their colonel. "He is alive," answered Soroka, "in 3 days he will be on horseback like any of us." In fact, an hour later, Kmita opened his eyes, but from his mouth came forth one word only. Drink. Soroka held a cup of pure water to his lips. But it seemed that to open his mouth caused Pan Andrei unendurable pain, and he was unable to drink. But he did not lose consciousness, he asked for nothing, apparently remembered nothing. His eyes were wide open, and he gazed, without attention, toward the depth of the forest, on the streaks of blue sky visible through the dense branches above their heads, and at his comrades, like a man roused from sleep. Or like one recovered from drunkenness, and permitted Soroka to take care of him without saying a word. Nay, the cold water with which the sergeant washed the wound seemed to give him pleasure, for at times his eyes smiled. But Soroka comforted him. Tomorrow the dizziness will pass, Colonel, God grant recovery. In fact, dizziness began to disappear toward evening. For just before the setting of the sun Kmita seemed more self-possessed and asked on a sudden, "What noise is that?" "What noise?" "There is none," answered Soroka. Apparently the noise was only in the head of Pan Andrei, for the evening was calm. The setting sun, piercing the gloom with its slanting rays, filled with golden glitter the forest darkness, and lighted the red trunks of the pine trees. There was no wind, and only here and there, from hazel, birch, and hornbeam trees leaves dropped to the ground, or timid beasts made slight rustle in fleeing to the depths of the forest in front of the horsemen. The evening was cool. But evidently fever had begun to attack Pan Andrei, for he repeated, "Your Highness, it is life or death between us." At last it became dark altogether, and Soroka was thinking of a night camp. But because they had entered a damp forest and the ground began to yield under the hoofs of their horses, they continued to ride in order to reach high and dry places. They rode 1 hour and a second without being able to pass the swamp. Meanwhile it was growing lighter, for the moon had risen. Suddenly Soroka, who was in advance, sprang from the saddle and began to look carefully at the ground. "Horses have passed this way," said he, at sight of tracks in the soft earth. "Who could have passed, when there is no road?" asked one of the soldiers supporting Pan Kmita. "But there are tracks, and a whole crowd of them. Look here between the pines, as evident as on the palm of the hand. Perhaps cattle have passed." "Impossible. It is not the time of forest pastures, horse hoofs are clearly to be seen, somebody must have passed. It would be well to find even a forester's cabin. Let us follow the trail. Let us ride forward." Soroka mounted again and rode on. Horses' tracks in the turfy ground were more distinct, and some of them, as far as could be seen in the light of the moon, seemed quite fresh. Still the horses sank to their knees, and beyond. The soldiers were afraid that they could not wade through, or would come to some deeper quagmire, when, at the end of half an hour, the odor of smoke and rosin came to their nostrils. "There must be a pitch clearing here," said Soroka. "Yes, sparks are to be seen," said a soldier. And really in the distance appeared a line of reddish smoke, filled with flame, around which were dancing the sparks of a fire burning under the ground. When they had approached, the soldiers saw a cabin, a well, and a strong shed built of pine logs. The horses, wearied from the road, began to neigh. Frequent neighing answered them from under the shed, and at the same time there stood before the riders some kind of a figure, dressed in sheepskin, wool outward. "Are there many horses?" asked the man in the sheepskin. "Is this a pitch factory?" inquired Soroka. "What kind of people are ye? Where do ye come from?" asked the pitch-maker, in a voice in which astonishment and alarm were evident. "Never fear," answered Soroka, "we are not robbers. Go your own way. There is nothing for you here. Shut thy mouth, and guide us to the house since we ask. Sayest not, scoundrel, that we are taking a wounded man? What kind of people are ye? Be quick, or we answer from guns. It will be better for thee to hurry. Take us to the house, if not, we will cook thee in thy own pitch. I cannot defend myself alone, but there will be more of us. Ye will lay down your lives here. There will be more of us too, lead on. Go on yourselves, it is not my affair. What thou hast to eat, give us, and Garelka. We are carrying a man who will pay. If he leaves here alive. Thus conversing, they entered the cabin. A fire was burning in the chimney, and from pots, hanging by the handles, came the odor of boiling meat. The cabin was quite large. Soroka saw at the walls 6 wooden beds, covered thickly with sheepskins. This is the resort of some company, muttered he to his comrades. Prime your guns and watch well. Take care of this scoundrel, let him not slip away. The owners sleep outside tonight, for we shall not leave the house. The men will not come today, said the pitchmaker. That is better, for we shall not quarrel about room, and tomorrow we will go on, replied Soroka, but now dish the meat, for we are hungry, and spare no oats on the horses. Where can oats be found here, great mighty soldiers? We herd horses under the shed, so there must be oats, thou dost not feed them with pitch. They are not my horses. Whether they are yours or not, they must eat as well as ours. Hurry, man, hurry. If thy skin is dear to thee. The pitchmaker said nothing. The soldiers entered the house, placed the sleeping Kmita on a bed, and sat down to supper. They ate eagerly the boiled meat and cabbage, a large kettle of which was in the chimney. There was millet also, and in a room at the side of the cabin Soroka found a large decanter of spirits. He merely strengthened himself with it slightly, and gave none to the soldiers, for he had determined to hold it in reserve for the night. This empty house with 6 beds for men, and a shed in which a band of horses were neighing, seemed to him strange and suspicious. He judged simply that this was a robber's retreat, especially since in the room from which he brought the decanter he found many weapons hanging on the wall, and a keg of powder, with various furniture, evidently plundered from noble houses. In case the absent occupants of the cabin returned, it was impossible to expect from them not merely hospitality, but even mercy. Soroka therefore resolved to hold the house with armed hand, and maintain himself in it by superior force or negotiations. This was imperative also in view of the health of Pan Kmita, for whom a journey might be fatal, and in view of the safety of all. Soroka was a trained and seasoned soldier, to whom one feeling was foreign, the feeling of fear. Still in that moment, at thought of Prince Boguslav, fear seized him. Having been for long years in the service of Kmita, he had blind faith, not only in the valor, but the fortune of the man. He had seen more than once deeds of his which in daring surpassed every measure, and touched almost on madness, but which still succeeded and passed without harm. With Kmita he had gone through the raids on Hovanski. Had taken part in all the surprises, attacks, fights, and onsets, and had come to the conviction that Pan Andrei could do all things, succeed in all things, come out of every chaos, and destroy whomsoever he wished. Kmita therefore was for him the highest impersonation of power and fortune, but this time he had met his match seemingly, nay, he had met his superior. How was this? One man carried away, without weapons, and in Kmita's hands, had freed himself from those hands. Not only that, he had overthrown Kmita, conquered his soldiers, and terrified them so that they ran away in fear of his return. That was a wonder of wonders, and Soroka lost his head pondering over it. To his thinking, anything might come to pass in the world rather than this, that a man might be found who could ride over Kmita. Has our fortune then ended? Muttered he to himself, gazing around in wonder. It was not long since with eyes shut he followed Pan Kmita to Hovanski's quarters surrounded by 80,000 men. Now at the thought of that long-haired prince with lady's eyes and a painted face, superstitious terror seized him, and he knew not what to do. The thought alarmed him, that tomorrow or the next day he would have to travel on highways where the terrible prince himself or his pursuers might meet him. This was the reason why he had gone from the road to the dense forest, and at present wished to stay in that cabin until pursuers were deluded and wearied. But since even that hiding-place did not seem to him safe for other reasons, he wished to discover what course to take. Therefore he ordered the soldiers to stand guard at the door and the windows, and said to the pitchmaker, "Here, man, take a lantern and come with me. I can light the great mighty lord only with a pitch torch, for we have no lantern. Then light the torch, if thou burn the shed and the horses, it is all one to me. After such words a lantern was found right away. Soroka commanded the fellow to go ahead, and followed himself with a pistol in his hand. Who live in this cabin? Asked he on the road. Men live here. What are their names? That is not free for me to say. It seems to me, fellow, that thou lt get a bullet in thy head. My master, answered the pitchmaker, if I had told in a lie any kind of name, you would have to be satisfied. True. But are there many of those men? There is an old one, 2 sons, and 2 servants. Are they nobles? Surely nobles. Do they live here? Sometimes here, and sometimes God knows where. But the horses, whence are they? God knows whence they bring them. Tell the truth, do thy masters not rob on the highway? Do I know? It seems to me they take horses, but whose, that's not on my head. What do they do with the horses? Sometimes they take 10 or 12 of them, as many as there are, and drive them away, but whither I know not. Thus conversing, they reached the shed, from which was heard the snorting of horses. Hold the light, said Soroka. The fellow raised the lantern, and threw light on the horses standing in a row at the wall. Soroka examined them one after another with the eye of a specialist, shook his head, smacked his lips, and said. The late Pan Zend would have rejoiced. There are Polish and Muscovite horses here, there is a Wallachian, a German, a mare. Fine horses. What dost thou give them to eat? Not to lie, my master, I sowed 2 fields with oats in springtime. Then thy masters have been handling horses since spring? No, but they sent a servant to me with a command. Then art thou theirs? I was till they went to the war. What war? Do I know? They went far away last year, and came back in the summer. Whose art thou now? These are the king's forests. Who put thee here to make pitch? The royal forester, a relative of these men, who also brought horses with them, but since he went away once with them, he has not come back. And do guests come to these men? Nobody comes here, for there are swamps around, and only one road. It is a wonder to me that ye could come, my master, for whoso does not strike the road, will be drawn in by the swamp. Soroka wanted to answer that he knew these woods and the road very well. But after a moment's thought he determined that silence was better, and inquired. Are these woods very great? The fellow did not understand the question. How is that? Do they go far? Oh. Who has gone through them? Where one ends another begins, and God knows where they are not, I have never been in that place. Very well, said Soroka. Then he ordered the man to go back to the cabin, and followed himself. On the way he was pondering over what he should do, and hesitated. On one hand the wish came to him to take the horses while the cabin dwellers were gone, and flee with this plunder. The booty was precious, and the horses pleased the old soldier's heart greatly, but after a while he overcame the temptation. To take them was easy, but what to do further? Swamps all around, one egress, how hit upon that? Chance had served him once, but perhaps it would not a second time. To follow the trail of hoofs was useless, for the cabin dwellers had surely wit enough to make by design false and treacherous trails leading straight into quagmires. Soroka knew clearly the methods of men who steal horses, and of those who take booty. He thought a while, therefore, and meditated. All at once he struck his head with his fist. I am a fool, muttered he. I'll take the fellow on a rope, and make him lead me to the highway. Barely had he uttered the last word when he shuddered, to the highway. But that prince will be there, and pursuit. To lose 15 horses. Said the old fox to himself, with as much sorrow as if he had cared for the beasts from their colthood. It must be that our fortune is ended. We must stay in the cabin till Pan Kmita recovers, stay with consent of the owners or without their consent, and what will come later, that is work for the colonel's head. Thus meditating, he returned to the cabin. The watchful soldiers were standing at the door. And though they saw a lantern shining in the dark from a distance, the same lantern with which Soroka and the pitchmaker had gone out, still they forced them to tell who they were before they let them enter the cabin. Soroka ordered his soldiers to change the watch about midnight, and threw himself down on the plank bed beside Kmita. It had become quiet in the cabin. Only the crickets raised their usual music in the adjoining closet, and the mice gnawed from moment to moment among the rubbish piled up there. The sick man woke at intervals and seemed to have dreams in his fever, for to Soroka's ears came the disconnected words. "Gracious king, pardon, those men are traitors, I will tell all their secrets, the Commonwealth is a red cloth, well. I have you, worthy prince, hold him. Gracious king, this way, for there is treason." Soroka rose on the bed and listened, but the sick man, when he had screamed once and a second time, fell asleep, and then woke and cried. "Olenka, Olenka, be not angry." About midnight he grew perfectly calm and slept soundly. Soroka also began to slumber, but soon a gentle knocking at the door of the cabin roused him. The watchful soldier opened his eyes at once, and springing to his feet went out. "But what is the matter?" asked he. "Sergeant, the pitchmaker has escaped. 100 devils. He'll bring robbers to us right away." "Who was watching him?" "Billeviches. I went with him to water our horses," said Billeviches, explaining. "I ordered him to draw the water, and held the horses myself." "And what? Did he jump into the well?" "No, sergeant, but between the logs, of which there are many near the well, and into the stump holes. I let the horses go. For though they scattered there are others here, and sprang after him, but I fell into the first hole. It was night, dark, the scoundrel knows the place, and ran away. May the pest strike him. He will bring those devils here to us, he'll bring them. May the thunderbolt split him." The sergeant stopped, but after a while said. "We will not lie down, we must watch till morning. Any moment a crowd may come." And giving an example to the others, he took his place on the threshold of the cabin with a musket in his hand. The soldiers sat near him talking in an undertone, listening sometimes to learn if in the night sounds of the pine woods the tramp and snort of coming horses could reach them. It was a moonlight night, and calm, but noisy. In the forest depths life was seething. It was the season of mating, therefore the wilderness thundered with terrible bellowing of stags. These sounds, short, hoarse, full of anger and rage, were heard round about in all parts of the forest, distant and near, sometimes right there, as if 100 yards from the cabin. "If men come, they will bellow too, to mislead us," said Billeviches. They will not come tonight. Before the pitchmaker finds them, 'twill be day," said the other soldiers. "In the daytime, sergeant, it would be well to examine the cabin and dig under the walls. For if robbers dwell here there must be treasures." "The best treasures are in that stable," said Soroka, pointing with his finger to the shed. "But we'll take them." "Ye are fools. There is no way out, nothing but swamps all around. But we came in. God guided us. A living soul cannot come here or leave here without knowing the road. We will find it in the daytime. We shall not find it, for tracks are made everywhere purposely, and the trails are misleading. It was not right to let the man go. It is known that the highroad is a day's journey distant, and in that direction," said Billeviches. Here he pointed with his finger to the eastern part of the forest. "We will ride on till we pass through, that's what we'll do. You think that you will be a lord when you touch the highway? Better the bullet of a robber here than a rope there." "How is that, father?" asked Billeviches. "They are surely looking for us there." "Who, father?" "The prince." Soroka was suddenly silent, and after him were silent the others, as if seized with fear. "Oi," said Billeviches, at last. "It is bad here and bad there. Though you twist, you can't turn. They have driven us poor devils into a net, "Here robbers, and there the prince," said another soldier. "May the thunderbolts burn them there." "I would rather have to do with a robber than with a wizard," added Billeviches, "for that prince is possessed, yes, possessed." Zawratinsky could wrestle with a bear, and the prince took the sword from his hands as from a child. It can only be that he enchanted him, for I saw, too, that when he rushed at Vitkovsky Boguslav grew up before the eyes to the size of a pine tree. If he had not, I shouldn't have let him go alive. But you were a fool not to jump at him. What had I to do, Sergeant? I thought this way: he is sitting on the best horse, if he wishes, he will run away, but if he attacks me I shall not be able to defend myself, for with a wizard is a power not human. He becomes invisible to the eye or surrounds himself with dust. That is truth, answered Soroka, for when I fired at him he was surrounded as it were by a fog, and I missed. Any man mounted may miss when the horse is moving, but on the ground that has not happened to me for 10 years. What's the use in talking, said Billeviches, better count, Lyubimyets, Vitkovsky, Zawratinsky, our colonel. And one man brought them all down, and he without arms, such men that each of them has many a time stood against four. Without the help of the devil he could not have done this. Let us commend our souls to God. For if he is possessed, the devil will show him the road to this place. But without that he has long arms for such a lord. Quiet, exclaimed Soroka, quickly, something is making the leaves rustle. The soldiers were quiet and bent their ears. Nearby, indeed, were heard some kind of heavy steps, under which the fallen leaves rustled very clearly. I hear horses, whispered Soroka. But the steps began to retreat from the cabin, and soon after was heard the threatening and hoarse bellowing of a stag. That is a stag. He is making himself known to a doe, or fighting off another horned fellow. Throughout the whole forest are entertainments as if at the wedding of Satan. They were silent again and began to doze. The sergeant raised his head at times and listened for a while, then dropped it toward his breast. Thus passed an hour, and a second. At last the nearest pine trees from being black became grey, and the tops grew whiter each moment, as if someone had burnished them with molten silver. The bellowing of stags ceased, and complete stillness reigned in the forest depths. Dawn passed gradually into day, the white and pale light began to absorb rosy and golden gleams. At last perfect morning had come, and lighted the tired faces of the soldiers sleeping a firm sleep at the cabin. Then the door opened, Kmita appeared on the threshold, and called. Soroka! Come here. The soldiers sprang up. For God's sake, is your grace on foot? Asked Soroka. But you have slept like oxen, it would have been possible to cut off your heads and throw them out before anyone would have been roused. We watched till morning, Colonel. We fell asleep only in the broad day. Kmita looked around. Where are we? In the forest, Colonel. I see that myself. But what sort of a cabin is this? We know not ourselves. Follow me, said Kmita. And he turned to the inside of the cabin. Soroka followed. Listen, said Kmita, sitting on the bed. Did the prince fire at me? He did. And what happened to him? He escaped. A moment of silence followed. That is bad, said Kmita, very bad. Better to lay him down than to let him go alive. We wanted to do that, but... But what? Soroka told briefly all that had happened. Kmita listened with wonderful calmness. But his eyes began to glitter, and at last he said. Then he is victor, but we'll meet again. Why did you leave the highroad? I was afraid of pursuit. That was right, for surely there was pursuit. There are too few of us now to fight against Boguslav's power, too few. Besides, he has gone to Prussia, we cannot reach him there, we must wait. Soroka was relieved. Pan Kmita evidently did not fear Boguslav greatly, since he talked of overtaking him. This confidence was communicated at once to the old soldier accustomed to think with the head of his colonel and to feel with his heart. Meanwhile Pan Andrei, who had fallen into deep thought, came to himself on a sudden, and began to seek something about his person with both his hands. "Where are my letters?" asked he. "What letters?" "Letters that I had on my body. They were fastened to my belt." "Where is the belt?" asked Pan Andrei, in haste. "I unbuckled the belt myself, that your grace might breathe more easily. There it is." "Bring it." Soroka gave him a belt lined with white leather, to which a bag was attached by cords. Kmita untied it and took out papers hastily. "These are passes to the Swedish commandants, but where are the letters?" asked he, in a voice full of disquiet. "What letters?" asked Soroka. "Hundreds of thunders. The letters of the hetman to the Swedish king, to Pan Lubomirsky, and all those that I had. If they are not on the belt, they are nowhere. They must have been lost in the time of the writing." "To horse and look for them," cried Kmita, in a terrible voice. But before the astonished Soroka could leave the room, Pan Andrei sank to the bed as if strength had failed him, and seizing his head with his hands, began to repeat in a groaning voice. "Ai! My letters, my letters!" Meanwhile the soldiers rode off, except one, whom Soroka commanded to guard the cabin. Kmita remained alone in the room, and began to meditate over his position, which was not deserving of envy. Boguslav had escaped. Over Pan Andrei was hanging the terrible and inevitable vengeance of the powerful Radzivills. And not only over him, but over all whom he loved, and speaking briefly, over Olenka. Kmita knew that Prince Yanush would not hesitate to strike where he could wound him most painfully, that is, to pour out his vengeance on the person of Panna Billevich. And Olenka was still in Kyedani at the mercy of the terrible magnate, whose heart knew no pity. The more Kmita meditated over his position, the more clearly was he convinced that it was simply dreadful. After the seizure of Boguslav, the Radzivills will hold him a traitor, the adherents of Yan Kazimir, the partisans of Sapieha, and the Confederates who had risen up in Podliasy look on him as a traitor now, and a damned soul of the Radzivills. Among the many camps, parties, and foreign troops occupying at that moment the fields of the Commonwealth, there is not a camp, a party, a body of troops which would not count him as the greatest and most malignant enemy. Indeed, the reward offered for his head by Hovansky is still in force, and now Radzivill and the Swedes will offer rewards, and who knows if the adherents of the unfortunate Yan Kazimir have not already proclaimed one. "I have brewed beer and must drink it," thought Kmita. When he bore away Prince Boguslav, he did so to throw him at the feet of the Confederates, to convince them beyond question that he had broken with the Radzivills, to purchase a place with them. To win the right of fighting for the king and the country. Besides, Boguslav in his hands was a hostage for the safety of Olenka. But since Boguslav has crushed Kmita and escaped, not only is Olenka's safety gone, but also the proof that Kmita has really left the service of the Radzivills. But the road to the Confederates is open to him. And if he meets Volodyovsky's division and his friends the colonels, they may grant him his life, but will they take him as a comrade, will they believe him, will they not think that he has appeared as a spy? Or has come to tamper with their courage and bring over people to Radzivill? Here he remembered that the blood of Confederates was weighing on him. That to begin with, he had struck down the Hungarians and dragoons in Kyedani, that he had scattered the mutinous squadrons or forced them to yield, that he had shot stubborn officers and exterminated soldiers. That he had surrounded Kyedani with trenches and fortified it, and thus assured the triumph of Radzivill in Jmud. How could I go, thought he, the plague would in fact be a more welcome guest there than I. With Boguslav on a lariat at the saddle it would be possible, but with only my mouth and empty hands. If he had those letters he might join the Confederates, he would have had Prince Yanush in hand, for those letters might undermine the credit of the hetman, even with the Swedes, even with the price of them he might save Olenka. But some evil spirit had so arranged that the letters were lost. When Kmita comprehended all this, he seized his own head a second time. For the Radzivills a traitor, for Olenka a traitor, for the Confederates a traitor, for the king a traitor. I have ruined my fame, my honor, myself, and Olenka. The wound in his face was burning, but in his soul hot pain, 100-fold greater, was burning him. In addition to all, his self-love as a knight was suffering. For he was shamefully beaten by Boguslav. Those slashes which Volodyovski had given him in Lubick were nothing. There he was finished by an armed man whom he had called out in a duel, here by a defenseless prisoner whom he had in his hand. With every moment increased in Kmita the consciousness of how terrible and shameful was the plight into which he had fallen. The longer he examined it the more clearly he saw its horror. And every moment he saw new black corners from which were peering forth infamy and shame, destruction to himself, to Olenka, wrong against the country, till at last terror and amazement seized him. "Have I done all this?" asked he of himself. And the hair stood on his head. "Impossible. It must be that fever is shaking me yet," cried he. "Mother of God, this is not possible." "Blind, foolish quarreller," said his conscience, "this would not have come to thee in fighting for the king in the country, nor if thou hadst listened to Olenka." And sorrow tore him like a whirlwind. Hey! If only he could say to himself, "The Swedes against the country, I against them. Radziwill against the king, I against him." Then it would be clear and transparent in his soul. Then he might collect a body of cutthroats from under a dark star and, frolic with them as a gypsy at a fair, fall upon the Swedes, and ride over their breasts with pure heart and conscience. Then he might stand in glory as in sunlight before Olenka, and say, "I am no longer infamous, but defensor patriae, a defender of the country, love me, as I love thee." But what was he now? That insolent spirit, accustomed to self-indulgence, would not confess to a fault altogether at first. It was the Radzivills who, according to him, had pushed him down in this fashion. It was the Radzivills who had brought him to ruin, covered him with evil repute, bound his hands, despoiled him of honor and love. Here Pan Kmita gnashed his teeth, stretched out his hands toward Jmud, on which Yanush, the hetman, was sitting like a wolf on a corpse, and began to call out in a voice choking with rage. "Vengeance! Vengeance!" Suddenly he threw himself in despair on his knees in the middle of the room, and began to cry. "I vow to thee, O Lord Christ, to bend those traitors and gallop over them with justice, with fire, and with sword, to cut them. While there is breath in my throat, steam in my mouth, and life for me in this world. So help me, O Nazarene King. Amen." Some kind of internal voice told him in that moment, "Serve the country, vengeance afterward." Pan Andrei's eyes were flaming, his lips were baked, and he trembled as in a fever. He waved his hands, and talking with himself aloud, walked, or rather ran, through the room, kicked the bed with his feet. At last he threw himself once more on his knees. "Inspire me, O Christ, what to do, lest I fall into frenzy." At that moment came the report of a gun, which the forest echo threw from pine tree to pine tree till it brought it like thunder to the cabin. Kmita sprang up, and seizing his saber ran out. "What is that?" asked he of the soldier standing at the threshold. "A shot, Colonel." "Where is Soroka?" He went to look for the letters. "In what direction was the shot?" The soldier pointed to the eastern part of the forest, which was overgrown with dense underwood. "There." At that moment was heard the tramp of horses not yet visible. "Be on your guard," cried Kmita. But from out the thicket appeared Soroka, hurrying as fast as his horse could gallop, and after him the other soldier. They rushed up to the cabin, sprang from the horses, and from behind them, as from behind breastworks, took aim at the thicket. "What is there?" asked Kmita. "A party is coming," answered Soroka. Chapter 29. Silence succeeded, but soon something began to rustle in the near thicket, as if wild beasts were passing. The movement, however, grew slower the nearer it came. Then there was silence a second time. "How many of them are there?" asked Kmita. "About 6, and perhaps 8, for to tell the truth I could not count them surely," said Soroka. "That is our luck. They cannot stand against us." "They cannot, Colonel. But we must take one of them alive, and scorch him so that he will show the road." There will be time for that. Be watchful. Kmita had barely said, "Be watchful," when a streak of white smoke bloomed forth from the thicket, and you would have said that birds had fluttered in the near grass, about 30 yards from the cabin. "They shot from old guns, with hobnails," said Kmita. "If they have not muskets, they will do nothing to us, for old guns will not carry from the thicket." Soroka, holding with one hand the musket resting on the saddle of the horse standing in front of him, placed the other hand in the form of a trumpet before his mouth, and shouted, "Let any man come out of the bushes. He will cover himself with his legs right away." A moment of silence followed, then a threatening voice was heard in the thicket. "What kind of men are you? Better than those who rob on the highroad? By what right have you found out our dwelling? A robber asks about right. The hangman will show you right. Come to the cabin. We will smoke you out just as if you were badgers. But come on, only see that the smoke does not stifle you too." The voice in the thicket was silent. The invaders, it seemed, had begun to take counsel. Meanwhile Soroka whispered to Kmita, "We must decoy someone hither, and bind him, we shall then have a guide and a hostage." "Pshaw," answered Kmita, "if anyone comes it will be on parole. With robbers parole may be broken." "It is better not to give it," said Kmita. With that question sounded again from the thicket. "What do you want?" Now Kmita began to speak. "We should have gone as we came if you had known politeness and not fired from a gun. You will not stay there will be 100 horse of us in the evening. Before evening 200 dragoons will come, and your swamps will not save you, for they will pass as we passed. Are you soldiers? We are not robbers, you may be sure. From what squadron? But are you hetman? We will not report to you. The wolves will devour you, in old fashion. And the crows will pick you. Tell what you want, 100 devils. Why did you come to our cabin? Come yourselves, and you will not split your throat crying from the thicket. Nearer, nearer. On your word. A word is for knights, not for robbers. If it please you, believe, if not, believe not. May two come? They may. After a while from out the thicket 100 yards distant appeared 2 men, tall and broad-shouldered. One somewhat bent seemed to be a man of years, the other went upright, but stretched his neck with curiosity toward the cabin. Both wore short sheepskin coats covered with grey cloth of the kind used by petty nobles, high cowhide boots, and fur caps drawn down to their ears. "What the devil," said Kmita, examining the 2 men with care. "Colonel!" cried Soroka, "a miracle indeed, but those are our people." Meanwhile they approached within a few steps, but could not see the men standing near the cabin, for the horses concealed them. All at once Kmita stepped forward. Those approaching did not recognize him, however, for his face was bound up. They halted, and began to measure him with curious and unquiet eyes. "And where is the other son, Pan Kyemlich?" asked Kmita. "He has not fallen, I hope." "Who is that? How is that? What? Who is talking?" asked the old man, in a voice of amazement and as it were terrified. And he stood motionless, with mouth and eyes widely open. Then the son, who since he was younger had quicker vision, took the cap from his head. "For God's sake, father! That's the colonel," cried he. "Oh Jesus! Sweet Jesus!" cried the old man, "that is Pan Kmita." And both took the fixed posture of subordinates saluting their commanders, and on their faces were depicted both shame and wonder. "Ah! Such sons," said Pan Andrei, laughing, and greeted me from a gun. Here the old man began to shout. "Come this way, all of you. Come." From the thicket appeared a number of men, among whom were the second son of the old man and the pitchmaker. All ran up at breakneck speed with weapons ready, for they knew not what had happened. But the old man shouted again. "To your knees, rogues, to your knees. This is Pan Kmita. What fool was it who fired? Give him this way." "It was you, father," said young Kyemlich. You lie like a dog. Pan Colonel, who could know that it was your grace who had come to our cabin? As God is true, I do not believe my own eyes yet. I am here in person, answered Kmita, stretching his hand toward him. Oh Jesus, said the old man, such a guest in the pine woods. I cannot believe my own eyes. With what can we receive your grace here? If we expected, if we knew. Here he turned to his sons, run, some blockhead, to the cellar, bring mead. Give the key to the padlock, father. The old man began to feel in his belt, and at the same time looked suspiciously at his son. The key of the padlock? But I know thee, gypsy, thou wilt drink more thyself than thou lt bring. What's to be done? I'll go myself, he wants the key of the padlock. But go roll off the logs, and I'll open and bring it myself. I see that you have spoons hidden under the logs, Pan Kyemlik, said Kmita. But can anything be kept from such robbers? Asked the old man, pointing to the sons. They would eat up their father. Ye are still here. Go roll away the logs. Is this the way ye obey him who begot you? The young men went quickly behind the cabin to the pile of logs. You are in disagreement with your sons in old fashion, it seems, said Kmita. Who could be in agreement with them? They know how to fight, they know how to take booty, but when it comes to divide with their father, I must tear my part from them at risk of my life. Such is the pleasure I have, but they are like wild bulls. I beg your grace to the cabin, for the cold bites out here. For God's sake. Such a guest, such a guest. And under the command of your grace we took more booty than during this whole year. We are in poverty now, wretchedness. Evil times, and always worse, and old age, too, is no joy. I beg you to the cabin, over our lowly threshold. For God's sake. Who could have looked for your grace here? Old Kyemlik spoke with a marvelously rapid and complaining utterance, and while speaking cast quick, restless glances on every side. He was a bony old man, enormous in stature, with a face ever twisted and sullen. He, as well as his two sons, had crooked eyes. His brows were bushy, and also his mustaches, from beneath which protruded beyond measure an underlip, which when he spoke came to his nose, as happens with men who are toothless. The agedness of his face was in wonderful contrast to the quickness of his movements, which displayed unusual strength and alertness. His movements were as rapid as if a spring stirred him. He turned his head continually, trying to take in with his eyes everything around, men as well as things. Toward Kmita he became every minute more humble, in proportion as subservience to his former leader, fear, and perhaps admiration or attachment were roused in him. Kmita knew the Kyemliks well, for the father and two sons had served under him when single-handed he had carried on war in White Russia with Hovansky. They were valiant soldiers, and as cruel as valiant. One son, Kosma, was standard-bearer for a time in Kmita's legion, but he soon resigned that honorable office, since it prevented him from taking booty. Among the gamblers and unbridled souls who formed Kmita's legion, and who drank away and lost in the day what they won with blood in the night from the enemy, the Kyemliks were distinguished from mighty greed. They accumulated booty carefully, and hid it in the woods. They took with special eagerness horses, which they sold afterward at country houses and in towns. The father fought no worse than the twin sons, but after each battle he dragged away from them the most considerable part of the booty, scattering at the same time complaints and regrets that they were wronging him, threatening a father's curse. Groaning and lamenting. The sons grumbled at him, but being sufficiently stupid by nature they let themselves be tyrannized over. In spite of their endless squabbles and scoldings, they stood up, one for the other, in battle venomously without sparing blood. They were not liked by their comrades, but were feared universally, for in quarrels they were terrible, even officers avoided provoking them. Kmita was the one man who had roused indescribable fear in them, and after Kmita, Pan Ranitsky, before whom they trembled when from anger his face was covered with spots. They revered also in both lofty birth. For the Kmitas, from old times, had high rank in Orsha, and in Rossyeni flowed senatorial blood. It was said in the legion that they had collected great treasures, but no one knew surely that there was truth in this statement. On a certain day Kmita sent them away with attendants and a herd of captured horses. From that time they vanished. Kmita thought that they had fallen. His soldiers said that they had escaped with the horses, the temptation in this case being too great for their hearts. Now, as Pan Andrei saw them in health, and as in a shed near the cabin horses were neighing, and the rejoicing and subservience of the old man were mingled with disquiet, he thought that his soldiers were right in their judgment. Therefore, when they had entered the cabin he sat on a plank bed, and putting his hands on his sides, looked straight into the old man's eyes and asked, "Kmicic, where are my horses?" "Jesus! Sweet Jesus," groaned the old man. "Zolotarenko's men took the horses, they beat us and wounded us, drove us 90 miles, we hardly escaped with our lives. Oh, most holy mother! We could not find either your grace or your men. They drove us thus far into these pine woods, into misery and hunger, to this cabin in these swamps. God is kind that your grace is living and in health, though, I see, wounded. Maybe we can nurse you, and put on herbs. And those sons of mine went to roll off the logs, and they have disappeared. What are the rogues doing? They are ready to take out the door and get at the mead. Hunger here and misery, nothing more. We live on mushrooms. But for your grace there will be something to drink and a bite to eat. Those men took the horses from us, robbed us, there is no denying that. And they deprived us of service with your grace. We shall not have a bit of bread for old age, unless your grace takes us back into service." "That may happen too," answered Kmita. Now the two sons of the old man came in, Kosma and Damian, twins, big fellows, awkward, with enormous heads completely overgrown with an immensely thick bush of hair, stiff as a brush, sticking out unevenly around the ears, forming hair screws and fantastic tufts on their skulls. When they came in they stood near the door, for in presence of Kmita they dared not sit down, and Damian said, "The cellar is cleared." "'Tis well," answered old Kmicic, "I will go to bring mead." Here he looked significantly at his sons. "And Zolotarenko's men took the horses," said he, with emphasis, and went out of the cabin. Kmita glanced at the two who stood by the door, and who looked as if they had been hewn out of logs roughly with an axe. "What are you doing now?" "We take horses," answered the twins at the same time. "From whom?" "From whomsoever comes along. But mostly from Zolotarenko's men." "That is well, you are free to take from the enemy. But if you take from your own you are robbers, not nobles. What do you do with those horses?" "Father sells them in Prussia." "Has it happened to you to take from the Swedes?" "Swedish companies are not far from here." "Have you attacked the Swedes?" "We have." "Then you fall on single men or small companies, but when they defend themselves, what then?" "We pound them." "Ah, ha, you pound them. Then you have a reckoning with Zolotarenko's men and with the Swedes, and surely you could not have got away dry had you fallen into their hands." Kosma and Damian were silent. "You are carrying on a dangerous business, more becoming to robbers than nobles. It must be, also, that some sentences are hanging over you from old times." "Of course there are," answered Kosma and Damian. "So I thought." "From what parts are you?" "We are from these parts." "Where did your father live before?" "In Borovichko." "Was that his village?" "Yes, together with Pan Kapistinsky." "And what became of him?" "We killed him." "And you had to flee before the law." "It will be short work with you Kmicics, and you'll finish on trees. The hangman will light you, it cannot be otherwise." Just then the door of the room creaked, and the old man came in bringing a decanter of mead and 2 glasses. He looked unquietly at his sons and at Kmita, and then said, "Go and cover the cellar." The twins went out at once. The old man poured mead into 1 glass, the other he left empty, waiting to see if Kmita would let him drink with him. But Kmita was not able to drink himself, for he even spoke with difficulty, such pain did the wound cause him. Seeing this, the old man said, "Mead is not good for the wound, unless poured in, to clear it out more quickly. Your Grace, let me look at the wound and dress it, for I understand this matter as well as a barber." Kmita consented. Kyemlich removed the bandage, and began to examine the wound carefully. "The skin is taken off, that's nothing. The ball passed along the outside, but still it is swollen. That is why it pains me. But it is not 2 days old. Most Holy Mother! Someone who must have been very near shot at your Grace." "How do you know that?" "Because all the powder was not burned, and grains like cockle are under the skin. They will stay with your Grace. Now we need only bread and spiderweb." Terribly near was the man who fired. "It is well that he did not kill your Grace. It was not fated me. Mix the bread and the spiderweb and put them on as quickly as possible, for I must talk with you, and my jaws pain me." The old man looked suspiciously at the colonel, for in his heart there was fear that the talk might touch again on the horses said to have been taken by the Cossacks. But he busied himself at once, kneaded the moistened bread first, and since it was not hard to find spiderwebs in the cabin he attended promptly to Kmita. "I am easy now," said Pan Andrei, "sit down, worthy Kyemlich." "According to command of the colonel," answered the old man, sitting on the edge of a bench and stretching out his iron-grey bristly head uneasily toward Kmita. But Kmita, instead of conversing, took his own head in his hands and fell into deep thought. Then he rose and began to walk in the room. At moments he halted before Kyemlich and gazed at him with distraught look. Apparently he was weighing something, wrestling with thoughts. Meanwhile about half an hour passed, the old man squirmed more and more uneasily. All at once Kmita stopped before him. "Worthy Kyemlich," said he, "where are the nearest of those squadrons which rose up against the Prince Voivoda of Vilna?" The old man began to wink his eyes suspiciously. "Does your Grace wish to go to them?" "I do not request you to ask, but to answer. They say that one squadron is quartered in Szczecin, that one which came here last from Chmut." "Who said so?" "The men of the squadron themselves." "Who led it?" "Pan Volodiyovsky." "That's well. Call Soroka." The old man went out, and returned soon with the sergeant. "Have the letters been found?" asked Kmita. "They have not, Colonel," answered Soroka. Kmita shook his hands. "Oh, misery, misery. You may go, Soroka. For those letters which you have lost you deserve to hang. You may go. Worthy Kyemlich, have you anything on which to write?" "I hope to find something," answered the old man. "Even 2 leaves of paper and a pen." The old man vanished through the door of a closet which was evidently a storeroom for all kinds of things, but he searched long. Kmita was walking the while through the room, and talking to himself. "Whether I have the letters or not," said he, "the hetman does not know that they are lost, and he will fear lest I publish them. I have him in hand. Cunning against cunning. I will threaten to send them to the voivoda of Vitebsk. That is what I will do. In God is my hope, that the hetman will fear this." Further thought was interrupted by old Kyemlich, who, coming out of the closet, said, "Here are 3 leaves of paper, but no pens or ink." "No pens? But are there no birds in the woods here? They may be shot with a gun. There is a falcon nailed over the shed. Bring his wing hither quickly." Kyemlich shot off with all speed, for in the voice of Kmita was impatience, and as it were a fever. He returned in a moment with the falcon's wing. Kmita seized it, plucked out a quill, and began to make a pen of it with his dagger. "It will do," said he, looking at it before the light, "but it is easier to cut men's heads than quills. Now we need ink." So saying, he rolled up his sleeve, cut himself deeply in the arm, and moistened the quill in blood. "Worthy Kyemlich," said he, "leave me." The old man left the room, and Pan Andrei began to write at once. I renounce the service of your highness, for I will not serve traitors and deceivers. And if I swore on the crucifix not to leave your highness, God will forgive me. And even if you were to damn me, I would rather burn for my error than for open and purposed treason to my country and king. Your highness deceived me, so that I was like a blind sword in your hand, ready to spill the blood of my brethren. Therefore I summon your highness to the judgment of God, so that it may be known on whose side was treason, and on whose honest intention. Should we ever meet, though you are powerful and able to strike unto death, not only a private man, but the whole commonwealth, and I have only a saber in my hand, still I will vindicate my own, and will strike your highness. For which my regret and compunction will give me power. And your highness knows that I am of those who without attendant squadrons, without castles and cannon, can injure. While in me there is breath, over you there is vengeance, so that you can be sure neither of the day nor the hour. And this is as certain to be as that this is my own blood with which I write. I have your letters to ruin you, not only with the king of Poland, but the king of Sweden, for in them treason to the commonwealth is made manifest, as well as this too. That you are ready to desert the Swedes if only a leg totters under them. Even had you twice your present power, your ruin is in my hands, for all men must believe signatures and seals. Therefore I say this to your highness, if a hair falls from the heads which I love and which are left in Kyedani, I will send those letters and documents to Pan Sapieha, and I will have copies printed and scattered through the land. Your highness can go by land or water, you have your choice. But after the war, when peace comes to the commonwealth, you will give me the Billeviches, and I will give you the letters, or if I hear evil tidings Pan Sapieha will show them straightway to Pontus de la Gardie. Your highness wants a crown, but where will you put it when your head falls either from the Polish or the Swedish axe? It is better, I think, to have this understanding now. Though I shall not forget revenge hereafter, I shall take it only in private, excepting this case. I would commend you to God were it not that you put the help of the devil above that of God. Kmita. P.S. Your highness will not poison the Confederates, for there will be those who, going from the service of the devil to that of God, will forewarn them to drink beer neither in Orel nor Zablodovo. Here Kmita sprang up and began to walk across the room. His face was burning, for his own letter had heated him like fire. This letter was a declaration of war against the Radzivills. But still Kmita felt in himself some extraordinary power, and was ready, even at that moment, to stand eye to eye before that powerful family who shook the whole country. He, a simple noble, a simple knight, an outlaw pursued by justice, who expected assistance from no place, who had offended all so that everywhere he was accounted an enemy, he, recently overthrown, felt in himself now such power that he saw, as if with the eyes of a prophet, the humiliation of Prince Yanush and Boguslav, and his own victory. How he would wage war, where he would find allies, in what way he would conquer, he knew not, what is more, he had not thought of this. But he had profound faith that he would do what he ought to do, that is, what is right and just, in return for which God would be with him. He was filled with confidence beyond measure and bounds. It had become sensibly easier in his soul. Certain new regions were opened as it were entirely before him. Let him but sit on his horse and ride thither to honor, to glory, to Olenka. But a hair will not fall from her head, repeated he to himself, with a certain feverish joy. The letters will defend her. The hetman will guard her as the eye in his head, as I myself would. Oh, I have settled this. I am a poor worm, but they will be afraid of my sting. Then this thought came to him, and shall I write to her too? The messenger who will take the letter to the hetman can give a slip of paper to her secretly. Why not inform her that I have broken with the Radzivills, and that I am going to seek other service? This thought struck his heart greatly. Cutting his arm again, he moistened the pen and began to write. Olenka, I am no longer on the Radzivill side, for I have seen through them at last. But suddenly he stopped, thought a while, and said to himself, let deeds, not words, bear witness for me henceforth. I will not write. And he tore the paper. But he wrote on a third sheet a short letter to Volodyovski in the following words. Gracious Colonel, the undersigned friend warns you and the other colonels to be on your guard. There were letters from the hetman to Prince Boguslav and Pan Herasimovich to poison you, or to have men under you in your own quarters. Herasimovich is absent, for he has gone with Prince Boguslav to Tiltsa in Prussia. But there may be similar commands to other managers. Be careful of those managers, receive nothing from them, and at night do not sleep without guards. I know also to a certainty that the hetman will march against you soon with an army. He is waiting only for cavalry which General de la Gardie is to send, 1,500 in number. See to it, therefore, that he does not fall upon you and destroy you singly. But better send reliable men to the voevoda of Vitebsk to come, with all haste and take chief command. A well-wisher counsels this, believe him. Meanwhile keep together, choosing quarters for the squadrons one not far from the other, so that you may be able to give mutual assistance. The hetman has few cavalry, only a small number of dragoons, and Kmita's men, but they are not reliable. Kmita himself is absent. The hetman found some other office for him, it being likely that he does not trust him. Kmita too is not such a traitor as men say, he is merely led astray. I commit you to God. Babinnik. Pan Andrei did not wish to put his own name to the letter, for he judged that it would rouse in each one aversion and especially distrust. In case they understand, thought he, that it would be better for them to retreat before the hetman than to meet him in a body, they will suspect at once, if they see my name, that I wish to collect them. So that the hetman may finish them at a blow. They will think this a new trick, but from some Babinnik they will receive warning more readily. Pan Andrei called himself Babinnik from the village Babinish, near Orsha, which from remote times belonged to the Kmitas. When he had written the letter, at the end of which he placed a few timid words in his own defense, he felt new solace in his heart at the thought that with that letter he had rendered the first service, not only to Volodyovski and his friends, but to all the colonels who would not desert their country for Radziwill. He felt also that that thread would go farther. The plight into which he had fallen was difficult, indeed, almost desperate, but still there was some help, some issue, some narrow path which would lead to the highroad. But now when Olenka in all probability was safe from the vengeance of Radziwill, and the Confederates from an unexpected attack, Pan Andrei put the question, what was he to do himself? He had broken with traitors, he had burned the bridges in the rear, he wished now to serve his country, to devote to it his strength, his health, his life, but how was he to do this, how begin, to what could he put his hand? Again it came to his head to join the Confederates, but if they will not receive him, if they will proclaim him a traitor and cut him down, or what is worse, expel him in disgrace. I would rather they killed me, cried Pan Andrei. And he flushed from shame and the feeling of his own disgrace. Perhaps it is easier to save Olenka or the Confederates than his own fame. Now the position was really desperate, and again the young hero's soul began to seethe. But can I not act as I did against Hovanski, asked he of himself. I will gather a party, will attack the Swedes, burn, pursue. That is nothing new for me. No one has resisted them. I will resist until the time comes when the whole Commonwealth will ask, as did Lithuania, who is that hero who all alone dares to creep into the mouth of the lion? Then I will remove my cap and say, see, it is I, it is Kmita. And such a burning desire drew him on to that bloody work that he wished to rush out of the room and order the Kyemliches, their attendants, and his own men to mount and move on. But before he reached the door he felt as if someone had suddenly punched him in the breast and pushed him back from the threshold. He stood in the middle of the room, and looked forward in amazement. How is this? Shall I not efface my offences in this way? And at once he began to reckon with his own conscience. Where is atonement for guilt? Asked his conscience. Here something else is required. What? Asked Kmita. With what can thy guilt be effaced, if not with service of some kind, difficult and immense, honorable and pure as a tear? Is it service to collect a band of ruffians and rage like a whirlwind with them through the fields and the wilderness? Dost thou not desire this because fighting has for thee a sweet odor, as has roast meat for a dog? That is amusement, not service, a carnival, not war, robbery, not defense of the country. And didst thou not do the same against Hovanski, but what didst thou gain? Ruffians infesting the forests are ready also to attack the Swedish commands, and whence canst thou get other men? Thou wilt attack the Swedes, but also the inhabitants. Thou wilt bring vengeance on these inhabitants, and what wilt thou effect? Thou art trying to escape, thou fool, from toil and atonement. So conscience spoke in Kmita. And Kmita saw that it was right, and vexation seized him, and a species of grief over his own conscience because it spoke such bitter truth. What shall I begin? Asked he, at last. Who will help me, who will save me? Here somehow his knees began to bend till at last he knelt down at the plank bed and began to pray aloud, and implore from his whole soul and heart. O Jesus Christ, dear Lord, said he, as on the cross thou hadst pity for the thief. So now have pity for me. Behold, I desire to cleanse myself from sins, to begin a new life, and to serve my country honestly, but I know not how, for I am foolish. I serve those traitors, O Lord, also not so much from malice, but especially as it were through folly. Enlighten me, inspire me, comfort me in my despair, and rescue me in thy mercy, or I perish. Here Pan Andrei's voice quivered, he beat his broad breast till it thundered in the room, and repeated, Be merciful to me, a sinner. Be merciful to me, a sinner. Be merciful to me, a sinner. Then placing his hands together and stretching them upward, he said, And thou, most holy lady, insulted by heretics in this land, take my part with thy son, intercede for my rescue, desert me not in my suffering and misery. So that I may be able to serve thee, to avenge the insults against thee, and at the hour of my death have thee as a patroness for my unhappy soul. When Pan Andrei was imploring thus, tears began to fall from his eyes. At last he dropped his head on the plank bed and sank into silence, as if waiting for the effect of his ardent prayer. Silence followed in the room, and only the deep sound of the neighboring pine trees entered from outside. Then chips crackled under heavy steps beyond the window, and two men began to speak. What do you think, Sergeant? Where shall we go from here? Do I know? Answered Soroka. We shall go somewhere, maybe far off, to the king who is groaning under the Swedish hand. Is it true that all have left him? But the Lord God has not left him. Kmita rose suddenly from the bed, but his face was clear and calm. He went straight to the door, and opening it said to the soldier. Have the horses ready. It is time for the road. Chapter 30. A movement rose quickly among the soldiers, who were glad to go out of the forest to the distant world, all the more since they feared pursuit on the part of Boguslav Radziwill. And old Kyemlik went to the cabin, understanding that Kmita would need him. Does your grace wish to go? Asked he. I do. Will you guide me out of the forest? Do you know all the roads? I know all the roads in these parts. But whither does your grace wish to go? To our gracious king. The old man started back in astonishment. O wise lady, cried he. To what king? Not to the Swedish, you may be sure. Kyemlik not only failed to recover, but began to make the sign of the cross. Then surely your grace does not know that people say our lord the king has taken refuge in Silesia, for all have deserted him. Krakow is besieged. We will go to Silesia. Well, but how are we to pass through the Swedes? Whether we pass through as nobles or peasants, on horseback or on foot, is all one to me, if only we pass. Then too a tremendous lot of time is needed. We have time enough, but I should be glad to go as quickly as possible. Kyemlik ceased to wonder. The old man was too cunning not to surmise that there was some particular and secret cause for this undertaking of Pan Kmita's, and that moment 1,000 suppositions began to crowd into his head. But as the soldiers, on whom Pan Andrei had enjoined silence, said nothing to the old man or his sons about the seizure of Prince Boguslav, the supposition seemed to him most likely that the Prince Voivoda of Vilna had sent the young colonel on some mission to the king. He was confirmed in this opinion specially because he counted Kmita a zealous adherent of Prince Yanush, and knew of his services to the hetman. For the Confederate squadrons had spread tidings of him throughout the whole province of Podliasy, creating the opinion that Kmita was a tyrant and a traitor. The hetman is sending a confidant to the king, thought the old man. That means that surely he wishes to agree with him and leave the Swedes. Their rule must be bitter to him already, else why send? Old Kyemlich did not struggle long over this question, for his interest in the matter was altogether different. And namely, what profit could he draw from such circumstances? If he served Kmita he would serve at the same time the hetman and the king, which would not be without a notable reward. The favor of such lords would be of service, too, should he be summoned to account for old sins. Besides, there will surely be war, the country will flame up, and then plunder will crawl of itself into his hands. All this smiled at the old man, who besides was accustomed to obey Kmita, and had not ceased to fear him like fire, cherishing toward him also a certain kind of love, which Kmita knew how to rouse in all his subordinates. "Your Grace," said he, "must go through the whole Commonwealth to reach the king. Swedish troops are nothing, for we may avoid the towns and go through the woods. But the worst is that the woods, as is usual in unquiet times, are full of parties of freebooters, who fall upon travelers, and your Grace has few men. You will go with me, Pan Kyemlich, and your sons and the men whom you have. There will be more of us. If your Grace commands I will go, but I am a poor man. Only misery with us, nothing more. How can I leave even this poverty and the roof over my head? Whatever you do will be paid for. And for you it is better to take your head out of this place while it is yet on your shoulders. All the saints of the Lord! What does your Grace say? How is that? What threatens me, innocent man, in this place? Whom do we hinder?" "I know you robbers," answered Pan Andrei. "You had partnership with Kapistinsky, and killed him, then you ran away from the courts, you served with me, you took away my captured horses. As true as life." "O mighty lady," cried the old man. "Wait and be silent. Then you returned to your old lair, and began to ravage in the neighborhood like robbers, taking horses and booty everywhere. Do not deny it, for I am not your judge, and you know best whether I tell the truth. If you take the horses of Zolotarenko, that is well, if the horses of the Swedes, that is well. If they catch you they will flay you, but that is their affair." "True, true, but we take only from the enemy," said the old man. "Untrue. For you attack your own people, as your sons have confessed to me, and that is simple robbery, and a stain on the name of a noble. Shame on you, robbers. You should be peasants, not nobles." "Your Grace wrongs us," said old Fox, growing red, "for we, remembering our station, do no peasant deed. We do not take horses at night from any man's stable. It is something different to drive a herd from the fields, or to capture horses. This is permitted, and there is no prejudice to a noble therefrom in time of war. But a horse in a stable is sacred, and only a gypsy, a Jew, or a peasant would steal from a stable, not a noble. We, your Grace, do not do that. But war is war. Though there were 10 wars, only in battle can plunder be taken. If you seek it on the road, you are robbers. God is witness to our innocence. But you have brewed beer here. In few words, it is better for you to leave this place, for sooner or later the halter will take you. Come with me, you will wash away your sins with faithful service and win honor. I will receive you to my service, in which there will be more profit than in those horses. We will go with your Grace everywhere. We will guide you through the Swedes and through the robbers, for true is the speech of your Grace, that evil people persecute us here terribly, and for what? For our poverty, for nothing but our poverty. Perhaps God will take pity on us, and save us from suffering." Here old Kyemlich rubbed his hands mechanically, and his eyes glittered. "From these works," thought he, "it will boil in the country as in a kettle, and foolish the man who takes no advantage." Kmita looked at him quickly. "Only don't try to betray me." said he, threateningly, for you will not be able, and the hand of God only could save you. We have never betrayed, answered Kyemlich, gloomily, and may God condemn me if such a thought entered my head. I believe you, said Kmita, after a short silence, for treason is something different from robbery, no robber will betray. What does your grace command now? Asked Kyemlich. First, here are 2 letters, requiring quick delivery. Have you sharp men? Where must they go? Let one go to the Prince Voivoda, but without seeing Radziwill himself. Let him deliver the letter in the first squadron of the prince, and come back without awaiting an answer. The pitchmaker will go, he is a sharp man and experienced. He will do. The second letter must be taken to Podliasy, inquire for Pan Volodiyovsky's Luda squadron, and give it into the hands of the colonel himself. The old man began to mutter cunningly, and thought, I see work on every side, since he is sniffing with the Confederates there will be boiling water, there will be. Your Grace, said he, aloud, if there is not such a hurry with this letter, when we leave the forest it perhaps might be given to some man on the road. There are many nobles here friendly to the Confederates. Anyone would take it willingly, and 1 man more would remain to us. You have calculated shrewdly, answered Kmita, for it is better that he who delivers the letter should not know from whom he takes it. Shall we go out of the forest soon? As your grace wishes. We can go out in 2 weeks, or tomorrow. Of that later, but now listen to me carefully, Kyemlich. I am attending with all my mind, your grace. They have denounced me in the whole Commonwealth as a tyrant, as devoted to the hetman, or altogether to Sweden. If the king knew who I am, he might not trust me, and might despise my intention, which, if it is not sincere, God sees. Are you attending, Kyemlich? I am, your grace. Therefore I do not call myself Kmita, but Babinich, do you understand? No one must know my real name. Open not your lips, let not a breath out. If men ask whence I come, say that you joined me on the road and do not know, but say, whoso is curious, let him ask the man himself. I understand, your grace. Warn your sons, and also your men. Even if straps were cut out of them, they must say my name is Babinich. You will answer for this with your life. It will be so, your grace. I will go and tell my sons, for it is necessary to put everything into the heads of those rogues with a shovel. Such is the joy I have with them. God has punished me for the sins of my youth, that is the trouble. Let me say another word, your grace. Speak boldly. It seems to me better not to tell soldiers or men where we are going. That is true. It is enough for them to know that Babinich, not Pan Kmita, is traveling. And on such a journey it is better to conceal your grace's rank. Why? Because the Swedes give passes to the more considerable people, and whoso has not a pass, him they take to the commandant. I have passes to the Swedish troops. Astonishment gleamed in the cunning eyes of Kyemlich, but after a while he asked, will your grace let me say once more what I think? If you give good counsel and delay not, speak, for I see that you are a clever man. If you have passes, it is better, for in need they may be shown, but if your grace is traveling on an errand that should remain secret, it is safer not to show the passes. I know not whether they are given in the name of Babinich or Kmita. But if you show them, the trace will remain and pursuit will be easier. You have struck the point, cried Kmita. I prefer to reserve the passes for another time, if it is possible to go through without them. It is possible, your grace. And that disguised either as a peasant or a petty noble, which will be easier, for I have some clean clothes, a cap and grey coat, for example, just such as petty nobles wear. We may travel with a band of horses, as if we were going to the fairs, and drive farther till we come to Lavik and Warsaw, as I have done more than once during peace, and I know the roads. About this time there is a fair in Sobota, to which people come from afar. In Sobota we shall learn of other places where there are fairs, and so on. The Swedes too take less note of small nobles, for crowds of them stroll about at all the fairs. If some commandant inquires we will explain ourselves, but if a small party asks we will gallop over their bellies, God and the Most Holy Lady permitting. But if they take our horses? Requisitions in time of war are of daily occurrence. Either they will buy or they will take them. If they buy we will go to Sobota, not to sell, but to buy horses, and if they take them, we will raise a lament and go with our complaint to Warsaw and to Krakow. You have a cunning mind, said Kmita, and I see that you will serve me. Even if the Swedes take these horses, some man will be found to pay for them. I was going to Elko in Prussia with them. This turns out well, for just in that direction does our road lie. From Elko we will go along the boundary, then turn to Ostrolenko, thence through the wilderness to Pultusk and to Warsaw. Where is that Sobota? 24. Not far from Piątek. 25. Are you jesting, Kyemlik? How should I dare, answered the old man, crossing his arms on his breast and bending his head, but they have such wonderful names for towns in this region. It is a good bit of road beyond Lvivik, your grace. Are there large fairs in that Sobota? Not such as in Lvivik, but there is one at this time of year, to which horses are driven from Prussia, and crowds of people assemble. Surely it will not be worse this year, for it is quiet about there. The Swedes are in power everywhere, and have garrisons in the towns. Even if a man wanted to rise against them, he could not. Then I will take your plan. We will go with horses, and that you suffer no loss I will pay for them in advance. I thank your grace for the rescue. Only get sheepskin coats ready in common saddles and sabres, for we will start at once. Tell your sons and men who I am, what my name is, that I am traveling with horses, that you and they are hired assistants. Hurry. When the old man turned to the door, Pan Andrei said further, no one will call me grace nor commandant nor colonel, only you and Babinik. Kyemlik went out, and an hour later all were sitting on their horses ready to start on the long journey. Kmita dressed in the grey coat of a poor noble, a cap of worn sheepskin, and with a bandaged face, as if after a duel in some inn, was difficult of recognition, and looked really like some poor devil of a noble, strolling from one fair to another. He was surrounded by people dressed in like fashion, armed with common poor sabres, with long whips to drive the horses, and lariats to catch those that might try to escape. The soldiers looked with astonishment at their colonel, making various remarks, in low tones, concerning him. It was a wonder to them that he was Babinik instead of Pan Kmita, that they were to say you to him. And most of all shrugged his shoulders old Soroka, who, looking at the terrible colonel as at a rainbow, muttered to Billeviches. That you will not pass my throat. Let him kill me, but I will give him, as of old, what belongs to him. The soldiers knew not that the soul in Pan Andrei had changed as well as his external form. Move on, cried Babinik, on a sudden. The whips cracked, the riders surrounded the horses, which were huddled together, and they moved on. Chapter 31. Passing along the very boundary between the province of Trotsk and Prussia, they traveled through broad and pathless forests known only to Kyemlik, until they entered Prussia and reached Leng, or, as old Kyemlik called it, Elko. Where they got news of public affairs from nobles stopping there, who, taking their wives, children, and effects, had fled from the Swedes and sought refuge under the power of the Elector. Leng had the look of a camp, or rather it might be thought that some petty diet was in session there. The nobles drank Prussian beer in the public houses, and talked, while every now and then someone brought news. Without making inquiries and merely by listening with care, Babinik learned that Royal Prussia and the chief towns in it had taken decisively the side of Yen Casimir, and had made a treaty of mutual defense with the Elector against every enemy. It was said, however, that in spite of the treaty the most considerable towns were unwilling to admit the Elector's garrisons, fearing lest that adroit prince, when he had once entered with armed hand, might hold them for good. Or might in the decisive moment join himself treacherously to the Swedes, a deed which his inborn cunning made him capable of doing. The nobles murmured against this distrust entertained by townspeople, but Pan Andrei, knowing the Radziwill intrigues with the Elector, had to gnaw his tongue to refrain from telling what was known to him. He was held back by the thought that it was dangerous in electoral Prussia to speak openly against the elector. And secondly, because it did not beseem a small grey-coated noble who was going to a fair with horses, to enter into the intricate subject of politics, over which the ablest statesmen were racking their brains to no purpose. He sold a pair of horses, bought new ones, and journeyed farther, along the Prussian boundary, but by the road leading from Leng to Szczecin, situated in the very corner of the province of Mazovia. Between Prussia on the one side and the province of Podliasy on the other. To Szczecin Pan Andrei had no wish to go, for he learned that in that town were the quarters of the Confederate squadron commanded by Volodyovski. Volodyovski must have passed over almost the same road on which Kmita was traveling, and stopped before the very boundary of Podliasy, either for a short rest or for temporary quarters, in Szczecin, where it must have been easier to find food for men and horses than in greatly plundered Podliasy. Kmita did not wish to meet the famous colonel, for he judged that having no proofs, except words, he would not be able to persuade Volodyovski of his conversion and sincerity. He gave command, therefore, to turn to the west toward Vansosh, 10 miles from Szczecin. As to the letter he determined to send it to Pan Michael at the first opportunity. But before arriving at Vansosh, they stopped at a wayside inn called the Mandrik and disposed themselves for a night's rest, which promised to be comfortable, for there was no one at the inn save the host, a Prussian. But barely had Kmita with the 3 Kyemliks and Soroka sat down to supper when the rattling of wheels and the tramp of horses were heard. As the sun had not gone down yet, Kmita went out in front of the inn to see who was coming, for he was curious to know if it was some Swedish party, but instead of Swedes he saw a carriage, and following it 2 pack wagons, surrounded by armed men. At the first glance it was easy to see that some personage was coming. The carriage was drawn by 4 good Prussian horses, with large bones and rather short backs. A jockey sat on one of the front horses, holding 2 beautiful dogs in a leash. On the seat was a driver, and at his side a heyduke dressed in Hungarian fashion. In the carriage was the lord himself, in a cloak lined with wolfskin and fastened with numerous gilded buttons. In the rear followed 2 wagons, well filled, and at each of them 4 servants armed with sabers and guns. The lord, though a personage, was still quite young, a little beyond 20. He had a plump, red face, and in his whole person there was evidence that he did not stint himself in eating. When the carriage stopped, the heyduke sprang to give his hand to help down the lord. But the lord, seeing Kmita standing on the threshold, beckoned with his glove, and called, "Come this way, my good friend." Kmita instead of going to him withdrew to the interior, for anger seized him at once. He had not become accustomed yet to the grey coat, or to being beckoned at with a glove. He went back therefore, sat at the table, and began to eat. The unknown lord came in after him. When he had entered he half closed his eyes, for it was dark in the room, since there was merely a small fire burning in the chimney. "But why did no one come out as I was driving up?" asked the unknown lord. "The host has gone to another room," answered Kmita, "and we are travelers, like your grace." "Thank you for the confidence." "And what manner of travelers?" "Oh, a noble traveling with horses." "And your company are nobles too?" "Poor men, but nobles." "With the forehead, then, with the forehead. Whither is God guiding you?" "From fair, to sell horses." "If you stay here all night, I'll see, perhaps I'll pick out something. Meanwhile will you permit me to join you at the table?" The unknown lord asked, it is true, if they would let him sit with them, but in such a tone as if he were perfectly sure that they would, and he was not mistaken. The young horse-dealer said, "We beg your grace very kindly, though we have nothing to offer but sausage and peas." "There are better dainties in my bags," answered the lordling, not without a certain pride. "But I have a soldier's palate, and sausage with peas, if well cooked, I prefer to everything." When he had said this, and he spoke very slowly, though he looked quickly and sharply, he took his seat on the bench on which Kmita pushed aside to give convenient room. "Oh, I beg, do not incommode yourself. On the road rank is not regarded, and though you were to punch me with your elbow, the crown would not fall from my head." "Kmita, who was pushing a plate of peas to the unknown, and who, as has been said, was not used to such treatment, would certainly have broken the plate on the head of the puffed-up young man if there had not been something in that pride of his which amused Pan Andrei. Therefore not only did he restrain his internal impulse at once, but laughed and said, "Such times are the present, your grace, that crowns fall from the loftiest heads. For example, our King Yen Casimir, who by right should wear 2 crowns, has none, unless it be one of thorns." The unknown looked quickly at Kmita, then sighed and said, "Times are such now that it is better not to speak of this unless with confidence." Then after a moment he added, "But you have brought that out well. You must have served with polished people, for your speech shows more training than your rank. Rubbing against people, I have heard this and that, but I have never been a servant. Whence are you by birth, I beg to ask?" "From a village in the province of Trotsk." "Birth in a village is no drawback, if you are only noble, that's the main thing. What is to be heard in Lithuania?" "The old story, no lack of traitors." "Traitors, do you say? What kind of traitors?" "Those who have deserted the king and the Commonwealth." "How is the Prince Voivoda of Vilna?" "Sick, it is said, his breath fails him. God give him health, he is a worthy lord. For the Swedes he is, since he opened the gates to them." "I see that you are not a partisan of his." Kmita noticed that the stranger, while asking him questions as it were good-naturedly, was observing him. "What do I care," said he, "let others think of him. My fear is that the Swedes may take my horses in requisition." "You should have sold them on the spot, then. In Podlyasye are stationed, very likely, the squadrons which rebelled against the hetman, and surely they have not too many horses." "I do not know that, for I have not been among them, though some man in passing gave me a letter to one of their colonels, to be delivered when possible." "How could that passing man give you a letter when you are not going to Podlyasye?" "Because in XXII one Confederate squadron is stationed, therefore the man said to me, either give it yourself or find an opportunity in passing XXII. That comes out well, for I am going to XXII. Your grace is fleeing also before the Swedes." The unknown, instead of an answer, looked at Kmita and asked phlegmatically, "Why do you say also, since you not only are not fleeing from the Swedes, but are going among them and will sell them horses, if they do not take your beasts by force?" At this Kmita shrugged his shoulders. "I said also, because in Ling I saw many nobles who escaped before the Swedes, and as to me, if all were to serve them as much as I wish to serve them, I think they would not warm the places here long. Are you not afraid to say this?" "I am not afraid, for I am not a coward, and in the second place your grace is going to XXII, and there everyone says aloud what he thinks. God grant a quick passage from talking to action." "I see that you are a man of wit beyond your station," repeated the unknown. "But if you love not the Swedes, why leave these squadrons, which have mutinied against the hetman? Have they mutinied because their wages were kept back, or from caprice?" "No. But because they would not serve the hetman and the Swedes. It would have been better for those soldiers, poor fellows, to remain under the hetman, but they preferred to give themselves the name of rebels, to expose themselves to hunger, hardships, and many destructive things, rather than act against the king. That it will come to war between them and the Swedes is certain, and it would have come already were it not that the Swedes have not advanced to that corner as yet. Wait, they will come, they will meet here, and then you will see. I think, too, that war will begin here very soon," said Kmita. "Well, if you have such an opinion, and a sincere hatred for the Swedes, which looks out of your eyes, for you speak truth, I am a judge of that, then why not join these worthy soldiers? Is it not time, do they not need hands and sabers? Not a few honorable men are serving among them, who prefer their own king to a foreign one, and soon there will be more of these. You come from places in which men know not the Swedes as yet, but those who have made their acquaintance are shedding hot tears. In Great Poland, though it surrendered to them of its own will, they thumbscrew nobles, plunder, make requisitions, seize everything they can. At present in this province their manner is no better. General Stenbock gave forth a manifesto that each man remain quietly at home, and his property would be respected. But what good was in that? The general has his will, and the smallest commandants have theirs, so that no man is sure of tomorrow, nor of what property he holds. Every man wishes to get good of what he has, to use it in peace, wants it to bring him pleasure. But now the first best adventurer will come and say, "Give." If you do not give, he will find reason to strip you of your property, or without reason will have your head cut off. Many shed bitter tears, when they think of their former king. All are oppressed and look to those confederates unceasingly, to see if some rescue for the country and the people will not come from them. Your Grace, as I see, has no better wish for the Swedes than I have, said Kmita. The unknown looked around as it were with a certain alarm, but soon calmed himself and spoke on. I would that pestilence crushed them, and I hide that not from you, for it seems to me that you are honest. And though you were not honest, you would not bind me and take me to the Swedes, for I should not yield, having armed men, and a sabre at my side. Your Grace may be sure that I will not harm you, your courage is to my heart. And it pleases me that your Grace did not hesitate to leave property behind, in which the enemy will not fail to punish you. Such goodwill to the country is highly deserving of praise. Kmita began unwittingly to speak in a patronizing tone, as a superior to a subordinate, without thinking that such words might seem strange in the mouth of a small horse-dealing noble. But apparently the young lord did not pay attention to that, for he merely winked cunningly and said, "But am I a fool? With me the first rule is that my own shall not leave me, for what the Lord God has given must be respected. I stayed at home quietly with my produce and grain, and when I had sold in Prussia all my crops, cattle, and utensils, I thought to myself, it is time for the road. Let them take vengeance on me now, let them take whatever pleases their taste. Your Grace has left the hind and the buildings for good? Yes, for I hired the starostaship of Vansosh from the voevoda of Mazovia, and just now the term has expired. I have not paid the last rent, and I will not, for I hear the voevoda of Mazovia is an adherent of the Swedes. Let the rent be lost to him for that, and it will add to my ready money. "'Pon my word," said Kmita, smiling, "I see that your Grace is not only a brave cavalier, but an adroit one." "Of course," replied the unknown. "Adroitness is the main thing. But I was not speaking of that. Why is it that, feeling the wrongs of our country and of our gracious king, you do not go to those honorable soldiers in Podliasy and join their banner? You would serve both God and yourself. Luck might come, for to more than one has it happened to come out of war a great man, from being a small noble. It is evident that you are bold and resolute, and since your birth is no hindrance, you might advance quickly to some fortune, if God favors you with booty. If you do not squander that which here and there will fall into your hands, the purse will grow heavy. I do not know whether you have land or not, but you may have it. With a purse it is not hard to rent an estate, and from renting an estate to owning one, with the help of the Lord, is not far. And so, beginning as an attendant, you may die an officer, or in some dignity in the country, in case you are not lazy in labor, for whoso rises early, to him God gives treasure." Kmita gnawed his mustache, for laughter seized him. Then his face quivered, and he squirmed, for from time to time pain came from the healing wound. The unknown continued. "As to receiving you there, they will receive you, for they need men. Besides, you have pleased me, and I take you under my protection, with which you may be certain of promotion." Here the young man raised his plump face with pride, and began to smooth his mustaches. At last he said, "Will you be my attendant, carry my saber, and manage my men?" Kmita did not restrain himself, but burst out in sincere, joyous laughter, so that all his teeth gleamed. "Why laugh?" asked the unknown, frowning. "From delight at the service." But the youthful personage was offended in earnest, and said, "He was a fool who taught you such manners, and be careful with whom you are speaking, lest you exceed measure in familiarity." "Forgive me, your Grace," answered Kmita, joyously, "for really I do not know before whom I am standing." The young lord put his hands on his hips. "I am Pan Genzian of Vansosh," said he, with importance. Kmita had opened his mouth to tell his assumed name, when Billeviches came hurriedly into the room. "Pan Kom." Here the soldier, stopped by the threatening look of Kmita, was confused, stammered, and finally coughed out with effort. "I beg to tell you some people are coming." "Where from?" "From XXIII." Kmita was embarrassed, but hiding his confusion quickly, he answered, "Be on your guard." "Are there many?" "About 10 men on horseback." "Have the pistols ready. Go." When the soldier had gone out, Kmita turned to Pan Genzian of Vansosh and asked, "Are they not Swedes?" "Since you are going to them," answered Pan Genzian, who for some time had looked with astonishment on the young noble, "you must meet them sooner or later. I should prefer the Swedes to robbers, of whom there are many everywhere. Whoso goes with horses must go armed and keep on the watch, for horses are very tempting." "If it is true that Pan Volodyovski is in XXIII," said Pan Genzian, "this is surely a party of his. Before they take up their quarters there they wish to know if the country is safe, for with Swedes at the border it would be difficult to remain in quiet." When he heard this, Pan Andrei walked around in the room and sat down in its darkest corner, where the sides of the chimney cast a deep shadow on the corner of the table. But meanwhile the sound of the tramp and snorting of horses came in from outside, and after a time a number of men entered the room. Walking in advance, a gigantic fellow struck with wooden foot the loose planks in the floor of the room. Kmita looked at him, and the heart died within his bosom. It was Yuzva Butrim, called Footless. "But where is the host?" inquired he, halting in the middle of the room. "I am here," answered the innkeeper, "at your service." "Oats for the horses." "I have no oats, except what these men are using." Saying this, he pointed at Genzian and the horse-dealer's men. "Whose men are you?" asked Genzian. "And who are you yourself?" "The Starosta of Vansosh." His own people usually called Genzian Starosta, as he was the tenant of a starostaship, and he thus named himself on the most important occasions. Yuzva Butrim was confused, seeing with what a high personage he had to do. Therefore he removed his cap, and said, "With the forehead, great mighty lord." It was not possible to recognize dignity in the dark. "Whose men are these?" repeated Genzian, placing his hands on his hips. "The Loda men from the former Billevich squadron, and now of Pan Volodyovski's." "For God's sake! Then Pan Volodyovski is in the town of XXIII?" "In his own person, and with other colonels who have come from Jmud." "Praise be to God, praise be to God," repeated the delighted starosta. "And what colonels are with Pan Volodyovski?" "Pan Mirsky was," answered Butrim, "till apoplexy struck him on the road. But Pan Oskierko is there, and Pan Kowalski, and the 2 Skshetuskis." "What Skshetuskis?" cried Genzian. "Is not one of them Skshetuski from Billeviches?" "I do not know where he lives," said Butrim, "but I know that he was at Zbarich." "Save us! That is my lord." Here Genzian saw how strangely such a word would sound in the mouth of a starosta, and added, "My lord godson's father, I wanted to say." The starosta said this without forethought, for in fact he had been the second godfather to Skshetuski's first son, Yaremka. Meanwhile thoughts one after another were crowding to the head of Pan Kmita, sitting in the dark corner of the room. First the soul within him was roused at sight of the terrible greycoat, and his hand grasped the saber involuntarily. For he knew that Yuzva, mainly, had caused the death of his comrades, and was his most inveterate enemy. The old-time Pan Kmita would have commanded to take him and tear him with horses, but the Pan Babinik of that day controlled himself. Alarm, however, seized him at the thought that if the man were to recognize him various dangers might come to his farther journey and the whole undertaking. He determined, therefore, not to let himself be known, and he pushed ever deeper into the shade. At last he put his elbow on the table, and placing his head in his palms began to feign sleep. But at the same time he whispered to Soroka, who was sitting at the table, "Go to the stable, let the horses be ready." We will go in the night. Soroka rose and went out, Kmita still feigned sleep. Various memories came to his head. These people reminded him of Leuda, Bodikti, and that brief past which had vanished as a dream. When a short time before Yuzva Butrym said that he belonged to the former Billevich squadron, the heart trembled in Pan Andrei at the mere name. And it came to his mind that it was also evening, that the fire was burning in the chimney in the same way, when he dropped unexpectedly into Bodikti, as if with the snow, and for the first time saw in the servants' hall Olenka among the spinners. He saw now with closed lids, as if with eyesight, that bright, calm lady. He remembered everything that had taken place, how she wished to be his guardian angel, to strengthen him in good, to guard him from evil, to show him the straight road of worthiness. If he had listened to her, if he had listened to her. She knew also what ought to be done, on what side to stand, knew where was virtue, honesty, duty, and simply would have taken him by the hand and led him, if he had listened to her. Here love, roused by remembrance, rose so much in Pan Andrei's heart that he was ready to pour out all his blood, if he could fall at the feet of that lady. And at that moment he was ready to fall on the neck of that bear of Leuda, that slayer of his comrades, simply because he was from that region, had named the Billeviches, had seen Olenka. His own name repeated a number of times by Yuzva Butrym roused him first from his musing. The tenant of Vansosh inquired about acquaintances, and Yuzva told him what had happened in Kyedani from the time of the memorable treaty of the hetman with the Swedes. He spoke of the oppression of the army, the imprisonment of the colonels, of sending them to Burgi, and their fortunate escape. The name of Kmita, covered with all the horror of treason and cruelty, was repeated prominently in those narratives. Yuzva did not know that Pan Volodyovsky, the Skshetuskis, and Zagloba owed their lives to Kmita. But he told of what had happened in Billevich. Our colonel seized that traitor in Billevich, as a fox in his den, and straightway commanded to lead him to death. I took him with great delight, for the hand of God had reached him, and from moment to moment I held the lantern to his eyes, to see if he showed any sorrow. But no. He went boldly, not considering that he would stand before the judgment of God, such is his reprobate nature. And when I advised him to make even the sign of the cross, he answered, "Shut thy mouth, fellow, 'tis no affair of thine." We posted him under a pear tree outside the village, and I was already giving the word, when Pan Zagloba, who went with us, gave the order to search him, to see if he had papers on his person. A letter was found. Pan Zagloba said, "Hold the light." And he read. He had barely begun reading when he caught his head, "Jesus, Mary. Bring him back to the house." Pan Zagloba mounted his horse and rode off, and we brought Kmita back, thinking they would burn him before death, to get information from him. But nothing of the kind. They let the traitor go free. It was not for my head to judge what they found in the letter, but I would not have let him go. What was in that letter? Asked the tenant of Vansosh. I know not. I only think that there must have been still other officers in the hands of the Prince Voivoda, who would have had them shot right away if we had shot Kmita. Besides, our colonel may have taken pity on the tears of Panna Billevich, for she fell in a faint so that hardly were they able to bring her to her senses. I do not make bold to complain. Still evil has happened, for the harm which that man has done, Lucifer himself would not be ashamed of. All Lithuania weeps through him, and how many widows and orphans and how many poor people complain against him is known to God only. Whoso destroys him will have merit in heaven and before men. Here conversation turned again to Pan Volodyovsky, the Skshetuskis, and the squadrons in Podliasy. It is hard to find provisions, said Butrym, for the lands of the hetman are plundered completely, nothing can be found in them for the tooth of a man or a horse, and the nobles are poor in the villages, as with us in Jmud. The colonels have determined therefore to divide the horses into hundreds, and post them 5 or 10 miles apart. But when winter comes, I cannot tell what will happen. Kmita, who had listened patiently while the conversation touched him, moved now, and had opened his mouth to say from his dark corner, "The hetman will take you, when thus divided, one by one, like lobsters from a net." But at that moment the door opened, and in it stood Soroka, whom Kmita had sent to get the horses ready for the road. The light from the chimney fell straight on the stern face of the sergeant. Yuzva Butrym glanced at him, looked a long time, then turned to Genzian and asked. "Is that a servant of your great mightiness? I know him from some place or another." "No," replied Genzian, "those are nobles going with horses to fairs." "But whither?" asked Yuzva. "To Sobota," said old Kyemlich. "Where is that?" "Not far from Pyantek." Yuzva accounted this answer an untimely jest, as Kmita had previously, and said with a frown, "Answer when people ask." "By what right do you ask?" "I can make that clear to you, for I am sent out to see if there are not suspicious men in the neighborhood. Indeed, it seems to me there are some, who do not wish to tell where they are going." Kmita, fearing that a fight might rise out of this conversation, said, without moving from the dark corner. "Be not angry, worthy soldier, for Pyantek and Sobota are towns, like others, in which horse fairs are held in the fall. If you do not believe, ask the Lord Starosta, who must know of them." "They are regular places," said Genzian. "In that case it is all right. But why go to those places? You can sell horses in Szczecin, where there is a great lack of them, and those which we took in Pilvishki are good for nothing, they are galled." "Every man goes where it is better for him, and we know our own road," answered Kmita. "I know not whether it is better for you, but it is not better for us that horses are driven to the Swedes and informants go to them." "It is a wonder to me," said the tenant of Vansosh. "These people talk against the Swedes, and somehow they are in a hurry to go to them." Here he turned to Kmita, "And you do not seem to me greatly like a horse dealer, for I saw a fine ring on your finger, of which no lord would be ashamed. If it has pleased your grace, buy it of me. I gave 2 quarters for it in Leng." "2 quarters? Then it is not genuine, but a splendid counterfeit." "Show it." "Take it, your grace." "Can you not move yourself?" "Must I go?" "I am terribly tired." "Ah, brother, a man would say that you are trying to hide your face." Hearing this, Yuzva said not a word, but approached the chimney, took out a burning brand, and holding it high above his head, went straight toward Kmita and held the light before his eyes. Kmita rose in an instant to his whole height, and during one wink of an eyelid they looked at each other eye to eye. Suddenly the brand fell from the hand of Yuzva, scattering 1,000 sparks on the way. "Jesus, Mary!" screamed Butrym, "this is Kmita." "I am he," said Pan Andrei, seeing that there were no further means of concealment. "This way, this way." "Seize him," shouted Yuzva to the soldiers who had remained outside. Then turning to Pan Andrei, he said. "Thou art he, O hell dweller, traitor. Thou art that Satan in person. Once thou didst slip from my hands, and now thou art hurrying in disguise to the Swedes. Thou art that Judas, that torturer of women and men. I have thee." So saying, he seized Pan Andrei by the shoulder, but Pan Andrei seized him. First, however, the 2 young Kyemlichs, Kosma and Damian, had risen from the bench, almost touching the ceiling with their bushy heads, and Kosma asked. "Shall we pound, father?" "Pound," answered old Kyemlich, unsheathing his saber. The doors burst open, and Yuzva's soldiers rushed in, but behind them, almost on their necks, came Kyemlich's men. Yuzva caught Pan Andrei by the shoulder, and in his right hand held a naked rapier, making a whirlwind and lightning with it around himself. But Pan Andrei, though he had not the gigantic strength of his enemy, seized Butrym's throat as if in a vice. Yuzva's eyes were coming out. He tried to stun Kmita with the hilt of his rapier, but did not succeed, for Kmita thundered first on his forehead with the hilt of his saber. Yuzva's fingers, holding the shoulder of his opponent, opened at once. He tottered and bent backward under the blow. To make room for a second blow, Kmita pushed him again, and slashed him with full sweep on the face with his saber. Yuzva fell on his back like an oak tree, striking the floor with his skull. "Strike!" cried Kmita, in whom was roused, in one moment, the old fighting spirit. But he had no need to urge, for it was boiling in the room, as in a pot. The two young Kyemliches slashed with their sabers, and at times butted with their heads, like a pair of bullocks, putting down a man with each blow. After them advanced their old father, bending every moment to the floor, half closing his eyes, and thrusting quickly the point of his weapon under the arms of his sons. But Soroka, accustomed to fighting in inns and close quarters, spread the greatest destruction. He pressed his opponents so sorely that they could not reach him with a blade. And when he had discharged his pistols in the crowd, he smashed heads with the butts of the pistols, crushing noses, knocking out teeth and eyes. Kyemlich's servants and Kmita's 2 soldiers aided their masters. The fight moved from the table to the upper end of the room. The Lauda men defended themselves with rage. But from the moment that Kmita, having finished Yuzva, sprang into the fight and stretched out another Butrim, the victory began to incline to his side. Genzian's servants also sprang into the room with sabers and guns. But though their master cried, "Strike," they were at a loss what to do, for they could not distinguish one side from the other, since the Lauda men wore no uniforms, and in the disturbance the Starosta's young men were punished by both sides. Genzian held himself carefully outside the battle, wishing to recognize Kmita, and point him out for a shot. But by the faint light of the fire Kmita vanished time after time from his eye, at one instant springing to view as red as a devil, then again lost in darkness. Resistance on the part of the Lauda men grew weaker and weaker, for the fall of Yuzva and the terrible name of Kmita had lessened their courage, still they fought on with rage. Meanwhile the innkeeper went past the strugglers quietly with a bucket of water in his hand and dashed it on the fire. In the room followed black darkness. The strugglers gathered into such a dense crowd that they could strike with fists only. After a while cries ceased, only panting breaths could be heard, and the orderless stamp of boots. Through the door, then flung open, sprang first Genzian's people, after them the Lauda men, then Kmita's attendants. Pursuit began in the first room, in the bins before the house, and in the shed. Some shots were heard, then uproar and the noise of horses. A battle began at Genzian's wagons, under which his people hid themselves. The Lauda men too sought refuge there, and Genzian's people, taking them for the other party, fired at them a number of times. "Surrender!" cried old Kyemlich, thrusting the point of his saber between the spokes of the wagon and stabbing at random the men crouched beneath. "Stop!" "We surrender," answered a number of voices. Then the people from Vansosh threw from under the wagon their sabers and guns. After that the young Kyemlichs began to drag them out by the hair, till the old man cried, "To the wagons! Take what comes under your hands! Quick! Quick! To the wagons!" The young men did not let the command be given thrice, but rushed to untie the coverings, from beneath which the swollen sides of Genzian's sacks appeared. They had begun to throw out the sacks, when suddenly Kmita's voice thundered, "Stop!" And Kmita, supporting his command by his hand, fell to slashing them with the flat of his bloody saber. Cosma and Damian sprang quickly aside. "Cannot we take them, your grace?" asked the old man submissively. "Stand back," cried Kmita. "Find the Starosta for me." Cosma and Damian rushed to the search in a moment, and behind them their father. In a quarter of an hour they came bringing Genzian, who, when he saw Kmita, bowed low and said, "With the permission of your grace, I will say that wrong is done me here, for I did not attack any man, and to visit acquaintances. As I am going to do, is free to all." Kmita, resting on his saber, breathed heavily and was silent. Genzian continued, "I did no harm here either to the Swedes or the Prince Hetman. I was only going to Pan Volodyovsky, my old acquaintance. We campaigned together in Russia. Why should I seek a quarrel? I have not been in Kyedani, and what took place there is nothing to me. I am trying to carry off a sound skin, and what God has given me should not be lost, for I did not steal it, but earned it in the sweat of my brow. I have nothing to do with this whole question. Let me go free, your great mightiness." Kmita breathed heavily, looking absently at Genzian all the time. "I beg humbly, your great mightiness, began the starosta again. Your great mightiness saw that I did not know those people, and was not a friend of theirs. They fell upon your grace, and now they have their pay, but why should I be made to suffer? Why should my property be lost? How am I to blame? If it cannot be otherwise, I will pay a ransom to the soldiers of your great mightiness, though there is not much remaining to me, poor man. I will give them a thaler apiece, so that their labor be not lost, I will give them 2. And your great mightiness will receive from me also. Cover the wagons, cried Kmita, suddenly. But do you take the wounded men and go to the devil? I thank your grace humbly, said the Lord Tenant of Vansosh. Then old Kyemlich approached, pushing out his under lip with the remnants of his teeth, and groaning. Your grace, that is ours. Mirror of justice, that is ours. But Kmita gave him such a look that the old man cowered, and dared not utter another word. Genzian's people rushed, with what breath they had, to put the horses to the wagons. Kmita turned again to the Lord Starosta. Take all the wounded and killed, carry them to Pan Volodiyovsky, and tell him from me that I am not his enemy, but may be a better friend than he thinks. I wish to avoid him, for it is not yet time for us to meet. Perhaps that time will come later, but today he would neither believe me, nor have I that wherewith to convince him, perhaps later, do you understand? Tell him that those people fell upon me and I had to defend myself. In truth it was so, responded Genzian. Wait. Tell Pan Volodiyovsky, besides, to keep the troops together, for Radziwill, the moment he receives cavalry from Pontus de la Gardie, will move on them. Perhaps now he is on the road. Janusz and Boguslav Radziwill are intriguing with the Elector of Brandenburg, and it is dangerous to be near the boundary. But above all, let them keep together, or they will perish for nothing. The voevoda of Vitebsk wishes to come to Podlyasy. Let them go to meet him, so as to give aid in case of obstruction. I will tell everything, as if I were paid for it. Though Kmita says this, though Kmita gives warning, let them believe him, take counsel with other colonels, and consider that they will be stronger together. I repeat that the hetman is already on the road, and I am not an enemy of Pan Volodiyovsky. If I had some sign from your grace, that would be still better, said Genzian. What good is a sign? Pan Volodiyovsky would straightway have greater belief in your grace's sincerity, would think, there must be something in what he says if he has sent a sign. Then here is the ring. Though there is no lack of signs of me on the heads of those men whom you are taking to Pan Volodiyovsky. Kmita drew the ring from his finger. Genzian on his part took it hastily, and said. I thank your grace humbly. An hour later, Genzian with his wagons and his people, a little shaken up however, rode forward quietly toward Szczecin, taking 3 killed and the rest wounded, among whom were Yuzva Butrin, with a cut face and a broken head. As he rode along Genzian looked at the ring, in which the stone glittered wonderfully in the moonlight, and he thought of that strange and terrible man, who having caused so much harm to the Confederates and so much good to the Swedes and Radziwill, still wished apparently to save the Confederates from final ruin. For he gives sincere advice, said Genzian to himself. It is always better to hold together. But why does he forewarn? Is it from love of Volodiyovsky, because the latter gave him his life in Billeviche? It must be from love. Yes, but that love may come out with evil result for the hetman. Kmita is a strange man, he serves Radziwill, wishes well to our people, and is going to the Swedes. I do not understand this. After a while he added, he is a bountiful lord. But it is evil to come in his way. As earnestly and vainly as Genzian, did old Kyemlich rack his brain in effort to find an answer to the query, whom does Pan Kmita serve? He is going to the king, and kills the Confederates, who are fighting specially on the king's side. What is this? And he does not trust the Swedes, for he hides from them. What will happen to us? Not being able to arrive at any conclusion, he turned in rage to his sons, rascals. You will perish without blessing. And you could not even pull away a little from the slain. We were afraid, answered Cosma and Damian. Soroka alone was satisfied, and he clattered joyously after his colonel. Evil fate has missed us, thought he, for we killed those fellows. I'm curious to know whom we shall kill next time. And it was all one to him, as was also this, whither he was faring. No one dared approach Kmita or ask him anything, for the young colonel was as gloomy as night. He grieved terribly that he had to kill those men, at the sight of whom he would have been glad to stand as quickly as possible in the ranks. But if he had yielded and let himself be taken to Volodyovski, what would Volodyovski have thought on learning that he was seized making his way in disguise to the Swedes, and with passes to the Swedish commandants? My old sins are pursuing and following me, said Kmita to himself. I will flee to the farthest place, and guide me, O God. He began to pray earnestly and to appease his conscience, which repeated, again corpses against thee, and not corpses of Swedes. O God, be merciful, answered Kmita. I am going to my king, there my service will begin. Chapter 32. Gensien had no intention of passing a night at the Mandrik, for from Vansosh to Szczecin was not far. He wanted merely to give rest to his horses, especially to those drawing the loaded wagons. Therefore, when Kmita let him travel farther, Gensien lost no time, and entered Szczecin late in the evening. Having announced himself to the sentries, he took his place on the square. For the houses were occupied by soldiers, who even then were not all able to find lodgings. Szczecin passed for a town, but was not one in reality. For it had not yet even walls, a town hall, courts of justice, or the college of monks, founded in the time of King Yen III. It had a few houses, but a greater number of cabins than houses, and was called a town, because it was built in a quadrangular form with a marketplace in the center, slightly less swampy than the pond at which the paltry little place was situated. Gensien slept under his warm wolfskin till morning, and then went straight to Pan Volodyovski, who, as he had not seen him for an age, received him with gladness and took him at once to Pan Yen in Zagloba. Gensien shed tears at sight of his former master, whom he had served faithfully so many years, and with whom he had passed through so many adventures and worked himself finally to fortune. Without shame of his former service, Gensien began to kiss the hands of Pan Yen and repeat with emotion. My master, in what times do we meet again? Then all began in a chorus to complain of the times. At last Zagloba said. But you, Gensien, are always in the bosom of fortune, and as I see have come out a lord. Did I not prophesy that if you were not hanged you would have fortune? What is going on with you now? My master, why hang me, when I have done nothing against God, nothing against the law? I have served faithfully, and if I have betrayed any man, he was an enemy, which I consider a special service. And if I destroyed a scoundrel here and there by stratagem, as some one of the rebels, or that which, do you remember, my master? That is not a sin. But even if it were a sin, it is my master's, not mine, for it was from you that I learned stratagems. Oh, that cannot be. See what he wants, said Zagloba. If you wish me to howl for your sins after death, give me their fruit during life. You are using alone all that wealth which you gained with the Cossacks, and alone you will be turned to roast bacon in hell. God is merciful, my master, though it is untrue that I use wealth for myself alone. For first I beggared our wicked neighbors with lawsuits, and took care of my parents, who are living now quietly in Gensien, without any disputes, for the Yavorskys have gone off with packs to beg, and I, at a distance, am earning my living as I can. Then you are not living in Gensien? Asked Pan Yen. In Gensien my parents live as of old, but I am living in Vansosh, and I cannot complain, for God has blessed me. But when I heard that all you gentlemen were in Szczecin, I could not sit still, for I thought to myself, surely it is time to move again. There is going to be war, let it come. Own up, said Zagloba, the Swedes frightened you out of Vansosh. There are no Swedes yet in Vidska, though small parties appear, and cautiously, for the peasants are terribly hostile. That is good news for me, said Volodyovski, for yesterday I sent a party purposely to get an informant concerning the Swedes, for I did not know whether it was possible to stay in Szczecin with safety, surely that party conducted you hither. That party? Me? I have conducted it, or rather I have brought it, for there is not even one man of that party who can sit on a horse alone. What do you say? What has happened? Inquired Volodyovski. They are terribly beaten. Explained Genzian. Who beat them? Pan Kmita. The Skshetuskis and Zagloba sprang up from the benches, one interrupting the other in questioning. Pan Kmita? But what was he doing here? Has the prince himself come already? Well. Tell right away what has happened. Pan Volodyovski rushed out of the room to see with his eyes, to verify the extent of the misfortune, and to look at the men, therefore Genzian said. Why should I tell? Better wait till Pan Volodyovski comes back, for it is more his affair, and it is a pity to move the mouth twice to repeat the same story. Did you see Kmita with your own eyes? Asked Zagloba. As I see you, my master. And spoke with him? Why should I not speak with him, when we met at the Mandrik not far from here? I was resting my horses, and he had stopped for the night. An hour would have been short for our talk. I complained of the Swedes, and he complained also of the Swedes. Of the Swedes? He complained also, asked Pan Yen. As of devils, though he was going among them. Had he many troops? He had no troops, only a few attendants. True, they were armed, and had such snouts that even those men who slaughtered the holy innocents at Herod's command had not rougher or viler. He gave himself out as a small noble in pigskin boots, and said that he went with horses to the fairs. But though he had a number of horses, his story did not seem clear to me, for neither his person nor his bearing belonged to a horse dealer, and I saw a fine ring on his finger, this one. Here Genzian held a glittering stone before the listeners. Zagloba struck himself on the side and cried, Ah, you gypsied that out of him. By that alone might I know you, Genzian, at the end of the world. With permission of my master, I did not gypsy it. For I am a noble, not a gypsy, and feel myself the equal of any man, though I live on rented lands till I settle on my own. This ring Pan Kmita gave as a token that what he said was true. And very soon I will repeat his words faithfully to your graces, for it seems to me that in this case our skins are in question. How is that? Asked Zagloba. At this moment Volodyovski came in, roused to the utmost, and pale from anger. He threw his cap on the table and cried. It passes imagination. 3 men killed, Yuzva Butrim cut up, barely breathing. Yuzva Butrim? He is a man with the strength of a bear, said the astonished Zagloba. Before my eyes Pan Kmita stretched him out, put in Genzian. I've had enough of that Kmita, cried Volodyovski, beside himself. Wherever that man shows himself he leaves corpses behind, like the plague. Enough of this. Balance for balance, life for life, but now a new reckoning. He has killed my men, fallen upon good soldiers, that will be set to his account before our next meeting. He did not attack them, but they him. For he hid himself in the darkest corner, so they should not recognize him, explained Genzian. And you, instead of giving aid to my men, testify in his favor, said Volodyovski, in anger. I speak according to justice. As to aid, my men tried to give aid, but it was hard for them, for in the tumult they did not know whom to beat and whom to spare, and therefore they suffered. That I came away with my life and my sacks is due to the sense of Pan Kmita alone, for hear how it happened. Genzian began a detailed account of the battle in the Mandrik, omitting nothing. And when at length he told what Kmita had commanded him to tell, they were all wonderfully astonished. Did he say that himself? Asked Zagloba. He himself, replied Genzian. I, said he, am not an enemy to Pan Volodyovski or the Confederates, though they think differently. Later this will appear. But meanwhile let them come together, in God's name, or the voevoda of Vilna will take them one by one like lobsters from a net. And did he say that the voevoda was already on the march? Asked Tan Yen. He said that the voevoda was only waiting for Swedish reinforcements, and that he would move at once on Podlyasye. "What do you think of all this, gentlemen?" asked Volodyovski, looking at his comrades. "Either that man is betraying Radziwill, or he is preparing some ambush for us. But of what kind? He advises us to keep in a body. What harm to us may rise out of that?" "To perish of hunger," answered Volodyovski. "I have just received news that Jyromsky, Kotovsky, and Lipnitsky must dispose their cavalry in parties of some tens each over the whole province, for they cannot get forage together." "But if Radziwill really does come," asked Pan Stanislav, "who can oppose him?" No one could answer that question, for really it was as clear as the sun that if the Grand Hetman of Lithuania should come and find the Confederates scattered, he could destroy them with the greatest ease. "An astonishing thing," repeated Zagloba. And after a moment's silence he continued, "Still I should think that he had abandoned Radziwill. But in such a case he would not be slipping past in disguise, and to whom? To the Swedes." Here he turned to Jendzian. "Did he tell you that he was going to Warsaw?" "He did. But the Swedish forces are there already." "About this hour he must have met the Swedes, if he traveled all night," answered Jendzian. "Have you ever seen such a man?" asked Zagloba, looking at his comrades. "That there is in him evil with good, as tares with wheat, is certain," said Pan Yen. "But that there is any treason in this counsel that he gives us at present, I simply deny. I do not know whither he is going, why he is slipping past in disguise, and it would be idle to break my head over this, for it is some mystery. But he gives good advice, warns us sincerely. I will swear to that, as well as to this, that the only salvation for us is to listen to his advice. Who knows if we are not indebted to him again, for safety and life?" "For God's sake," cried Volodyovski, "how is Radziwill to come here when Zolotarenko's men and Hovansky's infantry are in his way? It is different in our case. One squadron may slip through, and even with one we had to open a way through Pilvishki with sabres. It is another thing with Kmita, who is slipping by with a few men, but when the Prince Hetman passes with a whole army, either he will destroy those first." Volodyovski had not finished speaking when the door opened and an attendant came in. "A messenger with a letter to the colonel," said he. "Bring it." The attendant went out and returned in a moment with the letter. Pan Michael broke the seal quickly and read. "That which I did not finish telling the tenant of Vansosh yesterday, I add today in writing. The hetman of himself has troops enough against you, but he is waiting for Swedish reinforcements, so as to go with the authority of the King of Sweden. For then if the Northerners 26 attack him they will have to strike the Swedes too, and that would mean war with the King of Sweden. They will not venture to make war without orders, for they fear the Swedes, and will not take on themselves the responsibility of beginning a war. They have discovered that it is Radzivill's purpose to put the Swedes forward against them everywhere. Let them shoot or cut down even one man, there would be war at once. The Northerners themselves know not what to do now, for Lithuania is given up to the Swedes. They stay therefore in one place, only waiting for what will be, and warring no further. For these reasons they do not restrain Radziwill, nor oppose him. He will go directly against you, and will destroy you one after the other, unless you collect in one body. For God's sake, do this, and beg the voevoda of Vitebsk to come quickly, since it is easier for him to reach you now through the Northerners while they stand as if stupefied. I wanted to warn you under another name, so that you might more easily believe, but because tidings are given you already from another, I write my own name. It is destruction if you do not believe. I am not now what I was, and God grant that you will hear something altogether different about me. Kmita. You wish to know how Radziwill would come to us, here is your answer, said Pan Yen. That is true, he gives good reasons, answered Volodyovski. What good reasons? Holy reasons, cried Zagloba. There can be no doubt here. I was the first to know that man. And though there are no curses that have not been showered on his head, I tell you we shall bless him yet. With me it is enough to look at a man to know his value. You remember how he dropped into my heart at Kyedani? He loves us, too, as knightly people. When he heard my name the first time, he came near suffocating me with admiration, and for my sake saved you all. You have not changed, remarked Genzian. Why should Pan Kmita admire you more than my master or Pan Volodyovski? You are a fool, answered Zagloba. He knew you at once, and if he called you the tenant, and not the fool of Vansosh, it was through politeness. Then maybe he admired you through politeness, retorted Genzian. See how the bread swells, get married, Lord Tenant, and surely you will swell better, I guarantee that. That is all well, said Volodyovski. But if he is so friendly, why did he not come to us himself instead of slipping around us like a wolf and biting our men? Not your head, Pan Michael. What we counsel do you carry out, and no evil will come of it. If your wit were as good as your saber, you would be Grand Hetman already, in place of Rivera Potocki. And why should Kmita come here? Is it not because you would not believe him, just as you do not now believe his letter, from which it might come to great trouble, for he is a stubborn cavalier? But suppose that you did believe him, what would the other colonels do, such as Kotovsky, Jaromsky, or Lipnitsky? What would your Luda men say? Would not they cut him down the moment you turned your head away? Father is right, said Pan Yen. He could not come here. Then why was he going to the Swedes, insisted the stubborn Pan Michael. The devil knows, whether he is going to the Swedes, the devil knows what may flash into Kmita's wild noddle. That is nothing to us, but let us take advantage of the warning, if we wish to carry away our heads. There is nothing to meditate on here, said Pan Stanislav. It is needful to inform with all speed Kotovsky, Jaromsky, Lipnitsky, and that other Kmita, said Pan Yen. Send to them, Michael, news at once, but do not write who gave the warning, for surely they would not believe. We alone shall know who's the service, and in due time we shall not fail to publish it, cried Zagloba, onward, lively, Michael. And we will move to Bialystok ourselves, appointing a muster there for all. God give us the voevoda of Vitebsk at the earliest, said Yen. From Bialystok we must send a deputation from the army to him. God grant that we shall stand before the eyes of the hetman of Lithuania, said Zagloba, with equal force or greater than his own. It is not for us to rush at him, but it is different with the voevoda. He is a worthy man, and honest. There is not another such in the Commonwealth. Do you know Pan Sapieha? Asked Stanislav. Do I know him? I knew him as a little boy, not higher than my saber. But he was then like an angel. And now he has turned into money, not only his property, not only his silver and jewels, but most likely he has melted into coin the metal of his horse trappings, so as to collect as many troops as possible against the enemy, said Volodyovski. Thank God that there is even one such man, answered Pan Stanislav, for remember how we trusted in Radzivill. Oh, that is blasphemous, cried Zagloba. Voevoda of Vitebsk, B.A. B.A. Long life to the voevoda of Vitebsk. And you, Michael, to the road with all speed, to the road. Let the mudfish remain in these swamps of Szczecin, but we will go to Bialystok, where perhaps we shall find other fish. The Jews there, on Sabbath, bake very excellent bread. Well, at least war will begin, I am yearning for it. And if we break through Radzivill we will begin at the Swedes. We have shown them already what we can do. To the road, Michael, for Periculum and Mora, there is danger in delay. I will go to put the squadrons in line, said Pan Yen. An hour later, messengers, between 10 and 20 in number, were flying as a horse gallops toward Podliasy, and soon after them moved the whole squadron of Lauda. The officers went in advance, arranging and discussing, and Ro Kowalski, the lieutenant, led the soldiers. They went through Osowiec and Gonyens, shortening for themselves the road to Bialystok, where they hoped to find other Confederate squadrons. Chapter 33. Pan Volodyovski's letters, announcing the expedition of Radzivill, found hearing with all the colonels, scattered throughout the whole province of Podliasy. Some had divided their squadrons already into smaller detachments, so as to winter them more easily, others permitted officers to lodge in private houses, so that there remained at each flag merely a few officers and some tens of soldiers. The colonels permitted this partly in view of hunger, and partly through the difficulty of retaining in just disciplined squadrons which after they had refused obedience to their own proper authority were inclined to oppose officers on the slightest pretext. If a chief of sufficient weight had been found, and had led them at once to battle against either of the two enemies, or even against Radziwill, discipline would have remained surely intact. But it had become weakened by idleness in Podliasy, where the time passed in shooting at Radzivill's castles, in plundering the goods of the voevoda, and in parleying with Prince Boguslav. In these circumstances the soldier grew accustomed only to violence and oppression of peaceful people in the province. Some of the soldiers, especially attendants and camp followers, deserted, and forming unruly bands, worked at robbery on the highway. And so that army, which had not joined any enemy and was the one hope of the king and the patriots, was dwindling day by day. The division of squadrons into small detachments had dissolved them completely. It is true that it was difficult to subsist in a body, but still it may be that the fear of want was exaggerated purposely. It was autumn, and the harvest had been good. No enemy had up to that time ravaged the province with fire and sword. Just then the robberies of the Confederate soldiers were destroying this province precisely as inactivity was destroying the soldiers themselves, for things had combined so wonderfully that the enemy left those squadrons in peace. The Swedes, flooding the country from the west and extending to the south, had not yet come to that corner which between the province of Mazovia and Lithuania formed Podliasy. From the other side the legions of Hovanski, Trubetskoy, and Serebriani, stood in inactivity in the district occupied by them, hesitating, or rather not knowing what to lay hold on. In the Russian provinces Buterlin and Melnitsky sent parties out in old fashion, and just then they had defeated at Grodek a handful of troops led by Potocki, Grand Hetman of the kingdom. But Lithuania was under Swedish protection. To ravage and to occupy it further meant, as was stated justly by Kmita in his letter, to declare war against the Swedes, who were terrible and roused universal alarm in the world. There was therefore a moment of relief from the northerners. And some experienced men declared that they would soon be allies of Jan Casimir and the Commonwealth against the King of Sweden, whose power, were he to become lord of the whole Commonwealth, would not have an equal in Europe. Hovanski therefore attacked neither Podliasy nor the Confederate squadrons, while these squadrons, scattered and without a leader, attacked no one, and were unable to attack or to undertake anything more important than plundering the property of Radziwill. And withal they were dwindling away. But Volodyovski's letters, touching the impending attack by the hetman, roused the colonels from their inactivity and slumber. They assembled the squadrons, called in scattered soldiers, threatening with penalties those who would not come. Jaromsky, the most important of the colonels, and whose squadron was in the best condition, moved first, and without delay, to Bialystok. After him came in 1 week Yakub Kmita, true, with only 120 men. Then the soldiers of Kotovsky and Lipnitsky began to assemble, now singly, now in crowds. Petty nobles from the surrounding villages also came in as volunteers, such as the Zyantsinkis, the Svidurskis, the Yavorskis, the Genzians, the Mazovietskis. Volunteers came even from the province of Lyabelsk, such as the Karvovskis and the Turs, and from time to time appeared a more wealthy noble with a few servants, well armed. Deputies were sent from the squadrons to levy contributions, to collect money and provisions for receipts. In a word, activity reigned everywhere, and military preparations sprang up. When Volodyovski with his Lauda squadron arrived, there were already some thousands of people under arms, to whom only a leader was wanting. These men were unorganized and unruly, though not so unorganized nor so unruly as those nobles of Great Poland, who a few months before had the task of defending the passage of Ussy against the Swedes. For these men from Podliasy, Lublin, and Lithuania were accustomed to war, and there were none among them, unless youths, who had not smelled powder, and who had not used the snuff-box of Gradivus. Each in his time had fought, now against the Cossacks, now against the Turks, now against Tartars. There were some who still held in remembrance the Swedish wars. But above all towered in military experience and eloquence Pan Zagloba. And he was glad to be in that assemblage of soldiers, in which there were no deliberations with a dry throat. Zagloba extinguished the importance of colonels the most important. The Luda men declared that had it not been for him, Volodyovski, the Skshetuskis, Mirski, and Oskierko would have died at the hands of Radziwill, for they were being taken to Burgi to execution. Zagloba did not hide his own services, but rendered complete justice to himself, so that all might know whom they had before them. I do not like to praise myself, said he, nor to speak of what has not been. For with me truth is the basis, as my sister's son also can testify. Here he turned to Ro Kowalski, who straightway stepped forth from behind Pan Zagloba, and said, with a ringing, stentorian voice. Uncle never lies. And, puffing, Pan Ro rolled his eyes over the audience, as if seeking the insolent man who would dare to gainsay him. But no one ever gainsaid him. Then Zagloba began to tell of his old-time victories, how during the life of Konieczpolski he had caused victory twice over Gustavus Adolphus, how in later times he staggered Melnitsky, how he acted at Zbaraj. How Prince Yeremy relied on his counsels in everything, how he confided to him the leadership in sorties. And after each sortie, said Ho, when we had spoiled 5 or 10,000 of the ruffians, Melnitsky in despair used to but his head against the wall, and repeat, no one has done this but that devil of a Zagloba. And when it came to the treaty of Zborovo, the Khan himself looked at me as a wonder, and begged for my portrait, since he wished to send it as a gift to the Sultan. Such men do we need now more than ever, said the hearers. And since many had heard besides of the marvelous deeds of Zagloba, accounts of which were travelling over the whole Commonwealth, and since recent events in Kyedani, such as the liberation of the colonels, and the battle with the Swedes at Klavany, confirmed the old opinion concerning the man, his glory increased still more. And Zagloba walked in it, as in the sunlight, before the eyes of all men, bright and radiant beyond others. If there were 1,000 such men in the Commonwealth, it would not have come to what it has, said the soldiers. Let us thank God that we have even one among us. He was the first to proclaim Radziwill a traitor. And he snatched honorable men from his grasp, and on the road he so pommeled the Swedes at Klavany that a witness of their defeat could not escape. He won the first victory. God grant, not the last. Colonels like Jyromski, Kotovsky, Jakub Kmita, and Lipnitsky looked also on Zagloba with great respect. They urged him to their quarters, seizing him from one another by force. And his counsel was sought in everything, while they wondered at his prudence, which was quite equal to his bravery. And just then they were considering an important affair. They had sent, it is true, deputies to the voevoda of Vitebsk, asking him to come and take command, but since no one knew clearly where the voevoda was at that moment, the deputies went away, and as it were fell into water. There were reports that they had been taken by Zolotarenko's parties, which came as far as Volkovisk, plundering on their own account. The colonels at Bialystok therefore decided to choose a temporary leader who should have management of all till the arrival of Sapieha. It is not needful to say that, with the exception of Volodyovski, each colonel was thinking of himself. Then began persuading and soliciting. The army gave notice that it wished to take part in the election, not through deputies, but in the general circle which was formed for that purpose. Volodyovski, after advising with his comrades, gave strong support to Jyromski, who was a virtuous man and important. Besides, he impressed the troops by his looks, and a senatorial beard to his girdle. He was also a ready and experienced soldier. He, through gratitude, recommended Volodyovski, but Kotovsky, Lipnitsky, and Jakub Kmita opposed this, insisting that it was not possible to select the youngest, for the chief must represent before the country the greatest dignity. But who is the oldest here? Asked many voices. Uncle is the oldest, cried suddenly Ro Kowalski, with such a thundering voice that all turned toward him. It is a pity that he has no squadron, said Yahovich, Jyromski's lieutenant. But others began to cry, well, what of that? Are we bound to choose only a colonel? Is not the election in our power? Is this not free suffrage? Any noble may be elected king, not merely commander. Then Pan Lipnitsky, as he did not favor Jaromsky, and wished by all means to prevent his election, raised his voice. As true as life. You are free, gracious gentlemen, to vote as may please you. If you do not choose a colonel, it will be better. For there will be no offense to any man, nor will there be jealousy. Then came a terrible uproar. Many voices cried, to the vote. To the vote, but others, who here is more famous than Pan Zagloba? Who is a greater knight? Who is a more experienced soldier? We want Pan Zagloba. Long life to him. Long life to our commander. Long life to Pan Zagloba. Long life to him, roared more and more throats. To the sabers with the stubborn, cried the more quarrelsome. There is no opposition. By acclamation, answered crowds. Long life to him. He conquered Gustavus Adolphus. He staggered Melnitsky. He saved the colonels themselves. He conquered the Swedes at Klavany. Vivat! Vivat! Zagloba ducks. Vivat! Vivat! And throngs began to hurl their caps in the air, while running through the camp in search of Zagloba. He was astonished, and at the first moment confused, for he had not sought the office. He wanted it for Pan Yen, and did not expect such a turn of affairs. So when a throng of some thousands began to shout his name, his breath failed him, and he became as red as a beet. Then his comrades rushed around him. But in their enthusiasm they interpreted everything in a good sense, for seeing his confusion they fell to shouting. Look at him. He blushes like a maiden. His modesty is equal to his manhood. Long life to him, and may he lead us to victory. Meanwhile the colonels also came up, glad, not glad, they congratulated him on his office, and perhaps some were even glad that it had missed their rivals. Pan Volodyovsky merely moved his mustaches somewhat, he was not less astonished than Zagloba. And Genzian, with open eyes and mouth, stared with unbelief, but already with respect, at Zagloba, who came to himself by degrees, and after a while put his hands on his hips, and rearing his head, received with fitting dignity the congratulations. Jaromsky congratulated first on behalf of the colonels, and then of the army. Pan Jamursky, an officer of Kotovsky's squadron, spoke very eloquently, quoting the maxims of various sages. Zagloba listened, nodded. Finally, when the speaker had finished, the commander gave utterance to the following words. Gracious gentlemen! Even if a man should endeavor to drown honest merit in the unfordable ocean, or cover it with the heaven-touching Carpathians, still, having like oil the property of floating to the surface, it would work itself out, so as to say to the eyes of men. I am that which trembles not before light, which has no fear of judgment, which waits for reward. But as a precious stone is set in gold, so should that virtue be set in modesty. Therefore, gracious gentlemen, standing here in your presence, I ask, have I not hidden myself and my services? Have I praised myself in your presence? Have I asked for this office, with which you have adorned me? You yourselves have discovered my merits, for I am this moment ready to deny them, and to say to you, there are better than I, such as Pan Jaromsky, Pan Kotovsky, Pan Lipnitsky, Pan Kmita, Pan Oskierko, Pan Skshetuski. Pan Volodyovsky, such great cavaliers that antiquity itself might be proud of them. Why choose me leader, and not some one of them? It is still time. Take from my shoulders this office, and clothe in this mantle a worthier man. Impossible! Impossible, bellowed hundreds and thousands of voices. Impossible! Repeated the colonels, delighted with the public praise, and wishing at the same time to show their modesty before the army. I see myself that it is impossible now, said Zagloba. Then, gracious gentlemen, let your will be done. I thank you from my heart, lords brothers, and I have faith that God will grant that you be not deceived in the trust which you have placed in me. As you are to stand with me to death, so I promise to stand with you. And if an inscrutable fate brings us either victory or destruction, death itself will not part us, for even after death we shall share a common renown. Tremendous enthusiasm reigned in the assembly. Some grasped their sabers, others shed tears. Sweat stood in drops on the bald head of Zagloba, but the ardor within him grew greater. "We will stand by our lawful king, by our elected, and by our country," shouted he, "live for them, die for them. Gracious gentlemen, since this fatherland is a fatherland, never have such misfortunes fallen on it. Traitors have opened the gates, and there is not a foot of land, save this province, where an enemy is not raging. In you is the hope of the country, and in me your hope, on you and on me the whole Commonwealth has its eyes fixed. Let us show that it holds not its hands forth in vain. As you ask from me manhood and faith, so I ask of you discipline and obedience, and if we be worthy, if we open, by our example, the eyes of those whom the enemy has deceived, then half the Commonwealth will fly to us. Whoso has God and faith in his heart will join us, the forces of heaven will support us, and who in that hour can oppose us? It will be so. As God lives, it will be so. Solomon is speaking. Strike! Strike!" shouted thundering voices. But Zagloba stretched forth his hands to the north, and shouted. "Come now, Radziwill! Come now, Lord Hetman, Lord Herodic, Voevoda of Lucifer! We are waiting for you, not scattered, but standing together, not in discord, but in harmony. Not with papers and compacts, but with swords in our hands. An army of virtue is waiting for you, and I am its leader. Take the field. Meet Zagloba. Call the devils to your side, let us make the trial. Take the field." Here he turned again to the army, and roared till his voice was heard throughout the whole camp. "As God is true, gracious gentlemen, prophecies support me. Only harmony, and we shall conquer those scoundrels, those wide breeches and stocking fellows, fish-eaters and lousy rogues, sheepskin tanners who sleigh ride in summer. We'll give them pepper, till they wear off their heels racing home. Let every living man slay them, the dog brothers. Slay, whoso believes in God, to whom virtue and the country are dear." Several thousand sabers were gleaming at once. Throngs surrounded Zagloba, crowding, trampling, pushing, and roaring. "Lead us on! Lead us on! I will lead you tomorrow." "Make ready," shouted Zagloba, with ardor. This election took place in the morning, and in the afternoon there was a review of the army. The squadrons were disposed on the plain of Horishchan, one by the other in great order, with the colonels and banners in front. And before the regiments rode the commander, under a horsetail standard, with a gilded baton in his hand, and a heron feather in his cap, you would have said, a born hetman. And so he reviewed in turn the squadrons, as a shepherd examines his flock, and courage was added to the soldiers at sight of that lordly figure. Each colonel came out to him in turn, and he spoke with each, praised something, blamed something. And in truth those of the newcomers who in the beginning were not pleased with the choice were forced to admit in their souls that the new commander was a soldier very well conversant with military affairs, and for whom leadership was nothing new. Volodyovski alone moved his mustaches somewhat strangely when the new commander clapped him on the shoulder at the review, in presence of the other colonels, and said, "Pan Michael, I am satisfied with you. For your squadron is in such order as no other. Hold on in this fashion, and you may be sure that I'll not forget you." "'Pon my word," whispered Volodyovski to Pan Yen on the way home from the review, "what else could a real hetman have told me?" That same day Zagloba sent detachments in directions in which it was needful to go, and in direction in which there was no need of going. When they returned in the morning, he listened with care to every report. Then he betook himself to the quarters of Volodyovski, who lived with Pan Yen and Pan Stanislav. "Before the army I must uphold dignity," said he, kindly, "when we are alone we can have our old intimacy, here I am a friend, not a chief. Besides, I do not despise your counsel, though I have my own reason, for I know you as men of experience such as few in the Commonwealth have." They greeted him therefore in old fashion, and intimacy soon reigned completely. Genzian alone dared not be with him as formerly, and sat on the very edge of his bench. "What does father think to do?" asked Pan Yen. "First of all to uphold order and discipline, and keep the soldiers at work, that they may not grow mangy from laziness." I said, "Well, Pan Michael, that you mumbled like a suckling when I sent those parties toward the 4 points of the world. But I had to do so to inure men to service, for they have been idle a long time. That first. Second, what do we need? Not men, for enough of them come, and more will come yet. Those nobles who fled from Mazovia to Prussia before the Swedes, will come too. Men and sabers will not be wanting, but there are not provisions enough, and without supplies no army on earth can remain in the field. I had the idea to order parties to bring in whatever falls into their hands, cattle, sheep, pigs, grain, hay, and in this province and the district of Vidsko in Mazovia, which also has not seen an enemy yet, there is abundance of everything. But those nobles will raise heaven-climbing shouts," said Pan Yen, "if their crops and cattle are taken. The army means more for me than the nobles. Let them cry. Supplies will not be taken for nothing. I shall command to give receipts, of which I have prepared so many during the night, that half the Commonwealth might be taken under requisition with them. I have no money. But when the war is over and the Swedes driven out, the Commonwealth will pay. What is the use in talking? It would be worse for the nobles if the army were to grow hungry, go around and rob. I have a plan too of scouring the forests, for I hear that very many peasants have taken refuge there with their cattle. Let the army people return thanks to the Holy Ghost, who inspired them to choose me, for no other man would have managed in such fashion." "On your great mightiness is a senator's head, that is certain," exclaimed Genzian. "Hey!" retorted Zagloba, rejoiced at the flattery, "and you are not to be imposed on, you rogue. Soon it will be seen how I'll make you lieutenant, only let there be a vacancy." "I thank your great mightiness humbly," replied Genzian. "This is my plan," continued Zagloba, "first to collect such supplies that we could stand a siege, then to make a fortified camp, and let Radziwill come with Swedes or with devils. I'm a rascal if I do not make a second's barrage here." "As God is dear to me, a noble idea," cried Volodyovski, "but where can we get cannon? Pan Kotovsky has 2 howitzers, and Jakub Kmita has 1 gun for firing salutes. In Bialystok are 4 8-pounders which were to be sent to the castle of Tykotsin. For you do not know, gentlemen, that Bialystok was left by Pan Vyasilovsky for the support of Tykotsin castle, and those cannon were bought the past year with the rent, as Pan Stempolsky, the manager here, told me. He said also that there were 100 charges of powder for each cannon. We'll help ourselves, gracious gentlemen. Only support me from your souls, and do not forget the body either, which would be glad to drink something, for it is time now for that." Volodyovski gave orders to bring drink, and they talked on at the cups. "You thought that you would have the picture of a commander," continued Zagloba, sipping lightly the old mead. "Never, never. I did not ask for the favor, but since they adorn me with it, there must be obedience and order. I know what each office means, and see if I am not equal to everyone. I'll make a second's barrage in this place, nothing but a second's barrage. Radziwill will choke himself well, and the Swedes will choke themselves before they swallow me. I hope that Hovansky will try us too. I would bury him in such style that he would not be found at the last judgment. They are not far away, let them try. Mead, Pan Michael." Volodyovski poured out mead. Zagloba drank it at a draught, wrinkled his forehead, and as if thinking of something said. "Of what was I talking? What did I want? Ah! Mead, Pan Michael." Volodyovski poured out mead again. "They say," continued Zagloba, "that Pan Sapieha likes a drink in good company. No wonder. Every honorable man does. Only traitors, who have false thoughts for their country, abstain, lest they tell their intrigues. Radziwill drinks birch sap, and after death will drink pitch. I think that Sapieha and I shall be fond of each other, but I shall have everything here so arranged that when he comes all will be ready. There is many a thing on my head. But what is to be done? If there is no one in the country to think, then think thou, old Zagloba, while breath is in thy nostrils. The worst is that I have no chancellery. And what does father want of a chancellery? Asked Pan Yen. Why has the king a chancellery? And why must there be a military secretary with an army? It will be necessary to send to some town to have a seal made for me. A seal? Repeated Genzian, with delight, looking with growing respect at Zagloba. And on what will your lordship put the seal? Asked Volodyovski. In such a confidential company you may address me as in old times. The seal will not be used by me, but by my chancellor, keep that in mind, to begin with. Here Zagloba looked with pride and importance at those present, till Genzian sprang up from the bench, and Pan Stanislav muttered. Honores mutant mores, honors change manners. What do I want of a chancellery? But listen to me, said Zagloba. Know this, to begin with, that those misfortunes which have fallen upon our country, according to my understanding, have come from no other causes than from license, unruliness, and excesses, Mede, Pan Michael. And excesses, I say, which like a plague are destroying us, but first of all, from heretics blaspheming with ever-growing boldness the true faith, to the damage of our most holy patroness, who may fall into just anger because of these insults. He speaks truly, said the knights, in chorus. The dissidents were the first to join the enemy, and who knows if they did not bring the enemy hither. For example, the Grand Hetman of Lithuania. But in this province, where I am commander, there is also no lack of heretics, as in XXIX and other towns. Therefore, to obtain the blessing of God on our undertaking at its inception, a manifesto will be issued, that whoso is living in error must turn from it in 3 days, and those who will not do that will have their property confiscated to the army. The knights looked at one another with astonishment. They knew that there was no lack of adroit reason and stratagem in Zagloba, but they did not suppose him to be such a statesman and judge of public questions. And you ask, continued Zagloba, with triumph, where we shall get money for the army? But the confiscations, and all the wealth of the Radzivills, which by confiscation will become army property? Will there be right on our side? Asked Volodyovski. There are such times at present that whoever has a sword is right. And what right have the Swedes and all those enemies who are raging within the boundaries of the Commonwealth? It is true, answered Pan Michael, with conviction. That is not enough, cried Zagloba, growing warmer. Another manifesto will be issued to the nobles of Podliasy, and those lands in the neighboring provinces which are not yet in the hands of the enemy, to assemble a general militia. These nobles must arm their servants, so that we may not lack infantry. I know that many would be glad to appear, if only they could see some government. They will have a government and manifestos. You have, in truth, as much sense as the Grand Chancellor of the kingdom, cried Volodyovski. Mede, Pan Michael. A third letter will be sent to Hovanski, telling him to go to destruction. If not, we will smoke him out of every town and castle. They, the northerners, are quiet now in Lithuania, it is true, and do not capture castles, but Zolotarenko's men rob, going along in parties of 1,000 or 2,000. Let him restrain them, or we will destroy them. We might do that, indeed, said Pan Yen, and the troops would not be lying idle. I am thinking of this, and I will send new parties today, precisely to Folkovisk, but some things are to be done, and others are not to be omitted. I wish to send a 4th letter to our elected, our good king, to console him in his sorrow, saying that there are still men who have not deserted him, that there are sabers and hearts ready at his nod. Let our father have at least this comfort in a strange land, our beloved lord, our Jagellan blood, which must wander in exile, think of it, think of it. Here Zagloba fell to sobbing, for he had much mead in his head, and at last he roared from pity over the fate of the king, and Pan Michael at once seconded him in a thinner voice. Genzian sobbed too, or pretended to sob. But Pan Yen and Pan Stanislav rested their heads on their hands, and sat in silence. The silence continued for a while. Suddenly Zagloba fell into a rage. What is the elector doing? cried he. If he has made a pact with the Prussian towns, let him take the field against the Swedes, let him not intrigue on both sides, let him do what a loyal vassal is bound to do, and take the field in defense of his lord and benefactor. Who can tell that he will not declare for the Swedes? Asked Pan Stanislav. Declare for the Swedes? Then I will declare to him. The Prussian boundary is not far, and I have some thousands of sabres within call. You will not deceive Zagloba. As true as you see me here, the commander of this noble army, I will visit him with fire and sword. We have not provisions, well, we shall find all we need in Prussian storehouses. Mother of God, cried Genzian, in ecstasy. Your great mightiness will conquer crowned heads. I will write to him at once, worthy Pan-Elector, there is enough of turning the cat away by the tail, enough of evasion and delay. Come out against the Swedes, or I will come on a visit to Prussia. It cannot be otherwise. Ink, pen, and paper. Genzian, will you go with the letter? I will go, answered the tenant of Vansosh, delighted with his new dignity. But before pen, ink, and paper were brought to Zagloba, shouts were raised in front of the house, and throngs of soldiers darkened the windows. Some shouted, Vivat, others cried, Allah, in Tartar. Zagloba and his comrades went out to see what was taking place. It appeared that they were bringing those 8-pounders which Zagloba had remembered, and the sight of which was now delighting the hearts of the soldiers. Pan Stempolsky, the manager of Bialystok, approached Zagloba, and said, Serene, great mighty commander. From the time that he of immortal memory, the Lord Marshal of the Grand Principality of Lithuania, left by will his property at Bialystok to support the castle of Tykotsin, being manager of that property, have applied faithfully and honestly all its income to the benefit of that castle, as I can show to the whole Commonwealth by registers. So that working more than 20 years I have provided that castle with powder and guns and brass. Holding it as a sacred duty that every copper should go to that object to which the serene great mighty Marshal of the Grand Principality of Lithuania commanded that it should go. But when by the changing wheel of fate the castle of Tykotsin became the greatest support in this province of the enemies of the country, I asked God and my own conscience whether I ought to strengthen it more, or whether I was not bound to give into the hands of your great mightiness this wealth and these military supplies obtained from the income of the present year. You should give them to me, interrupted Zagloba, with importance. I ask but one thing, that your great mightiness be pleased, in presence of the whole army and in writing, to give me a receipt, that I applied nothing from that property to my own use. And that I delivered everything into the hands of the Commonwealth, worthily represented here by you, the great mighty commander. Zagloba motioned with his head as a sign of assent, and began at once to look over the register. It appeared that besides the 8-pounders there were put away in the storehouses 300 German muskets, very good ones. Besides 200 Moscow halberts, for infantry in the defense of walls and breastworks, and 6,000 ducats in ready money. The money will be divided among the army, said Zagloba. And as to the muskets and halberts, here he looked around, Pan Oskierko, you will take them and form a body of infantry. There are a few foot soldiers here from the Radziwill fugitives, and as many as are lacking may be taken from the millers. Then he turned to all present, gracious gentlemen, there is money, there are cannons, there will be infantry and provisions, these are my orders, to begin with. Vivat, shouted the army. And now, gracious gentlemen, let all the young men go on a jump to the villages for spades, shovels, and pickaxes. We will make a fortified camp, a second's barrage. But whether a man belongs to cavalry or infantry, let none be ashamed of the shovel, and to work. Then the commander withdrew to his quarters, attended by the shouts of the army. As God is true, that man has a head on his shoulders, said Volodyovsky to Pan Yen, and things begin to go in better order. If only Radziwill does not come soon, put in Pan Stanislav, for he is such a leader that there is not another like him in the Commonwealth. Our Pan Zagloba is good for provisioning the camp. But it is not for him to measure strength with such a warrior as Radziwill. That is true, answered Pan Yen. When it comes to action we will help him with counsel, for he does not understand war. Besides, his rule will come to an end the moment Sapieha arrives. He can do much good before that time, said Volodyovski. In truth, the army needed some leader, even Zagloba, for from the day of his election better order reigned in the camp. On the following day they began to make breastworks near the Bialystok ponds. Pan Oskierko, who had served in foreign armies and understood fortification, directed the whole labor. In 3 days there had arisen a very strong entrenchment, really something like Sparich, for the sides and the rear of it were defended by swampy ponds. The sight of this work raised the hearts of the soldiers. The whole army felt that it had some ground under its feet. But courage was strengthened still more at sight of the supplies of food brought by strong parties. Every day they drove in oxen, sheep, pigs. Every day came wagons bringing all kinds of grain and hay. Some things came from Lukovo, others from Vidsko. There came also, in continually greater numbers, nobles, small and great, for when the tidings went around that there was a government, an army, and a commander, there was more confidence among people. It was burdensome for the inhabitants to support a whole division, but to begin with, Zagloba did not inquire about that. In the second place, it was better to give half to the army and enjoy the rest in peace, than to be exposed every moment to losing all through the unruly bands, which had increased considerably and raged like Tartars, and which, at command of Zagloba, were pursued and destroyed. If the commander turns out to be such a leader as he is a manager, said the soldiers in camp, the Commonwealth does not know yet how great a man it has. Zagloba himself was thinking, with definite alarm, of the coming of Yanush Radziwill. He called to mind all the victories of Radziwill, then the form of the hetman took on monstrous shapes in the imagination of the new commander, and in his soul he said, "Oh, who can oppose that dragon? I said that he would choke himself with me, but he will swallow me as a sheatfish a duck." And he promised himself, under oath, not to give a general battle to Radziwill. There will be a siege, thought he, and that always lasts long. Negotiations can be tried too, and by that time Sapieha will come up. In case he should not come up, Zagloba determined to listen to Pan Yen in everything, for he remembered how highly Prince Yeremy prized this officer and his military endowments. "You, Pan Michael," said Zagloba to Volodyovski, "are just created for attack, and you may be sent scouting, even with a large party, for you know how to manage, and fall on the enemy, like a wolf on sheep. But if you were commanded to be hetman of a whole army, I pass, I pass. You will not fill a vault with your mind, since you have no wit for sail. But Yen, he has the head of a commander, and if I were to die he is the only man who could fill my place." Meanwhile contradictory tidings came. First it was reported that Radziwill was marching through Electoral Prussia. Second, that having defeated Hovanski's troops, he had taken Grodno and was marching thence with great force. Further, there were men who insisted that not Prince Yanush, but Sapieha, with the aid of Prince Michael Radziwill, had defeated Hovanski. Scouting parties brought no reliable news, saving this, that a body of Zolotarenko's men, about 2,000 in number, were at Folkovisk, and threatened the town. The neighborhood was in flames. One day later fugitives began to come in who confirmed the news, reporting besides that the townspeople had sent envoys to Hovanski and Zolotarenko with a prayer to spare the place. To which they received answer from Hovanski that that band was a separate one, having nothing to do with his army. Zolotarenko advised the people to ransom themselves, but they, as poor men after the recent fire and a number of plunderings, had no ransom to give. They implored the commander in God's name to hasten to their rescue, while they were conducting negotiations to ransom the town, for afterward there would not be time. Zagloba selected 1,500 good troops, among them the Lauda men, and calling Volodyovski, said, "Now, Pan Michael, it is time to show what you can do. Go to Folkovisk and destroy those ruffians who are threatening an undefended town. Such an expedition is not a novelty for you. I think you will take it as a favor that I give such functions." Here he turned to the other colonels, "I must remain in camp myself, for all the responsibility is on me, that is, first. And second, it does not beseem my office to go on an expedition against ruffians. But let Radziwill come, then in a great battle it will be shown who is superior, the hetman or the commander. Volodyovski set out with alacrity, for he was weary of camp life and yearned for battle. The squadrons selected marched out willingly and with singing. The commander appeared on the rampart on horseback, and blessed the departing, making over them the sign of the cross for the road. There were some who wondered that Zagloba sent off that party with such solemnity, but he remembered that Jalkiewski and other hetmans had the habit of making the sign of the cross over squadrons when going to battle. Besides, he loved to do everything with ceremony, for that raised his dignity in the eyes of the soldiers. Barely had the squadrons vanished in the haze of the distance, when he began to be alarmed about them. "Yen," said he, "another handful of men might be sent to Volodyovski." "Be at rest, father," answered Pan Yen. "For Volodyovski to go on such an expedition is the same as to eat a plate of fried eggs. Dear God, he has done nothing else all his life." "That is true, but if an overwhelming force should attack him? Nec Hercules contra plures, neither Hercules against, too, many. What is the use in talking about such a soldier? He will test everything carefully before he strikes. And if the forces against him are too great, he will pluck off what he can and return, or will send for reinforcements. You may sleep quietly, father." "Ah, I also knew whom I was sending, but I tell you that Pan Michael must have given me some herb, I have such a weakness for him. I have never loved anyone so, except Podbipienta and you. It cannot be but that little fellow has given me something." 3 days passed. Provisions were brought continually, volunteers also marched in, but of Pan Michael not a sound. Zagloba's fears increased, and in spite of Pan Yan's remonstrance that in no way could Volodyovski return yet from Folkovisk, Zagloba sent 100 of Jakub Kmita's light horse for intelligence. The scouts marched out, and 2 days more passed without news. On the 7th day, during a grey misty nightfall, the camp attendant sent for food to Bobrovniki returned in great haste, with the report that they had seen some army coming out of the forest beyond Bobrovniki. "Pan Michael!" exclaimed Zagloba, joyfully. But the men contradicted that. They had not gone to meet it for the special reason that they saw strange flags, not belonging to Volodyovski's troops. And besides, this force was greater. The attendants, being attendants, could not fix the number exactly, some said there were 3,000, others 5,000, or still more. "I will take 20 horsemen and go to meet them," said Captain Lipnitsky. He went. An hour passed, and a second, at last it was stated that not a party was approaching, but a whole army. It is unknown why, but on a sudden it was thundered through the camp. "Radziwill is coming." This report, like an electric shock, moved and shook the whole camp. The soldiers rushed to the bulwarks. On some faces terror was evident, the men did not stand in proper order, Oskyerko's infantry only occupied the places indicated. Among the volunteers there was a panic at the first moment. From mouth to mouth flew various reports. "Radziwill has cut to pieces Volodyovski in the second party formed of Jakub Kmita's men," repeated some. "Not a witness of the defeat has escaped," said others. "And now Lipnitsky has gone, as it were, under the earth. Where is the commander? Where is the commander?" The colonels rushed to establish order. And since all in the camp, save a few volunteers, were old soldiers, they soon stood in order, waiting for what would appear. When the cry came, "Radziwill is coming," Zagloba was greatly confused, but in the first moment he would not believe it. What has happened to Volodyovski? Has he let himself be surrounded, so that not a man has come back with a warning? And the second party? And Pan Lipnitsky? Impossible! Repeated Zagloba to himself, wiping his forehead, which was sweating profusely. Has this dragon, this man-killer, this Lucifer, been able to come from Kyedani already? Is the last hour approaching? Meanwhile from every side voices more and more numerous cried, "Radziwill! Radziwill!" Zagloba ceased to doubt. He sprang up and rushed to Pan Yan's quarters. "Oh, Yen, save! It is time now." "What has happened?" asked Pan Yan. "Radziwill is coming. To your head I give everything, for Prince Yeremy said that you are a born leader. I will superintend myself, but do you give counsel and lead." "That cannot be Radziwill," said Pan Yan. "From what direction are the troops marching?" "From Folkovisk. It is said that they have taken Volodyovsky and the second party which I sent not long ago." "Volodyovsky let himself be taken." "Oh, father, you do not know him. He is coming back himself, no one else. But it is said that there is an enormous army." "Praise be to God. It is clear then that Sapieha is coming." "For God's sake. What do you tell me? Why then was it said that Lipnitsky went against them?" "That is just the proof that it is not Radziwill who is coming. Lipnitsky discovered who it was, joined, and all are coming together." "Let us go out, let us go out." "I said that the first moment," cried Zagloba. All were frightened, but I thought, that cannot be. I saw the position at once. "Come. Hurry, Yen, hurry. Those men out there are confused." "Aha!" Zagloba and Pan Yen hastened to the ramparts, occupied already by the troops, and began to pass along. Zagloba's face was radiant, he stopped every little while, and cried so that all heard him. "Gracious gentlemen, we have guests. I have no reason to lose heart. If that is Radziwill, I'll show him the road back to Kyedani." "We'll show him," cried the army. "Kindle fires on the ramparts. We will not hide ourselves, let them see us, we are ready. Kindle fires." Straightway they brought wood, and a quarter of an hour later the whole camp was flaming, till the heavens grew red as if from daybreak. The soldiers, turning away from the light, looked into the darkness in the direction of Bobrovniki. Some of them cried that they heard a clatter and the stamp of horses. Just then in the darkness musket shots were heard from afar. Zagloba pulled Pan Yen by the skirts. "They are beginning to fire," said he, disquieted. "Salutes," answered Pan Yen. After the shots shouts of joy were heard. There was no reason for further doubt. A moment later a number of riders rushed in on foaming horses, crying, "Pan Sapieha! The voevoda of Vitebsk!" Barely had the soldiers heard this, when they rushed forth from the walls, like an overflowed river, and ran forward, roaring so that anyone hearing their voices from afar might think them cries from a town in which victors were putting all to the sword. Zagloba, wearing all the insignia of his office, with a baton in his hand and a heron's feather in his cap, rode out under his Horsetail standard, at the head of the colonels, to the front of the fortifications. After a while the voevoda of Vitebsk at the head of his officers, and with Volodyovsky at his side, rode into the lighted circle. He was a man already in respectable years, of medium weight, with a face not beautiful, but wise and kindly. His mustaches, cut evenly over his upper lip, were iron grey, as was also a small beard, which made him resemble a foreigner, though he dressed in Polish fashion. Though famous for many military exploits he looked more like a civilian than a soldier. Those who knew him more intimately said that in the countenance of the voevoda Minerva was greater than Mars. But, besides Minerva and Mars, there was in that face a gem rarer in those times, that is honesty, which flowing forth from his soul was reflected in his eyes as the light of the sun is in water. At the first glance people recognized that he was a just and honorable man. "We waited as for a father," cried the soldiers. "And so our leader has come," repeated others, with emotion. "Vivat, vivat." Pan Zagloba, at the head of his colonels, hurried toward Sapieha, who reined in his horse and began to bow with his lynx-skin cap. "Serene great mighty voevoda," began Zagloba, "though I possessed the eloquence of the ancient Romans, nay, of Cicero himself, or, going to remoter times, of that famous Athenian, Demosthenes, I should not be able to express the delight which has seized our hearts at sight of the worthy person of the serene great mighty lord. The whole Commonwealth is rejoicing in our hearts, greeting the wisest senator and the best son, with a delight all the greater because unexpected. Behold, we were drawn out here on these bulwarks under arms, not ready for greeting, but for battle, not to hear shouts of delight, but the thunder of cannon, not to shed tears, but our blood. When however 100-tongued fame bore around the news that the defender of the fatherland was coming, not the heretic, the voevoda of Vitebsk, not the grand hetman of Lithuania, Sapieha, not Radziwill, but Pan Sapieha was in an evident hurry to enter. For he waved his hand quickly, with a kindly though lordly inattention, and said, Radziwill also is coming. In 2 days he will be here. Zagloba was confused. First, because the thread of his speech was broken, and second, because the news of Radziwill made a great impression on him. He stood there for a moment before Sapieha, not knowing what further to say. But he came quickly to his mind, and drawing hurriedly the baton from his belt, said with solemnity, calling to mind what had taken place at Zbaraj. The army has chosen me for its leader, but I yield this into worthier hands. So as to give an example to the younger how we must resign the highest honors for the public good. The soldiers began to shout, but Pan Sapieha only smiled and said, Lord brother, I would gladly receive it, but Radziwill might think that you gave it through fear of him. Oh, he knows me already, answered Zagloba, and will not ascribe fear to me. I was the first to stagger him in Kyedani, and I drew others after me by my example. If that is the case, then lead on to the camp, said Sapieha. Volodyovski told me on the road that you are an excellent manager and have something on which to subsist, and we are wearied and hungry. So saying, he spurred on his horse, and after him moved the others. And all entered the camp amid measureless rejoicing. Zagloba, remembering what was said of Sapieha, that he liked feasts and the goblet, determined to give fitting honor to the day of his coming. Hence he appeared with a feast of such splendor as had not been yet in the camp. All ate and drank. At the cups Volodyovski told what had happened at Folkovisk, how forces, considerably greater than his own, had been sent out by Zolotarenko, how the traitor had surrounded him. How straitened he was when the sudden arrival of Sapieha turned a desperate defense into a brilliant victory. We gave them something to think of, said he, so that they will not stick an ear out of their camp. Then the conversation turned to Radziwill. The voevoda of Vitebsk had very recent tidings, and knew through reliable people of everything that took place in Kyedani. He said therefore that the hetman had sent a certain Kmita with a letter to the king of Sweden, and with a request to strike Podliasy from 2 sides at once. This is a wonder of wonders to me, exclaimed Zagloba. For had it not been for that Kmita, we should not have concentrated our forces to this moment, and if Radziwill had come he might have eaten us up, one after the other, like puddings of Siedlets. Volodyovski told me all that, said Sapieha, from which I infer that Kmita has a personal affection for you. It is too bad that he hasn't it for the country. But people who see nothing above themselves, serve no cause well and are ready to betray anyone, as in this case Kmita Radziwill. But among us there are no traitors, and we are ready to stand up with the serene great mighty voevoda to the death. Said Jyromski. I believe that here are most honorable soldiers, answered Sapieha, and I had no expectation of finding such order and abundance, for which I must give thanks to his grace Pan Zagloba. Zagloba blushed with pleasure, for somehow it had seemed to him hitherto that though the voevoda of Vitebsk had treated him graciously, still he had not given him the recognition and respect which he, the ex-commander, desired. He began therefore to relate how he had made regulations, what he had done, what supplies he had collected, how he had brought cannon, and formed infantry, finally what an extensive correspondence he had carried on. And not without boasting did he make mention of the letters sent to the banished king, to Hovanski, and to the elector. After my letter, his grace the elector must declare for us openly or against us, said he, with pride. The voevoda of Vitebsk was a humorous man, and perhaps also he was a little joyous from drink, therefore he smoothed his mustache, laughed maliciously, and said, Lord brother, but have you not written to the Emperor of Germany? No. Answered Zagloba, astonished. "That is a pity," said the voevoda, "for there an equal would have talked with an equal." The colonels burst into a thundering laugh. But Zagloba showed at once that if the voevoda wished to be a scythe, he had struck a stone. "Serene great mighty lord," said he, "I can write to the elector, for as a noble I am an elector myself, and I exercised my rights not so long ago when I gave my voice for Yen Casimir." "You have brought that out well," answered Sapieha. "But with such a potentate as the emperor I do not correspond," continued Zagloba, "lest he might apply to me a certain proverb which I heard in Lithuania." "What was the proverb?" "Such a fool's head as that must have come out of Vitebsk," answered Zagloba, without confusion. Hearing this, the colonels were frightened, but the voevoda leaned back and held his sides from laughter. "Ah, but you have settled me this time. Let me embrace you. Whenever I want to shave my beard I'll borrow your tongue." The feast continued till late in the night. It was broken up by the arrival of nobles from XXIX, who brought news that Radzivill's scouts had already reached that place. Chapter 34. Radzivill would have fallen on Podlyasye long before, had not various reasons held him back in Kyedani. First, he was waiting for the Swedish reinforcements, which Pontus de la Gardie delayed by design. Although bonds of relationship connected the Swedish general with the king himself, he could not compare in greatness of family, in importance, in extensive connections by blood, with that Lithuanian magnate. And as to fortune, though at that time there was no ready money in Radzivill's treasury, all the Swedish generals might have been portioned with 1/2 of the prince's estates and consider themselves wealthy. Now, when by the turn of fortune Radzivill was dependent on Pontus, the general could not deny himself the pleasure of making that lord feel his dependence and the superiority of de la Gardie. Radzivill did not need reinforcements to defeat the Confederates, since for that he had forces enough of his own, but the Swedes were necessary to him for the reasons mentioned by Kmita in his letter to Volodyovski. He was shut off from Podlyasye by the legions of Hovanski, who might block the road to him. But if Radzivill marched together with Swedish troops, and under the aegis of the King of Sweden, every hostile step on the part of Hovanski would be considered a challenge to Karl Gustav. Radzivill wished this in his soul, and therefore he waited impatiently for the arrival of even one Swedish squadron. And while urging Pontus he said more than once to his attendants, "A couple of years ago he would have thought it a favor to receive a letter from me, and would have left the letter by will to his descendants. But today he takes on the airs of a superior." To which a certain noble, loud-mouthed and truth-telling, known in the whole neighborhood, allowed himself to answer at once. According to the proverb, "Mighty prince, as a man makes his bed, so must he sleep on it." Radzivill burst out in anger, and gave orders to cast the noble into the tower, but on the following day he let him out and presented him with a gold button. For of this noble it was said that he had ready money, and the prince wanted to borrow money of him on his note. The noble accepted the button, but gave not the money. Swedish reinforcements came at last, to the number of 800 horse, of the heavy cavalry. Pontus sent directly to the castle of Tykotsin 300 infantry and 100 light cavalry, wishing to have his own garrison there in every event. Hovanski's troops withdrew before them, making no opposition. They arrived therefore safely at Tykotsin, for this took place when the Confederate squadrons were still scattered over all Podlyasye, and were occupied only in plundering the estates of Radzivill. It was hoped that the prince, after he had received the desired reinforcements, would take the field at once, but he loitered yet. The cause of this was news from Podlyasye of disagreement in that province, of lack of union among the Confederates, and misunderstandings between Kotovsky, Lipnitsky, and Yakub Kmita. "It is necessary to give them time," said the prince, "to seize one another by the heads. They will gnaw one another to pieces. Their power will disappear without war, and then we will strike on Hovanski." But on a sudden contradictory news began to come. The colonels not only did not fight with one another, but had assembled in one body at Bialystok. The prince searched his brain for the cause of this change. At last the name of Zagloba, as commander, came to his ears. He was informed also of the making of a fortified camp, the provisioning of the army, and the cannon dug out at Bialystok by Zagloba, of the increase of Confederate strength, of volunteers coming from the interior. Prince Yanush fell into such wrath that Gonhoff, a fearless soldier, dared not approach him for some time. At last the command was issued to the squadrons to prepare for the road. In one day a whole division was ready, 1 regiment of German infantry, 2 of Scottish, 1 of Lithuanian. Pan Korff led the artillery, Gonhoff took command of the cavalry. Besides, Kharlamp's dragoons, the Swedish cavalry, and the light regiment of Niewiarovsky, there was the princess' own heavy squadron, in which Slizien was lieutenant. It was a considerable force, and composed of veterans. With a force no greater the prince, during the first wars with Khmelnytsky, had won those victories which had adorned his name with immortal glory. With a power no greater he had beaten Nababa at Loyovo, crushed a number of tens of thousands led by the famous Krechovsky, destroyed Moser and Turov, had taken Kiev by storm. And so pushed Khmelnytsky in the steppes that he was forced to seek safety in negotiations. But the star of that powerful warrior was evidently setting, and he had no good forebodings himself. He cast his eyes into the future, and saw nothing clearly. He would go to Podlyasy, tear apart with horses the insurgents, give orders to pull out of his skin the hated Zagloba, and what would come of that? What further? What change of fate would come? Would he then strike Hovansky, would he avenge the defeat at Sibihova, and adorn his own head with new laurels? The prince said that he would, but he doubted, for just then reports began to circulate widely that the northerners, fearing the growth of Swedish power, would cease to wage war, and might even form an alliance with Yen Casimir. Sapieha continued to pluck them still, and defeated them where he could, but at the same time he negotiated with them. Pan Gosiewski had the same plans. Then in case of Hovansky's retreat that field of action would be closed, and the last chance of showing his power would vanish from Radziwill. Or if Yen Casimir could make a treaty with those who till then had been his enemies, and urge them against the Swedes, fortune might incline to his side against Sweden, and thereby against Radziwill. From Poland there came, it is true, the most favorable news. The success of the Swedes surpassed all expectation. Provinces yielded one after another, in Great Poland Swedes ruled as in Sweden, in Warsaw, Radziwiłłowski governed. Little Poland offered no resistance, Krakow might fall at any moment, the king, deserted by the army and the nobles, with confidence in his people broken to the core, went to Silesia. And Karl Gustav himself was astonished at the ease with which he had crushed that power, always victorious hitherto in war with the Swedes. But just in that ease had Radziwill a foreboding of danger to himself. For the Swedes, blinded by triumph, would not count with him, would not consider him, especially because he had not shown himself so powerful and so commanding as all, not excepting himself, had thought him. Will the Swedish king give him then Lithuania, or even White Russia? Will he not prefer to pacify an eternally hungry neighbor with some eastern slice of the Commonwealth, so as to have his own hands free in the remnants of Poland? These were the questions which tormented continually the soul of Prince Yanush. Days and nights did he pass in disquiet. He conceived that Pontus de la Gardie would not have dared to treat him so haughtily, almost insultingly, had he not thought that the king would confirm such a manner of action, or what is worse, had not his instructions been previously prepared. As long as I am at the head of some thousands of men, thought Radziwill, they will consider me, but when money fails, when my hired regiments scatter, what then? And the revenues from his enormous estates did not come in. An immense part of them, scattered throughout Lithuania and far away to Polzy or Kiev, lay in ruins, those in Podlyasy the Confederates had plundered completely. At times it seemed to the prince that he would topple over the precipice. That from all his labor and plotting only the name traitor would remain to him, nothing more. Another phantom terrified him, the phantom of death, which appeared almost every night before the curtain of his bed, and beckoned with its hand, as if wishing to say to him, "Come into darkness, cross the unknown river." Had he been able to stand on the summit of glory, had he been able to place on his head, even for one day, for 1 hour, that crown desired with such passion, he might meet that awful and silent phantom with unterrified eye. But to die and leave behind evil fame and the scorn of men, seemed to that lord, who was as proud as Satan himself, a hell during life. More than once then, when he was alone or with his astrologer, in whom he placed the greatest trust, did he seize his temples and repeat with stifled voice, "I am burning, burning, burning." Under these conditions he was preparing for the campaign against Podlyasye, when the day before the march it was announced that Prince Boguslav had left Trilogy. At the mere news of this, Prince Yanush, even before he saw his cousin, revived as it were, for that Boguslav brought with him his youth and a blind faith in the future. In him the line of Burgi was to be renewed, for him alone was Prince Yanush toiling. When he heard that Boguslav was coming, the hetman wished to go out to meet him, but etiquette did not permit him to go forth to meet a younger cousin. He sent therefore a gilded carriage, and a whole squadron as escort, and from the breastworks raised by Kmita and from the castle itself mortars were fired at his command, just as at the coming of a king. When the cousins, after a ceremonial greeting, were left alone at last, Yanush seized Boguslav in his embrace and began to repeat, with a voice of emotion, "My youth has returned. My health has returned in a moment." But Boguslav looked at him carefully and asked, "What troubles your highness? Let us not give ourselves titles if no one obeys us." "What troubles me? Sickness irritates me so that I am falling like a rotten tree. But a truce to this. How is my wife and Mariska? They have gone from Trilogy to Tiltsa. They are both well, and Marie is like a rosebud, that will be a wonderful rose when it blooms. Ma foi. More beautiful feet there are not in the world, and her tresses flow to the very ground. Did she seem so beautiful to you? That is well. God inspired you to come, I feel better in spirit when I see you. But what do you bring touching public affairs? What is the elector doing? You know that he has made a league with the Prussian towns? I know. But they do not trust him greatly. Danzig will not receive his garrisons. The Germans have a good sniff. I know that too. But have you not written to him? What are his plans touching us? Touching us, repeated Boguslav, inattentively. He cast his eyes around the room, then rose. Prince Yanush thought that he was looking for something, but he hurried to a mirror in the corner, and withdrawing a proper distance, rubbed his whole face with a finger of his right hand. At last he said, "My skin is chapped a little from the journey, but before morning it will be healed. What are the elector's plans touching us?" "Nothing, he wrote to me that he will not forget us." "What does that mean?" "I have the letter with me, I will show it to you. He writes that whatever may happen he will not forget us, and I believe him, for his interests enjoin that. The elector cares as much for the Commonwealth as I do for an old Whig, and would be glad to give it to Sweden if he could seize Prussia, but the power of Sweden begins to alarm him, therefore he would be glad to have an ally ready for the future. And he will have one if you mount the throne of Lithuania. Would that had happened! Not for myself do I wish that throne. All Lithuania cannot be had, perhaps, at first, but even if we get a good peace with White Russia and Jmud. But what of the Swedes? The Swedes will be glad also to use us as a guard against the East. You pour balsam on me. Balsam. Aha! A certain necromancer in Trilogy wanted to sell me balsam, saying that whoever would anoint himself with it would be safe from spears, swords, and sabers. I ordered a soldier to rub him with it at once and thrust a spear into him. Can you imagine, the spear went right through his body. Here Prince Boguslav laughed, showing teeth as white as ivory. But this conversation was not to the taste of Yanush. He began again therefore on public affairs. I sent letters to the King of Sweden, and to many others of our dignitaries. You must have received a letter through Kmita. But wait. I was coming to that matter. What is your idea of Kmita? He is hot-headed, wild, dangerous, and cannot endure restraint, but he is one of those rare men who serve us in good faith. Surely, answered Boguslav, and he came near earning the kingdom of heaven for me. How is that? Asked Yanush, with alarm. They say, Lord brother, that if your bile is stirred suffocation results. Promise me to listen with patience and quietly, and I will tell something of your Kmita, from which you will know him better than you have up to this moment. Well, I will be patient, only begin. A miracle of God saved me from the hands of that incarnate devil, said Boguslav, and he began to relate all that had happened in Pilvishki. It was no smaller miracle that Prince Yanush did not have an attack of asthma, but it might be thought that apoplexy would strike him. He trembled all over, he gnashed his teeth, he covered his eyes with his hand. At last he cried with a hoarse voice. Is that true? Very well. He has forgotten that his little wench is in my hands. Restrain yourself, for God's sake. Hear on. I acquitted myself with him as beseems a cavalier, and if I have not noted this adventure in my diary, and do not boast of it, I refrain because 'tis a shame that I let myself be tricked by that clown, as if I were a child, of whom Mazarin said that in intrigue and adroitness there was not my equal in the whole court of France. But no more of this. I thought at first that I had killed your Kmita, now I have proof in my hands that he has slipped away. That is nothing. We will find him. We will dig him out. We will get him, even from under the earth. Meanwhile I will give him a sorer blow than if I were to flay him alive. You will give him no blow, but only injure your own health. Listen. In coming hither I noticed some low fellow on a pied horse, who held himself at no great distance from my carriage. I noticed him specially because his horse was pied, and I gave the order at last to summon him. Where art thou going? To Kyedani. What art thou taking? A letter to the Prince Voevoda. I ordered him to give the letter, and as there are no secrets between us I read it. Here it is. Then he gave Prince Yanush Kmita's letter, written from the forest at the time when he was setting out with the Kyemliches. The prince glanced over the letter, and crushing it with rage, cried. True. In God's name, true. He has my letters, and in them are things which may make the King of Sweden himself suspicious, nay more, give him mortal offense. Here choking seized him, and the expected attack came on. His mouth opened widely, and he gasped quickly after air. His hands tore the clothing near his throat. Prince Boguslav, seeing this, clapped his hands, and when the servants ran in, he said. Save the prince your lord, and when he recovers breath beg him to come to my chamber. Meanwhile I will rest a little. And he went out. 2 hours later, Yanush, with bloodshot eyes, hanging lids, and a blue face, knocked at Prince Boguslav's chamber. Boguslav received him lying in bed, his face rubbed with milk of almonds, which was to enhance the softness and freshness of his skin. Without a wig on his head, without the colors on his face, and with unblackened brows, he seemed much older than in full dress, but Prince Yanush paid no heed to that. I have come to the conclusion, said he, that Kmita will not publish those letters, for if he should he would by that act write the sentence of death for the maiden. He understands well that only by keeping them does he hold me. But I cannot pour out my vengeance, and that gnaws me, as if I were carrying about a mad dog in my breast. Still, it will be necessary to get those letters, said Boguslav. But quo modo, in what way? Some adroit man must be sent after him, to enter into friendship and at a given opportunity seize the letters and punch Kmita with a knife. It is necessary to offer a great reward. Who here would undertake that deed? If it were only in Paris, or even in Germany, I could find 100 volunteers in one day, but in this country such wares are not found. And one of our own people is needed, for he would be on his guard against a stranger. It seems to me that I can find someone in Prussia. Oh, if he could be taken alive and brought to my hands, I would pay him once for all. I say that the insolence of that man passes every measure. I sent him away because he enraged me, for he would spring at my throat for any reason, just like a cat, he hurled at me his own wishes in everything. 100 times lacking little had I the order just in my mouth to shoot him. But I could not. Tell me, is he really a relative of ours? He is a relative of the Kishkis, and through the Kishkis of us. In his fashion he is a devil, and an opponent dangerous in the highest degree. You might command him to go to Tsargrad 27 and pull the Sultan from his throne, or tear out the beard of the King of Sweden and bring it to Kyedani. But what did he not do here in time of war? He has that look, but he has promised us vengeance to the last breath. Luckily he has a lesson from me that 'tis not easy to encounter us. Acknowledge that I treated him in Radziwill fashion. If a French cavalier had done a deed like mine, he would boast of it whole days, excepting the hours of sleeping, eating, and kissing, for they, when they meet, emulate one another in lying, so that the sun is ashamed to shine. It is true that you squeezed him, but I would that it had not happened. And I would that you had chosen better confidants, with more respect for the Radziwill bones. Those letters. The cousins were silent for a while. Boguslav spoke first. But what sort of a maiden is she? Panna Billevich. Billevich or Myeleshko, one is the equal of the other. I do not ask for her name, but if she is beautiful. I do not look on those things. But this is certain, the Queen of Poland need not be ashamed of such beauty. The Queen of Poland? Maria Ludwika. In the time of Cinq-Mars maybe the Queen of Poland was beautiful, but now the dogs howl when they see her. If your Panna Billevich is such as she, then I'll hide myself, but if she is really a wonder, let me take her to Tanrogi, and there she and I will think out a vengeance for Kmita. Yanush meditated a moment. I will not give her to you, said he at last, for you will constrain her with violence, and then Kmita will publish the letters. I use force against one of your tufted larks. Without boasting I may say that I have had affairs with not such as she, and I have constrained no one. Once only, but that was in Flanders, she was a fool, the daughter of a jeweler. After me came the infantry of Spain, and the affair was accounted to them. You do not know this girl, she is from an honorable house, walking virtue, you would say a nun. Oh, we know the nuns too. And besides she hates us, for she is a patriot. She has tried to influence Kmita. There are not many such among our women. Her mind is purely that of a man. And she is the most ardent adherent of Yen Casimir. Then we will increase his adherents. Impossible, for Kmita will publish the letters. I must guard her like the eyes in my head, for a time. Afterward I will give her to you or to your dragoons, all one to me. I give my word of a cavalier that I will not constrain her, and a word given in private I always keep. In politics it is another thing. It would be a shame for me indeed if I could gain nothing by her. You will not. In the worst case I'll get a slap in the face, and from a woman that is no shame. You are going to Podlyasy, what will you do with her? You will not take her with you, you cannot leave her here. For the Swedes will come to this place, and the girl should remain always in our hands as a hostage. Is it not better that I take her to Tanrogi and send Kmita, not an assassin, but a messenger with a letter in which I shall write, give the letters and I'll give you the maiden? True, answered Prince Yanush, that's a good method. But if, continued Boguslav, not altogether as I took her, that will be the first step in vengeance. But you have given your word not to use violence. I have, and I say again that it would be a shame for me. Then you must take also her uncle, the sword-bearer of Rossyeni, who is staying here with her. I do not wish to take him. The noble in the fashion of this region wears, of course, straw in his boots, and I cannot bear that. She will not go alone. That's to be seen. Ask them to supper this evening, so that I may see and know whether she is worth putting between the teeth, and immediately I'll think out methods against her. Only, for God's sake, mention not Kmita's act, for that would confirm her in devotion to him. But during supper, no matter what I say, contradict not. You will see my methods, and they will remind you of your own years of youth. Prince Yanush waved his hands and went out, and Boguslav put his hands under his head, and began to meditate over means. Chapter 35. To the supper, besides the sword-bearer of Rossyeni and Olenka, were invited the most distinguished officers of Kyedani and some attendants of Prince Boguslav. He came himself in such array and so lordly that he attracted all eyes. His wig was dressed in beautiful waving curls, his face in delicacy of color called to mind milk and roses, his small mustache seemed to be of silken hair, and his eyes stars. He was dressed in black, in a caftan made of stripes of silk and velvet, the sleeves of which were slashed and fastened together the length of the arm. Around his neck he had a broad collar, of the most marvelous Brabant lace, of inestimable value, and at the wrists ruffles of the same material. A gold chain fell on his breast, and over the right shoulder along the whole caftan went to his left hip a sword strap of Dutch leather, so set with diamonds that it looked like a strip of changing light. The hilt of his sword glittered in like manner, and in his shoe buckles gleamed the two largest diamonds, as large as hazelnuts. The whole figure seemed imposing, and as noble as it was beautiful. In one hand he held a lace handkerchief. In the other he carried, according to the fashion of the time, on his sword hilt, a hat adorned with curling black ostrich feathers of uncommon length. All, not excepting Prince Yanush, looked at him with wonder and admiration. His youthful years came to the memory of the Prince Voivoda, when he in the same way surpassed all at the French court with his beauty and his wealth. Those years were now far away, but it seemed at that moment to the hetman that he was living again in that brilliant cavalier who bore the same name. Prince Yanush grew vivacious, and in passing he touched with his index finger the breast of his cousin. "Light strikes from you as from the moon," said he. "Is it not for Panna Billevich that you are so arrayed?" "The moon enters easily everywhere," answered Boguslav, boastingly. And then he began to talk with Ganhoff, near whom he halted, perhaps of purpose to exhibit himself the better, for Ganhoff was a man marvellously ugly. He had a face dark and pitted with smallpox, a nose like the beak of a hawk, and mustaches curled upward. He looked like the spirit of darkness, but Boguslav near him like the spirit of light. The ladies entered, Pani Korf and Olenka. Boguslav cast a swift glance at Olenka, and bowed promptly to Pani Korf. He was just putting his fingers to his mouth, to send in cavalier fashion a kiss to Panna Billevich, when he saw her exquisite beauty, both proud and dignified. He changed his tactics in an instant, caught his hat in his right hand, and advancing toward the lady bowed so low that he almost bent in two. The curls of his wig fell on both sides of his shoulders, his sword took a position parallel with the floor, and he remained thus, moving purposely his cap and sweeping the floor in front of Olenka with the ostrich feather, in sign of respect. A more courtly homage he could not have given to the Queen of France. Panna Billevich, who had learned of his coming, divined at once who stood before her. Therefore seizing her robe with the tips of her fingers, she gave him in return a courtesy equally profound. All wondered at the beauty and grace of manners of the two, which was evident from the greeting itself, grace not over usual in Kyedani, for, as a Wallachian, Yanush's princess was more in love with eastern splendor than with courtliness. And Yanush's daughter was still a little girl. Boguslav now raised his head, shook the curls of his wig over his shoulders, and striking his heels together with force, moved quickly toward Olenka. At the same time he threw his hat to a page and gave her his hand. "I do not believe my eyes, and see as it were in a dream what I see," said he, conducting her to the table, "but tell me, beautiful goddess, by what miracle you have descended from Olympus to Kyedani?" "Though simply a noble woman, not a goddess," answered Olenka, "I am not so simple-minded as to take the words of your highness as anything beyond courtesy. Though I tried to be politest of all, your glass would tell more than I." "It would not tell more, but more truly," answered Olenka, pursing her mouth according to the fashion of the time. "Were there a mirror in the room, I would conduct you to it straightway. Meanwhile look into my eyes, and you will see if their admiration is not sincere." Here Boguslav bent his head before Olenka, his eyes gleamed large, black as velvet, sweet, piercing, and at the same time burning. Under the influence of their fire the maiden's face was covered with a purple blush. She dropped her glance and pushed away somewhat, for she felt that with his arm Boguslav pressed lightly her arm to his side. So he came to the table. He sat near her, and it was evident that in truth her beauty had made an uncommon impression on him. He expected to find a woman of the nobles, shapely as a deer, laughing and playful as a nutcracker, ruddy as a poppy flower. But he found a proud lady, in whose black brows unbending will was revealed, in whose eyes were reason and dignity, in whose whole face was the transparent repose of a child. And at the same time she was so noble in bearing, so charming and wonderful, that at any king's castle she might be the object of homage and courtship from the first cavaliers of the realm. Her beauty aroused admiration and desire. But at the same time there was in it a majesty which curbed these, so that despite himself Boguslav thought, I pressed her arm too early, with such a one subtlety is needed, not haste. Nevertheless he determined to possess her heart, and he felt a wild delight at the thought that the moment would come when the majesty of the maiden and that purest beauty would yield to his love or his hatred. The threatening face of Kmita stood athwart these imaginings, but to that insolent man this was but an incentive the more. Under the influence of these feelings he grew radiant, blood began to play in him, as in an oriental steed. All his faculties flashed up uncommonly, and light gleamed from his whole form as from his diamonds. Conversation at the table became general, or rather it was turned into a universal chorus of praise and flattery of Boguslav, which the brilliant cavalier heard with a smile, but without overweening delight. Since it was common and of daily occurrence. They spoke first of his military deeds and duels. The names of the conquered princes, margraves, barons, streamed as if out of a sleeve. He threw in carelessly from time to time one more. The listeners were astonished. Prince Yanush stroked his long mustaches with delight, and at last Ganhoff said, "Even if fortune and birth did not stand in my way, I should not like to stand in the way of your highness. And the only wonder to me is that men of such daring have been found. What is to be done, Ganhoff? There are men of iron visage and wildcat glance, whose appearance alone causes terror, but God has denied me that power. Even a young lady would not be frightened at my face. Just as darkness is not afraid of a torch," said Pani Korf, simpering and posing, until the torch burns in it. Boguslav laughed, and Pani Korf talked on without ceasing to pose. "Duels concern soldiers more, but we ladies would be glad to hear of your love affairs, tidings of which have come to us. Untrue ones, my lady benefactress, untrue, they have all merely grown on the road. Proposals were made for me, of course. Her Grace, the Queen of France was so kind. With the Princess de Rohan," added Yanush. "With another too, de la Force," added Boguslav, "but even a king cannot command his own heart to love, and we do not need, praise be to God, to seek wealth in France, hence there could be no bread out of that flour. Graceful ladies they were, 'tis true, and beautiful beyond imagination, but we have still more beautiful, and I need not go out of this hall to find such." Here he looked long at Olenka, who, feigning not to hear, began to say something to the sword-bearer, and Pani Korf raised her voice again. "There is no lack here of beauties. Still there are none who in fortune and birth could be the equal of your highness." "Permit me, my benefactress, to differ," responded Boguslav, with animation. "For first I do not think that a Polish noble lady is inferior in any way to a Rohan or de la Force. Second, it is not a novelty for the Radzivills to marry a noble woman, since history gives many examples of that. I assure you, my benefactress, that noble lady who should become Radzivill would have the step and precedence of princesses in France." "An affable lord," whispered the sword-bearer to Olenka. "That is how I have always understood," continued Boguslav, "though more than once have I been ashamed of Polish nobles, when I compare them with those abroad. For never would that have happened there which has happened in this Commonwealth, that all should desert their king, nay, even men are ready to lay in wait for his life. A French noble may permit the worst action, but he will not betray his king." Those present began to look at one another and at the prince with astonishment. Prince Yanush frowned and grew stern. But Olenka fixed her blue eyes on Boguslav's face with an expression of admiration and thankfulness. "Pardon, your highness," said Boguslav, turning to Yanush, who was not able yet to recover himself, I know that you could not act otherwise, for all Lithuania would have perished if you had followed my advice. But respecting you as older, and loving you as a brother, I shall not cease to dispute with you touching Yen Casimir. We are among ourselves, I speak therefore what I think. Our insufficiently lamented king, good, kind, pious, and doubly dear to me, I was the first of Poles to attend him when he was freed from durance in France. I was almost a child at the time, but all the more I shall never forget him. And gladly would I give my blood to protect him, at least from those who plot against his sacred person. Though Janusz understood Boguslav's game now, still it seemed to him too bold and too hazardous for such a trifling object. Therefore without hiding his displeasure he said, "In God's name, of what designs against the safety of our ex-king are you speaking? Who cherishes them? Where could such a monster be found among the Polish people? True as life, such a thing has not happened in the Commonwealth since the beginning of the world." Boguslav hung his head. "Not longer than a month ago," said he, with sadness in his voice, "on the road between Podliasy and Electoral Prussia, when I was going to Tanrogi, there came to me a noble of respectable family. That noble, not being aware of my real love for our gracious king, and thinking that I, like others, was an enemy of his, promised for a considerable reward to go to Silesia, carry off Yen Casimir and deliver him to the Swedes. Either living or dead." All were dumb with amazement. "And when with anger and disgust I rejected such an offer," said Boguslav, in conclusion, "that man with brazen forehead said, 'I will go to Radzievsky, he will buy and pay me gold by the pound.' I am not a friend of the ex-king," said Janusz, "but if the noble had made me a proposal like that, I should have placed him by a wall, and in front of him 6 musketeers. At the first moment I wanted to do so, but did not," answered Boguslav, as the conversation was with 4 eyes, and people might cry out against the violence and tyranny of the Radzivills. "I frightened him, however, by saying that Radzievsky and the King of Sweden, even Melnitsky, would put him to death for such a proposal. In one word, I brought that criminal so far that he abandoned his plan. That was not right. It was not proper to let him go living, he deserved at least the impaling stake," cried Korf. Boguslav turned suddenly to Janusz. "I cherish also the hope that punishment will not miss him, and first I propose that he perish not by an ordinary death, but your highness alone is able to punish him, for he is your attendant and your colonel." "In God's name." "My colonel? Who is he, who? Speak." "His name is Kmita," said Boguslav. "Kmita," repeated all, with astonishment. "That is not true," cried Panna Billevich at once, rising from her chair, with flashing eyes and heaving breast. Deep silence followed. Some had not recovered yet from the fearful news given by Boguslav, others were astonished at the boldness of that lady who had dared to throw a lie in the eyes of Prince Boguslav. The sword-bearer began to stutter, "Olenka! Olenka!" But Boguslav veiled his face in sorrow, and said without anger, "If he is your relative or betrothed, I am grieved that I mentioned this fact, but cast him out of your heart, for he is not worthy of you, O lady." She remained yet a moment in pain, flushed, and astonished, but by degrees her face became cool, until it was cold and pale. She sank down in the chair, and said, "Forgive me, your highness, I made an unseemly contradiction. All is possible for that man. May God punish me if I feel aught save pity," answered Boguslav, mildly. "He was the betrothed of this lady," said Prince Janusz, "and I myself made the match. He was a young man, hot-headed. He caused a world of turmoil. I saved him from justice, for he was a good soldier. I saw that he was lawless, and would be, but that he, a noble, could think of such infamy, I did not expect. He is an evil man." "That I knew long since," said Gonhoff. "And why did you not forewarn me?" inquired Janusz, in a tone of reproach. "I was afraid that your highness might suspect me of envy, for he had everywhere the first step before me." "Horrible dictu et auditu, horrible in the speaking in the hearing," said Korf. "Gracious gentlemen," exclaimed Boguslav, "let us give peace to him. If it is grievous for you to hear of this, what must it be for Panna Billevich? Your Highness, be pleased not to consider me, said Olenka, I can listen to everything now. The evening was drawing toward its close. Water was given for the washing of fingers. Then Prince Yanush rose first and gave his arm to Pani Korf, and Prince Boguslav to Olenka. God has punished the traitor already, said he to her, for whoso has lost you has lost heaven. It is less than 2 hours since I first saw you, charming lady, and I should be glad to see you forever, not in pain and in tears, but in joy and in happiness. I thank your Highness, answered Olenka. After the departure of the ladies the men returned to the table to seek consolation in cups, which went around frequently. Prince Boguslav drank deeply, for he was satisfied with himself. Prince Yanush conversed with the sword-bearer of Rossyeni. I march tomorrow with the army for Podliasy, said he. A Swedish garrison will come to Kyedani. God knows when I shall return. You cannot stay here with the maiden, it would not be a fit place for her among soldiers. You will both go with Prince Boguslav to Trilogy, where she may stay with my wife among her ladies in waiting. Your Highness, answered the sword-bearer, God has given us a corner of our own, why should we go to strange places? It is a great kindness of your Highness to think of us, but not wishing to abuse favor, we prefer to return to our own roof. The prince was unable to explain to the sword-bearer all the reasons for which he would not let Olenka out of his hands at any price, but some of them he told with all the rough outspokenness of a magnate. If you wish to accept it as a favor, all the better, but I will tell you that it is precaution as well. You will be a hostage there. You will be responsible to me for all the Billeviches, who I know well do not rank themselves among my friends, and are ready to raise chmud in rebellion when I am gone. Advise them to sit in peace, and do nothing against the Swedes, for your head and that of your niece will answer for their acts. At this juncture patience was evidently lacking to the sword-bearer, for he answered quickly. It would be idle for me to appeal to my rights as a noble. Power is on the side of your Highness, and it is all one to me where I must sit in prison. I prefer even that place to this. Enough, said the prince, threateningly. What is enough, answered the sword-bearer. God grant to this violence an end, and to justice new power. Speaking briefly, do not threaten, your Highness, for I fear not. Evidently Boguslav saw lightnings of anger gleaming on the face of Yanush, for he approached quickly. What is the question? Asked he, standing between them. I was telling the hetman, said the sword-bearer, with irritation, that I choose imprisonment in Trilogy rather than in Kyedani. In Trilogy there is for you not a prison, but my house, in which you will be as if at home. I know that the hetman chooses to see in you a hostage, I see only a dear guest. I thank your Highness, answered the sword-bearer. And I thank you. Let us strike glasses and drink together, for they say that a libation must be made to friendship, or it will wither at its birth. So saying, Boguslav conducted the sword-bearer to the table, and they fell to touching glasses and drinking to each other often and frequently. An hour later the sword-bearer turned with somewhat uncertain step toward his room, repeating in an undertone. An amiable lord. A worthy lord. A more honest one could not be found with a lantern, gold, pure gold. I would gladly shed my blood for him. Meanwhile the cousins found themselves alone. They had something yet to talk over, and besides, certain letters came, a page was sent to bring these from Gonhof. Evidently, said Yanush, there is not a word of truth in what you reported of Kmita. Evidently. You know best yourself. But, well. Acknowledge, was not Mazarin right? With one move to take terrible vengeance on an enemy, and to make a breach in that beautiful fortress, well, who could do that? This is called intrigue worthy of the first court in the world. But that Panna Billevich is a pearl, and charming too, lordly and distinguished as if of princely blood. I thought I should spring from my skin. Remember that you have given your word, remember that he will ruin us if he publishes those letters. What brows! What a queenly look, so that respect seizes one. Whence is there such a girl, such well-nigh royal majesty? I saw once in Antwerp, splendidly embroidered on Gobelin tapestry, Diana hunting the curious Actaeon with dogs. She was like this one as cup is like cup. Look out that Kmita does not publish the letters, for then the dogs would gnaw us to death. Not true. I will turn Kmita into an Actaeon, and hunt him to death. I have struck him down on 2 fields, and it will come to battle between us yet. Further conversation was interrupted by the entrance of a page with a letter. The voevoda of Vilna took the letter in his hand and made the sign of the cross. He did that always to guard against evil tidings. Then, instead of opening, he began to examine it carefully. All at once his countenance changed. "Sapieha's arms are on the seal," exclaimed he, "it is from the voevoda of Vitebsk." "Open quickly," said Boguslav. The hetman opened and began to read, interrupting himself from time to time with exclamations. "He is marching on Podlyasye. He asks if I have no messages for Tykotsin. An insult to me. Still worse. For listen to what he writes further. Do you wish civil war, your highness? Do you wish to sink one more sword in the bosom of the mother? If you do, come to Podlyasye. I am waiting for you, and I trust that God will punish your pride with my hands. But if you have pity on the country, if conscience stirs within you, if you value your deeds of past times and you wish to make reparation, the field is open before you. Instead of beginning a civil war, summon the general militia, raise the peasants, and strike the Swedes while Pontus, feeling secure, suspects nothing and is exercising no vigilance. From Hovansky you will have no hindrance, for reports come to me from Moscow that they are thinking there of an expedition against Livonia, though they keep that a secret. Besides, if Hovansky wished to undertake anything I hold him in check, and if I could have sincere trust one would certainly help you with all my forces to save the country. All depends on you, for there is time yet to turn from the road and efface your faults. Then it will appear clearly that you did not accept Swedish protection for personal purposes, but to avert final defeat from Lithuania. May God thus inspire you. For this I implore him daily, though your highness is pleased to accuse me of envy. P.S. I have heard that the siege of Nyesvyej is raised, and that Prince Michael will join us as soon as he repairs his losses. See, your highness, how nobly your family act, and consider their example. In every case remember that you have now a boat and a carriage. 28. Have you heard? Asked Prince Yanush, when he had finished reading. I have heard, and what? Answered Boguslav, looking quickly at his cousin. It would be necessary to abjure all, leave all, tear down our work with our own hands. Break with the powerful Karl Gustav, and seize the exiled Yen Casimir by the feet, that he might deign to forgive and receive us back to his service, and also implore Sapieha's intercession. Yanush's face was filled with blood. Have you considered how he writes to me, correct yourself, and I will forgive you, as a lord to an underling? He would write differently if 6,000 sabres were hanging over his neck. Still, here Prince Yanush fell to thinking gloomily. Still, what? Perhaps for the country it would be salvation to do as Sapieha advises. But for you, for me, for the Radzivills? Yanush made no answer. He dropped his head on his fists and thought. Let it be so, said he, at last, let it be accomplished. What have you decided? Tomorrow I march on Podlyasye, and in a week I shall strike on Sapieha. You are a Radzivill, cried Boguslav. And they grasped each other's hands. After a while Boguslav went to rest. Yanush remained alone. Once, and a second time he passed through the room with heavy steps. At last he clapped his hands. A page entered the room. Let the astrologer come in an hour to me with a ready figure, said he. The page went out, and the prince began again to walk and repeat his Calvinistic prayers. After that he sang a psalm in an undertone, stopping frequently, for his breath failed him, and looking from time to time through the window at the stars twinkling in the sky. By degrees the lights were quenched in the castle. But besides the astrologer and the prince one other person was watching in a room, and that was Olenka Billevich. Kneeling before her bed, she clasped both hands over her head, and whispered with closed eyes. "Have mercy on us! Have mercy on us!" The first time since Kmita's departure she could not pray for him. Chapter 36. Kmita had, it is true, Radzivill's passes to all the Swedish captains, commandants, and governors, to give him a free road everywhere, and make no opposition, but he did not dare to use those passes. For he expected that Prince Boguslav, immediately after Pilvishki, had hurried off messengers in every direction with information to the Swedes of what had happened, and with an order to seize him. For this reason Pan Andrei had assumed a strange name, and also changed his rank. Avoiding therefore Lomja and Ostrolenko, to which the first warning might have come, he directed his horses and his company to Jasnich, whence he wished to go through Pultusk to Warsaw. But before he reached Jasnich he made a bend on the Prussian boundary through Vansosh, Kolno, and Machiniets, because the Kyemliches, knowing those wildernesses well, were acquainted with the forest trails. And besides had their cronies among the Barkshoes 29 from whom they might expect aid in case of emergency. The country at the boundary was occupied for the most part by the Swedes, who limited themselves, however, to occupying the most considerable towns. Going not too boldly into the slumbering and fathomless forests inhabited by armed men, hunters who never left the wilderness, and were still so wild that just a year before, the Queen, Maria Ludwika, had given a command to build a chapel in Machiniets and settle their Jesuits, who were to teach religion and soften the manners of those men of the wilderness. "The longer we do not meet the Swedes," said old Kyemlich, "the better for us." "We must meet them at last," answered Pan Andrei. "If a man meets them in a large town they are often afraid to do him injustice. For in a town there is always some government and some higher commandant to whom it is possible to make complaint. I have always asked people about this, and I know that there are commands from the King of Sweden forbidding violence and extortion. But the smaller parties sent far away from the eyes of commandants have no regard for orders, and plunder peaceful people. They passed on then through the forests, meeting Swedes nowhere, spending the nights with pitchmakers in forest settlements. The greatest variety of tales concerning the invasion were current among the Barkshoes, though almost none of them had known the Swedes hitherto. It was said that a people had come from over the sea who did not understand human speech, who did not believe in Christ the Lord, the Most Holy Lady, or the saints, and that they were wonderfully greedy. Some told of the uncommon desire of those enemies for cattle, skins, nuts, mead, and dried mushrooms, which if refused, they burned the wood straightway. Others insisted that, on the contrary, they were a people of werewolves, living on human flesh, and feeding specially on the flesh of young girls. Under the influence of those terrible tidings, which flew into the remotest depths of the wilderness, the Barkshoes began to watch and to search through the forests. Those who were making potash and pitch, those who worked at gathering hops. Woodcutters and fishermen, who had their wicker nets fixed in the reedy banks of the Rozoga. Trappers and snarers, beekeepers and beaver hunters, assembled at the most considerable settlements, listening to tales, communicating news, and counseling how to drive out the enemy in case they appeared in the wilderness. Kmita, going with his party, met more than once greater or smaller bands of these men, dressed in hemp shirts, and skins of wolves, foxes, or bears. More than once he was stopped at narrow places, and by inquiries. "Who art thou? A Swede?" "No," answered Pan Andrei. "God guard thee." Kmita looked with curiosity at those men who lived always in the gloom of forests, and whose faces the open sun had never burned. He wondered at their stature, their boldness of look, the sincerity of their speech, and their daring, not at all peasant-like. The Kyemliches, who knew them, assured Pan Andrei that there were no better shots than these men in the whole Commonwealth. When he discovered that they all had good German muskets bought in Prussia for skins, he asked them to show their skill in shooting, was astonished at sight of it, and thought, should I need to collect a party, I will come here. At Machiniets itself he found a great assembly. More than 100 marksmen held constant watch at the mission, for it was feared that the Swedes would show themselves there first. Especially because the starosta of Ostrolenko had commanded them to cut out a road in the forest so that the priest settled at the mission might have access to the world. The hop raisers, who took their produce to Jasnich to the celebrated breweries there, and hence passed for men of experience, related that Lomja, Ostrolenko, and Jasnich were swarming with Swedes, who were managing and collecting taxes there as if at home. Kmita tried to persuade the Barkshoes not to wait for the Swedes in the wilderness, but to strike on them at Ostrolenko, and begin war. He offered to command them himself. He found a great willingness among them. But two priests led them away from this mad enterprise, telling them to wait till the whole country moved, and not draw on themselves the terrible vengeance of the enemy by premature attack. Pan Andrei departed, but regretted his lost opportunity. The only consolation remaining was this: he had convinced himself that if powder were to explode anywhere, neither the Commonwealth nor the king would lack defenders in those parts. This being the case, thought he, it is possible to begin in another place. His fiery nature was restive for quick action, but judgment said, the Barkshoes alone cannot conquer the Swedes. You will go through a part of the country. You will look around, examine, and then obey the king's order. He traveled on therefore. He went out of the deep wilderness to the forest borders, to a neighborhood more thickly settled. He saw an uncommon movement in all the villages. The roads were crowded with nobles going in wagons, carriages, and carts, of various kinds, or on horseback. All were hastening to the nearest towns and villages to give Swedish commanders an oath of loyalty to the new king. In return they received certificates which were to preserve their persons and property. In the capitals of provinces and districts, capitulations were published securing freedom of confession and privileges pertaining to the order of nobles. The nobles went with the requisite oath, not only willingly, but in haste, for various punishments threatened the stubborn, and especially confiscation and robbery. It was said that here and there the Swedes had already begun, as in Great Poland, to thumbscrew suspected men. It was repeated also, with alarm, that they were casting suspicion on the wealthiest on purpose to rob them. In view of all this, it was unsafe to remain in the country. The wealthier therefore hurried to the towns to live under the immediate eye of Swedish commandants, so as to avoid suspicion of intrigue against the King of Sweden. Pan Andrei bent his ear carefully to what nobles were saying, and though they did not wish greatly to speak with him, since he was a poor fellow, he discovered this much, that near neighbors, acquaintances, even friends, did not speak among themselves with sincerity touching the Swedes or the new government. It is true they complained loudly of the requisitions, and in fact there was reason, for to each village, each hamlet, came letters from commandants with orders to furnish great quantities of grain, bread, salt, cattle, money. And frequently these orders exceeded the possible, especially because when supplies of one kind were exhausted, others were demanded. Whoso did not pay, to him was sent an execution in thrice the amount. But the old days had gone. Each man extricated himself as best he was able, took out of his own mouth, gave, paid, complaining, groaning, and thinking in his soul that long ago it was different. But they comforted themselves for the time, saying that when the war was over the requisitions would cease. The Swedes promised the same, saying, only let the king gain the whole country, he will begin to govern at once like a father. For the nobles who had given up their own king and country, who before, and not long before, had called the kindly Yen Casimir a tyrant, suspecting him of striving for absolute power, who opposed him in everything, protesting in provincial and national diets, and in their hunger for novelty and change went so far that they recognized, almost without opposition, an invader as lord. So as to have some change, it would be a shame then even to complain. Carl Gustav had freed them from the tyrant, they had abandoned of their own will their lawful king, but they had the change so greatly desired. Therefore the most intimate did not speak sincerely among themselves touching what they thought of that change, inclining their ears willingly to those who asserted that the attacks, requisitions, robberies, and confiscations were, of course, burdens, but only temporary ones, which would cease as soon as Carl Gustav was firm on the throne. This is grievous, brother, grievous, said one noble to another at times, but still we must be thankful for the new ruler. He is a great potentate and warrior. He will conquer the Tartars, restrain the Turks, drive the northerners away from the boundaries, and we together with Sweden will flourish. Even if we were not glad, answered another, what is to be done against such power? We cannot fly to the sun on a spade. At times, too, they referred to the fresh oath. Kmita was enraged listening to such talks and discussions. And once when a certain noble said in his presence in an inn that a man must be faithful to him to whom he had taken oath. Pan Andrei shouted out to him. You must have two mouths, one for true and the other for false oaths, for you have sworn to Yen Casimir. There were many other nobles present, for this happened not far from Jasnich. Hearing these words, all started. On some faces wonder was visible at the boldness of Kmita, others flushed. At last the most important man said. No one here has broken his oath to the former king. He broke it himself. For he left the country, not watching over its defense. Would you were killed, cried Kmita. But King Lokitek, how many times was he forced to leave the country, and still he returned, for the fear of God was yet in men's hearts. It was not Yen Casimir who deserted, but those who sold him and who now calumniate him, so as to palliate their own sins before God and the world. You speak too boldly, young man. Whence come you who wish to teach us people of this place the fear of God? See to it that the Swedes do not overhear you. If you are curious, I will tell you whence I am. I am from Electoral Prussia, and belong to the Elector. But being of Sarmatian blood, I feel a good will toward the country, and am ashamed of the indifference of this people. Here the nobles, forgetting their anger, surrounded him and began to inquire hurriedly and with curiosity. You are from Electoral Prussia. But tell what you know. What is the Elector doing there? Does he think of rescuing us from oppression? From what oppression? You are glad of the new ruler, so do not talk of oppression. As you have made your bed, so you must sleep on it. We are glad, for we cannot help it. They stand with swords over our necks. But speak out, as if we were not glad. Give him something to drink, let his tongue be loosened. Speak boldly, there are no traitors here among us. You are all traitors, roared Pan Andrei, and I don't wish to drink with you. You are servants of the Swedes. Then he went out of the room, slamming the door, and they remained in shame and amazement. No man seized his saber, no man moved after Kmita to avenge the insult. But he went directly to Prasnich. A few furlongs before the place Swedish patrols took him and led him before the commandant. There were only 6 men in the patrol, and an under-officer was the 7th. Therefore Soroka and the 2 Kyemliks began to look at them hungrily, like wolves at sheep, and asked Kmita with their eyes, if he would not give order to surround them. Pan Andrei also felt no small temptation, especially since the Vengiurka flowed near, between banks overgrown with reeds, but he restrained himself, and let the party be taken quietly to the commandant. There he told the commandant who he was, that he had come from the Elector's country, and that he went every year with horses to Sobota. The Kyemliks too had certificates with which they provided themselves in Leng, for the place was well known to them. Therefore the commandant, who was himself a Prussian German, made no difficulty, only inquired carefully what kind of horses they were driving and wished to see them. When Kmita's attendants drove the beasts up, in accordance with the commandant's wish, he looked at them carefully and said, I will buy these. From another I would have taken them without pay. But since you are from Prussia, I will not harm you. Kmita seemed somewhat confused when it came to selling, for by this the reason for going farther was lost, and he would have to go back to Prussia. He asked therefore a price so high that it was almost twice the real value of the horses. Beyond expectation the officer was neither angry, nor did he haggle about the price. Agreed, said he. Drive the horses into the shed, and I will bring you the pay at once. The Kyemliks were glad in their hearts, but Pan Andrei fell into anger and began to curse. Still there was no way but to drive in the horses. If they refused, they would be suspected at once of trading only in appearance. Meanwhile the officer came back, and gave Kmita a piece of paper with writing. "What is this?" asked Pan Andrei. "Money, or the same as money, an order." "And where will they pay me?" "At headquarters." "Where are headquarters?" "In Warsaw," said the officer, laughing maliciously. "We sell only for ready money." "How's that? What's that? Oh, gates of heaven," began old Kyemlich, groaning. Kmita turned, and looking at him threateningly, said, "For me the word of the commandant is the same as ready money. I will go willingly to Warsaw, for there I can buy honest goods from the Armenians, for which I shall be well paid in Prussia." Then, when the officer walked away, Pan Andrei said, to comfort Kyemlich, "Quiet, you rogue. These orders are the best passes. We can go to Krakow with our complaints, for they will not pay us. It is easier to press cheese out of a stone than money out of the Swedes. But this is just playing into my hand. This breeches fellow thinks that he has tricked me, but he knows not what service he has rendered. I'll pay you out of my own pocket for the horses, you will be at no loss." The old man recovered himself, and it was only from habit that he did not cease yet for a while to complain. "They have plundered us, brought us to poverty." But Pan Andrei was glad to find the road open before him, for he foresaw that the Swedes would not pay for the horses in Warsaw. And in all likelihood they would pay nowhere, hence he would be able to go on continually as it were seeking for justice, even to the Swedish king, who was at Krakow occupied with the siege of the ancient capital. Meanwhile Kmita resolved to pass the night in Jasnich to give his horses rest, and without changing his assumed name to throw aside his exterior of a poor noble. He saw that all despised a poor horse-dealer, that anyone might attack him more readily and have less fear to answer for injustice to an insignificant man. It was more difficult in that dress to have approached to important nobles, and therefore more difficult to discover what each one was thinking. He procured therefore clothing answering to his station and his birth, and went to an inn so as to talk with his brother nobles. But he was not rejoiced at what he heard. In the taverns and public houses the nobles drank to the health of the King of Sweden, and to the success of the Protector, struck glasses with the Swedish officers, laughed at the jokes which these officers permitted themselves to make at the expense of Yen Casimir and Charniecki. Fear for their own lives and property had debased people to such a degree that they were affable to the invaders, and hurried to keep up their good humor. Still even that debasement had its limits. The nobles allowed themselves, their king, the hetmans, and Pan Charniecki to be ridiculed, but not their religion. And when a certain Swedish captain declared that the Lutheran faith was as good as the Catholic, Pan Grabkovski, sitting near him, not being able to endure that blasphemy, struck him on the temple with a hatchet, and taking advantage of the uproar, slipped out of the public house and vanished in the crowd. They fell to pursuing him, but news came which turned attention in another direction. Couriers arrived with news that Krakow had surrendered, that Pan Charniecki was in captivity, and that the last barrier to Swedish dominion was swept away. The nobles were dumb at the first moment, but the Swedes began to rejoice and cry, "Vivat!" In the Church of the Holy Ghost, in the Church of the Bernardines, and in the cloister of Bernardine nuns, recently erected by Pani Moskovsky, it was ordered to ring the bells. The infantry and cavalry came out on the square, from the breweries and cloth-shearing mills, in battle array, and began to fire from cannons and muskets. Then they rolled out barrels of gorelka, mead, and beer for the army and the citizens. They burned pitch barrels and feasted till late at night. The Swedes dragged out the inhabitants from the houses to dance with them, to rejoice and frolic. And together with throngs of soldiers straggled along nobles who drank with the cavalry, and were forced to feign joy at the fall of Krakow and the defeat of Charniecki. Disgust carried away Kmita, and he took refuge early in his quarters outside the town, but he could not sleep. A fever tormented him, and doubts besieged his soul. Had he not turned from the road too late, when the whole country was in the hands of the Swedes? It came into his head that all was lost now, and the Commonwealth would never rise from its fall. This is not a mere unlucky war, thought he, which may end with the loss of some province, this is accomplished ruin. This means that the whole Commonwealth becomes a Swedish province. We have caused this ourselves, and I more than others. This thought burned him, and conscience gnawed. Sleep fled from him. He knew not what to do, to travel farther, remain in the place, or return. Even if he collected a party and harried the Swedes, they would hunt him as a bandit, and not treat him as a soldier. Besides, he is in a strange region, where no one knows who he is. Who will join him? Fearless men rallied to him in Lithuania, where he, the most famous, called them together, but here, even if some had heard of Kmita, they held him a traitor and a friend of the Swedes, but surely no one had ever heard of Billeviche. All is useless. It is useless to go to the king, for it is too late. It is useless to go to Podliasy, for the Confederates think him a traitor. It is useless to go to Lithuania, for there the Radzivills own all. It is useless to stay where he is, for there he has nothing to do. The best would be to drive out the soul, and not look on this world, but flee from remorse. But will it be better in that world for those who, having sinned their fill in this life, have not effaced their sins in any way, and will stand before judgment beneath the whole weight of these sins? Kmita struggled in his bed, as if lying on a bed of torture. Such unendurable torments he had not passed through, even in the forest cabin of the Kyemliches. He felt strong, healthy, enterprising. The soul in him was rushing out to begin something, to do something, and here every road was blocked. Even knock the head against a wall, there is no issue, no salvation, no hope. After he had tossed during the night on his bed, he sprang up before daybreak, roused his men, and rode on. They went toward Warsaw, but he knew not himself wherefore or why. He would have escaped to the Sach in despair, if times had not changed, and if Khmelnytsky, together with Buterlin, had not just overborne the grand hetman of the kingdom, at Grodek, carrying at the same time fire and sword through the southwestern regions of the Commonwealth, and sending predatory bands as far as Lublin. Along the roads to Pultusk, Pan Andrei met at all points Swedish parties, escorting wagons with provisions, grain, bread, beer, and herds of every kind of cattle. With the herds and wagons went crowds of peasants, small nobles, weeping and groaning, for they were dragged away numbers of miles with the wagons. Happy the man who was allowed to return home with his wagon. And this did not happen in every case, for after they had brought the supplies peasants and petty nobles were forced to labor at repairing castles, building sheds and magazines. Kmita saw also that in the neighborhood of Pultusk the Swedes acted more harshly with the people than in Jasnich, and not being able to understand the cause, he inquired about it of the nobles whom he met on the road. The nearer you go to Warsaw, answered one of the travelers, the harsher you will find the oppressors. Where they have just come and are not secure, they are more kindly, publish the commands of the king against oppression, and promulgate the capitulations. But where they feel safe, and have occupied castles in the neighborhood, they break all promises, have no consideration, commit injustice, plunder, rob, raise their hands against churches, the clergy, and sacred nuns. It is nothing here yet, but to describe what is going on in Great Poland words fail in the mouths of men. Here the noble began to describe what was taking place in Great Poland, what extortions, violence, and murders the savage enemy committed. How men were thumbscrewed and tortured to discover money, how the provincial, Father Brunetsky, was killed in Poznan itself, and peasants were tortured so fearfully that the hair stood on one's head at the mere thought of it. It will come to this everywhere, said the noble. It is the punishment of God. The last judgment is near. Worse and worse every day, and salvation from no point. It is a marvel to me, said Kmita, for I am not of these parts and know not how people feel here, that you, gracious gentlemen, being nobles and knightly persons, endure these oppressions in patience. With what can we rise up? Answered the noble. In their hands are the castles, fortresses, cannon, powder, muskets, they have taken from us even fowling pieces. There was still some hope in Charniecki. But since he is in prison, and the king in Silesia, who will think of resistance? There are hands, but nothing in them, and there is no head. And there is no hope, added Kmita, in a hollow voice. Here they dropped the conversation, for a Swedish division came up convoying wagons, small nobles, and a requisition. It was a wonderful spectacle. Sitting on horses as fat as bullocks, mustached and bearded troopers rode on in a cloud of dust, with their right hands on their hips, with their hats on the sides of their heads, with tens of geese and hens hanging at their saddles. Looking at their warlike and insolent faces, it was easy to see that they felt like lords, gladsome and safe. But the brotherhood of petty nobles walked at the side of the wagons, not only barefooted, but with heads drooping on their bosoms, abused, troubled, frequently urged forward with whips. On seeing this, Kmita's lips quivered as in a fever, and he fell to repeating to the noble near whom he was riding. "Oh, my hands are itching, my hands are itching, my hands are itching. Quiet, in the name of the merciful God. You will ruin yourself, me, and my little children." More than once, however, Pan Andrei had before him sights still more marvelous. Behold, at times, among parties of horsemen, he saw marching groups, larger or smaller, of Polish nobles, with armed attendants. These nobles were joyous, singing songs, drunk, and with Swedes and Germans on the footing of Lord Brother. "How is this?" asked Kmita. "They are persecuting some nobles and crushing them, while with others they enter into friendship. It must be that those citizens whom I see among the soldiers are fanatical traitors." "Not merely fanatical traitors, but worse, for they are heretics," answered the noble. "They are more grievous to us Catholics than the Swedes. They are the men who plunder most, burn houses, carry off maidens, commit private offences. The whole country is in alarm from them, for everything drops from these men altogether without punishment, and it is easier to get justice from Swedish commanders against a Swede, than against one of our own heretics. Every commandant, if you utter a word, will answer at once, 'I have no right to touch him, for he is not my man, go to your own tribunals.' And what tribunals are there here now, and what execution of law when everything is in Swedish hands? Where the Swede cannot go the heretics will take him, and they are the men chiefly who incite the Swedes against churches and clergy. This is the way in which they punish the country, our mother, for having given them refuge here and freedom for their blasphemous faith when they were persecuted in other Christian lands justly, for their intrigues and abominations." The noble stopped and looked with alarm at Kmita. "But you say that you are from Electoral Prussia, so you may be a Lutheran?" "God save me from that," answered Pan Andrei. "I am from Prussia, but of a family Catholic for ages, for we went from Lithuania to Prussia. Then praise to the Most High, for I was frightened. My dear sir, as to Lithuania there is no lack of dissidents there. And they have a powerful chief in Radziwill, who has turned out so great a traitor that he can come into comparison with Radzievsky alone. May God grant the devils to pull the soul out through his throat before the new year," exclaimed Kmita, with venom. "Amen," answered the noble, "and also the souls of his servants, his assistants, his executioners, of whom tidings have come even to us, and without whom he would not have dared to bring destruction on this country." Kmita grew pale and said not a word. He did not ask even, he did not dare to ask, of what assistants, servants, and executioners that noble was speaking. Traveling slowly, they came to Pultusk late in the evening. There they called Kmita to the bishop's palace or castle to give answer to the commandant. "I am furnishing horses to the army of his Swedish Grace," said Pan Andrei, "and I have orders with which I am going to Warsaw for money." Colonel Israel, such was the name of the commandant, smiled under his mustaches and said, "Oh, make haste, and take a wagon for the return, so as to have something to carry that money in." "I thank you for the counsel," answered Pan Andrei. "I understand that you are jeering at me, but I will go for my own, even if I have to go to his grace the king." "Go. Don't give away your own, a very nice sum belongs to you." "The hour will come when you'll pay me," retorted Kmita, going out. In the town itself he came on celebrations again, for rejoicing over the capture of Krakow was to last 3 days. He learned, however, that in Jasnich the Swedish triumph was exaggerated, perhaps by design. Charniecki, the castellan of Kiev, had not fallen into captivity, but had obtained the right of marching from the city with his troops, with arms and lighted matches at the cannon. It was said that he was to retire to Silesia. This was not a great consolation, but still a consolation. In Pultusk there were considerable forces which were to go thence to the Prussian boundary, under command of Colonel Israel, to alarm the Elector. Therefore neither the town nor the castle, though very spacious, could furnish lodging for the soldiers. Here too, for the first time, Kmita saw soldiers encamped in a church, in a splendid Gothic structure, founded almost 200 years before by Bishop Dziedziczki, were quartered hireling German infantry. Inside the sanctuary it was flaming with light as on Easter, for on the stone floor were burning fires kindled in various places. Kettles were steaming over the fires. Around kegs of beer were groups of common soldiers, hardened robbers, who had plundered all Catholic Germany, and of a certainty were not spending their first night in a church. In the church were heard talking and shouting. Hoarse voices were singing camp songs. There sounded also the outcry and merriment of women, who in those days straggled usually in the wake of an army. Kmita stood in the open door. Through the smoke in the midst of ruddy flames he saw the red, mustached faces of soldiers who, inflamed with drink, were sitting on kegs and quaffing beer. Some throwing dice or playing cards, some selling church vestments, others embracing low women dressed in bright garments. Uproar, laughter, the clatter of tankards, the sound of muskets, the echoes thundering in the vaults deafened him. His head whirled, he could not believe what his eyes saw, the breath died in his breast, hell would not have more greatly amazed him. At last he clutched his hair and ran out repeating as if in bewilderment. O God, aid us! O God, correct us! O God, deliver us! Chapter 37. In Warsaw the Swedes had been managing for a long time. Wittenberg, the real governor of the city and the commander of the garrison, was at that moment in Krakow. Radzievski carried on the government in his place. Not less than 2,000 soldiers were in the city proper surrounded by walls, and in the jurisdictions beyond the walls built up with splendid edifices belonging to the church and the world. The castle and the city were not destroyed. For Pan Vesel, Starosta of Mikovo, had yielded them up without battle, and he with the garrison disappeared hurriedly, fearing the personal vengeance of Radzievski, his enemy. But when Pan Kmita examined more closely and carefully, he saw on many houses the traces of plundering hands. These were the houses of those citizens who had fled from the city, not wishing to endure foreign rule, or who had offered resistance when the Swedes were breaking over the walls. Of the lordly structures in the jurisdictions those only retained their former splendor, the owners of which stood soul and body with the Swedes. Therefore the Kazanovsky Palace remained in all its magnificence, for Radzievski had saved that, his own, and the palace of Koniecpolski, the standard-bearer, as well as the edifice reared by Vladislav IV. And which was afterward known as the Kazimirovsky Palace. But edifices of the clergy were injured considerably. The Denhof Palace was half-wrecked, the Chancellor's or the so-called Osolinsky Palace, on Reformatsky Street, was plundered to its foundations. German hirelings looked out through its windows. And that costly furniture which the late Chancellor had brought from Italy at such outlay, those Florentine leathers, Dutch tapestry, beautiful cabinets inlaid with mother-of-pearl, pictures, bronze and marble statues. Clocks from Venice and Danzig, and magnificent glasses were either lying in disordered heaps in the yard, or, already packed, were waiting to be taken, when the time came, by the Vistula to Sweden. Guards watched over these precious things, but meanwhile they were being ruined under the wind and rain. In other cities the same thing might be seen. And though the capital had yielded without battle, still 30 gigantic flatboats were ready on the Vistula to bear away the plunder. The city looked like a foreign place. On the streets foreign languages were heard more than Polish. Everywhere were met Swedish soldiers, German, French, English, and Scottish mercenaries, in the greatest variety of uniforms, in hats, in lofty helmets, in kaftans, in breastplates, half-breastplates, in stockings, or Swedish boots. With legs as wide as water buckets. Everywhere a foreign medley, foreign garments, foreign faces, foreign songs. Even the horses had forms different from those to which the eye was accustomed. There had also rushed in a multitude of Armenians with dark faces, and black hair covered with bright skullcaps, they had come to buy plundered articles. But most astonishing of all was the incalculable number of gypsies, who, it is unknown for what purpose, had gathered after the Swedes from all parts of the country. Their tents stood at the side of the Wyazdowski Palace, and along the monastery jurisdiction, forming as it were a special town of linen houses within a town of walled structures. In the midst of these various tongued throngs the inhabitants of the city almost vanished. For their own safety they sat gladly enclosed in their houses, showing themselves rarely, and then passing swiftly along the streets. Only occasionally the carriage of some magnate, hurrying from the Krakow suburbs to the castle, and surrounded by heyduks, Turkish grooms, or troops in Polish dress, gave reminder that the city was Polish. Only on Sundays and holidays, when the bells announced services, did crowds come forth from the houses, and the capital put on its former appearance, though even then lines of foreign soldiers stood hedge-like in front of the churches. To look at the women or pull at their dresses when, with downcast eyes, they walked past them. These soldiers laughed, and sometimes sang vile songs just when the priests were singing mass in the churches. All this flashed past the astonished eyes of Pan Kmita like jugglery. But he did not warm his place long in Warsaw, for not knowing any man he had no one before whom to open his soul. Even with those Polish nobles who were stopping in the city and living in public houses built during the reign of King Sigismund III on Deluge Street, Pan Andrzej did not associate closely. He conversed, it is true, with this one and that, to learn the news. But all were fanatical adherents of the Swedes, and waiting for the return of Karl Gustav, clung to Radzievski and the Swedish officers with the hope of receiving starostaships, confiscated private estates, and profits from church and other recoupments. Each man of them would have been served rightly had someone spat in his eyes, and from this Kmita did not make great effort to restrain himself. From the townspeople Kmita only heard that they regretted past times, and the good king of the fallen country. The Swedes persecuted them savagely, seized their houses, exacted contributions, imprisoned them. They said also that the guilds had arms secreted, especially the linen weavers, the butchers, the furriers, and the powerful guild of tailors. That they were looking continually for the return of Yen Casimir, did not lose hope, and with assistance from outside were ready to attack the Swedes. Hearing this, Kmita did not believe his own ears. It could not find place in his head that men of mean station and rank should exhibit more love for the country and loyalty to their lawful king than nobles, who ought to bring those sentiments into the world with their birth. But it was just the nobles and magnates who stood by the Swedes, and the common people who for the greater part wished to resist. And more than once it happened that when the Swedes were driving common people to work at fortifying Warsaw, these common people chose to endure flogging, imprisonment, even death itself, rather than aid in confirming Swedish power. Beyond Warsaw the country was as noisy as in a beehive. All the roads, the towns, and the hamlets were occupied by soldiers, by attendants of great lords and nobles, and by lords and nobles serving the Swedes. All was captured, gathered in, subdued, everything was as Swedish as if the country had been always in their hands. Pan Andrzej met no people save Swedes, adherents of the Swedes, or people in despair, indifferent, who were convinced to the depth of their souls that all was lost. No one thought of resistance. Commands were carried out quietly and promptly, 1/2 or a 10th part of which would have been met in times not long past with opposition and protest. Fear had reached that degree that even those who were injured praised loudly the kind protector of the Commonwealth. Formerly it happened often enough that a noble received his own civil and military deputies of exaction with gun in hand, and at the head of armed servants. Now such tributes were imposed as it pleased the Swedes to impose, and the nobles gave them as obediently as sheep give their wool to the shearer. It happened more than once that the same tribute was taken twice. It was vain to use a receipt as defense. It was well if the executing officer did not moisten it in wine and make the man who showed it swallow the paper. That was nothing. "Vivat protector," cried the noble. And when the officer had departed he ordered his servant to crawl out on the roof and see if another were not coming. And well if only all were ended with Swedish contributions. But worse than the enemy were, in that as in every other land, the traitors. Old private grievances, old offences were brought up, ditches were filled, meadows and forests were seized, and for the friend of the Swedes everything went unpunished. Worst, however, were the dissidents, and they were not all. Armed bands were formed of unfortunates, desperadoes, ruffians, and gamblers. Assisted by Swedish marauders, Germans, and disturbers of all kinds, these bands fell upon peasants and nobles. The country was filled with fires, the armed hand of the soldier was heavy on the towns, in the forest the robber attacked. No one thought of curing the Commonwealth, no one dreamed of rescue, of casting off the yoke, no one had hope. It happened that Swedish and German plunderers near Sohachev besieged Pan Lushchevsky, the starosta of that place, falling upon him at Strugi, his private estate. He, being of a military turn, defended himself vigorously, though an old man. Kmita came just then, and since his patience had on it a sore ready to break at any cause, it broke at Strugi. He permitted the Kyemliks, therefore, to pound, and fell upon the invaders himself with such vigor that he scattered them, struck them down, no one escaped, even prisoners were drowned at his command. The starosta, to whom the aid was as if it had fallen from heaven, received his deliverer with thanks and honored him at once. Pan Andrei, seeing before him a personage, a statesman, and besides a man of old date, confessed his hatred of the Swedes, and inquired of the starosta what he thought of the future of the Commonwealth, in the hope that he would pour balsam on his soul. But the starosta viewed the past differently, and said, "My gracious sir, I know not what I should have answered had this question been put when I had ruddy mustaches and a mind clouded by physical humor. But today I have grey mustaches, and the experience of 70 years on my shoulders, and I see future things, for I am near the grave. Therefore I say that not only we, even if we should correct our errors, but all Europe, cannot break the Swedish power." "How can that be? Where did it come from?" cried Kmita. "When was Sweden such a power? Are there not more of the Polish people on earth? Can we not have a larger army? Has that army yielded at any time to Sweden in bravery? There are 10 times as many of our people. God has increased our produce so that in my starostaship of Sohachev more wheat is grown than in all Sweden. And as to bravery, I was at Kirchholm when 3,000 hussars of us scattered in the dust 18,000 of the best troops of Sweden." "If that is true," said Kmita, whose eyes flashed at remembrance of Kirchholm, "what earthly causes are there why we should not put an end to them now?" "First, this," answered the old man, with a deliberate voice, "that we have become small and they have grown great, that they have conquered us with our own hands, as before now they conquered the Germans with Germans. Such is the will of God. And there is no power, I repeat, that can oppose them today. But if the nobles should come to their senses and rally around their ruler, if all should seize arms, what would you advise to do then, and what would you do yourself?" "I should go with others and fall, and I should advise every man to fall, but after that would come times on which it is better not to look. Worse times cannot come. As true as life, they cannot." "It is impossible," cried Kmita. "You see," continued the starosta, "before the end of the world and before the last judgment Antichrist will come, and it is said that evil men will get the upper hand of the good. Satans will go through the world, will preach a faith opposed to the true one, and will turn men to it. With the permission of God, evil will conquer everywhere until the moment in which trumpeting angels shall sound for the end of the world." Here the starosta leaned against the back of the chair on which he was sitting, closed his eyes, and spoke on in a low, mysterious voice. "It was said, there will be signs. There have been signs on the sun in the form of a hand and a sword. God be merciful to us, sinners. The evil gain victory over the just, for the Swedes and their adherents are conquering. The true faith is failing, for behold the Lutheran is rising. Men! Do ye not see that dies ire, dies illa, the day of wrath, that day, is approaching? I am 70 years old. I stand on the brink of the Styx, I am waiting for the ferryman and the boat, I see." Here the starosta became silent, and Kmita looked at him with terror. For the reasons seemed to him just, the conclusions fitting, therefore he was frightened at his decisions and reflected deeply. But the starosta did not look at him. He only looked in front of himself, and said at last. And of course the Swedes conquer here when that is the permission of God, the express will mentioned and spoken of in the prophecies, Oi, people, to Częstochowa, to Częstochowa. And again the starosta was silent. The sun was just setting, and looking only aslant into the room, its light broke into colors on the glass fitted in lead, and made 7 colored stripes on the floor. The rest of the room was in darkness. It became more and more awe-inspiring for Kmita. At moments it seemed to him that if the light were to vanish, that instant the trumpeting angel would summon to judgment. "Of what prophecies is your grace speaking?" asked Kmita, at last. For the silence seemed to him still more solemn. The starosta instead of an answer turned to the door of an adjoining room, and called. "Olenka! Olenka!" "In God's name," cried Kmita, "whom are you calling?" At that moment he believed everything, believed that his Olenka by a miracle was brought from Kyedani and would appear before his eyes. He forgot everything, fastened his gaze on the door, and waited without breath in his breast. "Olenka! Olenka!" The door opened, and there entered not Panna Billevich, but a young woman, shapely, slender, tall, a little like Olenka, with dignity and calm spread over her face. She was pale, perhaps ill, and maybe frightened at the recent attack. She walked with downcast eyes as lightly and quietly as if some breath were moving her forward. "This is my daughter," said the starosta. "I have no sons at home, they are with Pan Potocki, and with him near our unfortunate king." Then he turned to his daughter, thanked first this manful cavalier for rescuing us, and then read to him the prophecy of Saint Bridget. The maiden bowed down before Pan Andrei, then went out, and after a while returned with a printed roll in her hand, and standing in that many-colored light, began to read in a resonant and sweet voice. The prophecy of Saint Bridget. "I will declare to you first of the 5 kings and their rule, Gustav the son of Eric, the lazy ass, because neglecting the right worship he went over to the false. Rejecting the faith of the apostles, he brought to the kingdom the Augsburg Confession, putting a stain on his reputation. Look at Ecclesiastes, where it is stated of Solomon that lie defiled his glory with idolatry. Are you listening?" asked the starosta, pointing toward Kmita with the index finger of his left hand and holding the others, ready for counting. "Yes," answered Kmita. "Eric, the son of Gustavus, a wolf of unsatiable greed," read the lady, with which he drew on himself the hatred of all men and of his brother Yen. "First, suspecting Yen of intrigues with Denmark and Poland, he tormented him with war, and taking him with his wife he held them 4 years in a dungeon. Yen, at last brought out of imprisonment and aided by change of fortune, conquered Eric, expelled him from the kingdom, and put him into prison forevermore. There is an unforeseen event. Consider," said the old man. "Here is another." The lady read further. "Yen, the brother of Eric, a lofty eagle, thrice conqueror over Eric, the Danes, and the Northerners. His son Sigismund, in whom dwells nobility of blood, chosen to the Polish throne. Praise to his offshoots. Do you understand?" asked the starosta. "May God prosper the years of Yen Casimir," answered Kmita. "Karl, the prince of Sudermanii, the ram, who as rams lead the flock, so he led the Swedes to injustice, and he attacked justice." "That is the 4th, interrupted the starosta. "The 5th, Gustavus Adolphus," read the lady, "is the lamb slain, but not spotless, whose blood was the cause of suffering and misfortune." "Yes, that is Gustavus Adolphus," said the starosta. "Of Christiana there is no mention, for only men are counted. Read now the end, which refers accurately to the present time." She read as follows. "I will show to thee the 6th, who distracts land and sea and brings trouble on the simple. Whose hour of punishment I will place in my own hand. Though he attained his end quickly, my judgment draws near him, he will leave the kingdom in suffering, and it will be written, they sowed rebellion and reap suffering and pain. Not only will I visit that kingdom, but rich cities and powerful, for the hungry are called, who will devour their sufficiency. Internal evils will not be lacking, and misfortune will abound. The foolish will rule, and the wise and the old men will not raise their heads. Honor and truth will fall, till that man shall come who will implore away my anger and who will not spare his own soul in love of truth. There you have it, said the Starosta. All is verified, so that only a blind man could doubt, answered Kmita. Therefore the Swedes cannot be conquered, said the Starosta. Till that man shall come who will not spare his soul for the love of truth, exclaimed Kmita. The prophecy leaves hope. Not judgment, but salvation awaits us. Sodom was to be spared if 10 just men could be found in it, said the Starosta, but that many were not found. In the same manner will not be found the man who will not spare his soul for love of truth, and the hour of judgment will strike. It cannot be but that he will be found, called out Kmita. Before the Starosta answered the door opened, and into the room walked a man no longer young, in armor and with a musket in his hand. Pan Szczebrzydski, said the Starosta. Yes, answered the newly arrived. I heard that ruffians had besieged you, and I hastened with my servants to the rescue. Without the will of God a hair will not fall from the head of a man, answered the Starosta. This cavalier has already freed me from oppression. But whence do you come? From Sohachev. Have you heard anything new? Every news is worse. New misfortune. What has happened? The provinces of Krakow, Sandomir, Rus, Lubolsk, Belsk, Volhynia, and Kiev have surrendered to Karl Gustav. The act is already signed by envoys and by Karl. The Starosta shook his head, and turned to Kmita. See, said he, do you still think that the man will be found who will not spare his soul for the love of truth? Kmita began to tear the hair from his forelock. Despair. Despair, repeated he, in distraction. And Pan Szczebrzydski continued, they say also that the remnants of the army, which are with Potocki, the hetman, have already refused obedience and wish to go to the Swedes. The hetman probably is not sure of safety or life among them, and must do what they want. They sow rebellion and reap suffering and pain, said the Starosta. Whoso wishes to do penance for his sins, now is his time. Kmita could not hear further either prophecies or news. He wanted to sit with all speed on his horse and cool his head in the wind. He sprang up therefore, and began to take farewell of the Starosta. But whither so hastily, asked the latter. To Czestochowa, for I too am a sinner. Though glad to entertain, I will not delay you, since your work is more urgent, for the day of judgment is at hand. Kmita went out. And after him went the young lady, wishing instead of her father to do honor to the guest, for the old man was weak on his feet. Be in good health, young lady, said Kmita, you do not know how thankful I am to you. If you are thankful to me, answered the young lady, do me one service. You are going to Czestochowa, here is a ruddy ducat, take it, I beg, and give it for a mass in the chapel. For whose intention? Asked Kmita. The prophetess dropped her eyes, trouble spread over her face, at the same time a slight flush came to her cheeks, and she said with a low voice, like the rustle of leaves. For the intention of Andrei, that God may turn him from sinful ways. Kmita pushed back 2 steps, stared, and from astonishment could not speak for a time. By the wounds of Christ, cried he, at last, what manner of house is this? Where am I? The prophecy itself, the soothsaying, and the indications, your name is Olenka, and you give me for a mass for the intentions of a sinful Andrei. This cannot be chance, it is the finger of God, it is. I shall go wild. As God lives, I shall. What is the matter? He caught her hands violently and began to shake them. Prophesy further, speak to the end. If that Andrei will return and efface his faults, will Olenka keep faith with him? Speak, answer, for I shall not go away without that. What is your trouble? Will Olenka keep faith with him? Repeated Kmita. Tears came suddenly into the eyes of the maiden, to the last breath, to the hour of death, said she, with sobbing. She had not finished speaking when Kmita fell his whole length at her feet. She wanted to flee, he would not let her, and kissing her feet, he said, "I too am a sinful Andrei, who wants to return. I too have my loved one, Olenka. May yours return, and may mine keep faith. May your words be prophetic. You have poured balsam and hope into my suffering soul, God reward you, God reward you." Then he sprang up, sat on his horse, and rode away. Chapter 38. The words of the young daughter of the Starosta of Sohachev filled Kmita with great consolation, and for 3 days they did not leave his head. In the daytime on horseback, in the night on the bed, he was thinking of what had happened to him, and he came always to the conclusion that this could not be simple chance, but an indication from God, and a presage that if he would hold out, if he would not leave the good road, that same road which Olenka had shown him, she would keep faith and give him her former affection. If the Starosta's daughter, thought Kmita, keeps faith with her Andrei, who has not begun to grow better, there is still hope for me, with my honest intention of serving virtue, the country, and the king. But, on the other hand, suffering was not absent from Pan Andrei. He had an honest intention, but had it not come too late? Was there yet any road, were there yet any means? The Commonwealth seemed to sink deeper each day, and it was difficult to close one's eyes to the terrible truth that for it there was no salvation. Kmita wished nothing more intently than to begin some kind of work, but he saw no willing people. Every moment new figures, every moment new faces, passed before him in the time of his journey, but the sight of them, their talk and discussions, merely took from him the remnant of his hopes. Some had gone body and soul to the Swedish camp, seeking in it their own profit. These people drank and caroused as at a wake, drowning, in cups and in riot, shame and the honor of nobles. Others told, with blindness beyond understanding, of that power which the Commonwealth would form in union with Sweden, under the scepter of the first warrior on earth. And these were the most dangerous, for they were sincerely convinced that the whole earth must bow before such an alliance. A third party, like the Starosta of Sohachev, honorable people and wishing well to the country, sought signs on the earth and in the heavens, repeated prophecies, and seeing the will of God and unbending predestination in all things that happened, came to the conclusion that there was no hope, no salvation. That the end of the world was drawing nigh, therefore it would be madness to think of earthly instead of heavenly salvation. Others hid in the forest, or escaped with their lives beyond the boundaries of the Commonwealth. Kmita met only unrestrained, corrupted, mad, timid, or desperate people. He met no man who had hope. Meanwhile the fortune of the Swedes was increasing. News that the rest of the army had revolted, were conspiring, threatening the hetmans, and wishing to go over to the Swedes, gained certainty every day. The report that Konieczbalski with his division had joined Karl Gustav reverberated like thunder through every corner of the Commonwealth, and drove out the remnant of faith from men's hearts, for Konieczbalski was a knight of Zbaraj. He was followed by the Starosta of Yavor and Prince Dmitrovich Nievetsky, who was not restrained by a name covered with immortal glory. Men had begun now to doubt Lubomirsky, the marshal. Those who knew him well asserted that ambition surpassed in him both reason and love of country. That for the time being he was on the king's side because he was flattered, because all eyes were turned to him, because one side and the other tried to win him, to persuade him, because he was told that he had the fate of the country in his hands. But in view of Swedish success he began to hesitate, to delay, and each moment he gave the unfortunate Yen Casimir to understand more clearly that he could save him, or sink him completely. The refugee king was living in Glogov with a handful of trusted persons, who shared his fate. Each day someone deserted him, and went over to the Swedes. Thus do the weak bend in days of misfortune, even men to whom the first impulse of the heart points out the thorny path of honor. Karl Gustav received the deserters with open arms, rewarded them, covered them with promises, tempted and attracted the remnant of the faithful, extended more widely his rule, fortune itself pushed from before his feet every obstacle. He conquered Poland with Polish forces, he was a victor without a battle. Crowds of voivodas, castellans, officials of Poland and Lithuania, throngs of armed nobles, complete squadrons of incomparable Polish cavalry, stood in his camp, watching the eyes of their newly made lord and ready at his beck. The last of the armies of the kingdom was calling more and more emphatically to its hetman, "Go, incline thy grey head before the majesty of Karl, go, for we wish to belong to the Swedes. To the Swedes! To the Swedes!" And in support of these words thousands of sabres flashed forth. At the same time war was flaming continually on the east. The terrible Melnitsky was besieging Lvov again. And legions of his allies, rolling on past the unconquered walls of Zamost, spread over the whole province of Lubelsk, reaching even to Lublin. Lithuania was in the hands of the Swedes and Hovansky. Radziwill had begun war in Podliasy, the elector was loitering, and any moment he might give the last blow to the expiring Commonwealth. Meanwhile he was growing strong in royal Prussia. Embassies from every side were hastening to the King of Sweden, wishing him a happy conquest. Winter was coming, leaves were falling from the trees. Flocks of ravens, crows, and jackdaws had deserted the forests, and were flying over the villages and towns of the Commonwealth. Beyond Piotrków Kmita came again upon Swedish parties, who occupied all the roads and highways. Some of them, after the capture of Krakow, were marching to Warsaw, for it was said that Karl Gustav, having received homage from the northern and eastern provinces and signed the capitulations, was only waiting for the submission of those remnants of the army under Potocki and Lanskoroński. That given, he would go straightway to Prussia, and therefore he was sending the army ahead. The road was closed in no place to Pan Andrei, for in general nobles roused no suspicion. A multitude of armed attendants were going with the Swedes. Others were going to Krakow, one to bow down before the new king, another to obtain something from him. No one was asked for a pass or a letter, especially since in the neighborhood of Karl, who was counterfeiting kindness, no man dared trouble another. The last night before Częstochowa met Pan Andrei in Kruszyn. But barely had he settled down when guests arrived. First a Swedish detachment of about 100 horse, under the lead of a number of officers and some important captain. This captain was a man of middle age, of a form rather imposing, large, powerful, broad-shouldered, quick-eyed. And though he wore a foreign dress and looked altogether like a foreigner, still when he entered the room he spoke to Pan Andrei in purest Polish, asking who he was and whither he was going. Pan Andrei answered at once that he was a noble from Sohachev, for it might have seemed strange to the officer that a subject of the elector had come to that remote place. Learning that Pan Andrei was going to the King of Sweden with complaint that payment of money due him by the Swedes was refused, the officer said, "Prayer at the high altar is best, and wisely you go to the king. For though he has 1,000 affairs on his head, he refuses hearing to no one, and he is so kind to Polish nobles that you are envied by the Swedes. If only there is money in the treasury. Karl Gustav is not the same as your recent Jan Casimir, who was forced to borrow even of Jews, for whatever he had he gave straightway to him who first asked for it. But if a certain enterprise succeeds, there will be no lack of coin in the treasury. Of what enterprise is your grace speaking? I know you too little to speak confidentially, but be assured that in a week or two the treasury of the King of Sweden will be as weighty as that of the Sultan. Then some alchemist must make money for him, since there is no place from which to get it in this country. In this country, it is enough to stretch forth daring hands. And of daring there is no lack among us, as is shown by the fact that we are now rulers here." "True, true," answered Kmita, "we are very glad of that rule, especially if you teach us how to get money like chips. The means are in your power, but you would rather die of hunger than take 1 copper. Kmita looked quickly at the officer, and said, "For there are places against which it is terrible, even for Tartars, to raise hands. You are too mysterious." "Sir Cavalier," answered the officer, "and remember that you are going, not to Tartars, but to Swedes for money." Further conversation was interrupted by the arrival of a new party of men, whom the officer was evidently expecting, for he hurried out of the inn. Kmita followed and stood in the door to see who were coming. In front was a closed carriage drawn by 4 horses, and surrounded by a party of Swedish horsemen. It stopped before the inn. The officer who had just been talking to Kmita went up to the carriage quickly, and opening the door made a low bow to the person sitting inside. He must be some distinguished man, thought Kmita. That moment they brought from the inn a flaming torch. Out of the carriage stepped an important personage dressed in black, in foreign fashion, with a cloak to his knees, lined with fox skin, and a hat with feathers. The officer seized the torch from the hands of a horseman, and bowing once more, said, "This way, your excellency." Kmita pushed back as quickly as possible, and they entered after him. In the room the officer bowed a 3rd time and said, "Your excellency, I am Count Wejhard Wjeściowicz, Ordinarius Proviantmagister, of His Royal Grace Karl Gustav, and am sent with an escort to meet your excellency." "It is pleasant for me to meet such an honorable cavalier," said the personage in black, giving bow for bow. "Does your excellency wish to stop here some time or to go on at once?" "His Royal Grace wishes to see your excellency soon." "I had intended to halt at Częstochowa for prayers," answered the newly arrived, "but in Wieluni I received news that His Royal Grace commands me to hurry, therefore, after I have rested, we will go on." Meanwhile dismiss the escort, and thank the captain who led it. The officer went to give the requisite order. Pan Andrei stopped him on the way. "Who is that?" asked he. "Baron Lisola, the imperial envoy, now on his way from the court of Brandenburg to our lord," answered the officer. Then he went out, and after a while returned. "Your excellency's orders are carried out," said he to the baron. "I thank you," said Lisola, and with great though very lofty affability he indicated to Count Wejhard a place opposite himself. "Some kind of storm is beginning to whistle outside," said he, "and rain is falling. It may continue long. Meanwhile let us talk before supper. What is to be heard here?" "I have been told that the voivodas of Little Poland have submitted to His Grace of Sweden." "True, your excellency. His Grace is only waiting for the submission of the rest of the troops, then he will go at once to Warsaw and to Prussia." "Is it certain that they will surrender?" "Deputies from the army are already in Krakow. They have no choice, for if they do not come to us Khmelnytsky will destroy them utterly." Lisola inclined his reasoning head upon his breast. "Terrible, unheard of things," said he. The conversation was carried on in the German language. Kmita did not lose a single word of it. "Your excellency," said Count Wejhard, "that has happened which had to happen." "Perhaps so. But it is difficult not to feel compassion for a power which has fallen before our eyes, and for which a man who is not a Swede must feel sorrow." "I am not a Swede, but if Poles themselves do not feel sorrow, neither do I," answered the count. Lisola looked at him seriously. "It is true that your name is not Swedish. From what people are you, I pray?" "I am a Czech, Bohemian." "Indeed? Then you are a subject of the German Emperor?" "We are under the same rule." "I am in the service of the most serene King of Sweden," said Wejhard, with a bow. "I wish not to derogate from that service in the least," answered Lisola, "but such employments are temporary. Being then a subject of our gracious sovereign, whoever you may be, whomsoever you may serve, you cannot consider anyone else as your natural sovereign." "I do not deny that." "Then I will tell you sincerely, that our Lord mourns over this illustrious commonwealth, over the fate of its noble monarch. And he cannot look with a kindly or willing eye on those of his subjects who are aiding in the final ruin of a friendly power. What have the Poles done to you, that you show them such ill will?" "Your excellency, I might answer many things, but I fear to abuse your patience. You seem to me not only a famous soldier, but a wise man. My office obliges me to observe, to listen, to seek causes, speak then, even in the most minute way, and fear not to annoy my patience. If you incline at any time to the service of the Emperor, which I wish most strongly, you will find in me a friend who will explain and repeat your reasons, should any man wish to consider your present service as wrong. Then I will tell you all that I have on my mind." Like many nobles, younger sons, I had to seek my fortune outside my native land. I came to this country where the people are related to my own, and take foreigners into service readily. Were you badly received? Salt mines were given to my management. I found means of livelihood, of approach to the people and the king himself. I serve the Swedes at present, but should anyone wish to consider me unthankful, I could contradict him directly. How? Can more be asked of me than of the Poles themselves? Where are the Poles today? Where are the senators of this kingdom, the princes, the magnates, the nobles, if not in the Swedish camp? And still they should be the first to know what they ought to do, where the salvation of their country is, and where its destruction. I follow their example. Who of them then has the right to call me unthankful? Why should I, a foreigner, be more faithful to the King of Poland and the Commonwealth than they themselves are? Why should I despise that service for which they themselves are begging? Lisola made no answer. He rested his head on his hand and fell into thought. It would seem that he was listening to the whistle of the wind and the sound of the autumn rain, which had begun to strike the windows of the inn. "Speak on," said he, at last, "in truth you tell me strange things." "I seek fortune where I can find it," continued Count Veyhard, "and because this people are perishing, I do not need to care for them more than they do for themselves. Besides, even if I were to care, it would avail nothing, for they must perish." "But why is that?" "First, because they wish it themselves, second, because they deserve it." "Your Excellency, is there another country in the world where so many disorders and such violence may be seen? What manner of government is there here? The king does not rule, because they will not let him, the diets do not rule, because the members break them, there is no army, because the Poles will not pay taxes, there is no obedience, for obedience is opposed to freedom. There is no justice, for there is no one to execute decisions, and each strong man tramples on decisions. There is no loyalty in this people, for all have deserted their king. There is no love for the country, for they have given it to the Swede, for the promise that he will not prevent them from living in old fashion according to their ancient violence. Where could anything similar be found? What people in the world would aid an enemy in conquering their own country? Who would desert a king, not for his tyranny, not for his evil deeds, but because a stronger one came? Where is there a people who love private profits more, or trample more on public affairs? What have they, Your Excellency? Let anyone mention to me even one virtue: prudence, reason, cleverness, endurance, abstinence. What have they? Good cavalry? That and nothing more. But the Numidians were famous for cavalry, and the Gauls, as may be read in Roman history, had celebrated soldiers, but where are they? They have perished as they were bound to perish. Whoso wishes to save the Poles is merely losing time, for they will not save themselves. Only the mad, the violent, the malicious, and the venal inhabit this land. Count Veyhard pronounced the last words with a genuine outburst of hatred marvelous in a foreigner who had found bread among that people, but Lisola was not astonished. A veteran diplomat, he knew the world and men. He knew that whoso does not know how to pay his benefactor with his heart, seeks in him faults, so as to shield with them his own unthankfulness. Besides, it may be that he recognized that Count Veyhard was right. He did not protest, but asked quickly, "Are you a Catholic?" The Count was confused. "Yes, Your Excellency," answered he. "I have heard in Violuni that there are persons who persuade the king, Karl Gustav, to occupy the monastery of Yasna Gora. 30 Is it true?" "Your Excellency, the monastery lies near the Silesian boundary, and Yen Casimir can easily receive messages therefrom. We must occupy it to prevent that. I was the first to direct attention to this matter, and therefore His Royal Grace has confided these functions to me." Here Count Veyhard stopped suddenly, remembered Kmita, sitting in the other corner of the room, and coming up to him, asked, "Do you understand German?" "Not a word, even if a man were to pull my teeth," answered Pan Andrei. "That is too bad, for we wished to ask you to join our conversation." Then he turned to Lisola. "There is a strange noble here, but he does not understand German, we can speak freely. I have no secret to tell, said Lisola. But as I am a Catholic too, I should not like to see such injustice done to a sacred place. And because I am certain that the most serene emperor has the same feeling, I shall beg his grace the King of Sweden to spare the monks. And do not hurry with the occupation until there is a new decision. I have express, though secret, instructions, but I shall not withhold them from your excellency, for I wish to serve faithfully my lord the emperor. I can assure your excellency that no profanation will come to the sacred place. I am a Catholic. Lisola laughed, and wishing to extort the truth from a man less experienced than himself, asked jokingly. But you will shake up their treasury for the monks? It will not pass without that, will it? That may happen, answered Count Veyhard. The Most Holy Lady will not ask for thalers from the priors' caskets. When all others pay, let the monks pay too. But if the monks defend themselves? The Count laughed. In this country no man will defend himself, and today no man is able. There was a time for defense, now it is too late. Too late, repeated Lisola. The conversation ended there. After supper they went away. Kmita remained alone. This was for him the bitterest night that he had spent since leaving Kyedani. While listening to the words of Count Veyhard, Kmita had to restrain himself with all his power to keep from shouting at him, "Thou least, thou cur," and from falling on him with his saber. But if he did not do so, it was unhappily because he felt and recognized truth in the words of the foreigner, awful truth burning like fire, but genuine. What could I say to him, thought he, with what could I offer denial except with my fist? What reasons could I bring? He snarled out the truth. Would to God he were slain! And that statesman of the emperor acknowledged to him that in all things and for all defense it was too late. Kmita suffered in great part perhaps because that too late was the sentence not only of the country, but of his own personal happiness. And he had had his fill of suffering. There was no strength left in him, for during all those weeks he had heard nothing save, "All is lost, there is no time left, it is too late." No ray of hope anywhere fell into his soul. Ever riding farther, he had hastened greatly, night and day, to escape from those prophecies, to find at last some place of rest, some man who would pour into his spirit even one drop of consolation. But he found every moment greater fall, every moment greater despair. At last the words of Count Veyhard filled that cup of bitterness and gall. They showed to him clearly this, which hitherto was an undefined feeling, that not so much the Swedes, the Northerners, and the Cossacks had killed the country, as the whole people. The mad, the violent, the malicious, the venal, inhabit this land, repeated Kmita after Count Veyhard, and there are no others. They obey not the king, they break the diets, they pay not the taxes, they help the enemy to the conquest of this land. They must perish. In God's name, if I could only give him the lie. Is there nothing good in us save cavalry? No virtue, nothing but evil itself? Kmita sought an answer in his soul. He was so wearied from the road, from sorrows, and from everything that had passed before him, that it grew cloudy in his head. He felt that he was ill and a deathly sickness seized possession of him. In his brain an ever-growing chaos was working. Faces known and unknown pushed past him, those whom he had known long before and those whom he had met on this journey. Those figures spoke, as if at a diet, they quoted sentences, prophecies, and all was concerning Olenka. She was awaiting deliverance from Kmita, but Count Veyhard held him by the arms, and looking into his eyes repeated, "Too late." What is Swedish, and Boguslav Radziwill sneered and supported Count Veyhard. Then all of them began to scream, "Too late, too late, too late," and seizing Olenka they vanished with her somewhere in darkness. It seemed to Pan Andrei that Olenka and the country were the same, that he had ruined both and had given them to the Swedes of his own will. Then such measureless sorrow grasped hold of him that he woke, looked around in amazement and listening to the wind which in the chimney, in the walls, in the roof, whistled in various voices and played through each cranny, as if on an organ. But the visions returned, Olenka and the country were blended again in his thoughts in one person whom Count Veyhard was conducting away saying, "Too late, too late." So Pan Andrei spent the night in a fever. In moments of consciousness he thought that it would come to him to be seriously ill, and at last he wanted to call Soroka to bleed him. But just then dawn began, Kmita sprang up and went out in front of the inn. The first dawn had barely begun to dissipate the darkness, the day promised to be mild, the clouds were breaking into long stripes and streaks on the west, but the east was pure. On the heavens, which were growing pale gradually, stars, unobscured by mist, were twinkling. Kmita roused his men, arrayed himself in holiday dress, for Sunday had come and they moved to the road. After a bad sleepless night, Kmita was wearied in body and spirit. Neither could that autumn morning, pale but refreshing, frosty and clear, scatter the sorrow crushing the heart of the night. Hope in him had burned to the last spark, and was dying like a lamp in which the oil is exhausted. What would that day bring? Nothing. The same grief, the same suffering, rather it will add to the weight on his soul. Of a surety it will not decrease it. He rode forward in silence, fixing his eyes on some point which was then greatly gleaming upon the horizon. The horses were snorting, the men fell to singing with drowsy voices their matins. Meanwhile it became clearer each moment, the heavens from pale became green and golden and that point on the horizon began so to shine that Kmita's eyes were dazzled by its glitter. The men ceased their singing and all gazed in that direction. At last Soroka said, "A miracle or what? That is the west, and it is as if the sun were rising." In fact, that light, increased in the eyes, from a point it became a ball, from a ball a globe, from afar you would have said that someone had hung above the earth a giant star, which was scattering rays immeasurable. Kmita and his men looked with amazement on that bright, trembling, radiant vision, not knowing what was before their sight. Then a peasant came along from Krushin in a wagon with a rack. Kmita turning to him saw that the peasant, holding his cap in his hand and looking at the light, was praying. "Man," asked Pan Andrei, "what is that which shines so?" "The church on Yasna Gora." "Glory to the most holy lady," cried Kmita. He took his cap from his head, and his men removed theirs. After so many days of suffering, of doubts, and of struggles, Pan Andrei felt suddenly that something wonderful was happening in him. Barely had the words, "the church on Yasna Gora," sounded in his ears when the confusion fell from him as if some hand had removed it. A certain inexplicable awe seized hold of Pan Andrei, full of reverence, but at the same time a joy unknown to experience, great and blissful. From that church shining on the height in the first rays of the sun, hope, such as for a long time Pan Andrei had not known, was beating, a strength invincible on which he wished to lean. A new life, as it were, entered him and began to course through his veins with the blood. He breathed as deeply as a sick man coming to himself out of fever and unconsciousness. But the church glittered more and more brightly, as if it were taking to itself all the light of the sun. The whole region lay at its feet, and the church gazed at it from the height. You would have said, "'Tis the sentry and guardian of the land." For a long time Kmita could not take his eyes from that light. He satisfied and comforted himself with the sight of it. The faces of his men had grown serious, and were penetrated with awe. Then the sound of a bell was heard in the silent morning air. "From your horses," cried Pan Andrei. All sprang from their saddles, and kneeling on the road began the litany. Kmita repeated it, and the soldiers responded together. Other wagons came up. Peasants seeing the praying men on the road joined them, and the crowd grew greater continually. When at length the prayers were finished Pan Andrei rose, and after him his men, but they advanced on foot, leading their horses and singing, "Hail, ye bright gates." Kmita went on with alertness as if he had wings on his shoulders. At the turns of the road the church vanished, then came out again. When a height or a mist concealed it, it seemed to Kmita that light had been captured by darkness, but when it gleamed forth again all faces were radiant. So they went on for a long time. The cloister and the walls surrounding it came out more distinctly, became more imposing, more immense. At last they saw the town in the distance, and under the mountain whole lines of houses and cottages, which, compared with the size of the church, seemed as small as birds' nests. It was Sunday. Therefore when the sun had risen well the road was swarming with wagons, and people on foot going to church. From the lofty towers the bells great and small began to peal, filling the air with noble sounds. There was in that sight and in those metal voices a strength, a majesty immeasurable, and at the same time a calm. That bit of land at the foot of Yasna Gora resembled in no wise the rest of the country. Throngs of people stood black around the walls of the church. Under the hill were hundreds of wagons, carriages, and equipages. The talk of men was blended with the neighing of horses tied to posts. Farther on, at the right, along the chief road leading to the mountain, were to be seen whole rows of stands, at which were sold metal offerings, wax candles, pictures, and scapulars. A river of people flowed everywhere freely. The gates were wide open, whoso wished entered, whoso wished went forth. On the walls, at the guns, were no soldiers. Evidently the very sacredness of the place guarded the church and the cloister, and perhaps men trusted in the letters of Carl Gustav in which he guaranteed safety. Chapter 39. From the gates of the fortress peasants and nobles, villagers from various neighborhoods, people of every age, of both sexes, of all ranks, pressed forward to the church on their knees, singing prayerful hymns. That river flowed slowly, and its course was stopped whenever the bodies of people crowded against one another too densely. At times the song ceased and the crowds began to repeat a litany, and then the thunder of words was heard from one end of the place to the other. Between hymn and litany, between litany and hymn, the people were silent, struck the ground with their foreheads, or cast themselves down in the form of a cross. At these moments were heard only the imploring and shrill voices of beggars, who sitting at both banks of the human river exposed their deformed limbs to public gaze. Their howling was mingled with the clinking of coppers thrown into tin and wooden dishes. Then again the river of heads flowed onward, and again the hymns thundered. As the river flowed nearer to the church door, excitement grew greater, and was turned into ecstasy. You could see hands stretched toward heaven, eyes turned upward, faces pale from emotion or glowing with prayer. Differences of rank disappeared, the coat of the peasant touched the robe of the noble, the jacket of the soldier the yellow coat of the artisan. In the church door the crush was still greater. The bodies of men had become not a river, but a bridge, so firm that you might travel on their heads and their shoulders without touching the ground with a foot. Breath failed their breasts, space failed their bodies. But the spirit which inspired gave them iron endurance. Each man was praying, no one thought of aught else. Each one bore on himself the pressure and weight of the whole of that mass, but no man fell. And pressed by those thousands he felt in himself power against thousands, and with that power he pushed forward, lost in prayer, in ecstasy, in exaltation. Kmita, creeping forward in the first ranks with his men, reached the church with the earliest. Then the current carried him to the chapel of miracles, where the multitude fell on their faces, weeping, embracing the floor with their hands, and kissing it with emotion. So also did Pan Andrei. And when at last he had the boldness to raise his head, delight, happiness, and at the same time mortal awe, almost took from him consciousness. In the chapel there was a ruddy gloom not entirely dispersed by the rays of candles burning on the altar. Colored rays fell also through the window panes. And all those gleams, red, violet, golden, fiery, quivered on the walls, slipped along the carvings and windings, made their way into dark depths bringing forth to sight indistinct forms buried as it were in a dream. Mysterious glimmers ran along and united with darkness, so undistinguishable that all difference between light and darkness was lost. The candles on the altar had golden halos, the smoke from the censers formed purple mist. The white robes of the monks serving mass played with the darkened colors of the rainbow. All things there were half visible, half veiled, unearthly. The gleams were unearthly, the darkness unearthly, mysterious, majestic, blessed, filled with prayer, adoration, and holiness. From the main nave of the church came the deep sound of human voices, like the mighty sound of the sea. But in the chapel deep silence reigned, broken only by the voice of the priest chanting Mass. The image was still covered, expectation therefore held the breath in all breasts. There were only to be seen, looking in one direction, faces as motionless as if they had parted with earthly life, hands palm to palm and placed before mouths, like the hands of angels in pictures. The organ accompanied the singing of the priest, and gave out tones mild and sweet, flowing as it were from flutes beyond the earth. At moments they seemed to distill like water from its source. Then again they fell softly but quickly like dense rain showers in May. All at once the thunder of trumpets and drums roared, and a quiver passed through all hearts. The covering before the picture was pushed apart from the center to the sides, and a flood of diamond light flashed from above on the faithful. Groans, weeping, and cries were heard throughout the chapel. Salve, Regina! Hail, O Queen! Cried the nobles, Monstra te esse matrem. Show thyself a mother, but the peasants cried, O most holy lady! Golden lady! Queen of the angels! Save us, assist us, console us, pity us. Long did those cries sound, together with sobs of women and complaints of the hapless, with prayers for a miracle on the sick or the maimed. The soul lacked little of leaving Kmita. He felt only that he had before him infinity, which he could not grasp, could not comprehend, and before which all things were effaced. What were doubts in presence of that faith which all existence could not exhaust? What was misfortune in presence of that solace? What was the power of the Swedes in presence of that defense? What was the malice of men before the eyes of such protection? Here his thoughts became settled, and turned into faculties. He forgot himself, ceased to distinguish who he was, where he was. It seemed to him that he had died, that his soul was now flying with the voices of organs, mingled in the smoke of the censers. His hands, used to the sword and to bloodshed, were stretched upward, and he was kneeling in ecstasy, in rapture. The Mass ended. Pan Andrei knew not himself how he reached again the main nave of the church. The priest gave instruction from the pulpit, but Kmita for a long time heard not, understood not, like a man roused from sleep, who does not at once note where his sleeping ended and his waking moments began. The first words which he heard were, "In this place hearts change and souls are corrected, for neither can the Swedes overcome this power, nor those wandering in darkness overcome the true light." Amen. Said Kmita in his soul, and he began to strike his breast, for it seemed to him then that he had sinned deeply through thinking that all was lost, and that from no source was there hope. After the sermon Kmita stopped the first monk he met, and told him that he wished to see the prior on business of the church and the cloister. He got hearing at once from the prior, who was a man in ripe age, inclining then toward its evening. He had a face of unequaled calm. A thick black beard added to the dignity of his face. He had mild azure eyes with a penetrating look. In his white habit he seemed simply a saint. Kmita kissed his sleeve. He pressed Kmita's head, and inquired who he was and whence he had come. "I have come from Chmud," answered Kmita, "to serve the most holy lady, the suffering country, and my deserted king, against all of whom I have hitherto sinned, and in sacred confession I beg to make a minute explanation. I ask that today or tomorrow my confession be heard, since sorrow for my sins draws me to this. I will tell you also, revered father, my real name, under the seal of confession, not otherwise, for men ill inclined to me prevent and bar me from reform. Before men I wish to be called Babinic, from one of my estates, taken now by the enemy. Meanwhile I bring important information to which do you, revered father, give ear with patience, for it is a question of this sacred retreat and this cloister. I praise your intentions and the change of life which you have undertaken," said the prior, Father Kordetsky. "As to confession, I will yield to your urgent wish and hear it now." "I have traveled long," added Kmita, "I have seen much and I have suffered not a little. Everywhere the enemy has grown strong, everywhere heretics are raising their heads, nay, even Catholics themselves are going over to the camp of the enemy. Who, emboldened by this, as well as by the capture of 2 capitals, intend to raise now sacrilegious hands against Yasna Gora." "From whom have you this news?" asked the prior. "I spent last night at Krushin," where I saw Count Vehard Vjeshchovich and Baron Lisola, envoy of the Emperor of Germany, who was returning from the Brandenburg court, and is going to the King of Sweden. The King of Sweden is no longer in Krakow, said the prior, looking searchingly into the eyes of Pan Andrei. But Pan Andrei did not drop his lids and talked on. I do not know whether he is there or not. I know that Lisola is going to him, and Count Vehard was sent to relieve the escort and conduct him farther. Both talked before me in German, taking no thought of my presence, for they did not suppose that I understood their speech. I, knowing German, was able to learn that Count Vehard has proposed the occupation of this cloister and the taking of its treasure, for which he has received permission from the king. And you have heard this with your own ears? Just as I am standing here. The will of God be done, said the priest, calmly. Kmita was alarmed. He thought that the priest called the command of the King of Sweden the will of God and was not thinking of resistance. Therefore he said, I saw in Poltuska church in Swedish hands, the soldiers were playing cards in the sanctuary of God, kegs of beer were on the altars, and shameless women were there with the soldiers. The prior looked steadily, directly in the eyes of the soldier. A wonderful thing, said he, sincerity and truth are looking out of your eyes. Kmita flushed. May I fall a corpse here if what I say is not true. In every case these tidings over which we must deliberate are important. You will permit me to ask the older fathers and some of the more important nobles who are now dwelling with us. You will permit. I will repeat gladly the same thing before them. Father Kordetsky went out, and in quarter of an hour returned with 4 older fathers. Soon after Pan Rudjit Samoysky, the sword-bearer of Sieradz, entered, a dignified man. Pan Okielnitsky, banneret of Violuni, Pan Pyotr Charnietsky, a young cavalier with a fierce warlike face, like an oak in stature and strength, and other nobles of various ages. The prior presented to them Pan Babinik from Chmud, and repeated in the presence of all the tidings which he had brought. They wondered greatly and began to measure Pan Andrei with their eyes inquiringly and incredulously, and when no one raised his voice the prior said, May God preserve me from attributing to this cavalier evil intention or calumny. But the tidings which he brings seem to me so unlikely that I thought it proper for us to ask about them in company. With the sincerest intention this cavalier may be mistaken. He may have heard incorrectly, understood incorrectly, or have been led into error through heretics. To fill our hearts with fear, to cause panic in a holy place, to harm piety, is for them an immense delight, which surely no one of them in his wickedness would like to deny himself. That seems to me very much like truth, said Father Nyashkovsky, the oldest in the assembly. It would be needful to know in advance if this cavalier is not a heretic himself, said Pyotr Charnietsky. I am a Catholic, as you are, answered Kmita. It behooves us to consider first the circumstances, put in Zamoysky. The circumstances are such, said the prior, Kordetsky, that surely God and his most holy mother have sent blindness of purpose on these enemies, so that they might exceed the measure in their iniquities. Otherwise they never would have dared to raise the sword against this sacred retreat. Not with their own power have they conquered this commonwealth, whose own sons have helped them. But though our people have fallen low, though they are wading in sin, still in sin itself there is a certain limit which they would not dare to pass. They have deserted their king, they have fallen away from the commonwealth. But they have not ceased to revere their mother, their patroness and queen. The enemy jeer at us and ask with contempt what has remained to us of our ancient virtues. I answer they have all perished. Still something remains, for faith in the most holy lady and reverence for her have remained to them, and on this foundation the rest may be built. I see clearly that, let one Swedish ball make a dint in these sacred walls, the most callous men will turn from the conqueror, from being friends will become enemies of the Swedes and draw swords against them. But the Swedes have their eyes open to their own danger, and understand this well. Therefore, if God, as I have said, has not sent upon them blindness intentionally, they will never dare to strike Yasna Gora. For that day would be the day of their change of fortune and of our revival. Kmita heard the words of the prior with astonishment, words which were at the same time an answer to what had come from the mouth of Count Veyhard against the Polish people. But recovering from astonishment, he said, "Why should we not believe, revered father, that God has in fact visited the enemy with blindness? Let us look at their pride, their greed of earthly goods, let us consider their unendurable oppression and the tribute which they levy even on the clergy, and we may understand with ease that they will not hesitate at sacrilege of any kind." The prior did not answer Kmita directly, but turning to the whole assembly, continued. "This cavalier says that he saw Lisola, the envoy, going to the king of Sweden. How can that be, since I have undoubted news from the Paulists in Krakow that the king is not in Krakow, nor in Little Poland, since he went to Warsaw immediately after the surrender of Krakow?" "He cannot have gone to Warsaw," answered Kmita, "and the best proof is that he is waiting for the surrender and homage of the quarter soldiers, who are with Potocki. General Douglas is to receive homage in the name of the king, so they write me from Krakow." Kmita was silent, he knew not what to answer. "But I will suppose," continued the prior, "that the king of Sweden does not wish to see the envoy of the emperor and has chosen purposely to avoid him. Carolus likes to act thus, to come on a sudden, to go on a sudden. Besides, the mediation of the emperor displeases him. I believe then readily that he went away pretending not to know of the coming of the envoy. I am less astonished that Count Veyhard, a person of such note, was sent out to meet Lisola with an escort, for it may be they wished to show politeness and sugar over the disappointment for the envoy. But how are we to believe that Count Veyhard would inform Baron Lisola at once of his plans?" "Unlikely," said Father Nyashkovsky, "since the Baron is a Catholic and friendly both to us and the Commonwealth." "In my head too that does not find place," added Zamoyski. "Count Veyhard is a Catholic himself and a well-wisher of ours," said another father. "Does this cavalier say that he has heard this with his own ears?" asked Charniecki, abruptly. "Think, gentlemen, over this too," added the prior. "I have a safeguard from Carolus Gustavus that the cloister and the church are to be free forever from occupation and quartering. It must be confessed," said Zamoyski, with seriousness, "that in these tidings no one thing holds to another. It would be a loss for the Swedes, not a gain, to strike Yasna Gora. The king is not present, therefore Lisola could not go to him. Count Veyhard would not make a confidant of him. Farther, Count Veyhard is not a heretic, but a Catholic, not an enemy of the cloister, but its benefactor. Finally, though Satan tempted him to make the attack, he would not dare to make it against the order and safeguard of the king." Here he turned to Kmita. "What then will you say, cavalier, and why, with what purpose, do you wish to alarm the reverend fathers and us in this place?" Kmita was as a criminal before a court. On one hand, despair seized him, because if they would not believe, the cloister would become the prey of the enemy. On the other, shame burned him, for he saw that all appearances argued against his information, and that he might easily be accounted a calumniator. At thought of this, anger tore him, his innate impulsiveness was roused, his offended ambition was active, the old-time half-wild Kmita was awakened. But he struggled until he conquered himself, summoned all his endurance, and repeated in his soul, for my sins, and said, with a changing face, "What I have heard, I repeat once more, Count Veyhard is going to attack this cloister. The time I know not, but I think it will be soon. I give warning, and on you will fall the responsibility if you do not listen." "Calmly, cavalier, calmly," answered Pyotr Charniecki, with emphasis. "Do not raise your voice." Then he spoke to the assembly, "Permit me, worthy fathers, to put a few questions to the newly arrived." "You have no right to offend me," cried Kmita. "I have not even the wish to do so," answered Pan Pyotr, coldly. "But it is a question here of the cloister and the Holy Lady and her capital. Therefore you must set aside offense, or if you do not set it aside, do so at least for the time, for be assured that I will meet you anywhere. You bring news which we want to verify, that is proper and should not cause wonder, but if you do not wish to answer, we shall think that you are afraid of self-contradiction." "Well, put your questions," said Babinnik, through his teeth. "You say that you are from Jmud?" "True." And you have come here so as not to serve the Swedes and Radziwill the traitor? True. But there are persons there who do not serve him, and oppose him on the side of the country. There are squadrons which have refused him obedience. Sapieha is there. Why did you not join them? That is my affair. Ah, ha. Your affair, said Charniecki. You may give me that answer to other questions. Pan Andrei's hands quivered, he fixed his eyes on the heavy brass bell standing before him on the table, and from that bell they were turned to the head of the questioner. A wild desire seized him to grasp that bell and bring it down on the skull of Charniecki. The old Kmita was gaining the upper hand over the pious and penitent Babinich, but he broke himself once more and said. Inquire. If you are from Jmud, then you must know what is happening at the court of the traitor. Name to me those who have aided in the ruin of the country, name to me those colonels who remain with him. Kmita grew pale as a handkerchief, but still mentioned some names. Charniecki listened and said, I have a friend, an attendant of the king, Pan Tyzenhauz, who told me of one, the most noted. Do you know nothing of this arch-criminal? I do not know. How is this? Have you not heard of him who spilled his brother's blood, like Cain? Have you not heard, being from Jmud, of Kmita? Revered fathers! Screamed Pan Andrei, on a sudden, shaking as in a fever, let a clerical person question me, I will tell all. But by the living God do not let this noble torment me longer. Give him peace, said the prior, turning to Pan Pyotr. It is not a question here of this cavalier. Only one more question, said Zamoyski, and turning to Babinich, he asked, you did not expect that we would doubt your truth? As God is in heaven I did not. What reward did you expect? Pan Andrei, instead of giving an answer, plunged both hands into a small leather sack which hung at his waist from a belt, and taking out 2 handfuls of pearls, emeralds, turquoises, and other precious stones, scattered them on the table. There. Said he, with a broken voice, I have not come here for money. Not for your rewards. These are pearls and other small stones, all taken from the caps of boyars. You see what I am. Do I want a reward? I wish to offer these to the Most Holy Lady. But only after confession, with a clean heart. Here they are, that's the reward which I ask. I have more, God grant you. All were silent in astonishment, and the sight of jewels thrown out as easily as grits from a sack made no small impression. For involuntarily everyone asked himself what reason could that man have, if he had no thought of rewards. Pan Pyotr was confused, for such is the nature of man that the sight of another's power and wealth dazzles him. Finally his suspicions fell away, for how could it be supposed that that great lord, scattering jewels, wanted to frighten monks for profit? Those present looked at one another, and Kmita stood over his jewels with head upraised like the head of a roused eagle, with fire in his eyes and a flush on his face. The fresh wound passing through his cheek and his temple was blue. And terrible was Pan Babinich threatening with his predatory glance Charniecki, on whom his anger was specially turned. Through your anger truth itself bursts forth, said Kordetsky. But put away those jewels, for the Most Holy Lady cannot receive that which is offered in anger, even though the anger be just. Besides, as I have said, it is not a question here of you, but of the news which has filled us with terror and fear. God knows whether there is not some misunderstanding or mistake in it, for, as you see yourself, what you say does not fit with reality. How are we to drive out the faithful, diminish the honor of the Most Holy Lady, and keep the gates shut night and day? Keep the gates shut, for God's mercy, keep the gates shut! Cried Pan Andrei, wringing his hands till his fingers cracked in their joints. There was so much truth and unfeigned despair in his voice that those present trembled in spite of themselves, as if danger was really there at hand, and Zamoyski said. As it is, we give careful attention to the environs. And repairs are going on in the walls. In the daytime we can admit people for worship, but it is well to observe caution even for this reason, that the king has gone, and Wittenberg rules in Krakow with iron hand, and oppresses the clergy no less than the laity. Though I do not believe in an attack, I have nothing to say against caution," answered Charniecki. "And I," said the prior, "will send monks to Count Veyhard to inquire if the safeguard of the king has validity." Kmita breathed freely and cried, "Praise be to God, praise be to God." "Cavalier," said the prior, "God reward you for the good intention. If you have warned us with reason, you will have a memorable merit before the Holy Lady and the country. But wonder not if we have received your information with incredulity, more than once have we been alarmed. Some frightened us out of hatred to our faith, to destroy the honor shown the Most Holy Lady, others, out of greed, so as to gain something. Still others, so as to bring news and gain consideration in the eyes of people, and maybe there were even those who were deceived. Satan hates this place most stubbornly, and uses every endeavor to hinder piety here and to permit the faithful to take as little part in it as possible. For nothing brings the court of hell to such despair as reverence for her who crushed the head of the serpent. But now it is time for vespers. Let us implore her love, let us confide ourselves to her guardianship, and let each man go to sleep quietly, for where should there be peace and safety, if not under her wings?" All separated. When vespers were finished, Father Kordetsky himself heard the confession of Pan Andrei, and listened to him long in the empty church. After that, Pan Andrei lay in the form of a cross before the closed doors of the chapel till midnight. At midnight he returned to his room, roused Soroka, and commanded the old man to flog him before he went to sleep, so that his shoulders and back were covered with blood. Chapter 40. Next morning, a wonderful and unusual movement reigned in the cloister. The gate was open, and entrance was not refused to the pious. Services were celebrated in the usual course. But after services all strangers were directed to leave the circuit of the cloister. Kordetsky himself, in company with Zamoyski and Pan Pyotr, examined carefully the embrasures, and the escarpments supporting the walls from the inside and outside. Directions were given for repairing places here and there. Blacksmiths in the town received orders to make hooks and spears, scythes fixed on long handles, clubs and heavy sticks of wood filled with strong spikes. And since it was known that they had already a considerable supply of such implements in the cloister, people in the town began at once to say that the cloister expected a sudden attack. New orders in quick succession seemed to confirm these reports. Toward night 200 men were working at the side of the walls. 12 heavy guns sent at the time of the siege of Krakow by Pan Warszycki, Castellan of Krakow, were placed on new carriages and properly planted. From the cloister storehouses monks and attendants brought out balls, which were placed in piles near the guns, carts with powder were rolled out, bundles of muskets were untied, and distributed to the garrison. On the towers and bastions watchmen were posted to look carefully, night and day, on the region about. Men were sent also to make investigation through the neighborhood, to Justini, Klobuchek, Chapitsi, Krushin, and Mstov. To the cloister storehouses, which were already well filled, came supplies from the town, from Chenstohovka and other villages belonging to the cloister. The report went like thunder through the whole neighborhood. Townspeople and peasants began to assemble and take counsel. Many were unwilling to believe that any enemy would dare to attack Yasnogorod. It was said that only Chenstohova itself was to be occupied. But even that excited the minds of men, especially when some of them remembered that the Swedes were heretics, whom nothing restrained, and who were ready to offer a purposed affront to the Most Holy Lady. Therefore men hesitated, doubted, and believed in turn. Some wrung their hands, waiting for terrible signs on earth and in heaven, visible signs of God's anger, others were sunk in helpless and dumb despair. An anger more than human seized a third party, whose heads were filled as it were with flame. And when once the fancy of men had spread its wings for flight, straightway there was a whirl of news, ever changing, ever more feverish, ever more monstrous. And as when a man thrusts a stick or throws fire into an anthill, unquiet swarms rush forth at once, assemble, separate, reassemble, so was the town, so were the neighboring hamlets, in an uproar. In the afternoon crowds of townspeople and peasants, with women and children, surrounded the walls of the cloister, and held them as it were in siege, weeping and groaning. At sunset Kordetsky went out to them, and pushing himself into the throng, asked, People, what do you want? We want to go as a garrison to the cloister to defend the Mother of God, cried men, shaking their flails, forks, and other rustic weapons. We wish to look for the last time on the Most Holy Lady, groaned women. The prior went on a high rock and said, the gates of hell will not prevail against the might of heaven. Calm yourselves, and receive consolation into your hearts. The foot of a heretic will not enter these holy walls. Neither Lutherans nor Calvinists will celebrate their superstitious incantations in this retreat of worship and faith. I know not in truth whether the insolent enemy will come hither. But I know this, that if he does come, he will be forced to retreat in shame and disgrace, for a superior power will crush him, his malice will be broken, his power rubbed out, and his fortune will fail. Take consolation to your hearts. You are not looking for the last time on our patroness, you will see her in still greater glory, and you will see new miracles. Take consolation, dry your tears, and strengthen yourselves in faith. For I tell you, and it is not I who speak, but the Spirit of God speaks through me, that the Swede will not enter these walls. Grace will flow hence, and darkness will not put out the light, just as the night which is now coming will not hinder God's sun from rising tomorrow. It was just sunset. Dark shade had covered already the region about. But the church was gleaming red in the last rays of the sun. Seeing this, the people knelt around the walls, and consolation flowed into their hearts at once. Meanwhile the Angelus was sounded on the towers, and Kordetsky began to sing, the Angel of the Lord, and after him whole crowds sang. The nobles and the soldiers standing on the walls joined their voices, the bells greater and smaller pealed in accompaniment, and it seemed that the whole mountain was singing and sounding like a gigantic organ to the four points of the earth. They sang till late, the prior blessed the departing on their way, and said, those men who have served in war, who know how to wield weapons and who feel courage in their hearts, may come in the morning to the cloister. I have served, I was in the infantry, I will come, cried numerous voices. And the throng separated slowly. The night fell calmly. All woke next morning with a joyous cry, the Swede is not here. Still, all-day workmen were bringing supplies which had been called for. An order went out also to those who had shops at the eastern walls of the cloister to bring their goods to the cloister. And in the cloister itself work did not cease on the walls. Secured especially were the so-called passages, that is, small openings in the walls, which were not gates, but which might serve in making sallies. Pan Zamoyski gave orders to bring beams, bricks, and dung, so at a given moment they could be easily closed from within. All day, too, wagons were coming in with supplies and provisions. There came also some noble families who were alarmed by the news of the impending attack of the enemy. About midday the men who had been sent out the preceding day to gather tidings came back. But no one had seen the Swedes nor even heard of them, except those who were stationed near Chapitsi. Still, preparations were not abandoned in the cloister. By order of the prior, those of the townspeople and peasantry came who had formerly served in the infantry and who were accustomed to service. They were assigned to the command of Pan Masinski, who was defending the northeastern bastion. Pan Zamoyski was occupied during the day either in disposing the men in their places, instructing each one what to do, or holding council with the fathers in the refectory. Kmita with joy in his heart looked at the military preparations, at the soldiers as they were mustered, at the cannon, at the stacks of muskets, spears, and hooks. That was his special element. In the midst of those terrible implements, in the midst of the urgent preparations and military feverishness, it was light, pleasant, and joyous for him. It was the easier and more joyous because he had made a general confession of his whole life, and beyond his own expectations had received absolution, for the prior took into account his intention, his sincere desire to reform, and this too, that he had already entered on the road. So Pan Andrei had freed himself from the burdens under which he was almost falling. Heavy penances had been imposed on him, and every day his back was bleeding under Soroka's braided lash. He was enjoined to practice obedience, and that was a penance still more difficult, for he had not obedience in his heart, on the contrary, he had pride and boastfulness. Finally, he was commanded to strengthen his reformation by virtuous deeds. But that was the easiest, he desired and asked for nothing more, his whole soul was tearing forth toward exploits, for by exploits he understood war and killing the Swedes from morning till evening without rest and without mercy. And just then, what a noble road was opening to him. To kill Swedes, not only in defense of the country, not only in defense of the king to whom he had sworn loyalty, but in defense of the Queen of the Angels, that was a happiness beyond his merit. Whither had those times gone when he was standing as it were on the parting of the roads, asking himself whither he should go? Where are those times in which he knew not what to begin, in which he was always meeting doubt, and in which he had begun to lose hope? And those men, those white monks, and that handful of peasants and nobles were preparing for serious defense, for a life-and-death struggle. That was the one spot of such character in the Commonwealth, and Pan Andrei had come just to that spot, as if led by some fortunate star. And he believed sacredly in victory, though the whole power of Sweden were to encircle those walls. Hence in his heart he had prayer, joy, and gratitude. In this frame of mind he walked along the walls, and with a bright face examined, inspected, and saw that good was taking place. With the eye of experience, he saw at once from the preparations that they were made by men of experience, who would be able to show themselves when it came to the test. He wondered at the calmness of the prior, for whom he had conceived a deep reverence, he was astonished at the prudence of Zamoyski, and even of Pan Charniecki, though he was displeased at him, he did not show a wry face. But that knight looked on Pan Andrei harshly, and meeting him on the wall the day after the return of the messengers, he said, "No Swedes are to be seen, and if they do not come, the dogs will eat your reputation. If any harm should result from their coming to this holy place, then let the dogs eat my reputation. You would rather not smell their powder. We know knights who have boots lined with hare's skin." Kmita dropped his eyes like a young girl. "You might rather let disputes rest," said he. "In what have I offended you? I have forgotten your offences against me, do you forget mine against you?" "You called me a whippersnapper," said Charniecki, sharply. "I should like to know who you are. In what are the Billeviches better than the Charnieckis? Are they a senatorial family too?" "My worthy sir," said Kmita, with a pleasant face, "if it were not for the obedience which was imposed on me in confession, if it were not for those blows which are given me every day on my back for my follies of pastime, I would speak to you differently. But I am afraid of relapsing into previous offences. As to whether the Billeviches or the Charnieckis are better, that will appear when the Swedes come. And what kind of office do you think of getting? Do you suppose that they will make you one of the commanders?" Kmita grew serious. "You accused me of seeking profit, now you speak of office. Know that I have not come here for honor. I might have received higher honor elsewhere. I will remain a simple soldier, even under your command." "Why, for what reason?" "Because you do me injustice, and are ready to torment me." "Hum. There is no reason for that. It is very beautiful of you to be willing to remain a simple soldier when it is clear that you have wonderful daring, and obedience does not come easy. Would you like to fight? That will appear with the Swedes, as I have said. But if the Swedes do not come, then do you know what? We will go to look for them," said Kmita. "That pleases me," cried Charniecki. "We could assemble a nice party. Silesia is not far from this place, and at once soldiers could be collected. Officers, like my uncle, have promised, but nothing has been said about soldiers, a great number of them might be had at the first call. And this would give a saving example to others," cried Kmita, with warmth. "I have a handful of men too, you ought to see them at work." "Good, good," said Charniecki, "as God is dear to me. Let me have your face." "And give yours," said Kmita. And without long thinking they rushed into each other's arms. Just then the prior was passing, and seeing what had happened he began to bless both. They told at once of what they had been talking. The prior merely smiled quietly, and went on saying to himself, "Health is returning to the sick. Toward evening preparations were finished, and the fortress was entirely ready for defense. Nothing was wanting, neither supplies, nor powder, nor guns, only walls sufficiently strong and a more numerous garrison. Częstochowa, or rather Jasna Góra, though strengthened by nature and art, was counted among the smallest and weakest fortresses of the Commonwealth. But as to the garrison, as many people might have been had for the summoning as anyone wished. But the prior purposely did not overburden the walls with men, so that supplies might hold out for a long time. Still there were those, especially among the German gunners, who were convinced that Częstochowa could not defend itself. Fools! They thought that it had no defense but its walls and its weapons. They knew not what hearts filled with faith are. The prior then, fearing lest they might spread doubt among the people, dismissed them, save one who was esteemed a master in his art. That same day old Kyemlich and his sons came to Kmita with a request to be freed from service. Anger carried away Pan Andrei. "Dogs," cried he, "you are ready to resign such a service and will not defend the most holy lady. Well, let it be so. You have had pay for your horses, you will receive the rest for your services soon." Here he took a purse from a casket, and threw it on the floor to them. "Here are your wages. You choose to seek plunder on that side of the walls, to be robbers instead of defenders of Mary. Out of my sight. You are not worthy to be here. You are not worthy of Christian society. You are not worthy to die such a death as awaits you in this place. Out, out." "We are not worthy," answered the old man, spreading his hands and bending his head, "we are not worthy to have our dull eyes look on the splendors of Jasna Góra, fortress of heaven. Morning star. Refuge of sinners. We are not worthy, not worthy." Here he bent so low that he bent double, and at the same time with his thin greedy hands, grown lean, seized the purse lying on the floor. "But outside the walls," said he, "we shall not cease to serve your grace. In sudden need, we will let you know everything, we will go where 'tis needful, we will do what is needful. Your grace will have ready servants outside the walls." "Be off," repeated Pan Andrei. They went out bowing. For fear was choking them, and they were happy that the affair had ended thus. Toward evening they were no longer in the fortress. A dark and rainy night followed. It was November 8th. An early winter was approaching, and together with waves of rain the first flakes of wet snow were flying to the ground. Silence was broken only by the prolonged voices of guards calling from bastion to bastion, "Hold watch." And in the darkness slipped past here and there the white habit of the prior, Kordetsky. Kmita slept not, he was on the walls with Charniecki, with whom he spoke of his past campaigns. Kmita narrated the course of the war with Hovanski, evidently not mentioning the part which he had taken in it himself. And Charniecki talked of the skirmishes with the Swedes at Jedburg, at Jarnovci, and in the environs of Krakow, of which he boasted somewhat and said, "What was possible was done. You see, for every Swede whom I stretched out I made a knot on my sword sash. I have 6 knots, and God grant me more. For this reason I wear the sword higher toward my shoulder. Soon the sash will be useless. But I'll not take out the knots, in every knot I will have a turquoise set, after the war I will hang up the sash as a votive offering. And have you one Swede on your conscience?" "No," answered Kmita, with shame. "Not far from Sohachev I scattered a band, but they were robbers." "But you might make a great score of northerners." "I might do that. With the Swedes it is harder, for rarely is there one of them who is not a wizard. They learn from the Finns how to use the black ones, and each Swede has 2 or 3 devils in his service, and there are some who have 7. These guard them terribly in time of battle. But if they come hither, the devils will help them in no way, for the power of devils can do nothing in a circle where the tower on Jasna Góra is visible. Have you heard of this?" Kmita made no answer, he turned his head to listen attentively. "They are coming," said he, suddenly. "Who, in God's name? What do you say?" "I hear cavalry." "That is only wind and the beating of rain." By the wounds of Christ. That is not the wind, but horses. I have a wonderfully sharp ear. A multitude of cavalry are marching, and are near already, but the wind drowns the noise. The time has come. The time has come. The voice of Kmita roused the stiffened guards, dozing near at hand. But it had not yet ceased when below in the darkness was heard the piercing blare of trumpets, and they began to sound, prolonged, complaining, terrible. All sprang up from slumber in amazement, in fright, and asked one another. Are not those the trumpets sounding to judgment in this gloomy night? Then the monks, the soldiers, the nobles, began to come out on the square. The bell-ringers rushed to the bells, and soon they were all heard, the great, the smaller, and the small bells, as if for a fire, mingling their groans with the sounds of the trumpets, which had not ceased to play. Lighted matches were thrown into pitch barrels, prepared of purpose and tied with chains, then they were drawn upward with cranks. Red light streamed over the base of the cliff, and then the people on Yasna Gora saw before them a party of mounted trumpeters, those standing nearest with trumpets at their mouths, behind them long and deep ranks of mounted men with unfurled flags. The trumpeters played some time yet, as if they wished with those brazen sounds to express the whole power of the Swedes, and to terrify the monks altogether. At last they were silent. One of them separated from the rank, and waving a white kerchief, approached the gate. In the name of his royal grace, cried the trumpeter, the most serene king of the Swedes, Goths, and Vandals, Grand Prince of Finland, Estonia, Karelia, Stettin, Pomerania, and the Kashubs, Prince of Rügen, Lord of Ingria, Wismark, and Bavaria. Count of the Rhenish Palatinate, open the gates. Admit him, said Kordetsky. They opened, but only a door in the gate. The horseman hesitated for a time. At last he came down from his horse, entered within the circle of the walls, and seeing a crowd of white habits, he asked. Who among you is the superior? I am, answered Kordetsky. The horseman gave him a letter with seals, and said, Count Veyhard will wait for an answer at St. Barbara's. The prior summoned at once the monks and nobles to the council chamber to deliberate. On the way, Pan Charniecki said to Kmita, Come you also. I will go, but only through curiosity, answered Pan Andrei, for I have no work there. Henceforward I will not serve the most holy lady with my mouth. When they had entered the council chamber, the prior broke the seal and read as follows. It is not a secret to you, worthy fathers, with what favorable mind and with what heart I have always looked on this holy place and your congregation. Also, how constantly I have surrounded you with my care and heaped benefits on you. Therefore I desire that you remain in the conviction that neither my inclination nor good wishes toward you have ceased in the present juncture. Not as an enemy, but as a friend, do I come this day. Put your cloister under my protection without fear, as the time and present circumstances demand. In this way you will find the calm which you desire, as well as safety. I promise you solemnly that the sacredness of the place will be inviolate, your property will not be destroyed. I will bear all expenses myself, and in fact add to your means. Consider also carefully how much you will profit if, satisfying me, you confide to me your cloister. Remember my advice, lest a greater misfortune reach you from the terrible General Miller, whose orders will be the more severe because he is a heretic and an enemy of the true faith. When he comes, you must yield to necessity and carry out his commands, and you will raise useless complaints with pain in your souls and your bodies, because you disregarded my mild counsel. The memory of recent benefactions of Count Veyhard touched the monks greatly. There were some who had confidence in his goodwill, and wished to see in his counsel the avoidance of future defeats and misfortunes. But no one raised a voice, waiting for what Kordetsky would say. He was silent for a while, but his lips were moving in prayer. Then he said, Would a true friend draw near in the nighttime and terrify with such a dreadful voice of trumpets and crooked horns the sleeping servants of God? Would he come at the head of those armed thousands who are now standing under these walls? Why did he not come with 4 or 9 others, if he hoped for the reception given a welcome benefactor? What do those stern legions mean, if not a threat in case we refuse to yield up this cloister? Listen, remember, too, dearest brothers, that this enemy has never kept word nor oath nor safeguard. We too have that of the King of Sweden sent us spontaneously, in which is an express promise that the cloister shall remain free of occupation. And why are they standing now under its walls, trumpeting their own lie with fearful brazen sound? My dear brothers, let each man raise his heart to heaven, so that the Holy Ghost may enlighten it, and then let us consider what conscience dictates to each one touching the good of this holy retreat. Silence followed. Then Kmita's voice rose. I heard in Prussian Lisola ask him, will you shake up their treasury for the monks, to which the Count, who now stands under these walls, answered, the Mother of God will not ask for the thalers in the prior's chests. Today this same Count Vehard writes to you, Reverend Fathers, that he will bear all expenses himself, and besides add to your means. Consider his sincerity. To this Father Mielko, one of the oldest in the assembly, and besides a former soldier, answered, we live in poverty, and burn these torches before the altar of the Most Holy Lady in her praise. But though we were to take them from the altar so as to purchase immunity for this holy place, where is our guarantee that the Swedes will respect the immunity, that they with sacrilegious hands will not remove offerings, sacred vestments, church furniture? Is it possible to trust liars? Without the provincial to whom we owe obedience, we can do nothing, said Father Dobrosh. War is not our affair, added Father Kmicic. Let us listen to what these knights will say who have taken refuge under the wings of the Mother of God in this cloister. All eyes were now turned to Pan Zamoyski, the oldest in years, the highest in dignity and office. He rose and spoke in the following words. It is a question here of your fate, Reverend Fathers. Compare then the strength of the enemy with the resistance which you can place against him according to your force and will. What counsel can we, guests here, impart to you? But, Reverend Fathers, since you ask us what is to be done, I will answer, until the inevitable forces us, let the thought of surrender be far away. For it is a shameful and an unworthy act to purchase with vile submission an uncertain peace from a faithless enemy. We have taken refuge here of our own will, with our wives and children. Surrendering ourselves to the guardianship of the Most Holy Lady, we have determined with unswerving faith to live with you, and, if God shall so desire, to die with you. It is indeed better for us thus than to accept a shameful captivity or behold an affront to a holy place. Of a certainty, that Mother of the Most High God who has inspired our breasts with a desire of defending her against godless and sacrilegious heretics will second the pious endeavors of her servants and support the cause of her own defense. At this point Pan Zamoyski ceased speaking, all paid attention to his words, strengthening themselves with the meaning of them, and Kmita, without forethought, as was his wont, sprang forward and pressed the hand of the old man to his lips. The spectators were edified by this sight, and each one saw a good presage in that youthful ardor, and a desire to defend the cloister increased and seized all hearts. Meanwhile a new presage was given. Outside the window of the refectory was heard unexpectedly the trembling and aged voice of Constantia, the old beggar woman of the church, singing a pious hymn. In vain dost thou threaten me, O savage Hussite! In vain dost thou summon devil's horns to thy aid. In vain dost thou burn, sparing no blood. For thou wilt not subdue me. Though thousands of pagans were now rushing hither. Though armies were flying against me on dragons. Neither sword, flame, nor men will avail thee. For I shall be victor. Here, said Kordetsky, is the presage which God sends through the lips of that old beggar woman. Let us defend ourselves, brothers, for in truth besieged people have never yet had such aids as will come to us. We will give our lives willingly, said Charnietsky. We will not trust faith-breakers. We will not trust heretics, nor those among Catholics who have accepted the service of the evil spirit. Shouted others, who did not wish to let those speak who opposed. It was decided to send 2 priests to Count Vehard with information that the gates would remain closed and the besieged would defend themselves, to which action the safeguard of the king gave them a right. But in their own way the envoys were to beg the count humbly to desist from his design, or at least to defer it for a time until the monks could ask permission of Father Teofil Broniewski, provincial of the order, who was then in Silesia. The envoys, Fathers Benedict Yerachevsky and Marceli Timitsky, passed out through the gate. The others awaited, in the refectory, their return with throbbing hearts, for terror had seized those monks, unused to war. When the hour had struck and the moment had come in which they were forced to choose between duty and the anger and vengeance of the enemy. But half an hour had barely elapsed when the two fathers appeared before the council. Their heads were hanging over their breasts, on their faces were pallor and grief. In silence they gave Kordetsky a letter from Count Veyhard, which he took from their hands and read aloud. There were 8 points of capitulation under which the count summoned the monks to surrender the cloister. When he had finished reading, the prior looked long in the faces of those assembled. At last he said with a solemn voice, "In the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost. In the name of the most pure and most holy Mother of God. To the walls, beloved brethren. To the walls, was the answer of all." A little later a bright flame lighted the base of the cloister. Count Veyhard had given orders to burn the buildings connected with the church of St. Barbara. The fire seizing the old houses grew with each moment. Soon pillars of red smoke reared themselves toward the sky, in the midst of these, fiery sparkling tongues were gleaming. Finally one conflagration was spreading in clouds. By the gleam of the fire, divisions of mounted soldiers could be seen passing quickly from place to place. The usual license of soldiers had begun. The horsemen drove out from the stables cattle, which running with fright, filled the air with plaintive bellowing. Sheep, gathered in groups, pushed at random toward the fire. Many of the defenders saw for the first time the bloody face of war, and their hearts grew benumbed with terror at sight of people driven by soldiers and slashed with sabers, at sight of women dragged by the hair through the marketplace. And by the bloody gleams of the fire all this was as visible as on the palm of the hand. Shouts, and even words, reached the ears of the besieged perfectly. Since the cannon of the cloister had not answered yet, horsemen sprang from their horses and approached the foot of the mountain itself, shaking their swords and muskets. Every moment some sturdy fellow, dressed in a yellow cavalry jacket, putting his hands around his mouth, jeered and threatened the besieged, who listened patiently, standing at their guns with lighted matches. Kmita was at the side of Charniecki, just in front of the church, and saw everything clearly. On his cheeks a deep flush came out, his eyes were like 2 torches, and in his hand he held an excellent bow, which he had received as an inheritance from his father, who had captured it from a celebrated Aga at Hotzin. He heard the threats and invectives, and finally when a gigantic horseman had come under the cliff and was making an uproar he turned to Charniecki. "As God is true, he is blaspheming against the Most Holy Lady. I understand German. He blasphemes dreadfully. I cannot endure it." And he lowered the bow, but Charniecki touched him with his hand. "God will punish him for his blasphemy," said he, "but Kordetsky has not permitted us to shoot first, let them begin." He had barely spoken when the horseman raised his musket to his face, a shot thundered, and the ball, without reaching the walls, was lost somewhere among the crannies of the place. "We are free now," cried Kmita. "Yes," answered Charniecki. Kmita, as a true man of war, became calm in a moment. The horseman, shading his eyes with his hands, looked after the ball. Kmita drew the bow, ran his finger along the string till it twittered like a swallow, then he bent carefully and cried, "A corpse, a corpse." At the same moment was heard the whirring whistle of the terrible arrow. The horseman dropped his musket, raised both hands on high, threw up his head, and fell on his back. He struggled for a while like a fish snatched from water, and dug the earth with his feet. But soon he stretched himself and remained without motion. "That is one," said Kmita. "Tie it in your sword sash," answered Charniecki. "A bell rope would not be long enough, if God will permit," cried Pan Andrei. A second horseman rushed to the dead man, wishing to see what had happened to him, or perhaps to take his purse, but the arrow whistled again, and the second fell on the breast of the first. Meanwhile the field pieces which Count Veyhard had brought with him opened fire. He could not storm the fortress with them, neither could he think of capturing it, having only cavalry, but he gave command to open fire to terrify the priests. Still a beginning was made. Kordetsky appeared at the side of Charniecki, and with him came Father Dobrosh, who managed the cloister artillery in time of peace, and on holidays fired salutes. Therefore he passed as an excellent gunner among the monks. The prior blessed the cannon and pointed them out to the priest, who rolled up his sleeves and began to aim at a point in a half-circle between two buildings where a number of horsemen were raging. And among them an officer with a rapier in his hand. The priest aimed long, for his reputation was at stake. At last he took the match and touched the priming. Thunder shook the air and smoke covered the view, but after a while the wind bore it aside. In the space between the buildings there was not a single horseman left. A number were lying with their horses on the ground, the others had fled. The monks on the walls began to sing. The crash of buildings falling around St. Barbara's church accompanied the songs. It grew darker, but vast swarms of sparks sent upward by the fall of timbers pierced the air. Trumpets were sounded again in the ranks of Count Veyhard's horsemen. But the sound from them receded. The fire was burning to the end. Darkness enveloped the foot of Yasna Gora. Here and there was heard the neighing of horses, but ever farther, ever weaker, the count was withdrawing to Chapitsi. Kordetsky knelt on the walls. "Mary, Mother of the one God," said he, with a powerful voice, "bring it to pass that he whose attack comes after this man will retreat in like manner, with shame and vain anger in his soul." While he prayed thus the clouds broke suddenly above his head, and the bright light of the moon whitened the towers, the walls, the kneeling prior and the burned ruins of buildings at St. Barbara. Chapter 41. The following day peace reigned at the foot of Yasna Gora, taking advantage of which, the monks were occupied the more earnestly in preparations for defense. The last repairs were made in the walls and the curtains, and still more appliances were prepared to serve in resisting assault. From Stebov, Kravaja, Goda, and Grabovka a number of tens of peasants volunteered, who had served before in the land infantry. These were accepted and placed among the defenders. Kordetsky doubled and trebled himself. He performed divine service, sat in council, neglected the sick neither day nor night, and in the interval visited the walls, talked with nobles and villagers. Meanwhile he had in his face and whole person a calm of such character that one might almost say it belonged to stone statues only. Looking at his face, grown pale from watching, it might be thought that that man slept an easy and sweet sleep. But the calm resignation and almost joy burning in his eyes, his lips moving in prayer, announced that he watched, thought, prayed, and made offerings for all. From his spirit, with all its powers intent upon God, faith flowed in a calm and deep stream, all drank of this faith with full lips, and whoso had a sick soul was made well. Wherever his white habit was seen, their calm appeared on the faces of men, their eyes smiled, and their lips repeated, "Our kind Father, our Comforter, our Defender, our good hope." They kissed his hands and his habit. He smiled like the dawn, and went farther, while around him, above and before him, went confidence and serenity. Still he did not neglect earthly means of salvation. The fathers who entered his cell found him, if not on his knees, over letters which he sent in every direction. He wrote to Wittenberg, the commander-in-chief at Krakow, imploring him to spare a sacred place. And to Yen Casimir, who in Upita had made the last effort to save a thankless people, to Stefan Charniecki, held by his own word as on a chain at Sienkiewicz, to Count Veyhard. And to Colonel Sadovsky, a Lutheran Che, who served under Miller, but who, having a noble soul, had endeavored to dissuade the fierce general from this attack on the cloister. Two conflicting councils were held before Miller. Count Veyhard, irritated by the stubbornness which he had met on November 8, used all efforts to incline the general to a campaign. He promised him untold treasures and profit. He asserted that in the whole world there were scarcely churches which could be compared with Chenstohova or Yasna Gora. Sadovsky opposed in the following manner. "General," said he to Miller, "you who have taken so many famed fortresses that you have been justly named Poliorcetes by cities in Germany. Know how much blood and time it may cost to take even the weakest fortress, if the assaulted are willing to resist unto death. But the monks will not resist? Asked Miller. I think just the contrary. The richer they are, the more stubborn a defense will they make. They are confident not only in the might of arms, but in the sacredness of the place, which the Catholic superstition of this whole country considers inviolable. It is enough to recall the German war. How often have monks given an example of daring and stubbornness, even in cases where soldiers themselves despaired of defense. It will take place this time too, all the more since the fortress is not so insignificant as Count Veyhard would like to consider it. It is situated on a rocky eminence difficult for the miner, the walls which, if they were not indeed in good condition, have been repaired before this time. And as to supplies of arms, powder, and provisions, a cloister so rich has inexhaustible supplies, fanaticism will animate their hearts and do you think, gracious Colonel, that they will force me to retreat? I do not think that, but I believe that we shall be forced to remain long under the walls. We shall have to send for larger guns than those we have here, and you must go to Prussia. It is necessary to calculate how much time we can devote to Częstochowa, for if His Grace the King of Sweden summons you from the siege for the more important affairs of Prussia, the monks will report without fail that you were forced to retreat. And then think, Your Grace, what a loss your fame as Poliorcetes will sustain, not to speak of the encouragement which the resisting will find in the whole country. Only, here Sadovsky lowered his voice, let the mere intention of attacking this cloister be noised about, and it will make the worst impression. You do not know, for no foreigner, not a papist, can know, what Częstochowa is to this people. Very important for us are those nobles, who yielded so readily, those magnates, the quarter troops, who together with the hetmans, have come over to our side. Without them we could not have done what we have done. With their hands we have occupied half the country, nay, more than half, but let one shot fall at Częstochowa, who knows? Perhaps not a Pole will remain with us. So great is the strength of superstition. A new most terrible war may flame up. Miller recognized in his soul the justice of Sadovsky's reasoning, all the more since he considered monks in general, and the Częstochowa monks in particular, wizards, that Swedish general feared enchantments more than guns. Still wishing to irritate, and maybe prolong the dispute, he said. You speak as though you were prior of Częstochowa, or as if they had begun to pay you a ransom. Sadovsky was a daring soldier and impulsive, and because he knew his value he was easily offended. I will not say another word, answered he, haughtily. Miller in his turn was angry at the tone in which the above words were spoken. I will make no further request of you, said he, Count Veyhard is enough for me, he knows this country better. We shall see, responded Sadovsky, and went out of the room. Count Veyhard in fact took his place. He brought a letter, which he had received from Varshytsky with a request to leave the cloister in peace, but from this letter the obstinate man drew counsel directly opposed. They beg, said he to Miller. Therefore they know that there will be no defense. A day later the expedition against Częstochowa was decided upon at Wieluni. It was not kept a secret. Therefore Father Jacek Rudnitsky, provost of the monastery at Wieluni, was able to go in time to Częstochowa with the news. The poor monk did not admit for one moment that the people of Yasna Gora would defend themselves. He only wanted to forewarn them so that they might know what course to take and seek favorable conditions. In fact, the news bowed down the minds of the monks. In some souls courage weakened at once. But Kordetsky strengthened it. He warmed the cold with the heat of his own heart, he promised days of miracle, he made the very presence of death agreeable. And changed them so much through the inspiration of his own soul that unwittingly they began to prepare for the attack as they were accustomed to prepare for great church festivals, hence with joy and solemnity. The chiefs of the lay garrison, Zamoyski and Charniecki, also made their final preparations. They burned all the shops which were nestled around the walls of the fortress and which might lighten an assault for the enemy. The buildings near the mountain were not spared either, so that for a whole day a ring of flames surrounded the fortress. But when there remained of the shops merely the ashes of timbers and planks, the guns of the cloister had before them empty space, unhedged by any obstacles. Their black jaws gaped freely into the distance, as if searching for the enemy impatiently and wishing to greet them at the earliest moment with ominous thunder. Meanwhile winter was drawing near with swift step. A sharp north wind was blowing, swamps were turned into lumps of earth, and in the mornings, water in shallow places was congealed into frail icy shells. The prior, Kordetsky, making the rounds of the walls, rubbed his hands blue from cold, and said, "God will send frost to assist us. It will be hard to entrench batteries and dig mines. Meanwhile you will take rest in warm rooms, and the north wind will soon disgust them with the siege." But for this very reason Miller was anxious to finish quickly. He had 9,000 troops, mostly infantry, and 19 guns. He had also 2 squadrons of Polish cavalry, but he could not count on them, first, because he could not employ the cavalry in taking the lofty fortress. And second, because the men went unwillingly, and gave notice beforehand that they would take no part in the struggles. They went rather to protect the fortress, in case of capture, against the greed of the conquerors, so at least the colonels declared to the soldiers. They went finally because the Swedes commanded, for the whole army of the country was in their camp and had to obey. From Violuni to Czestochowa the road is short. On November 18 the siege was to begin. But the Swedish general calculated that it would not last above a couple of days, and that he would take the precious fortress by negotiation. Meanwhile Kordetsky, the prior, prepared the souls of men. They went to divine services as on a great and joyous festival, and had it not been for the unquiet and pallor of some faces, it might have been supposed that that was a joyous and solemn thanksgiving. The prior himself celebrated Mass. All the bells were ringing. The services did not end with Mass, for a grand procession went out on the walls. The prior, bearing the most holy sacrament, was supported under the arms by Zamoyski and Pan Pyotr Charniecki. In front walked young boys in robes, they carried censers with myrrh and incense. Before and after the baldachin marched ranks of white-habited monks, with eyes and heads raised toward heaven, men of various years, from decrepit old men to tender youths who had just begun their novitiate. The yellow flames of the candles quivered in the air, but the monks moved onward and sang, buried altogether in God, as if mindful of naught else in the world. Behind them appeared the shaven temples of nobles, the tearful faces of women, but calm beneath their tears, inspired with faith and trust. Peasants marched also, long-haired, wearing coarse coats, resembling the primitive Christians. Little children, maidens, and boys mingled with the throng, joining their thin voices with the general chorus. And God heard that pouring forth of hearts, that fleeing from earthly oppression to the single defense of his wings. The wind went down, the air grew calm, the heavens became azure, and the autumnal sun poured a mild pale golden, but still warm, light on the earth. The procession passed once around the walls, but did not return, did not disperse, went farther. Rays from the monstrance fell on the face of the prior, and that face seemed golden and radiant from their light. Kordetsky kept his eyes closed, and on his lips was a smile not of earth, a smile of happiness, of sweetness, of exaltation. His soul was in heaven, in brightness, in endless delight, in unbroken calm. But as if taking orders from above, and forgetting not this earthly church, the men, the fortress, and that hour then impending, he halted at moments, opened his eyes, elevated the monstrance, and gave blessing. He blessed the people, the army, the squadrons, blooming like flowers and gleaming like a rainbow. He blessed the walls, and that eminence which looked down and around upon the land. He blessed the cannon, the guns, smaller and greater, the balls, iron and lead, the vessels with powder, the planking at the cannon, the piles of harsh implements used to repel the assaults of the enemy. He blessed the armies lying at a distance. He blessed the north, the south, the east, and the west, as if to cover that whole region, that whole land, with the power of God. It had struck 2 in the afternoon, the procession was still on the walls. But meanwhile on those edges, where the sky and the earth seemed to touch, a bluish haze was spread out, and just in that haze something began to shimmer, to move, forms of some kind were creeping. At first dim, unfolding gradually, these forms became every moment more distinct. A cry was heard suddenly at the end of the procession. "The Swedes are coming, the Swedes are coming." Then silence fell, as if hearts and tongues had grown numb. Bells only continued to sound. But in the stillness the voice of the prior thundered, far-reaching though calm. "Brothers, let us rejoice. The hour of victories and miracles is drawing near." And a moment later he exclaimed, "Under thy protection we take refuge, our mother, our lady, our queen." Meanwhile the Swedish cloud had changed into an immeasurable serpent, which was crawling forward ever nearer. Its terrible curves were visible. It twisted, uncoiled, at one time it glittered under the light with its gleaming steel scales, fit another it grew dark, crawled on, emerged from the distance. Soon eyes looking from the walls could distinguish everything in detail. In advance came the cavalry, after it infantry in quadrangles. Each regiment formed a long rectangular body, over which rose a smaller one formed of erect spears. Farther on, behind, after the infantry, came cannon with jaws turned rearward and inclined to the earth. Their slowly moving barrels, black or yellowish, shone with evil omen in the sun. Behind them clattered over the uneven road the powder boxes and the endless row of wagons with tents and every manner of military appliance. Dreadful but beautiful was that advance of a regular army, which moved before the eyes of the people on Yasna Gora, as if to terrify them. A little later the cavalry separated from the rest of the army and approached at a trot, trembling like waves moved by wind. They broke soon into a number of greater and smaller parties. Some pushed toward the fortress. Some in the twinkle of an eye scattered through the neighboring villages in pursuit of plunder. Others began to ride around the fortress, to examine the walls, study the locality, occupy the buildings which were nearest. Single horsemen flew back continually as fast as a horse could gallop from the larger parties to the deep divisions of infantry to inform the officers where they might dispose themselves. The tramp and neighing of horses, the shouts, the exclamations, the murmur of thousands of voices, and the dull thump of cannon, came distinctly to the ears of the besieged, who till that moment were standing quietly on the wall. As if for a spectacle, looking with astonished eyes at that great movement and deploying of the enemy's troops. At last the infantry regiments arrived and began to wander around the fortress, seeking places best fitted for fortification. Now they struck on Częstochowka, an estate near the cloister, in which there were no troops, only peasants living in huts. A regiment of Finns, who had come first, fell savagely on the defenseless peasants. They pulled them out of the huts by the hair, and simply cut down those who resisted. The rest of the people driven from the manor house were pursued by cavalry and scattered to the four winds. A messenger was sent with Miller's summons to surrender. He had already sounded his trumpet before the gates of the church, but the defenders, at sight of the slaughter and cruelty of the soldiers in Częstochowa, answered with cannon fire. Now, when the people of the town had been driven out of all the nearer buildings, and the Swedes had disposed themselves therein, it behooved to destroy them with all haste, so that the enemy might not injure the cloister under cover of those buildings. Therefore the walls of the cloister began to smoke all around like the sides of a ship surrounded by a storm and by robbers. The roar of cannon shook the air till the walls of the cloister were trembling, and glass in the windows of the church and other buildings was rattling. Fiery balls in the form of whitish cloudlets describing ill-omened arcs fell on the Swedish places of refuge. They broke rafters, roofs, walls, and columns of smoke were soon rising from the places into which balls had descended. Conflagration had enwrapped the buildings. Barely had the Swedish regiments taken possession when they fled from the new quarters with all breath, and, uncertain of their positions, hurried about in various directions. Disorder began to creep among them. They removed the cannon not yet mounted, so as to save them from being struck. Miller was amazed. He had not expected such a reception, nor such gunners on Yasna Gora. Meanwhile night came, and since he needed to bring the army into order, he sent a trumpeter with a request for a cessation. The fathers agreed to that readily. In the morning, however, they burned another enormous storehouse with great supplies of provisions, in which building the Westland regiment had taken its quarters. The fire caught the building so quickly, the shots fell, one after another, with such precision that the Westlanders were unable to carry off their muskets or ammunition, which exploded, hurling far around burning brands. The Swedes did not sleep that night. They made preparations, entrenchments for the guns, filled baskets with earth, formed a camp. The soldiers, though trained during so many years in so many battles, and by nature valiant and enduring, did not wait for the following day with joy. The first day had brought defeat. The cannon of the cloister caused such loss among the Swedes that the oldest warriors were confounded, attributing this to careless approach to the fortress, and to going too near the walls. But the next day, even should it bring victory, did not promise glory, for what was the capture of an inconsiderable fortress and a cloister to the conquerors of so many famed cities, 100 times better fortified? The greed of rich plunder alone upheld their willingness, but that oppressive alarm with which the allied Polish squadrons had approached this greatly renowned Yasna Gora was imparted in a mysterious way to the Swedes. Some of them trembled at the thought of sacrilege, while others feared something indefinite, which they could not explain, and which was known under the general name of enchantment. Miller himself believed in it. Why should not the soldiers believe? It was noticed that when Miller was approaching the church of St. Barbara, the horse under him slipped suddenly, started back, distended his nostrils, pricked up his ears, snorted with fright, and refused to advance. The old general showed no personal alarm. Still the next day he assigned a place to the Prince of Hesse, and marched himself with the heavier guns to the northern side of the cloister, toward the village of Częstochowa. There he made entrenchments during the night, so as to attack in the morning. Barely had light begun to gleam in the sky when heavy artillery firing began, but this time the Swedish guns opened first. The enemy did not think of making a breach in the walls at once, so as to rush through it to storm. He wanted only to terrify, to cover the church and the cloister with balls, to set fire, to dismount cannon, to kill people, to spread alarm. A procession went out again on the walls of the fortress, for nothing strengthened the combatants like a view of the Holy Sacrament, and the monks marching forward with it calmly. The guns of the cloister answered, thunder for thunder, lightning for lightning, so far as the defenders were able, so far as breath held out in the breast. The very earth seemed to tremble in its foundations. A sea of smoke stretched over the cloister and the church. What moments, what sights for men who had never in their lives beheld the bloody face of war. And there were many such in the fortress. That unbroken roar, lightnings, smoke, the howling of balls tearing the air, the terrible hiss of bombs, the clatter of shot on the pavement, the dull blows against the wall, the sound of breaking windows, the explosions of bursting bombs. The whistling of fragments of them, the breaking and cracking of timbers. Chaos, annihilation, hell. In those hours there was not a moment of rest nor cessation, breasts half suffocated with smoke, every moment new flocks of cannonballs. And amid the confusion shrill voices in various parts of the fortress, the church, and the cloister, were crying. It is on fire. Water, water. To the roof with barefooted men. More cloth. Aim the cannon higher. Higher. Aim at the center of the buildings, fire. About noon the work of death increased still more. It might seem that, if the smoke were to roll away, the Swedes would see only a pile of balls and bombs in place of the cloister. A cloud of lime, struck from the walls by the cannon, rose up, and mingling with the smoke, hid the light. Priests went out with relics to exorcise these clouds, lest they might hinder defense. The thunders of cannon were interrupted, but were as frequent as the breath gulps of a panting dragon. Suddenly on a tower, newly built after a fire of the previous year, trumpets began to sound forth the glorious music of a church hymn. That music flowed down through the air and was heard round about, was heard everywhere, as far as the batteries of the Swedes. The sound of the trumpets was accompanied by the voices of people, and amidst the bellowing and whistling, amidst the shouts, the rattle and thunder of muskets, were heard the words. Mother of God, Virgin. Glorified by God Mary. Here a number of bombs burst, the cracking of rafters and beams, and then the shout, water, struck the ear, and again the song flowed on in calmness. From thy Son the Lord. Send down to us, win for us. A time of bread, a time of plenty. Kmita, who was standing on the wall at the cannon, opposite the village of Częstochowa, in which millers' quarters were, and whence the greatest fire came, pushed away a less accurate cannoneer to begin work himself. And worked so well that soon, though it was in November and the day cold, he threw off his fox-skin coat, threw off his vest, and toiled in his trousers and shirt. The hearts grew in people unacquainted with war, at sight of this soldier blood and bone, to whom all that was passing, that bellowing of cannon, those flocks of balls, that destruction and death, seemed as ordinary an element as fire to a salamander. His brow was wrinkled, there was fire in his eyes, a flush on his cheeks, and a species of wild joy in his face. Every moment he bent to the cannon, altogether occupied with the aiming, altogether given to the battle, thinking of naught else. He aimed, lowered, raised, at last cried, "Fire," and when Soroka touched the match, he ran to the opening and called out from time to time, one by the side of the other. His eagle eyes penetrated through smoke and dust, and when among the buildings he saw somewhere a dense mass of caps or helmets, straightway he crushed it with an accurate shot, as if with a thunderbolt. At times he burst out into laughter when he had caused greater or less destruction. The balls flew over him and at his side, he did not look at anything. Suddenly, after a shot he sprang to the opening, fixed his eyes in the distance, and cried, "The gun is dismounted. Only 3 pieces are playing there now." He did not rest until midday. Sweat was pouring from him, his shirt was steaming. His face was blackened with soot, and his eyes glittering. Pyotr Charniecki himself wondered at his aim, and said to him repeatedly, "War is nothing new to you, that is clear at a glance. Where have you learned it so well?" At 3 o'clock in the afternoon a second Swedish gun was silent, dismounted by Kmita's accurate aim. They drew out the remaining guns from the entrenchments about an hour later. Evidently the Swedes saw that the position was untenable. Kmita drew a deep breath. "Rest," said Charniecki to him. "Well, I wish to eat something. Soroka, give me what you have at hand." The old sergeant bestirred himself quickly. He brought some gorelka in a tin cup and some dried fish. Kmita began to eat eagerly, raising his eyes from time to time and looking at the bombs flying over at no great distance, just as if he were looking at crows. But still they flew in considerable number, not from Częstochowa, but from the opposite side, namely, all those which passed over the cloister and the church. "They have poor gunners, they point too high," said Pan Andrei, without ceasing to eat. "See, they all go over us, and they are aimed at us." A young monk heard these words, a boy of 17 years, who had just entered his novitiate. He was the first always to bring balls for loading, and he did not leave his place though every vein in him was trembling from fear, for he saw war for the first time. Kmita made an indescribable impression on him by his calmness, and hearing his words he took refuge near him with an involuntary movement as if wishing to seek protection and safety under the wings of that strength. "Can they reach us from that side?" asked he. "Why not?" answered Kmita. "And why, my dear brother, are you afraid?" "I thought," answered the trembling youth, "that war was terrible, but I did not think it was so terrible. Not every bullet kills, or there would not be men in the world, there would not be mothers enough to give birth to them. I have the greatest fear of those fiery balls, those bombs. Why do they burst with such noise? Mother of God, save us. And they wound people so terribly. I will explain to you, and you will discover by experience, young father. That ball is iron, and inside it is loaded with powder. In one place there is an opening rather small, in which is a fuse of paper or sometimes of wood. Jesus of Nazareth. Is there a fuse in it? There is, and in the fuse some tow steeped in sulfur, which catches fire when the gun is discharged. Then the ball should fall with the fuse toward the ground, so as to drive it into the middle, then the fire reaches the powder and the ball bursts. But many balls do not fall on the fuse. That does not matter, however, for when the fire burns to the end, the explosion comes. On a sudden Kmita stretched out his hand and cried, "See, see. You have an experiment. Jesus! Mary! Joseph! Cried the young brother, at sight of the coming bomb. The bomb fell on the square that moment, and snarling and rushing along began to bound on the pavement, dragging behind a small blue smoke, turned once more, and rolling to the foot of the wall on which they were sitting. Fell into a pile of wet sand, which it scattered high to the battlement, and losing its power altogether, remained without motion. Luckily it had fallen with the fuse up, but the sulphur was not quenched, for the smoke rose at once. To the ground. On your faces, frightened voices began to shout. To the ground, to the ground. But Kmita at the same moment sprang to the pile of sand, with a lightning movement of his hand caught the fuse, plucked it, pulled it out, and raising his hand with the burning sulphur cried. Rise up. It is just as if you had pulled the teeth out of a dog. It could not kill a fly now. When he had said this, he kicked the bomb. Those present grew numb at sight of this deed, which surpassed human daring, and for a certain time no one made bold to speak. At last Charniecki exclaimed. You are a madman. If that had burst, it would have turned you into powder. Pan Andrei laughed so heartily that his teeth glittered. But do we not need powder? You could have loaded a gun with me, and after my death I could have done harm to the Swedes. May the bullet strike you. Where is your fear? The young monk placed his hands together and looked with mute homage on Kmita. But the deed was also seen by Kordotsky, who was approaching on that side. He came up, took Pan Andrei with his hands by the head, and then made the sign of the cross on him. Such men as you will not surrender Yasna Gora, but I forbid exposing a needful life to danger. When the firing is over and the enemy leave the field, take that bomb, pour the powder out of it, and bear it to the Most Holy Lady. That gift will be dearer to her than those pearls and bright stones which you offered her. Father, answered Kmita, deeply moved, what is there great in that? For the Most Holy Lady I would, oh! Words do not rise in my mouth, I would go to torments, to death. I know not what I would not do to serve her. Tears glistened in the eyes of Pan Andrei, and the prior said. Go to her with those tears before they dry. Her favor will flow to thee, calm thee, comfort thee, adorn thee with glory and honor. When he had said this he took him by the arm and led him to the church. Pan Charniecki looked after them for a time. At last he said. I have seen many daring men in my life, who counted no danger to themselves. But this Lithuanian is either the D. Here Charniecki closed his mouth with his hand, so not to speak a foul name in the holy place.